The apocalypse has arrived, and the undead have invaded. The earth has become uninhabitable for humanity, and escaping requires traversing the realm of the undead, the old mansion, the amusement park, and so forth. Xiyue's fortune lies in her acquisition of an extraordinary ability, placing her among the rarest one in 1,000. Regrettably, her peculiar talent compels her to live a life of deceit, for she cannot utter a single truthful word. The undead ponder, deception is one thing, but even the spirits are not spared. Upon reaching the age of 22, Xiyue submitted her application to participate in the escape from Earth project, heralding the onset of a devastating torrent sweeping through the undead-infested planet. The old mansion renovation. The bus came to a halt with a faint screech at the station. A young girl clad in a delicate blue dress stood up, her soft, long hair mirroring the gentle nature of her character. With a petite face and round, almond-shaped eyes, she emanated an innocence untouched by the harsh realities of the world. "Are you getting off?" A short, stout man was the first to leap from the bus. "Little sister, if you don't disembark now, you will be crushed into a pulp." The loudspeaker at the station blared twice. "You have arrived at your destination, old mansion. Please alight immediately. The bus has limited stopping time. Warning, all passengers must disembark." Only then did the young girl step off, noticing that the stout man had already wandered far. She hurried to catch up with him. "Big brother, my name is Xiyue. What is yours?" "I am Liku, big brother. At my age, I could very well be your uncle." Li Kurson pondered that this individual was certainly not a voluntary participant in the Escape from Earth project, but rather someone who fortuitously boarded the bus during the onset of the Dark Invasion. Such a young lady, sheltered in her privileged existence, would scarcely survive a day in the realm of the dead. Xiyue promptly corrected herself. "Uncle Li, are we entering the realm now?" Liku's eyelids drooped, projecting an air of lethargy. "The gates at the entrance to the realm will only open when there are enough tourists. If luck is not on our side, we may have to wait at the entrance for several days." "Little Gu, how could you be so uninformed? Did you voluntarily sign up for the Escape from Earth project?" Xiyue's gaze wandered, and she awkwardly confessed that yes. "I secretly enrolled without my family's knowledge." Her voice was sweet and soft, presenting an image of fragility, leading Liku to misjudge her age. Only individuals aged 22 and above are eligible to register for the Escape from the Region project, and she appeared too youthful initially. Liku had believed her beyond. After 18, those who do not meet the age requirement are ineligible to enroll. Participants who voluntarily sign up for the project are the true newcomers, equipped with 3 shields capable of repelling ghostly assaults, which can be utilized for themselves or bestowed upon others. Conversely, those who fortuitously boarded the bus, while also first-timers in the realm of the dead, are devoid of the 3 protective tokens. Upon realizing that Xiyue was a voluntary registrant, Liku's demeanor became considerably more cordial, at least lifting her eyelids to regard her properly. Secretly enrolling without informing one's family? Without needing to inquire, Liku could surmise much of her background. A delicate young lady nurtured in a post-apocalyptic world, how could her family possibly allow her to enroll in the program? Like a lamb entering a den of wolves, she would undoubtedly be devoured in no time, leaving not a trace behind. Liku solemnly stated, "By fate, we find ourselves sharing this bus. You are a newcomer, while I have successfully navigated 2 realms of the dead thus. I am your senior. There are several life-preserving tips I must impart. First, do not act impulsively. Second, avoid making mistakes. Third, resist greed." Though these survival tips seemed crucial and undeniably wise, upon further reflection, they were little more than empty platitudes. Xiyue replied, "Uncle Li, I do not understand." Liku responded, "There is no need for you to comprehend fully, simply remember my words. The watch upon your left wrist was given to you by the bus driver, correct? That is a broadcasting device. I advise you to conceal it. Whether or not to initiate a broadcast is entirely at your discretion." Xiyue touched the watch, a simple electronic timepiece with merely 2 buttons, a green button for concealment, allowing her to render the watch invisible, and a red button to commence the broadcast. She pressed both buttons, and Liku observed closely, his gaze flickering momentarily, yet he chose to say nothing, his demeanor towards Xiyue softening. There was but one path ahead. The 2 of them continued onward. Liku lit a cigarette, and Gu Shili noticed that he inhaled each puff with an intensity that seemed to alleviate the anxiety of impending doom. Soon, the first cigarette was consumed, and he ignited a second, causing Gu Shili to cough violently from the smoke. Li Ku scoffed, "Little Gu, you hardly seem like someone living in the apocalypse." Gu Shili displayed a hint of displeasure, stepping back a couple of paces from him. Uncertain if he wished to mend their relationship, Li Ku relinquished his cigarette, yet the distance between them remained unchanged. They arrived at the entrance point. 10 individuals, both men and women, stood at the threshold, evidently having waited for quite some time. As the two entered, they almost immediately became the center of attention. Li Ku glanced at Gu Shili and lowered his voice, saying, "Stay close to me." Gu Shili nodded, her polished shoes clacking rhythmically against the glossy floor as she hurried to keep pace with him. Amidst this sound, the door creaked open, and the waiting individuals began to file in. It was pitch black, obscuring all visibility. Xiyue Shili was certain she was the last to enter, for as she crossed the threshold, the station's gate closed behind her. After taking just a few steps, she furrowed her brow, feeling something collide with her lower back. Where she instinctively reached to touch the area felt sticky and unpleasant. In the enveloping darkness, the innocence that once filled her eyes had all but vanished. Soon, darkness was dispelled by light, and several candlesticks in a room were simultaneously ignited. It resembled a storage chamber, cluttered with various tools in disarray. In the center stood a dilapidated table, incongruous to the surroundings, atop which lay an overturned NSE burner, the ashes scattered chaotically. The room featured only a single door, which stood ajar. Taking advantage of the dim candlelight, Gu Shili turned her head, noticing a shelf behind her with a picture frame lying face down. As she turned to inspect it, a black handprint on her blue dress caught her attention, starkly out of place. She picked up the frame, which should have contained a photograph, but it had been torn away, leaving only some mottled traces of glue. Li Ku inquired, "Little Gu, are you all right?" Gu Shili replied that it seemed something brushed against me. The young lady's voice trembled, prompting Li Ku to stifle a laugh inwardly. He did not approach her, but instead urged her to turn around to see the black handprint. He maintained his distance, ostensibly to offer comfort, yet his words were laced with foreboding. "Do not be afraid you have been attacked by a spirit." This was hardly a reassurance, but rather a form of intimidation. In the flickering candlelight, Gu Shili's face appeared exceedingly pale. She stiffly patted at the black handprint on her dress, attempting to erase it, but to no avail. Amid her growing anxiety, a burly man with tattooed arms pushed open the left-ajar door to investigate the situation outside. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Shili glanced at the shelf and discovered a key hanging from a side hook. Nothing surrounded them. The man with tattooed arms noticed the black handprint on the man's ankle, his expression shifting slightly. "Shut your mouth, or he'll make sure you regret it." His eyes, as large as copper bells, swept across everyone present. "Such a trivial matter, yet you're making such a ruckus. We have already entered the realm of the dead. Surely you understand what that entails. I see many newcomers here. I advise you not to hinder yourselves, for your lives are your own." The crowd dispersed, distancing themselves from the man who could not rise. Gu Shili observed him for a moment, hesitating, before finally crouching down before him. "Hello. My name is Gu Shili, and I'm also a newcomer. I was just attacked like you. Nothing has happened to me yet, so you need not fear." Gu Shili showed the man the black handprint on her lower back. Finally, someone was willing to engage with him. The man spoke urgently to Gu Shili. "This is my first time entering the realm of the dead. I know nothing about it. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. It's all right, it's normal to feel scared in situations like this. You will be fine." Xiyue Shili's comforting words had an effect. She, too, was a newcomer who had faced an attack and had come to no harm. The man's anxious demeanor gradually calmed, and his expression management system rebooted. With gratitude, he said, "Thank you." Li Ku observed the entire exchange between the two. "Xiao Gu, meddling in others' affairs in the realm of the dead is a sure way to meet your end." Gu Shili remarked, "Li Shu, my innate talent lies in my ability to foster camaraderie, stabilizing my teammates' emotions during crucial moments. Given my disposition, I likely lack proficiency in other areas. If I were to conceal even my inherent abilities, what utility would I possess? A person devoid of value garners no respect." Li Ku's narrowed eyes revealed a hint of envy. Following the invasion of the undead, humanity had witnessed some favorable transformations. Earthlings have the potential to unlock their innate abilities before the age of 22, albeit at a meager ratio of nearly 1 in 1,000. Those who reach the age of 22 prior to the onset of the dark erosion have little hope of triggering such abilities. Possessing an innate talent indeed enhances one's chances of survival in the realm of the undead, and even abilities that are not offensive in nature, like her affinity, can evoke admiration from those lacking such gifts. Li Ke realized he had underestimated Xiyue, not solely for her talent, but also because she was not merely a fragile flower swaying in the wind. This seemingly delicate young woman was undoubtedly remarkable among newcomers, exhibiting sufficient courage at the very least. Li Ke inquired, "Is your ability of any use against the undead?" Xiyue replied, somewhat embarrassed, "I am uncertain. I have never encountered the undead before. Moreover, it is a passive ability, and I cannot exert control over it." Li Ke nodded in acknowledgement. Xiyue asked, "What should we do now?" Li Ke suggested, "Let us search and see if we can uncover any clues in this room. Be cautious and refrain from touching anything that seems amiss. We might inadvertently provoke the undead." Including Xiyue and the other, a total of 12 tourists entered the station. Most were rummaging through the room in search of clues, while a few followed a burly man with floral tattoos out to explore the outside world. The tattooed giant was known as Hua Ta Pan Ko Na Shou Chiao. The man who had recently suffered an emotional breakdown approached the shelf, although he had yet to disturb anything after a considerable time. The key that Xiyue had spotted was soon discovered by others. The room was cluttered with everyday items, but the only peculiar object was a blood-stained piece of thin hemp rope. Beneath the shelf. Li Ke remarked, "This might be an important prop." Xiyue replied, "There's blood on it. I dare not touch it." Though she appeared relatively composed, she was still a young girl at heart. Li Ke chose not to press the matter further and pulled out the hemp rope to show to the others in there. Thus far, he found this newcomer remarkably easy to handle, even more so than when he first entered the realm of the undead. Li Ke suggested, "Let's go outside and take a look." Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the air, causing Xiyue's face to turn pale, her heart racing violently. It was the same man who had been attacked earlier. At that moment, everyone who witnessed the scene breathed a sigh of relief. The long-standing torment had finally come to an end. In the brief span of entering the realm of the undead, the first casualty had occurred, identity unknown. The only proof of his existence was a set of clothes soaked in murky water lying on the ground. Silence ensued. Such jesting failed to alleviate the atmosphere, still overshadowed by the ominous presence of the ethereal dice and the cryptic rituals associated with it. Even in the face of death, no one desired to meet such an end. The crowd willingly complied, offering the rope and the key to the enigmatic figure, who spun tales of intrigue and deception. The horrific screams that echoed through the room were far too vivid, resonating with an unsettling intensity. Li Ke discerned the rigidity in Xiyue's demeanor and gently reassured, "Do not fear, you willingly enrolled in the plan. Unlike him, you possess the means to evade death 3 times." Li Ke's words held profound significance for Xiyue. When he had signed the plan, the contract had clearly stated that within the first domain, newcomers were granted an invisible shield capable of withstanding 3 assaults from the undead. There existed 2 pathways into the realm of the undead. One was the voluntary enrollment in the plan, a choice made by individuals residing in the safety zone, where the governing body of the Escape from Earth plan allowed them to participate. The other pathway involved being ensnared during the subsequent encroachment of the undead, where one might fortuitously board a bus while escaping death, only to be unwillingly thrust into the domain of the undead. If one is unprepared mentally, it can indeed result in a catastrophe, not only for oneself, but also for one's companions. Confronting death serves as a psychological torment for fellow travelers. The departed generally refer to those who enter the realm of the dead from the station as tourists, or wraith. Our sardonic designation, Xiyue comprehends this identity thoroughly. They are not here for leisure or sightseeing, but to deliver a rather grim package themselves. Until everyone exited the storage room, Xiyue's protective shield remained dormant. Despite being assaulted by the specters, with the mark of a dark handprint still evident on her lower back, she emerged unscathed. Xiyue is acutely aware that upon entering the realm, she did nothing that deviated from the actions of others, yet faced an attack from the spirits. Logically, the other victim had not provoked the specters either, and neither had they engaged in any unnecessary actions thereafter. Now, while the other assailed individual lies dead, she remains alive. There must be something that he did incorrectly, something she refrained from doing. It was a scream, or rather, a sound of high decibels. As she passed through the corridor, Xiyue averted her gaze the moment it met the bizarre paintings adorning the walls. Li Ku inquired, "What's wrong?" "I feel there's something amiss with these paintings. Those distorted eyes seem almost alive, watching us intently." Li Ku was not unfamiliar with this realm. He found the paintings to be bizarre, their colors eliciting an unsettling sensation. The dim illumination provided solely by candlelight rendered the long corridor particularly eerie. He regarded this atmosphere as a manifestation of the horror inherent in the domain, initially dismissing it. It was then that he discerned the pairs of eyes concealed within the distorted artworks. Upon closer inspection, the eyes in these oil paintings varied in size, and it was not difficult to notice them. Encountering these gazes sent chills down Li Ku's spine, making him feel as though every movement was being scrutinized. No one could ascertain the significance of these oil paintings, yet none considered them mere backdrop. Moreover, no one dared to approach the artworks lining the corridor, fearful that a pair of hands might suddenly reach out to strangle them. In this realm of the undead, anything could transpire. This was a domain of spirits, utterly unsuitable for human presence. At the end of the corridor lay an expansive study, its crimson wooden door secured by a brass lock. Someone inquired, "Isn't it possible to force it open?" The audacious newcomers, of course, refrained from such reckless actions. Everyone understood that attempting to break the lock equated to courting death. Li Ku remarked, "This realm operates under certain rules. Visitors must adhere to them." Noticing Li Ku's amicable demeanor, someone eagerly asked, "Could you elucidate these rules for us?" Li Ku remarked, "This is not something that can be easily articulated. You will understand once you have traversed multiple fields. The possibility of advancing in this domain remains uncertain." Such seemingly reasonable, yet utterly futile remarks were met with indifference by Xiyue, her expression unchanged. The room was filled with an air of unease and mystery. The only place yet to be explored was the cabinet beneath the bookshelf. Xiyue opened the first cabinet, only to find it empty. Upon opening the second cabinet, she was confronted by a pale boy, his eyes devoid of pupils, engaging her in a haunting gaze. Unfazed, she closed the cabinet door with the same calm demeanor as she had with the first. Li Ku inquired with concern, "Xiao Gu, have you made any discoveries?" Xiyue replied in her usual tone, "No discoveries in recent years. The Earth Live Room has emerged as the foremost platform within the Cosmic Federation's various streaming services. As a newly discovered planet, Earth has garnered an unprecedented level of attention from the Federation. Several esteemed monarchs of the Federation jointly petitioned for cosmic assistance for Earth, drawing the public's gaze towards it. The Earth Live Room seized this opportunity and was born out of it, primarily seeking terrestrial hosts to guide Federation citizens through the local lifestyles of Earth. In truth, however, the planet has been significantly eroded and ravaged, losing much of its former beauty and appeal. The interstellar audience is captivated by the host's struggles in the realm of the departed, and they are willing to spend money for such experiences. Some viewers, upon entering this realm, are introduced to renowned industry hosts, while others prefer to witness the blunders of newcomers. Still, there are those who delight in discovering surprises on the homepage of the streaming platform. When a new host first activates their streaming device, they are prominently featured on the homepage for 10 minutes, a phenomenon known within the industry as hanging red. Under the Federation system, there are thousands of star regions with vast populations. Thus, one can imagine the immense traffic that can be attracted during those 10 minutes. This moment represents the optimal opportunity for new hosts to showcase their talents, as their chances of achieving fame hinge upon this brief window. The illustrious host, known for their eloquence, logged into the Earth Live Room and casually clicked on the window displayed at the top of the homepage. As a high-ranking VIP member of the Earth Live Room, they were well acquainted with the prominent hosts thriving within the platform. Lacking an interest in discovering hidden gems among newcomers, they found themselves clicking into this empty window purely out of boredom. The most powerful plant, the big mouth flower. Indeed, This place is rather desolate. Oh, could it be that the streamer is a fool? They just got off the bus and started a live broadcast. Goodness, such a waste of the golden 10 minutes. Newcomer report. Newbie reporting. The streamer is quite adorable. The most powerful plant, the big mouth flower, was on the verge of closing the page, deeming it a sheer waste of time to watch a foolish streamer. However, upon seeing a little newbie, they decided to stay purely for the amusement. The most powerful plant, the big mouth flower. It has been years since I encountered such a naive and sweet soul. Starting a live broadcast immediately upon arrival is rather foolish. A savvy individual would commence only after entering the domain. A captivating live broadcast should feature thrilling moments to attract viewers. With so many streamers nowadays, one must understand how to capture attention right from the start to achieve fame. Who has the patience to listen to meaningless chatter? The most powerful plant, the big mouth flower. Let me impart a lesson, dear. No matter how striking your appearance, entering the realm of the undead will leave you as fragile as a vase, shattering with a single blow, resulting in a tragic demise that will make you question your existence. Look at this streamer, utterly defenseless against strangers, completely bewildered. I wager this streamer won't last a day in the domain. God of War, what are you wagering? A line of golden text floated at the top of the screen. The viewer count on this live streaming platform was incalculable, yet the number of golden patrons was certainly fewer than 100, not comparable to those of high-ranking VIP status. Sensing that beneath the golden patron's identity lay an individual of considerable wealth or influence, the most powerful plant, the big mouth flower, hesitated to retort, only to witness another line of golden text flash across the screen. God of War. Don't people check the streamer's basic information when they enter a live broadcaster nowadays? What a superficial female streamer. Is this a joke? The most formidable plant, the Venus flytrap, with a mere flick, opened the streamer's basic information page, only to be left utterly astounded. Name, Xiyue. Age, 20. Talent, deception. Talent description. She is a consummate liar, uttering not a single word of truth. Red note. Due to the streamer's unique abilities, the items marked with an asterisk may not reflect accurate data. Slap. The Venus flytrap seemed as if it had been dealt a resounding blow, its face aching tremendously. Having traversed the realm of live streaming for many years, it had never encountered such an eccentric profile. This streamer must be toxic. 2. The Old Mansion, Part 2. The ghostly child within the cabinet remained eerily silent, leaving Xiyue uncertain of its continued presence. In such a state of fright, the one who screams first is deemed the loser. 1. Be cautious. The Xiyue family are all madmen. The author of this note remains unknown, but we can tentatively attribute it to the mansion's owner, bearing the surname Xiyue. However, this does not provide a clue to opening the door. Xiyue had one last cabinet to unveil. Having just encountered the ghostly child, she was not unaffected. Indeed, the act of opening the cabinets had already cast a shadow upon her psyche. Nevertheless, she knew she could not retreat. Taking a deep breath, she finally opened the last cabinet, only to discover a locked box inside. Huagu, come and take a look. The voice of Xiyue was notably subdued, resonating with a low timbre that commanded attention. The intricately designed lock on the mahogany chest was remarkably petite, perfectly aligning with the key discovered in the storage room. The map indicated that the old residence comprised 2 levels. They were indeed in the storage area, while their current location was the study. The door leading outside was visible on the map, adorned with a lock that signified restricted access, should they manage to exit the study. The grand entrance to the old residence lay to the left, with the living and dining rooms to the right. Opening the grand door would grant them an escape from the realm of the departed, correct? The speaker was none other than the steadfast companion of Hua Ba, who had been closely following the unfolding events. Among the 12 individuals present, it appeared that 7 were seasoned veterans, while 5 were novices, with one unfortunate newcomer having already met their demise. The atmosphere was thick with trepidation, as most were consumed by fear, while the more composed among them executed their actions with precision, following directives with unwavering resolve. The map proved to be of no assistance in their departure from the study. As they traversed the corridor once more, Xiyue raised her gaze to the paintings adorning the walls. Upon closer inspection, the eyes depicted in the artworks seemed to be fixated on a singular point, the tile situated in the center of the corridor. This was an evident clue that Xiao Yuanbin quickly discerned, prompting her to call out to Hua Tiao, pointing out the bloodied ruler concealed nearby. This object, though evidently not intended for opening doors, must possess some significance given its deliberate hiding. Li Ku whispered, suggesting it might serve a purpose against the undead. It was apparent that Li Ku was quite envious of the ruler, but regrettably, it was not his discovery, and he still clutched a blood-stained hemp rope. Leaving the utility of either object uncertain, Gu Shili discreetly committed the pertinent information to memory, lowering her voice further as the group's attention waned, unaware of her subtlety. Gu Shili inquired, "Is it possible to bring such objects capable of confronting the undead out of their realm?" Li Ku replied, "No. Even if one were to carry them out, they would be of no use against the undead at the next location. These are merely trivial items." "Little Gu, do you know what is most precious in the realm of the undead?" Gu Shili shook her head. Li Ku spoke with a half-smile, the heart of the undead. He was a middle-aged man of ample proportions, his features somewhat diminutive due to the excess flesh, with a small nose and mouth, while his eyes were reduced to mere slits. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, yet his window, now but a narrow slit, severed the gaze of external scrutiny, preventing any glimpse into his innermost thoughts. Overall, Li Ku's first impression was one of simplicity and earnestness. In the high-pressure realm of the undead, one could not maintain a facade for long. Gu Shili asked, "What is that?" Li Ku replied, "As long as you survive, you will gradually come to know." This half-revealing, half-concealing manner of speaking is the most vexing way to share a secret. Gu Shili candidly expressed her discontent, furrowing her brow and choosing not to engage in further conversation with him. Li Ku thought to himself that she truly possessed the temperament of a young lady. Even continuing the topic was beyond her interest. While Gu Shili rummaged through the cleaning tools on the ground, she heard a sharp intake of breath from beside her. Looking up, she saw Xiao Yuanbin, who was desperately covering her mouth, her eyes bulging in terror, yet she dared not utter a sound. It was evident that within the wooden barrel she had opened lay something truly frightful. To be precise, it was a paper effigy, crafted to the same size as a human, dressed in garments with exquisite detail, easily mistaken for a living being at first glance. Particularly in such an environment, the occurrence of anything unusual was hardly surprising. The paper figure is a short-haired, round-faced, middle-aged woman with a rather fierce countenance. The lifelike craftsmanship of this paper figure is evident, instilling a sense of unease in the onlookers. Tourists are reluctant to gaze upon this figure and gradually disperse. As Gu Shili turned around, she encountered a pair of soulless, large eyes. This ghostly child, pale and devoid of any human warmth, was crouched beneath the desk, its unblinking gaze fixed upon her. It was the same little specter that had previously emerged from the cabinet in the study. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Shili averted her eyes with an air of nonchalance, as if the apparition were invisible to her. Just moments ago, someone had passed by the desk, and the ghost child, crouching there, could not have gone unnoticed, unless those who walked by were entirely oblivious to its presence. In such circumstances, conforming to the crowd seemed the safer choice. When the ghost child locked eyes with Gu Shili, it had intended to reveal a sinister grin, but in the next instant, it was disregarded, leaving that chilling smile frozen on its face. Gu Shili's feigned indifference was so convincing that the ghost child found itself perplexed, unable to comprehend why its abilities had seemingly failed. "Why can't she see me?" the ghost child mused in confusion, emerging from beneath the desk and approaching Gu Shili with unsteady steps. The most terrifying moments arise when one is able to perceive what others cannot, especially when that unseen entity is drawing ever closer. If someone were to listen closely at that moment, they would find Gu Shili's heartbeat remained utterly calm, as she could deceive even herself in her own charade. Pretending to diligently inspect the chaotic array of items on the shelves, she intermittently paused to rummage through them, stealthily leading the spectral child on a clandestine tour of the storage room. Not only did the ghostly child avoid any human presence, but it also failed to catch even a glimpse of Gu Shili. Ultimately, the ghostly child surrendered, standing sullenly beside the papier-mâché figure-esque container, motionless. The sound of the visitors was faint, yet that peculiar noise was quickly detected. The figure was moving. Someone shouted in alarm, and instantly, everyone retreated from the wooden bucket, with some fleeing in panic. At this moment, to avert one's gaze, feigning ignorance was already too late. The ghostly child unveiled an inhumanly wide grin, one that seemed to tear his face apart, his eyes gleaming with triumphant malice. "Got you." Now was the time for the hunt. His pale little hand slowly reached out towards Gu Shili. Oh no, her feet had grown immobile. At that instant, Gu Shilua fancied she heard the boy's laughter. Suspecting that the sudden movement of the figure was a ploy by the ghostly child to divert her attention, aiming to exploit her momentary lapse. She was acutely aware that her previous two actions had incited the ghostly child's ire. A challenge had been issued. The ghostly child had succeeded. Yet she found herself unable to evade. In truth, her expression remained neutral. However, due to her naturally cheerful visage, with lips perpetually upturned, she appeared to be smiling even in moments of calm, with a smile that seemed to dismiss the existence of the ghostly hand reaching for his face. Gu Shili casually rummaged through his pocket with his left hand. Suddenly, the ghostly child paused instinctively, their outstretched hand hovering in midair. Gu Shili finally located what he sought and, with great delight, retrieved it. He leisurely placed a piece of candy, wrapped in colorful paper that looked particularly delectable, onto the back of the ghost child's hand. Such a good child. Gu Shili beamed. Oh, no need to thank me. The ghost child remained silent, bewildered. In Gu Shili's live stream, for the second time, ha ha, ha ha. Prostrating in admiration, the host is so cheeky. The ghost child questioned in triplicate. Who am I? Where am I? And does this visitor have a cat biscuit? The ghost child. Am I reaching out for candy? I am seeking my life. A screenshot was taken of the bewildered specter child, whose pale face turned a shade of green in exasperation. Due to the overwhelming number of comments. Usernames were obscured when someone posted a message, seeking advice, esteemed experts. What is the heart of the undead? This comment was quickly drowned out by a flood of laughter, leaving not a ripple behind. 3. The Old House. Part 3. Li Ku, Little Gu. What are you up to? Gu Shili seemed to awaken from a daze at the sound of his voice, her gaze unfocused as she turned her head. Someone just asked me for candy. Upon hearing this, Li Ku felt a chill run down her spine. Have you lost your mind? There's no one in front of you. The ghostly child had indeed vanished, yet the lingering, chilling gaze it cast upon Gu Shili remained etched in her memory. She feigned confusion and murmured, but there was someone just now. Li Ku had also observed Gu Shili standing by the shelf, seemingly engaged in conversation with an unseen entity, even producing something to offer. Naturally, she did not entertain the notion that Gu Shili was merely pretending. After all, there was no reason for her to do so. Gu Shili was not attempting to frighten anyone. She had simply spoken untruths. Having ventured into the realm of the dead before, Li Ku understood that some unclean spirit had ensnared Gu Shili in its spell, a common occurrence. Li Ku remarked, the spirits have taken an interest in you, but you're fortunate. Nothing has happened. Gu Shili replied, it's probably because I exude a certain charm. The little ghost merely asked for a piece of candy, and didn't he harm me? Each individual possesses unique talents, and even among those with similar abilities, their effects can vary. Although Gu Shili did not possess a combat-oriented gift, her ability to endear herself to the spirits could indeed mitigate the risk of peril. In that moment, Li Ku felt a pang of envy, realizing that Gu Shili's potential was greater than he had initially perceived. He cautioned her, if anything happens, stay back. Gu Shili nodded in acknowledgement, aware that trouble was likely on the horizon. However, the right hand of the paper figure is quite remarkable, grasping a paper knife. Initially, one might have thought there was ample time, and the knife seemed devoid of any menacing presence. Yet, as the figure wielded the paper knife, splinters flew from the heavy wooden barrel it struck. One could easily surmise that should the knife meet flesh, it would undoubtedly sever bone with a single blow. Those already on the brink of emotional collapse fled the storage room. In truth, Suli felt more terrified at the prospect of retreating to the study, for she could not ascertain the situation unfolding behind her. The storage room offered no further clues. The incense burner had been emptied and examined. Every nook beneath the table and every crevice of the shelves had been thoroughly searched, yet not even a trace of a key was found. The paper figure was about to emerge when the last person to leave the storage room, Hua Jian, closed the door and barricaded it with furniture. No one turned back to assess the situation. All hurried towards the study. Suli found herself amidst the crowd, moving at a pace neither fast nor slow, considerably swifter than the lagging Li Ku. A dull thudding echoed from the end of the corridor, without needing to look. It was clear the paper figure was battering the door with its knife. It was only a matter of time before the wooden barrier that held the figure at bay would share the fate of the barrel. Even in their refuge, they would not remain safe for long. Someone had already begun to pry at the lock hanging on the door. With a resounding bang, the paper figure had forced its way through the obstructing door, its form swiftly materializing in the room. It now bore a striking resemblance to a living being. Its formerly painted short hair had grown out, and its eyes appeared surprisingly animated. Its body was ethereal, almost gliding through the air. Xiyue had previously assumed that the spirits within this realm were merely bullies who preyed on the weak. To his astonishment, the only two individuals who had been attacked thus far were newcomers. It seemed the paper figure was targeting the most robust among the tourists, Hua Mei, a seemingly formidable presence. As he observed, the situation escalated, and he discovered that Hua Mei was in a precarious position. Just as Li Ke managed to evade a strike by crouching on the ground, she scrambled back to Xiyue's side, exclaiming, "Xiao Gu, save me. How shameless can you be?" Xiyue pondered. If I were to propose friendship to her now, would she spare us both? Li Ke retorted, "Is this really the time for jokes?" No. The only reason he aimed for Hua Mei was to see if he could strike her down. Upon realizing her shield was impenetrable, he simply sought another target. Xiyue's initial thought of running was fleeting. The urgency of their predicament quickly overshadowed any deeper contemplation. He recognized that if he fled, Li Ke would be left vulnerable and potentially face demise. Consequently, he chose to stay put, prompting the rotund assailant to swiftly position himself behind her without any hesitation. She spoke while not remaining idle, swiftly seizing the nearby candlestick and tearing off the lampshade. The glaring flame momentarily halted the aggressive advance of the paper figure, causing it to recoil slightly in evident fear. The onlookers, realizing the situation, began to search for candlesticks around them. With a tremor of her hand, Xiyue deftly cast the candle onto the paper figure, and the flames engulfed it. Surprisingly, the seemingly mute figure emitted a haunting wail, crying out, "Second madam, run. Second madam." The mention of second madam from the paper figure served as a significant clue. The fierce blaze rapidly reduced the figure to a pile of ashes. Just then, a resounding click echoed, and the door that had troubled everyone for so long finally swung open. The grand red door marked on the map stood before them. Imposing and heavy, without a lock or keyhole, firmly sealed with wooden planks, as if it were a blatant warning to the visitors. The possibility of this door being an exit had evaporated, leaving everyone disheartened. Suddenly, Xiyue spoke up, "I believe we should secure this door." Hua Tai pointed to the dark handprint on his waist, suggesting that perhaps an invisible spirit resided within, and locking the door might prevent it from escaping. The entire first floor was lit only by candles, and as time passed, everyone explored the area. Aside from the study that had just been unlocked and the front door that remained shut, all other rooms were accessible to visitors. The living room and dining area yielded no clues, while the kitchen was well stocked with ingredients and the stove was usable. Behind the staircase lay the servants' quarters, easily overlooked without a map. These quarters were divided into two spacious rooms for male and female servants, together accommodating 5 beds. By this point, everyone was beginning to feel hungry. Xiao Yuanbin entered the kitchen to inspect the supplies and asked Xiyue whether she would like some noodles. Among the newcomers, Xiyue was the only one whom Xiao Yuanbin had actively approached. The others had not even received a glance. Xiyue volunteered to assist. Leaving only the two of them in the kitchen, Xiao Yuanbin retrieved a bag of flour from the cupboard and praised Xiyue for her boldness in burning the paper effigy earlier, exclaiming, "You are quite daring." Xiyue was not of much help. At most, she could hand things to Xiao Yuanbin. Her approach to food was alarmingly rudimentary, and her inability to cook perfectly aligned with her persona as a young lady. I often indulge in horror films. It seems that even after departing from this realm, I should continue to watch horror films. Xiao Yuanbin inquired, "By the way, how did you come up with the idea of using fire to scare off the paper figure?" Xiyue replied, "At that moment, I didn't think too much. I just wanted to give it a try. If there had been water in front of me, I would have probably splashed it. After all, it is made of paper, so it should be afraid of both water and fire, right?" Xiao Yuanbin remarked, "You are quite clever." Xiao Yuanbin's probing was rather clumsy. One could even argue that her character was ill-suited for extracting information, as her questions were quite straightforward. Xiyue, following her lead, shared her background. "Our family is quite fortunate. My father, mother, brother, and sister all work in institutions where employee safety is assured, and the benefits are excellent. My mother is a researcher, and our family believes that the living space for humanity on Earth will inevitably diminish, making escape from Earth the only viable option. Everyone in the family had long contemplated participating in the program, but they hesitated due to concerns about me being left without care, not wanting to burden my family. I secretly signed up when I turned 22. I possess a fair amount of courage and talent, arguably surpassing my brother to some extent. Xiyue asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Xiyue felt a bit embarrassed discussing this. "I am particularly afraid. I was so frightened that I didn't dare to get off the bus when it arrived at the station." Not only did she hesitate to exit the vehicle, but Xiyue also noticed that Xiyue's face turned pale, her body trembling with fear. What she was currently experiencing could very well be the most terrifying ordeal of her life. Yet, from her words, it was evident that she harbored no regrets. A certain belief sustained her, a belief that could be described, albeit simply, as love. Xiyue remarked, "You hold a deep affection for your family." Xiyue responded with a sweet smile, "They love me dearly as well." It was inevitable that someone like Xiyue, appearing in the realm of the dead, would be labeled as a mere ornament. Indeed, she was a young lady of privilege, not someone nurtured in the shadows of the apocalypse. However, this did not detract from her perceptiveness. She had matured rapidly under pressure, displaying remarkable intelligence. Xiyue felt a surge of emotion. It was precisely because Xiyue was a pampered young lady that her actions were all the more commendable, and her composure was particularly striking. "Do strive to live well," he urged. Xiyue, speaking of her family, beamed with a sweetness akin to honey. "Yes, I will live until the day I can reunite with them, and we shall never part again." Meanwhile, the formidable plant, the big-mouth flower, hesitated to send any more comments after receiving a scolding from the pyramid-shaped father figure. Instead, it found itself irresistibly drawn to the eccentric streamer, reveling in the delightful guessing game of which of their statements were true and which were false. Reluctant to depart, it lurked in the shadows, quietly observing, being one of the early individuals who had been alerted to the discrepancies in the streamer's profile panel. It had been meticulously monitoring the values displayed, especially noting the emergence of an energy bar below the live stream after the paper figure had been incinerated. The formidable plant, the big-mouth flower, promptly inquired with the customer service, who indicated that this phenomenon was related to the host's innate abilities. To provide the viewers in the live stream with a more tangible understanding of the host's talents, a new data bar had just been introduced. When further questioned, the customer service representative encouraged independent exploration. By the time the energy bar appeared, it was already half full. The big-mouth flower soon noticed that whenever the host spoke, the energy bar would occasionally increase. The moment the host shared a smile after discussing their home situation, the energy bar surged by half. It was not only the big-mouth flower who made this observation. Like gold that inevitably shines, the number of viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 10,000, including many attentive spectators. Did you all notice? The energy bar suddenly increased by half. I have a bold hypothesis. As long as the host tells a lie, that falsehood will transform into stored energy. So, everything the host just said was false. That expression nearly brought me to tears. Are you telling me that this beautiful young lady, who ventured into the realm of the undead to avoid being a burden to her family, is merely a fade? In the old residence, Part 4. Xiyue prepared plain boiled noodles instead of dry noodles, thus opting for hand-rolled noodles with just a pinch of salt. No one voiced any complaints. Everyone was hungry. And at that moment, plain noodles were quite satisfactory. It was indeed better without meat, lest someone might be compelled to perform a dramatic display of nausea. Those who could eat did so, demonstrating their wisdom, while those who could not were met with no insistence. The abundance of noodles was thoroughly consumed by Xiyue. Leaving not a trace, Xiyue inquired, "Are you feeling tired?" To which Xiyue replied, "Not at all." Xiyue remarked, "There is no need for deceit. You must be weary by now. With such a plethora of food in the kitchen, this location is undoubtedly intended for us to endure a prolonged engagement. Furthermore, provisions have been made for visitors to rest, so if you feel fatigued, you should sleep." The map indicated the presence of 6 unlocked rooms on the second floor, which, based on Xiyue's experience, were designated for guests to repose. Despite the indistinguishable day and night here, no one could ascertain the hour. Yet it would be unwise to persist without rest. Humans require respite, and their biological clocks would inevitably signal the need for slumber. Xiyue had already stifled 2 yawns, and Xiyue remarked enviously that she had likely never endured a sleepless night, imagining her existence in this apocalyptic world as one of serene bliss. Xiyue merely smiled shyly, her gaze fixed anxiously on the staircase leading to the second floor. Xiyue understood her thoughts. She must be wishing for her body to cooperate, to suppress any signs of fatigue, enabling her to traverse the realm of the departed with vigor. Yet, Within this old residence, a protracted battle was inevitably at hand. As soon as one sets foot on the spiral staircase, it becomes apparent that the structure is not merely a two-story building as depicted on the map. The staircase continues its ascent. However, whether the pinnacle leads to a rooftop or a third floor remains a mystery until one ventures upward. The map offered no information. Such partial revelations would leave even a novice feeling uneasy. Xiyue's instincts warned her that ascending the staircase would not be an easy endeavor. To the left, behind the stairs, stood a door, locked as indicated by the map. The other side remained unobstructed, revealing 6 rooms. It was implausible that they would all be separated. And Xiyue, yearning to continue searching for clues to unlock the door across the way, was interrupted by Li Ku, who stated, "Everyone has been on edge for over 10 hours. A brief respite is necessary to regain our strength. After all, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood." Without any means of keeping time, they had indeed lost track of how long it had been. And Li Ku's words resonated with their shared fatigue. Among the 11 individuals, only 3 were women, forming 2 teams to navigate 6 similarly arranged rooms. Logically, any choice should not lead to conflict. However, Xiyue's unease persisted. Xiao Yuanbin elaborated. "Sometimes, doors can shield us from certain spirits. As long as this space is devoid of such entities, closing the door to sleep is relatively safe. Yet, in the realm of spirits, absolute safety is an illusion." Strangely, upon sighting the bed, Xiyue felt an overwhelming drowsiness that made her eyelids heavy. Her long hair was styled in a single braid, adorned with an elegant hairpin tucked behind her ear, rendering her exquisitely delicate, embodying the essence of a pampered young lady. Xiao Yuanbin harbored quite a fondness for her, viewing her through a somewhat rose-tinted lens, finding even her yawning to be quite charming. He couldn't help but lower his voice slightly, saying, "You may sleep now. If this were a hotel room, it would be a standard one, furnished with 2 beds and a sofa." Xiyue did not hesitate. She lay down on the bed and soon fell into a deep slumber, her breathing becoming steady in no time. The newcomers stared in astonishment, thinking, "She can truly sleep? This is not her home. Goodness, we are in the realm of the dead." Xiao Yuanbin paid them no heed, silently stretching his body and finding a comfortable position on the sofa, closing his eyes. The newcomers could not discern whether he was genuinely asleep, and finding it futile, they lay down on another bed. They were not entirely devoid of fatigue, yet sleep eluded them, and they hardly dared to close their eyes. Meanwhile, Xiyue enjoyed a deep and sweet slumber, awakening with a sense of vitality bestowed upon her by the god of sleep. The room appeared unchanged from before, except that she was now alone. As she opened the door and stepped outside, conversations in the corridor abruptly ceased, revealing a startling sight. 10 individuals stood at her door. Their gazes, uniformly filled with astonishment, resembled that of witnesses who had seen a corpse rise from its coffin. Xiyue inquired, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Xiao Yuanbin replied, "I thought." The expressions of the newcomers transformed from shock to one of palpable skepticism, their eyes almost solidifying with doubt, and the glances of the female tourists even carried a hint of fear. Who could find joy under such scrutiny? Xiyue, feeling displeased, asked, "What on earth is wrong with you all?" In certain realms of the deceased, visitors do not necessarily belong to the same faction. Some visitors may conspire with the spirits, aiding them in their quest to eliminate their fellow tourists. Xiyue, are you one of those visitors? Certainly not. Xiyue was taken aback by this revelation, her expression a portrait of confusion. Is it truly possible to operate in such a manner? As a newcomer, she was unaware of such possibilities. Only seasoned veterans could utter such words. Xiyue surmised that the instigator of this notion was Li Ku, who had long harbored ulterior motives towards her, eager for the newcomers to gravitate towards him. Xiao Yuanbin urged the newcomer to recount the events, as she was directly affected. The newcomer, unable to sleep and hesitant to disturb the two with her restless tossing, primarily feared waking Xiao Yuanbin. The room was excessively bright, the flickering candlelight causing discomfort to her eyes. Unable to bear it any longer, she turned to face Xiyue, observing her even breathing, her slumber adorned with an innocent charm, evoking a twinge of envy within her. Envious that, despite being a newcomer herself, the veterans seemed to offer Xiyue greater care, and even more so, envious of her seemingly divine ability to sleep. Upon noticing a few pallid fingers at Xiyue's waist, the newcomer thought she might be imagining things and promptly rubbed her eyes. Upon focusing, she realized those fingers remained, and they were unmistakably not human. A shiver ran down her spine as, slowly, a pale-faced boy emerged from behind Xiyue, his soulless gaze fixated upon her. His limbs, resembling delicate porcelain, shattered silently upon the bed, blood streaming from his orifices as he revealed a grotesque smile. One of the fragmented hands crawled towards her. The newcomer could no longer contain herself and let out a scream. Xiyue was startled and caught sight of the ghostly child. Unlike the newcomer, who fled in terror, she called out to Xiyue. The ghostly child turned its gaze towards her, fixated as if her next utterance would seal her fate. Hesitant to linger, she hurriedly followed the newcomer out of the room. In a fit of rage, the ghostly child struck, and as she fled, a small knife fell from a cabinet, slicing her arm. The newcomer was in a dire situation as well. She had voluntarily enrolled in the program, equipped with 3 protective shields like Xiyue, all of which had now shattered. These shields were disposable. Each scream triggered an explosion. Had she not been rendered unconscious by the cacophony of the shield's destruction, she would have surely been reduced to a mere puddle of pus by now. The commotion roused the occupants of the adjacent room. After hearing the events that transpired inside, everyone assumed Xiyue had surely met her demise. To their astonishment, she emerged unscathed from the haunted room, the only difference being her disheveled hair from a brief slumber. One could not help but question the improbability of it all. Who would dare gamble with their life? Xiyue's complexion paled as she incessantly tugged at her clothing, exclaiming, "But I didn't hear anything." Xiyue sensed her distress was genuine. Her desire to bathe and change was unmistakable, yet doubt lingered, for Xiyue's fortune seemed too extraordinary. The specter had indeed spared her. First, she escaped unscathed, and then again without harm. Xiyue pondered with a hint of pride. Could it be that my innate talent holds sway even over the spirits? Perhaps that ghostly child harbors a certain fondness for me, which is why I remain unscathed. Xiyue, how naive you are. This speculation is quite shameless. Everyone is aware of Xiyue's talents, yet few believe that her abilities could elevate her to an invincible status within the realm. The supernatural do not regard her with special favor. Just moments ago, the paper figure was already attempting to harm her. This little girl is merely indulging in fantasies. It is widely known that no one possesses the capability to curry favor with spirits and roam freely in the domain of the undead. The act of slaying the undead comes with its own stipulations. Should there be no rules governing such actions, even 1,000 shields would prove futile. Xiyue remarked. As soon as I stepped through the door, it was akin to my mother whispering me to sleep. The moment I lay down, I drifted off, completely oblivious. Could it be that the spirits spare those lost in dreams? This is purely conjecture. Yet, from Xiyue's words, one can discern that she is indeed ensnared in this predicament. When awake, there lies a chance for escape, but in slumber, she remains entirely unaware. Even with a ghost perched upon her, is this a normal state of affairs? This is not merely sleep. It resembles the effects of a sedative. As Xiyue slumbered deeply, the chat was inundated with messages urging, "Streamer, wake up. The child is on your waist." Oh my goodness. However, despite the commotion and the departure of her companions in fright, she remained in her slumber. Oh mother, when that ghostly child cast its gaze upon me, I nearly lost control. The entire audience in the live stream witnessed the spectral child blowing cool air onto the broadcaster's neck, who remained in slumber. Xiyue, the prominent figure, remarked, "Turn up the audio to the maximum. You can hear Xiyue's alluring snores." From a paternal perspective, the situation seemed quite peculiar, evoking laughter among the viewers. In the midst of this, a serious individual in the chat posed a thought-provoking question. Clearly, the broadcaster's talent does not lie in charisma. How can such a lie go unchallenged? This is where commendation is due. The broadcaster exhibits remarkable intelligence. The talent she possesses cannot be displayed like a tangible skill, and charisma, as a trait, cannot be definitively validated. She even claimed it to be a passive ability, one she cannot actively wield, rendering it beyond verification. What is more impressive is that her fabrications are intricately interwoven. Have you noticed that the persona she chose is devoid of aggression and even elicits sympathy? In the realm of the undead, she cultivates a sense of endearment rather than aversion. Can you count the subtle instances where she has alluded to her charismatic talent? Moreover, she utilized this fictitious attribute to soothe the emotionally distraught newcomers in the storage room. A lie repeated 1,000 times becomes truth. Who would dare to question this narrative? Reflect on the circumstances. Anyone offering comfort to a distressed newcomer would surely have an impact. In the realm of dreams, Xiyue lay in slumber. while the intricate workings of her surroundings seemed to conspire against her. The mechanism before her was akin to a graphical lock. Its nature was simple yet profound. For once the correct pattern was discerned, the door would yield. Upon regaining her composure, Xiyue found herself in a state of discontent. In her home, she was cherished and adored, her wishes were heeded, and even amidst the chaos of daily life, her family lent an attentive ear to her every utterance. The notion of being wronged or misunderstood was a rarity in her existence. The young Xiyue, brave enough to confront apparitions without a cry, now felt tears welling up, threatened to spill at any moment due to the unjust suspicion cast upon her. Such tactics might not resonate with everyone, nor stir compassion in the hearts of many. Yet they effectively dispelled doubts in numerous minds. Furthermore, her temper was formidable. When Xiao Yuanbin attempted to ease the tension through conversation, she ignored him, turning her focus to the pursuit of clues. Li Ke chuckled. "Oh, Xiao, don't take her to heart. She simply embodies the temperament of a young lady." Xiao Yuanbin retorted, "And yet, I recall your lack of support for Xiyue just moments ago. The possibility of collaboration between tourists and apparitions was your suggestion. And now you play the peacemaker. How ridiculous." His straightforward nature shone through, unapologetically candid, prompting Li Ke to fall silent. The flower, seemingly innocent, is enshrouded in myriad emotions and unspoken sentiments. Xiao Yuanbin remarked on her beauty, noting that despite her grievances, she never shed a tear in public, which left him feeling that their recent actions were somewhat excessive. "Has the anger subsided?" he inquired. Upon his reflection, he mused that Xiyue had inadvertently escaped the predicament by falling asleep, for encountering a ghostly child resting upon her would surely have been overwhelming. Meanwhile, Xiyue, oblivious to the idle musings of her companions, wiped away her tears in solitude. Engrossed in her live-streaming device, she remained unaware that her actions had garnered generous gifts, overwhelming her screen in a cascade of tokens of appreciation. She had scoured every corner of the room, save for beneath the bed, a place that instilled in her a deep-seated apprehension due to past experiences. Yet, she understood all too well that such fears often proved to be futile. After a moment of mental preparation, she crouched at a distance, observing the space beneath the bed, which revealed nothing of significance. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Among the chaotic thoughts, one image stood out, a painting depicting a man with a hazy visage, who was grotesquely pulling his own intestines from his nostrils, blood pooling on the floor. Unlike the artwork below, the figures in the upstairs painting were devoid of eyes, as if their sight had been extracted and placed into the images downstairs. This unsettling association sent a chill down Xiyue's spine. Having thoroughly searched one room, she had no intention of entering another. Since stepping into this realm, she had been tirelessly seeking clues. As a pampered young lady, she surely found the endeavor tedious. Yet no one admonished her for lingering idly. However, she had not stood in the corridor for long when an incident unfolded. Li Ke rushed out of a room in a state of panic, desperately pulling at the door, as something inside slammed against it twice. After a moment of silence, he trembled and sank against the wall, gasping for breath. After he regained his composure, Xiao Yuanbin inquired, "What of the newcomer who accompanied you?" They had entered the search together, specifically from the third room, descending the staircase. Li Ke wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming in horror, "It's over." Half of his pant leg was stained with blood, and he recounted the recent events with a look of terror. "There was a wardrobe in that room. As soon as I opened it, a long knife came crashing down, severing a man's head cleanly, with blood splattering all over me. I fought desperately to seize a clue. Don't think me heartless for closing the door behind me. If the head is severed, the family is surely dead, and if that thing gets out, none of us shall survive." Another newcomer had perished, leaving only 10 tourists remaining. The entity hidden in the wardrobe was not merely a paper figure. Li Ke referred to it as a zombie, its body mangled beyond recognition, yet it was evident that it had once been a young man, wielding a knife measuring a full meter in length. Li Ke's narrative was riddled with inconsistencies. Harboring a malicious thought, one might wonder what had truly crashed through the door. Xiyue, a pampered young lady, could be astute, yet her understanding of the darker aspects of humanity was likely limited. In times of crisis, her habitual thought process leaned towards the positive rather than the negative. Thus, even though Li Ke had displeased her, he now found himself too weak to stand, and she was the only one willing to assist him. Li Ke's scent was far from pleasant, and Xiyue struggled to mask her distaste. Yet her words remained comforting. It's all right. The zombie cannot escape, and the death is not your fault. In his heart, Li Ku mused that this young lady possessed a unique kindness. A life had been lost, and the truth of what transpired within the room rested solely on Li Ku's account. No one dared to open that door to verify his claims, and it was uncertain whether they harbored any secret reservations about him. Xiao Yuanbin gestured for Gu Shili to approach. As she trotted over, he realized that she bore no grudge for the earlier incident. Her tears had washed it away. In his eyes, Li Ku was far from a commendable character, and it would be wise for Gu Shili to minimize her interactions with him. The reason for his special regard for Gu Shili stemmed from an incident on the first floor when a paper figure attacked Li Ku. As Li Ku fled towards her, Gu Shili had the option to ignore him and escape herself, yet she chose to shield him instead. Kindness is a rare and cherished virtue in the realm of the dead, one that most lack, and thus should be valued immensely. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, the nurturing of such a precious girl as Gu Shili surely required great effort from her family. The dark squares within the paper represented the color gray. With a click, the door swung open. The newly opened room was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any candelabra. As soon as they entered, a chilling gust of wind swept through, seemingly from nowhere. The flame of the lamp flickered not even once. Suddenly, the seasoned individual among them sensed the impending danger. However, no matter how swift he was, he could not outpace the ethereal paper figure. He could only catch a glimpse of it perched upon the ceiling, perhaps having watched them for an indeterminate time. There was no chance to evade its presence. Gu Shili was closer to him, intending to hurl the candlelight towards the threat, when an unseen force shoved her, causing her to fall to the ground. As he raised his head, he realized with horror that the paper figure had severed his legs, and he let out a howl of agony. Within the chamber, aside from the overwhelming scent of blood, there lingered an unpleasant odor, leaving no one in the mood to inquire who had soiled themselves. High-decibel cries were strictly prohibited in this place. Soon, the individual was rendered incapable of even a scream, gradually dissolving into a pool of pus. The candles were lit, casting a bright glow throughout the room. Who was walking behind Gu Shili just now? Xiao Yuanbin inquired. Yet, what significance would it hold to unearth the culprit? In such a tumultuous moment, it was unlikely that the act was premeditated. It was merely a desperate attempt to preserve oneself, leading to the push that caused Gu Shili to stumble. After all, she had no eyes on her back and was unaware of who had shoved her. Among the 9 remaining visitors, they could not simply linger here awaiting their demise. This space was indeed a small hall, furnished with bookshelves and sofas for a brief respite, necessitating a thorough search. A few books were laid upon the coffee table, the topmost one pertaining to monetary economics. As Gu Shili perused it, she discovered a simple illustration of a bookmark tucked within, scrawled in hasty handwriting. Lolita, my fire of desire, my sin, my soul. Upon closer inspection of the drawing, it appeared to depict a child clad in shorts. What does this phrase signify? Xiao Yuanbin asked. For 22 years, dark matter has besieged our existence. Many children, who were mere infants when the apocalypse struck, have since been deprived of systematic education, their knowledge scant compared to those who lived in a time of stability prior to the cataclysm. Survival has consumed their time, leaving them reliant on the wisdom of their elders. The name Lolita remains sufficiently renowned. There are still those who recall it. Li Ku pondered for a moment, dredging the memory of Lolita from the depths of his mind. In the old residence, an incomplete note was retrieved from a trash bin. Aunt Bai, the young master is exceptionally intelligent. I dare not deceive him, the madam, and the characters presently introduced include Aunt Bai, the madam, the second madam, and the young master. Their relationships remain ambiguous, with scant clues available, leaving the visitors thoroughly tormented. Li Ku offered a wry smile, realizing for the first time that having some NPCs in the realm could be beneficial. This escape room was undeniably taxing. Gu Shili interjected, NPC. Xiao Yuanbin replied, do not heed his words. A realm teeming with NPCs is hardly advantageous. One cannot discern whether they are human or specter, nor can one ascertain the veracity of their words. As time inexorably ticks away, the room reveals no valuable clues. A heavy psychological shadow looms over everyone regarding the exploration of further chambers. Even Hua Tao, with a hint of trepidation, questions, are we truly destined to perish here? Gu Shili responds with a note of encouragement. Let us harbor less negativity and foster more confidence. To which Li Ku retorts, I have heard tales of complete annihilation in the realm of the deceased. Gu Shili counters, if everyone has met their demise. From whom did you receive such tidings? Li Ku, momentarily speechless, concedes, I cannot deny the soundness of that logic. Gu Shili, her voice ringing clear, adds, my mother instilled in me from a young age that fear is futile. One must not always anticipate the worst. In our current predicament, it is imperative that we do not propagate negative emotions. I rely on you seasoned veterans to help me survive this ordeal. I have parents who await my return. I refuse to perish here. Though her tone remains soft, the underlying frustration is palpable, a response to Li Ku's lamentations. Li Ku hastily clarifies, I was merely voicing a complaint. Gu Shili retorts, I, a newcomer, have refrained from complaints. Why should you? Li Ku reflects, realizing the irony of her situation, as she had once looked down upon this young lady. Sister Qiao, Gu Shili inquires, how many realms have you traversed? Qiao Yuanbin replies, the old mansion is my third. It is a matter of pride to articulate. All tourists are transported by the bus through countless realms of the departed. Those who have traversed 2 such realms are now acquainted with certain rules. Gu Shili, Sister Qiao, when the bus arrives at the station, Brotherly mentioned that if we do not disembark, we might be crushed into a pulp. Is that true? Qiao Yuanbin. He has not concealed the truth. It is indeed a fact. It is imperative to alight. Perishing in the realm of the departed is far preferable to dying aboard the bus. Li Ku, facing Qiao Yuanbin's candid remarks, merely chuckles, maintaining a demeanor of good-natured composure. Now, 2 doors stand before them, and according to the hidden rules of this realm, they are destined to search both. Which side they choose to enter is of little consequence. However, as the tension escalates, Li Ku, who has often sought to appease, finally speaks up. There is no place within the realm of the departed that is safe. Do you believe that remaining here poses no threat? Failing to depart swiftly from this realm merely signifies awaiting demise. Ultimately, all individuals rise to their feet, observing the situation with caution. The structure of this old residence seems to have disregarded the comfort of its inhabitants, as if the designer had neglected to bring their intellect. Upon entering, one immediately discerns that this is a room, a suite furnished with a wardrobe and a bathroom. However, the wardrobe and bathroom are scarcely adequate. Their diminutive size is woefully disproportionate to the spacious bedroom, leaving one to ponder why a portion of the bedroom's expanse was not sacrificed for a more generous lavatory. The toilet within the bathroom is so cramped that a portly man would have to make a considerable effort to compress his frame just to fit. Gu Shili turned on the faucet, intending to cleanse the blood that had splattered onto her arm, having inadvertently stained her clothing with the lifeblood of the recently deceased. For a lady of her fastidious nature, this is an affront too great to bear. With water at her disposal, she must certainly attend to her cleanliness. Yet, as the pristine water cascades over her arm, it transforms into a vivid crimson stream. Raising her gaze to the mirror, she finds it obscured by a thick fog, an occurrence typical during a shower. Instinctively, she reaches to wipe it away, but her hand halts midway. For the water that flowed forth was frigid, a disconcerting anomaly for such mist. Perhaps realizing that Gu Shili was not easily ensnared, the fog gradually dissipated, revealing within the glass a woman with a decayed visage and long, unkempt hair, who gazed at her with unsettling enthusiasm, emitting a delicate, eerie laughter. It was uncertain whether this apparition sought to scrutinize her more closely or if it was merely myopic by nature. The figure pressed itself against the mirror, its nose flattened by the force of its scrutiny, as if the 2 sides of the mirror represented distinct realms, separated only by a transparent barrier. The sudden awareness of being observed at such an intimate proximity was undeniably jarring. Gu Shili's forehead throbbed with tension as she silently turned off the water, an act of concession that only intensified the woman's shrill laughter, conveying her delight. This individual hardly appeared capable of extricating herself from the situation, even if she could. With the basic assurances now in place, fear was no longer a factor. Gu Shili, her expression devoid of emotion, turned the water back on, even activating the shower head. Clear water, blood, clear water, blood, 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 clear water. The incessant toggling of the faucet persisted, and the woman's piercing laughter gradually faded into silence. Her entire upper body pressed against the mirror, her eyes streaming with blood tears. Excitement morphed into resentment as she fixated on the woman standing before her reflection. Ultimately, Gu Shili managed to cleanse the bloodstains from her body. The cacophony of water echoed throughout the space, although Li mingled among several newcomers. Her gaze remained riveted on Xiyue, who bore 3 protective shields, none of which had been employed. Li Ku watched, almost in disbelief, as Xiyue wrestled with the faucet, seemingly on the brink of breaking the switch, as the water that flowed forth transformed entirely into clear liquid. Turning her head, Xiyue offered a shy smile. My father often says I've been stubborn since childhood. When startled, my courage only grows. There's another reason. Anyone entering the realm of the undead, when faced with extreme circumstances, experiences a shift in character. Either their weaknesses are amplified or their strengths become increasingly pronounced. Contrary to her delicate appearance, she unexpectedly possessed both courage and tenacity. In that moment, Li Ku found himself unable to see the mirror from that angle. Upon entering, he was startled by the sight within the mirror. To be honest, since he had ventured into the realm of the dead, he had not encountered any spectral beings that were not frightening. This was the first. What struck him most was the figure's spine, which was bent almost at a right angle, exuding an inexplicable sense of helplessness. Having witnessed the grander spectacles of the world, Li Ku was unperturbed. He quickly discerned the crux of the matter. Was it unable to escape? Meanwhile, Xiyue was rummaging through the items on the vanity cabinet. As she searched, she keenly observed the expression of the mirror lady, who did not attempt to conceal her fury as she glared at Xiyue, desperately striving to reveal no weakness. Xiyue progressed slowly, casting glances at the mirror lady with each item she examined, even scrutinizing the bar of soap resting on the table. If the mirror lady were a human, she would surely be exhausted by now, her eyes strained from the intensity of her gaze. Fortunately, as a ghost, she could endure. Yet the spirits often struggled to contain their violent tendencies, indicating that they could not perfectly control their circumstances. At that moment, she was fervently eager to end Xiyue's life. As Xiyue's hand reached for the handle of the bottom drawer, the mirror lady's face twitched momentarily. Xiyue withdrew her hand and softly inquired, "If I open the cabinet, you will be able to emerge from within, correct?" The mirror lady remained silent. The old residence was indeed a desolate place. The spirits here would occasionally smile, and even then, their laughter was but a whisper. None were mute. Yet they dared not speak, seemingly fearful of disturbing something lurking in the shadows. Only before death do these spirits speak, imparting vital information to visitors, while their existence remains steeped in solitude. Were they to converse now, the mirror woman would undoubtedly hurl invectives. Xiyue, who relishes engaging with others, now finds solace in communicating with the departed, which is far preferable to her inability to interact with inanimate objects. She speculates that if she were to press against the mirror, the entities within might inflict harm upon her. Typically, the conditions for such spectral assaults are not so stringent. Thus, aside from the necessity of touching the mirror woman must possess alternative methods to inflict harm. The first paper figure to emerge did not indiscriminately attack. Rather, it launched an assault on the unsuspecting. Why don't we ascend to the upper floor for a look? I believe the exit is on the 3rd floor. This time, an experienced individual led the way. Xiyue recalled that his name was Min Sengsu, distinguished by his prominent nose and spectacles. He had previously attempted to engage with Huayao. However, a significant divergence in opinion arose, as nearly everyone was convinced that the exit lay above. The notion of seeking clues on the 2nd floor seemed somewhat superfluous, for danger lurked in every corner of the realm of spirits, and they evidently preferred to confront the perils of the 3rd floor. In a fit of rage, Min Sengsu's face turned crimson as he ultimately departed with an experienced hand and a novice. The novice, having exhausted all 3 of her shields, chose not to follow him, instead pledging her loyalty to Qiao Yuanbin, proclaiming, "Sister Qiao, I will remain by your side." To which Qiao Yuanbin replied indifferently, "It's up to you." In the live broadcast of Xiyue, a light-hearted tone prevailed as the audience humorously remarked on the antics of the ghostly figures, with one viewer exclaiming, "I can hardly articulate my astonishment. What an audacious move by the host, haha." A newcomer inquired earnestly, "Respected expert, might I trouble you for a spoiler? Is the exit truly located on the 3rd floor?" To everyone's surprise, the formidable Daddy Jinzi was summoned once more. The mightiest of plant creatures, the Venus flytrap, soon uncovered another unsettling reality. A relentless series of terrifying incidents had unfolded without respite. Yet, thus far, the visitors maintained a semblance of stability, showing no inclination toward a descent into madness, a state where the cruelty of humanity often reveals itself without restraint. As he observed the 3 departing the room, Qiao Yuanbin beckoned Xiyue over. What do you know about the realm of the undead? Gu Shili replied, I am familiar with the content of the plan contract. But beyond that, I am only aware of hearsay, the truth of which I cannot ascertain. Thus, it is safe to say that my understanding is rather limited. There are countless external narratives. Only those who have truly ventured into the realm of the undead grasp what lies within. Xiao Yuanbin. I also believe that the exit is located upstairs. You must recognize that this is the most vulnerable point in the entire domain. Yet, you may not be aware that the weakest areas are often guarded by the most formidable specters. In saying all this, Xiao Yuanbin aims to convey to her that the decision she just made was indeed the correct one. Xiao Yuanbin's preferential treatment towards her was starkly apparent, and Gu Shili felt that this was not solely due to her exceptional qualities among the newcomers, but also stemmed from some emotional reasons that prompted her to care for her so deeply. Gu Shili, I never intended to leave with them, Sister Qiao. You have been exceptionally kind to me, and it is only with you that I feel a sense of security. Xiao Yuanbin was momentarily taken aback by her candidness and sighed. You are far too trusting of others. Now, there are still 6 people here, and this floor is marked on the map as a series of rooms. The adjacent suite, designed by a remarkably astute designer, features an exceptionally logical layout. As per routine, they began to search, discovering that this room was in disarray and bore signs of violent altercations, with bloodstains scattered across the floor. After inspecting these 2 rooms, Gu Shili harbored suspicions that a murder had transpired within this manor. The only valuable clue found in this room was a note. Sister-in-law, the necklace you requested is in the safe. The password is Yuanliang's birthday. However, the location of the safe mentioned in the note remained unknown. It was not a trivial item. If it existed, it would have certainly been located by now, as both rooms had been thoroughly searched. Yet no password-protected safe was in sight. Gu Shili, the key is on the paper man. Could it be that the safe is concealed within the mirror? She spoke of the mirror that conceals the ghostly woman. This conjecture holds considerable merit. The realm is rather grotesque, with essential items often residing within the clutches of malevolent entities, such as keys. Vanquishing these spirits may yield vital information, compelling one to confront them directly. In Gu Shili's perspective, however, it is not entirely daunting. For instance, upon discovering the paper figure, one could swiftly choose to incinerate it, thereby acquiring the key without facing the subsequent peril of the paper figure resurrecting to wreak havoc. It seems to convey a message to the visitors. Do not cower. Stand firm. At that moment, the mirror reflected no ghostly figure. Gu Shili turned on the faucet, witnessing the apparition of the female specter gradually materializing. Once it emerged, the mirror ceased to reflect the world beyond, allowing her to dominate the mirrored space entirely. Upon seeing Gu Shili, the ghostly woman momentarily froze. Gu Shili inquired, Do you know where the safe is? The mirror woman, overwhelmed with rage, exclaimed, I want to kill her. Oh. Gu Shili turned to ask Hua Tai, but before she could finish, the mirror woman wept 2 streams of blood tears in her fury. It appears that breaking the mirror is indeed a feasible option. Gu Shili had long entertained this notion. Shattering the mirror could yield one of 2 outcomes. Either the mirror woman would meet her demise, or she would emerge from the mirror, free to wreak havoc upon the world. There is no need for physical validation of this. Mere words are sufficient. Among the specters encountered thus far, the mirror woman is the only one capable of coherent communication, perhaps indicative of the emotional volatility that often accompanies such entities, rendering her somewhat naive. A trial would soon reveal the truth. Gu Shili declared, Allow me, for I still possess 3 lives. The others had vacated the bathroom, leaving the door ajar. Gu Shili procured a baseball bat and struck the mirror, producing but a mere crack. With gritted teeth, she struck again, her face flushed with determination. And with a resounding crash, the glass shattered into a myriad of fragments. Come quickly, she urged, and her companions gathered around. Within the mirror lay a dark, cavernous passage. If all went as anticipated, this chest would indeed be the safe they had been seeking. Let us toss some miscellaneous items inside, someone suggested. Yet the lifeless remained stirred not. Gu Shili recoiled slightly. No, it's far too frightening. I dare not venture in. The male player, who unconsciously glanced at Gu Shili, felt a bit embarrassed. It was indeed a bit unfair to ask a novice female player to retrieve items from the arms of the deceased. In the end, the 3 men resorted to rock, paper, scissors, and despite Lika's protest that his corpulent figure was unsuitable for the task, no one paid him any mind. Ultimately, it was Liku who lost. With a heavy sigh, The overweight man, wearing a sorrowful expression, slowly began to crawl inside. In such a confined space, his agility was entirely unnoticeable. Those watching from outside grew anxious. After considerable effort, he finally reached the bottom, only to pause inexplicably. His body shifting left and right as if he were engaged in a struggle with an unseen adversary, his calves kicking outward incessantly. Throughout this ordeal, only faint sounds escaped, and no one dared to utter a word. After what felt like an eternity, Liku swiftly retreated from the narrow confines, his exit appearing even more comical as he could not turn around. Upon reaching the edge, 2 men assisted him, and he emerged gasping for breath. His neck flushed red as if it had been grasped tightly. 2 lines of blood marked his face, running from behind his ear to the corner of his mouth. The box was handed to Hua Tian, and one could only imagine the horrifying scene that had unfolded. The anxious newcomer, overwhelmed with tension, blurted out, "Why didn't you make a sound?" Liku shot her a piercing glance, filled with sarcasm. "Why should I speak?" The fire smoldering within him rendered pretense unnecessary. His demeanor towards the newcomer was less than cordial, illustrating that in the realm of the dead, one could not maintain a facade for long. Emotions had already begun to unravel, rendering any concern for one's persona moot. Throughout the ordeal, Liku remained silent, recognizing that his reticence was perhaps the wisest course of action. Who could say if his voice would be deemed too loud, triggering a punishment of death? Even if he did cry out for help, what would it matter? The tunnel was so narrow that even if someone were inclined to assist, their entrance would only obstruct his escape route, rendering such efforts futile. Gu Shili glanced at the passageway, and her suspicions were confirmed. The figure cradling the box was indeed the corpse of the mirror woman. It lay on the ground, its neck twisted in a grotesque manner, as if each bone had been shattered inch by inch, rendering it a lifeless mass upon the earth. Its face was positioned sideways, allowing a half-decayed visage to be clearly visible to those outside, while it, in turn, could observe them with its misty eyes fixed intently on Liku, as though silently relishing the account of his recent struggle. This scene filled Gu Shili with an unsettling dread. Now that they had secured the safe, she suggested they vacate the room. The group retreated to the small hall they had passed through upon entry. The safe required a password for access, and the note they had discovered indicated that the code was the birthday of Yuan Liang. However, this might not even be the full name, and the identity of this individual remained shrouded in mystery, necessitating further investigation for clues. In the realm of the Flower Skull era, a flickering confusion enveloped the surroundings, as various characters intertwined in a complex narrative. Among them stood Xiao Yuanbin, who evidently lacked the acumen of a strategist, not particularly remarkable in any aspect, a realization she likely held herself. Nevertheless, she adhered to the principle of commitment, believing it prudent to follow the lead of Hua Yin, despite her own trepidations. Liku, on the other hand, remained silent, a novice female who dared not voice any suggestions, merely hoping for Xiao Yuanbin to guide her towards success. An experienced individual by the name of Zhu Qing appeared to possess little initiative, expressing approval when Min Sengsu proposed ideas, yet hesitating when asked if he would join Min upon departure. His indecision lingered too long, preventing him from following suit, and even after Min's exit, he pondered whether it might be wise to ascend the stairs. In this intricate web of interactions, Gu Shili turned to Hua Gu with a request. Might I have a glance at the safe? However, the notion was met with skepticism. Such optimism seemed unfounded, merely a product of collective hopes. After studying the safe for a while, Gu Shili discerned that the password consisted of 8 digits, a combination too complex to decipher easily. Gu Shili suddenly inquired, "Sister Qiao, have you ever played with the 9 linked rings?" Xiao Yuanbin replied, "I have, but I couldn't solve it." Gu Shili picked up a nearby low stool and forcefully struck the lock of the safe. The safe had been there for an indeterminate time, and its lock was not as secure as the tourists might have imagined. With a vigorous blow, the lid sprang open. Gu Shili remarked, "I have also played with the 9 linked rings. My brother gifted me a jade one. It was said to be quite valuable before the apocalypse, but afterward, no one wanted it. I was quite young then and couldn't unlock it, so I smashed it open with a stone. The safe is no different. When you don't know the password, brute force will do. And now, look, it's opened." The response was not a question of why you smashed it open, but rather, where you found the audacity to do so. The gaze of the corpse is quite unsettling. A chill ran down my spine. To be honest, I was utterly unprepared to meet the eyes of the corpse, and cold sweat began to pour down. 1, 2. Isn't Xiaogu a bit reckless? Sometimes, One must focus on the outcome rather than the process. Did the host encounter any mishaps? No. Ah, it's so tense. Doesn't anyone wonder what is inside the safe? 8. The Old Mansion, Part 8. Xiao Yuanbin exclaimed, "You are simply too reckless." Xiao Yuanbin, a seasoned veteran, having traversed more than one realm of the undead, refrains from undertaking such actions. The rules of the realm are nebulous and elusive. Li Ke's words are mere nonsense. Yet there is some truth in the notion that greater experience leads to a deeper understanding of these rules. The regulations are intangible and easily overlooked. The more one has endured, the greater the trepidation towards them. Xiao Yuanbin's method of self-preservation lies in her avoidance of challenges to the unknown. Gu Shili opened the safe but was met with hostility, her neck taut with displeasure as she retorted, "I merely noticed your anxiety and wished to take some action. I still possess 3 lives. Even if something were to transpire, I would not perish. It would suffice if you refrained from extolling me, and yet you are still irritable." Her tone bore dissatisfaction, though her movements were gentle and cautious. As she spoke, Gu Shili grasped the tip of Xiao Yuanbin's middle finger, inadvertently brushing against the crescent-shaped mark left by her own anxious grip. It was evident that this was a manifestation of Xiao Yuanbin's agitation, likely unconscious of her own actions. This revelation momentarily rendered Xiao Yuanbin speechless, unable to articulate a response. In retrospect, it indeed appeared that there was nothing amiss. Gu Shili, wrapping a piece of white cloth around Xiao Yuanbin's palm, observed her silence as she pressed her lips together. With a huff, she approached the contents of the safe, which housed a collection of exquisite jewels, uncertain which necklace was desired by the lady referenced in the note. Each jewel was more splendid than the last. Yet within the realm of the undead, they held little value and were relegated to the sidelines. In the photograph, the individual on the left presents a subtle smile, albeit somewhat rigid, while the man on the right displays a grin revealing a glimpse of his teeth. His gaze directed not at the camera but rather at the man beside him, lending an air of enigmatic significance to his expression. The 2 women, standing upright on either side, are adorned in elegant kippeos. The woman on the left, her abdomen prominently rounded, clearly shows signs of a well-advanced pregnancy. Yet her beauty remains undeniable, accentuated by her opulent attire as she links arms with the man beside her, smiling at the camera. In contrast, the woman on the right, though not conventionally beautiful, possesses a gentle grace. She too holds on to her companion, yet the smile gracing her lips seems faint, suggesting a lack of genuine happiness. Inscribed behind the photograph are the words, "Su residence, Su Yuanhong with family, a spring day captured." The backdrop features the Su residence, the old home they currently inhabit. The 4 figures in the image are distinctly characterized, leaving an indelible impression upon viewers. To date, they have encountered numerous supernatural entities within this old dwelling. Yet none of these phantoms belong to the 4 individuals. It is evident that they are the true proprietors of the estate, which bears the Su surname. The identities of the encountered spirits are not difficult to discern. They are merely the servants of this grand household. In a mansion of such stature, it is not unusual to find several servants. With the absence of the household's owners on the 1st and 2nd floors, one might ponder, where could the true owners be? Everyone arrived at the same unsettling possibility, their minds racing with the implications of the scene unfolding before them. Huaji stood behind him, able to clearly see the beads of sweat cascading down the nape of his neck. Before long, it became apparent that another individual was merely 3 steps away from completing the staircase, yet he would never reach the end. The 2 shared a fate that was strikingly similar. All present were acutely aware that, whether within the confines of the room or the adjacent hall, not a single sound had pierced the silence. It was astonishing to realize that 2 individuals had quietly perished on the staircase, while Min Sengsu, who had led them, was nowhere to be found. No wonder that Huazi felt a chilling sense of dread wash over him. The thought of the staircase he too would someday ascend weighed heavily on everyone, almost inducing a wave of nausea. One by one, they emerged to cleanse themselves of the grim atmosphere, their faces pale and drawn. A thorough search for Min Sengsu yielded no results. The newcomers speculated. Could he have already found the exit and departed? No one responded to her inquiry. Undeterred, the newcomer pressed on, asking if he truly has left. Would we even be aware of it? Xiao Yuanbin. Even if someone departs from the realm, the other visitors will receive no notification. The newcomers are disheartened. After all this commotion, it remains a futile endeavor, and now there are no further leads. If it were not for the grim sight of the 2 corpses on the staircase, Wabalampu would have suffered even more. Gu Xilai sat against the wall, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the paintings adorning the wall. Xiao Yuanbin settled beside her, still carrying a hint of moisture, clearly having just washed up. Gu Xilai, Sister Xiao, your wound is bleeding. Xiao Yuanbin opened her palm, finding no new bloodstains on the white cloth. Just a minor injury. It has already healed. Gu Xilai, I mean the wound on your arm. That injury was inflicted when Xiao Yuanbin rushed out of the room and was struck by a falling knife. The gash is quite lengthy and indeed rather deep, but it had been only roughly treated at the time, so it is only natural that it bleeds now. Gu Xilai rewrapped it with gauze, tying a lovely bow. Xiao Yuanbin looked up at the peculiar paintings on both walls. Do you think there is something amiss with these artworks? Gu Xilai, yes. I surmise that these paintings may harbor hidden clues. The endless night, flickering candlelight, and the occasional journey into dead ends during the unraveling of mysteries seem to have rendered time here devoid of its true significance. Those confined in this place are perpetually on edge, and inevitably, they shall succumb to despair. Xiao Yuanbin, you never seem to lose hope, do you? Gu Xilai, the mere thought of my family's sorrow upon my demise fills me with trepidation. How could I dare to lose heart? Oh, you cannot fathom how dearly they treasure me. Xiao Yuanbin, however, contemplated that she likely understood this sentiment. When Xiao Gu spoke of her family, the sweetness in her voice revealed the vastness of the honey pot she once resided in, overflowing with affection. If she had a sister, she would undoubtedly cherish her as well. Suddenly, a loud bang startled everyone, causing them to jump. The commotion originated from the small hall, though they hesitated to investigate immediately. After a brief interval, they re-entered the small hall, only to discover that a previously sealed window had inexplicably swung open. The sound they had heard moments earlier was undoubtedly linked to this unexpected occurrence. A chill breeze wafted into the room. This sudden opening of the window ignited boundless imagination. With so many windows in the old residence, was there truly no one who had attempted to open them? Surely, there must have been attempts, yet none succeeded. For all the windows were securely locked, and no one dared to force them open. The wind could not have aided in this endeavor. Nor could a human have accomplished such a feat without being detected. The 6 individuals were seated in the corridor. Who amongst them could have circumvented their presence to open the window? Gu Xilai remained unaware of any such possibility, and the atmosphere was thick with an eerie silence. Without a corpse to witness, they naturally presumed that the individual in question was still alive. The conclusion reached was, of course, to take another look. Gu Xilai approached the bedside. In truth, it mattered little whether the window was opened or not, for outside lay an expanse of darkness, devoid of any visibility. She had never encountered such a night, where the inky blackness offered not a glimmer of light. Neither stars nor moon graced the sky. The prospect of departing from this place was fraught with uncertainty. Whatever lurked in the night was unlikely to be any gentler than the phantoms haunting the old mansion. Peering out, it was evident that there were no trees, or perhaps they were simply too obscured to discern. Upon opening the window, a gust of wind swept in, carrying with it a leaf that found its way beneath the sofa. When Zhu Qing retrieved the leaf, he felt something unusual within the depths of the sofa. Upon slicing open the leather covering, he uncovered a small box nestled within the soft filling, reminiscent of a jewelry box. The emergence of this box prompted an awareness among them that their previous search had been insufficiently thorough, though it was challenging to be meticulous to such an extent. It was impractical to dismantle every object in hopes of uncovering hidden treasures. The time required would be monumental. What are you all doing in there? Suddenly, the voice of Min Sangsu echoed from the doorway. No one knew when he had arrived at the entrance of the small hall. Min Sangsu bore stains of blood, clearly having undergone a harrowing experience since their separation. He gazed bewilderedly at the individuals in the hall, his eyes widening in alarm before he abruptly turned and fled. The individuals within the small hall appeared somewhat bewildered. A sense of confusion enveloped the atmosphere, as if reality itself had momentarily slipped away. Regardless of the circumstances, the instinct to flee took precedence. The notion of whether this was an illusion or a genuine perilous situation weighed heavily on their minds. Gu Xilai found herself unable to escape. Her feet were ensnared, and a viscous black liquid had already ascended to her calves, thwarting any attempt to remove her shoes and leap to safety. The open window may have triggered some enigmatic event or perhaps heralded the advent of a new crisis. She realized her earlier complacency had been a grave error. Casting her gaze around the hall, Gu Xilai recognized her unfortunate predicament. She was the sole individual in such distress. Thanks to Min Sangsu's timely warning, the liquid had not silently consumed everyone. Xiao Yuanbin managed to free herself, having only one foot ensnared. With swiftness, she evaded the liquid and fled, their eyes meeting briefly in a moment of shared terror. Gu Shili did not utter a cry for help, yet her eyes brimmed with fear, and her face was etched with panic. Gu Shili, Sister Xiao. Xiao Yuanbin was acutely aware that her actions were thoroughly irrational. Damn, I also have a sister. As she became more familiar with Gu Shili, she was often reminded of that girl. It was exceedingly difficult for her to simply watch Gu Shili perish. Oh, what a heart-wrenching sisterly bond. Are you certain that Sister Xiao's actions are not part of a deliberate scheme by Xiao Gu? Impossible. It can't be. I refuse to believe it. In the old residence, Part 9, it seemed that the lurking black liquid had sensed an attempt to seize its prey, suddenly extending its grotesque appendages towards Xiao Yuanbin. Gu Shili relinquished her golf club, and, out of the corner of her eye, spotted a jewelry box that had tumbled onto the edge of the sofa. She urgently exclaimed, Sister Xiao, pass me the jewelry box. Xiao Yuanbin swiftly used her baseball bat to retrieve the jewelry box and tossed it to Gu Shili. Gu Shili urged, Hurry, we must leave. I have a plan. At this juncture, if they did not escape, both would face dire consequences. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Yuanbin turned to flee. Gu Shili's body was nearly enveloped by the black liquid, with only her hands and head remaining exposed. The sensation was utterly repulsive, yet she struggled to open the jewelry box, revealing a diamond within. The moment she touched the diamond, her soul seemed to be extricated from its confines, liberating her from the endless darkness and the flickering candlelight, drawing her into the resplendent embrace of sunlight. Time appeared to reverse, and she glimpsed the past Su residence. The protagonist is a ghostly child whom Gu Shili has encountered. In his living form, he is far more charming than the deceased version, albeit rather slender. His lean physique imparts an air of maturity, making it difficult to ascertain his exact age. In any case, he is certainly older than the spectral entity. Now verging on youth, he lies on the bed, engrossed in a book titled The Collected Works of Dong Tian, currently perusing the tale of Zhongshan Wolf. Xiaohong, his father, enters. The boy's gaze, heavy with darkness, is seized by the disdainful figure who pinches his chin, compelling him to raise his small face. At that moment, his eyes reflect only a faint adoration towards the elder, a sentiment so fragile it could shatter with a mere touch. Second uncle, the sunlight spills across the bed, and this man, disdainful of even drawing the curtains, sits on his young nephew's bed, his fingers caressing the boy's lips. Xiaohong, did we not agree? After your brother's passing, I shall assume the role of your father. Look at you, misbehaving again. Just yesterday you called me father, and today it is uncle again? Are you blaming me? You are being punished because your studies are lacking. Shouldn't one face consequences for not applying oneself to learning? With that, he delivers a sharp slap to the boy's small leg. The grimace on his face tarnishes the man's otherwise refined demeanor. Gu Shili then realizes that this man had also appeared in the photograph taken on that spring day, standing on the right. Time truly is a merciless butcher, stripping away his youthful charm and leaving behind a rather unkempt figure with a slight paunch. The youth's face instantly drained of color, while the man, exhibiting a nervous laughter, remarked, Father has forgotten that little Hong is injured, do not blame him. The pain caused physiological tears to cascade down the boy's cheeks, yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound. Why weep? Have you ever witnessed Su Yuanhong cry? Ha ha. The man struck the boy's face with a resounding slap, sending him crashing back onto the bed. With a frenzied expression, he reached out to poke the boy's eyes, exclaiming, Do not close your eyes. Ah, your eyes resemble those of Su Yuanhong. Ah? The sight of them irritates me. Master, a voice called from outside, prompting the man to rise. Slowly, he wiped away the tears from his hands onto the pristine white sheets, sneering as he exited the room, leaving the door ajar. Outside, the servants hesitated, contemplating whether to enter. Gu Shili focused his gaze and realized that the maid was an old acquaintance, Jing Nu. Shortly thereafter, Jing Nu entered with a basin of water. Young master, I shall assist you in washing your face. The boy allowed the warm cloth to rest upon his bloodshot eyes, gently addressing Jing Nu. Look at what this madman has done to his own nephew. He nearly punctured my eye. Do you think he is envious and wishes to render me blind? The boy's calves peeked from beneath the blanket, revealing fresh wounds that had reopened and swelled once more. Young master, please do not say such things. Jing Nu began to weep. The boy, feeling disenchanted, cast the warm cloth to the floor. You accepted his money, yet you deny me the right to speak. Fortunately, not a single shield was exhausted, and the black liquid had vanished. Now, seated upon the sofa, she found herself enveloped in darkness, save for the light that illuminated her immediate surroundings. The diamond resting in her palm had transformed into mere powder. The crisis seemed far from over. It was not long before she was approached. "Did you see it all?" Xiyue inquired softly. "Who are you?" From the shadows emerged a tall man clad in a tailored blue-striped suit. His hair, neither too long nor too short, was casually swept back, a style that few could carry with such ease, yet it suited him impeccably, demonstrating that beauty indeed allows for audacity. His visage was breathtakingly exquisite, a sight Xiyue had never encountered before. His elegance surpassed the limits of human beauty. This stunning gentleman approached Xiyue, and an icy chill enveloped her, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. He settled into a position neither too distant nor too close, reclining slightly with his gloved hands resting upon his knees. This relaxed posture eased her tension momentarily. Without warning, a knife was thrust toward Xiyue's eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Layer upon layer of shields erupted in succession, costing her 3 lives in an instant. The knife, now deemed unworthy, was disdainfully discarded with a clatter. Was it merely because she had posed a question in return? Was she nearly killed for that? How absurd, she mused. Circumstances often overpower individuals. Xiyue pondered. "Did you think my situation is dire?" Her inquiry was laced with a curious intrigue. "Indeed, it is as I suspected. This man is merely the adult incarnation of the ghostly child. The young master Xiyue from the old residence." "Xiyue, in truth, it is not so tragic." "Huh. A young lady raised in a honeyed embrace, upon discovering the existence of someone like me, fails to feel any sorrow. Could that not be deemed a lack of compassion? This is rather incongruent with your demeanor. Continuing to feign is devoid of purpose, unlike the other tourists who are but fleeting shadows." Xiyue has long since discerned these individuals and has successfully crafted a persona before them, fully aware of what to say and when. However, when confronted with the specter Xiyue, she falters, upon realizing the ghostly child is indeed one of them. Xiyue is uncertain if her subtle movements escape its notice, for it appears to be omnipresent. Her mind raced frantically, and before Xiyue's impatience could surface, she softly uttered, "You lack neither sustenance nor clothing. It is merely your body that endures some torment." A chilling sensation slithered up Xiyue's ankle, warning her that further hesitation would surely lead to her demise. Such a lack of patience. Xiyue swiftly redirected to the crux of the matter, and in the end, "Did you not seek your vengeance?" The icy tendrils ceased their ascent, quickly retreating. Xiyue stood as still as a statue. Xiyue's face flickered with a crimson glow in the darkness. "Engaging in conversation with you is truly delightful." A vibrant rose was presented before Xiyue. Under the weight of its gaze, she cautiously grasped the stem, and it smiled as it relinquished its hold. It appears that conversing with a lady naturally evokes the gift of roses, embodying the grace that one would expect from a true gentleman. If one were to overlook the cruel smile that lingers at the corners of her mouth, this rose might not be as benign. Xiyue bid farewell, yet she remained, gazing at him with a smile, poised in anticipation of his words. Xiyue tentatively uttered 2 words, "Goodbye." Eventually, the sound of footsteps faded away. What on earth is wrong with this? When acquaintances meet, they exchange casual greetings, "Hi, hi, hi," and upon parting, they say goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. How refined. Once Xiyue departed, the first action Xiyue took was to discard the rose. However, she was a moment too late. A ghastly visage emerged from the flower, biting down on her wrist. Oh my! At that instant, Xiyue nearly lost her composure. She was exceedingly averse to pain, and her past experiences had fostered a deep loathing for anything that bit, particularly creatures adorned with an array of teeth. Seizing the grotesque face still clinging to her wrist, she hurled it to the ground and stomped on it with fervor, only to discover it disintegrated under her foot. A pool of her own blood pooled beneath, and that ghastly face seemed to siphon her blood like a leech. The rose stem had long since withered, emanating a most repugnant odor of decay. The images Xiyue had just witnessed were laden with hidden meanings, often drawing her into the perspective of the youth on the bed, evoking a sense of pity. Yet he himself required no one's compassion, nor did he seek sympathy. It would be best for those unspeakable memories to remain forever buried within the old residence. Whoever dares to unearth the past shall incur his wrath. Just moments ago, Su Hang's demeanor made her acutely aware of his intent to eliminate anyone privy to his past. Knowing too much inevitably leads to a short life. Decoding his motives? Such seasoned expertise can be lethal. Yet, why does Su Hang refrain from ending his own life? Is it an inability or merely a temporary reluctance? The reasoning eludes her. After venting her frustrations about Su Hang and the cursed realm of the dead, she permitted herself a brief respite to ease her taut nerves, ensuring she did not reveal any vulnerabilities. During those fleeting minutes, Xiyue maintained a neutral expression. Fortunately, her naturally upturned lips softened her otherwise stern visage. Once she felt her emotions were in order, she smoothed the creases of her dress and elegantly coiled her long braid atop her head. The surrounding darkness gradually faded. The black liquid that had engulfed the room receded, restoring it to its original state. She had remained in the small hall all along, never straying far. It seemed she would need to fabricate yet another tale. Xiyue's live stream. This uncle is truly despicable. Su Hang is indeed the Lord. Isn't he? So incredibly handsome. It's making me weak at the knees, sob sob sob. Swoon, an exceptionally attractive man. The host is showcasing him up close. In this earthly live stream, the host is flirting with the dead. Such foolishness is a rarity, yet oddly intriguing. People like you are destined to last no longer than a puff of smoke. JPG, sob sob sob. Suddenly, a ginseng chicken, the formidable plant, the Venus flytrap, pays no heed to such foolishness. Posting such drivel is bound to invite ridicule. The live stream audience is no longer comprised solely of novices. Many seasoned viewers have arrived upon hearing the news. The naive and innocent barrage of comments goes unchecked, occasionally offering some clarity, while the glaringly inappropriate ones are undoubtedly met with backlash. If the undead were truly provoked, their frenzy would be utterly devastating, akin to courting death. The humanoid lord is indeed a rarity, and one of such striking beauty is even more uncommon, signifying their formidable prowess. The streamer's luck seems rather unfortunate. Having encountered the undead lord right at the onset, it appears the streamer is doomed despite possessing commendable skills, which is rather regrettable. Indeed, it is a pity. The mightiest plant, the mouthflower, had been hoping to apply for a moderation position for the streamer once they managed to escape the old residence. But that opportunity has now vanished. In the old residence, Xiyue gasped for breath, having just faced Su Hang, drenched in sweat. Relieved that she no longer needed to run additional laps. Drawing closer to the window, she pulled down the open sash. Fully prepared, she tentatively called out a few times in the small hall, and upon hearing Xiao Yuanbin's response, she abruptly flung the door open. "Are you all right?" Despite her efforts to compose herself, her appearance betrayed her fright. Sweat glistened on her face, and her weight was almost entirely supported by Xiao Yuanbin, her legs trembling like noodles. Though she was not heavy, Xiao Yuanbin found it effortless to support her, likening her to a soft cotton candy, sweet and gentle. Xiyue sorrowfully lamented, "I've exhausted all my shields." Xiao Yuanbin furrowed his brow, while Xiyue loathed the sensation of hunger, vowing never to endure it again in her lifetime. She had been so overwhelmed with anxiety that she failed to notice the gnawing emptiness in her stomach. The solitary bowl of noodles she had consumed earlier had long been digested. Now, she felt both parched and famished, and her discomfort was palpable even without the pretense of composure. Xiao Yuanbin assisted Xiyue in taking a seat, politely declining her offer to prepare a meal, urging her instead to rest for a while. Min Sengsu recounted the events that had transpired in his presence to Xiyue. After parting ways with them, Min Sengsu had led two individuals to the third floor, initially expecting some unforeseen event to occur on the staircase, yet everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. As he conversed with those beside him, he mused that if fortune favored them, they might be among the first to vacate the old residence. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Despite having departed with two men, the individual beside him possessed long hair. A chill ran down Min Sengsu's spine, and his palms grew clammy with sweat as he feigned ignorance, addressing the two men. "Please wait here for a moment. I shall ascend and assess the situation. If there is no danger, I will call for you." There, he discovered two lifeless bodies, their demise horrifyingly gruesome. Terrifyingly. Min Sengsu had no knowledge of how or when they had met their end. The staircase leading upwards seemed interminable, while the descent could be counted with precision. He had indeed been oblivious to the peril, narrowly escaping a dire fate. His glasses lay shattered, one lens entirely broken, They were his prescription lenses, and he remained uncertain of their efficacy in aiding his vision. It seems that the glasses have broken. Xiyue noticed that he used to have a habit of pushing his frames up, but that habit has now vanished. Xiyue felt quite disappointed upon hearing this, and others were equally disheartened by Min Sangsu's predicament, all hoping he could shed some light on the situation on the third floor. Instead, they only learned that the ladder to the third floor was problematic. This was evident without his explanation. The presence of two tourists' corpses made the situation abundantly clear. Xiao Yuanbin prepared a large pot of dumpling soup, combining tomatoes, eggs, and vegetables into a chaotic yet surprisingly delightful concoction. Xiyue devoured 2 generous bowls, a portion that seemed disproportionate to her figure. Xiao Yuanbin chuckled, remarking that she must be famished. Xiyue replied, "It's because Sister Chao's culinary skills are exceptional." Xiao Yuanbin laughed, "You have such sweet words." The entire pot of dumpling soup was consumed by the 6 of them. Min Sangsu refrained from eating, claiming he had already dined and was not hungry. Whether he chose to eat or not was of no concern to anyone. It was then that Xiyue explained her own situation. Inside her jewelry box lay a diamond. She discovered that this diamond could eliminate some of the black, viscous substance. However, this proved futile, as the substance continued to flow in from outside, while the diamond began to develop cracks. Hastily, she moved to the window and pressed it down, at which point her first shield shattered. After securing the window, the diamond completely vanished, but the room remained inundated with the black, viscous liquid, all converging upon her. Xiyue took a deep breath, acknowledging that 3 shields had been destroyed in succession, and she had narrowly escaped being suffocated. Xiyue turned her pocket inside out, revealing diamonds reduced to dust. No one here possessed the strength to transform diamonds into powder. Thus, her words mingled truth with deception. As the stored energy surged, she realized that the crowd had been convinced. This was the art of storytelling. 3 parts truth, 7 parts fiction. Even if someone were to venture into the small hall, the windows were indeed closed. Newcomers were granted 3 lives, yet these 3 shields could only be utilized in the first realm of the undead. Regardless of whether they remained unspent, they could not be carried into the second realm. However, given the exceedingly high mortality rate within the realm of the undead, 3 lives offered little solace to a newcomer, as they were likely to perish in the same location. For instance, a female newcomer could lose all 3 lives amidst her screams. Most spectral assaults were not deterred simply by a shield. The assailants would not hesitate to strike again. Claiming that 1 shield equated to 1 life was an exaggeration. If each death allowed for a reset, then that would genuinely constitute 3 lives. Yet, having some protection was better than none. These 3 shields were not worthless. They could indeed withstand 3 attacks from the undead, as clearly stated in the plan contract. Upon reflection, the description within appeared insufficiently precise. These shields could block 3 attacks from all undead except for the Lord. Each realm of the undead was governed by a Lord, and in this instance, the Lord was undoubtedly Su Hong. At this moment, Xiyue had an abundance of clues at her disposal. Her mind was sharp and well-fed, allowing her to systematically organize these insights and draw several conclusions. In the black and white photograph titled Spring Day Snapshot, on the left stands Su Yuanhong, the elder of the Su residence. A note concerning a safe contains the name Yuanliang, indicating a close relationship between the note's writer and this individual. The note was addressed to the elder's wife, who is likely Yuanliang's spouse. It can be deduced that the second elder of the Su family is named Su Yuanliang. To the young Su Hong, Su Yuanliang undoubtedly serves as a tormentor. Xiyue's inclination suggests that the injuries on Su Hong were inflicted by him. At that time, Su Hang was reading a work titled The Tale of the Zhongshan Wolf, which is indeed a fable about Mr. Donghua and a wolf. When the wolf encounters danger, it feigns vulnerability to seek refuge, only to reveal its predatory nature once the threat has passed. In Dream of the Red Chamber, Ingchun scolds her husband, saying, "You are a Zhongshan wolf. Once you gain power, you become rampant." This acrostic poem denounces him as a heartless beast, a villain who, upon achieving success, becomes lawless and domineering. Since Su Hong has already assumed the role of lord, he stands as the most formidable figure within his domain. Those who once humiliated him are unlikely to fare well. Even if grievances exist, they have been avenged. The information gleaned from the diamond serves as a vital link connecting the characters of the Su residents. Yet Xiyue refrains from disclosing this information, leaving the visitors woefully uninformed about the old residents' circumstances. At this juncture, Gu Shili proposed to investigate the corridor on the second floor once more. Everyone had examined that corridor countless times without uncovering any useful clues, rendering this suggestion rather unpromising. That was before we acquired the diamond, Gu Shili asserted with conviction. In the live broadcast of Gu Shili, the fluctuations of the energy bar have left me pondering. I have come to realize that one cannot solely rely on the rise and fall of this bar to discern the veracity of her statements. It is quite scientific. After all, distinguishing truth from falsehood requires intellect beyond mere data. The panel describing the hostess' talents claims she is a grand deceiver, uttering not a single truthful word. Is there any need for discernment, then? Every word from the hostess' lips should be deemed a fabrication. You have certainly amused me, my dear comrade. This statement has been marked with an asterisk. Its authenticity is in question. Consider this. Can anyone truly claim to utter not a single word of truth? What about the sounds of oh, and ah? For instance, if someone were to ask the host, "Are you here too?" Such a meaningless inquiry leaves no room for deceit. To assert that not a single truthful word has been spoken is a fallacy. Thus, the talent description on the panel must be a fabrication. I possess evidence. The panel indicates the host is 20 years old. Yet it is a well-known fact that one must be at least 22 years of age to enroll in the program. Therefore, the host cannot possibly be 20. This statement, too, must be false. Goodness, what about the host's name? Such thoughts are indeed chilling. Following a wave of debate, Gu Shili has concluded her fanciful tale, and the energy bar has risen slightly. It seems rather inappropriate for the host to conceal information about the boss, does it not? A voice exclaimed, "Oh, where did this saintly figure come from?" The formidable plant, the Venus flytrap, puffed on a cigarette and remarked, "The little child knows not that the host is extending compassion to save them." In the Old Residence, Chapter 11. What secrets lie hidden within the paintings of the second-floor corridor? As the diamond vanished, Gu Shili suddenly recalled that within these artworks, there was also a diamond, embedded within a ring. The protagonist of the painting is a beautiful woman, her hair transformed into serpents, which viciously gnaw at her flesh. Each serpent is venomous, and half of her body has turned a ghastly shade of purple as she gazes pleadingly at those beyond the canvas. The more exquisite the painting, the more brutal its depiction, the serpents become increasingly terrifying. The snake, rich in symbolic meaning, is often referred to as a little dragon, for it possesses the potential to transform into a dragon. It frequently embodies masculine qualities and is intriguingly associated with traits such as insidiousness and indifference. However, it also bears positive connotations, as many enchanting creatures are said to be transformed from serpents. Gu Shili felt that the painting was laden with profound meaning, leaving an indelible impression upon her. The woman in the artwork wears a ring. It is widely understood that the placement of a ring on different fingers carries distinct significance. A ring on the thumb, known as a signet, symbolizes power and status. On the index finger, it indicates a desire for marriage, yet remains uncommitted. The middle finger signifies being in a relationship and engaged, and the ring finger, as all married individuals know, is where the wedding ring is exchanged during the ceremony. If a ring adorns the little finger, it signifies a commitment to remaining unmarried. However, such conventions are seldom rigid, particularly in apocalyptic scenarios where individuals are more concerned with survival than ceremonial significance. Gu Shili understood this, for she was a well-educated young lady, and such knowledge should have been within her grasp. A diamond ring is traditionally worn on the fourth finger of a woman, indicating her status as a married individual. Gu Shili discerned a commonality. The colors in these artworks were remarkably vivid, to the extent that none of the paintings required extensive areas of white paint. An astonishing coincidence was that each painting contained a white dot. This could not possibly be mere happenstance. The sizes of these white dots varied, with the largest resembling a diamond ring. Hidden within the first-floor artwork were pairs of eyes, while concealed in the second-floor piece was a diamond ring, a secret so well obscured that it was difficult to fathom. This enigma, unnoticed by anyone, was essentially the simplest form of ordering. Gu Shili mused. Ordering merely involves arranging from largest to smallest, from left to right, or vice versa. This reasoning appeared quite sound, and importantly, no further clues existed. Everyone proceeded to remove the paintings, meticulously comparing the sizes of the white dots, a task that was not overly intricate. The frame of the painting that Gu Shili had moved was sharp, and when she removed it, she inadvertently grazed Xiao Yuanbin, leaving a long wound on her calf. She was extremely anxious. Fortunately, the Old Residence, though lacking in many things, was not devoid of bandages and antiseptics. Upon this realization, Xiyue found it quite peculiar and even speculated whether the former owner of the old house might have been a doctor. Now, everything made sense. Perhaps the owner was a sadist, inflicting wounds upon others, thus necessitating the need for dressings. Xiao Yuanbin reassured her, saying, "It's nothing, merely a minor injury. Your strength is too gentle. Allow me to handle it." After Xiyue had finished bandaging her, she felt a bit embarrassed and remarked, "The wound is rather long. I've wrapped it up like a mummy." Xiao Yuanbin replied, "For such abrasions, it's fine to leave them be. You've done a commendable job. Do you often tend to others' injuries?" Xiyue admitted, "Not really. I learned by watching videos. If someone in my family were to get hurt, they would undoubtedly hide it from me, so I've never had the opportunity to assist them, not to mention that the safety zone has more qualified doctors and nurses." In truth, whether to bandage the wound or not was inconsequential. A minor scrape could easily be disregarded, especially considering Xiao Yuanbin's usual temperament. If not for the concern that Xiyue might become overly anxious, there would have been no need for treatment. Xiao Yuanbin chuckled, "Step back a bit. I wouldn't want to accidentally hit you." Xiyue inquired, "Sister Qiao, do you have family?" In the realm of the departed, such topics were generally avoided. In a world ravaged by calamity, those who struggle to survive often lack the confidence to utter the word home. Ironically, Xiao Yuanbin was once among those who possessed the right to invoke this term. "I once had family. I even had a younger sister." Xiao Yuanbin, initially, "We were quite content, but soon the insidious darkness encroached upon our lives. My parents and sister were successfully rescued, yet my fortune remains ambiguous, neither fortunate nor unfortunate. I survived, which can be deemed lucky, as I managed to board a bus. However, misfortune also lurked. While I temporarily evaded death, I was compelled to disembark at every stop, entering the realm of the deceased. Some individuals voluntarily choose to step into this realm, embracing death as a decision of their own making. In cases like Xiao Yuanbin's, those who once tread the realm of the deceased are often regarded as the least favored newcomers, primarily because their qualifications rarely measure up to those of genuine newcomers. It is not merely a matter of 3 lives and 3 shields. Rather, they are psychologically unprepared for what lies ahead. The first to perish in our old home was the fortunate soul who boarded the bus amidst the dark encroachment. This was no mere coincidence. Once the floodgates of conversation opened, Xiao Yuanbin felt no hesitation in recounting her past life, each memory serving as a testament to her journey thus far. Cherished deep within her heart, she found joy in sharing these reflections. Before long, the work was completed. The paintings were arranged in a sequence from largest to smallest, from left to right. No effort was wasted. A switch appeared on the wall, confirming that their labor bore purpose. It was a handle, clearly designed to be turned in order to unlock something. In the dimly lit chamber, it became evident that the designer had not simply forgotten to apply intellect when drafting the architectural plans. Rather, the compact dimensions of the bathroom and cloakroom were deliberately intended to accommodate a hidden chamber. Flanking the space were wall sconces, casting faint glimmers as the silent visitors ventured within. The clandestine room was constructed with utmost simplicity, revealing its contents almost entirely. Chains adorned the walls, binding 2 figures clad in tattered garments. Xiyue recognized their identities at a glance. The man was Su Yuanliang, the second uncle of Su Hong. Time had wielded its cruel hand upon him, transforming him into a thoroughly overweight and greasy figure, devoid of the charm captured in his earlier photographs. The woman, his sister-in-law, and Su Heng's mother, retained a semblance of grace. While the passage of time had left delicate creases upon her visage, it only enhanced her allure, bestowing upon her a mature beauty akin to a ripe peach. Despite her dire circumstances, the spark of captivating elegance lingered in her eyes, a testament to her extraordinary beauty. Photographs could never encapsulate her true essence. In person, she was breathtakingly stunning. With expressive eyes, she fixated upon the intruders of this hidden chamber, or rather, the dungeon, pleading silently for deliverance. This expression felt hauntingly familiar to Xiyue, as it mirrored the beseeching gaze of the woman depicted in the painting. In the eerie confines of the old mansion, it is noteworthy that the inhabitants are rendered mute, unable to articulate their thoughts. The unsettling atmosphere is exacerbated by the absence of any vocal human presence, save for the tourists who wander through its haunted halls. "My name is Su Yuanliang, and I am the master of this grand estate. Please, rescue me from this torment. I am willing to offer you anything you desire. I possess a substantial fortune, vast, indeed. Trust me, he implores, desperation lacing his voice. The visitors exchange bewildered glances, grappling with the realization that the dark history of this domain is steeped in madness, grotesque murder, and the tragic demise of the Xiyue family. The two individuals imprisoned bore heavy shackles on their feet, the thick chains confining their movements to a limited area. The silence was palpable until the woman, who had remained mute until now, finally spoke. I know my child. He prefers to stay on the third floor. As long as there are no loud disturbances, he will not come down. At this point, Xiyue had ascertained that these two individuals were entirely untrustworthy. The servant of the old mansion must have indeed been murdered by Su Hong. However, Su Hong's mental state was undeniably stable, as he was fully aware of his actions, and a madman cannot be held accountable for their deeds. Such a person posed an insurmountable challenge for Su Yuanliang. When Xiyue attempted to inquire further, they remained resolutely tight-lipped, as if refusing to cooperate until a key was presented before them. It was at this moment that Xiyue's innate charm came to the forefront. She approached and stated, in truth, we can choose to disregard you. The situation was indeed troublesome, and it was uncommon to speak so bluntly to NPCs. Su Yuanliang cast a glance her way, his demeanor softening, though he still retorted stubbornly, we cannot leave, and neither shall you escape Su's residence. It was clear that the key must be located without delay. These two individuals appear to be the key to whether the tourists can ascend to the third floor. The current situation is certainly an improvement compared to the previous endless wandering through dead ends. Xiyue asked, do you know where the key is? After pondering for a moment, the woman replied, it should be in my room. This room belonging to the madam of the Xiyue family is adjacent to the secret chamber and has already been searched multiple times. Several individuals contemplated dismantling the bedding in search of the key, yet Xiyue quickly identified a target, the last drawer of the bath cabinet. The only place that had not been explored, due to the peculiar look in the mirror woman's eyes at that moment. As anticipated, a set of keys lay within. Before departing, Xiyue illuminated the dark void behind the mirror with the candlestick, revealing the situation within, causing her hand to tremble slightly. The corpse of the mirror woman had vanished. Xiao Yuanbin inquired, what's wrong? She too had glimpsed the contents of the dark void and scanned the area anxiously, yet, unable to discern any abnormalities, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. She grasped Xiyue's hand and urged, now that we have the key, let us go. We must leave this place quickly. Xiyue quietly questioned, is it possible that what those two said was false? Xiao Yuanbin responded, typically not. Important information like this is seldom fabricated, as doing so would effectively eliminate our chances of escape. The realm of the dead abides by rules, so they might only conceal certain details. As a connoisseur of deception, Xiyue understood well that concealment is a form of deceit, akin to lying, and that successful concealment could yield energy in its own right. Concealing. Xiyue's demeanor shifted dramatically as she abruptly grasped her hand. Sister Qiao, do you trust me? Xiao Yuanbin, startled by her urgency, nearly blurted out, of course I trust you. Being in such close proximity to Xiyue, Xiao Yuanbin could even hear the rapid thumping of her heart, which filled her with unease. She realized that Xiyue must have uncovered something crucial. At that moment, Xiyue was contemplating that even if she had never encountered an NPC who lied before, she was facing one now. Every word uttered by Su Yuanliang was utterly untrustworthy. Su Yuanliang, with an urgent gaze fixed on him, twisted his wrist and exclaimed, just follow me for a moment. My nephew wouldn't actually kill me. You will be safe with me. The sound of footsteps echoed from the third floor, easily distinguishable. Su Yuanliang's eyes widened in alarm. He's coming, run. Everyone hastily followed him towards the staircase, with Su Yuanliang leading the descent to the first floor. Xiao Yuanbin ran down as well, but was abruptly pulled back by Xiyue, who, with a taut focus, inadvertently led her up the stairs toward the third floor. Ascending at this moment meant confronting what lay above, and Xiao Yuanbin was on the verge of asking Xiyue if she had lost her mind. In her frantic state, she caught a glimpse of an unprecedented seriousness on Xiyue's face, compelling her questions to remain unvoiced. Almost stumbling, she was dragged upwards by Xiyue, who, despite the confusion, moved with surprising speed, leaving Xiao Yuanbin astonished at the strength Xiyue possessed. Amidst the multitude of steps, an inevitable encounter looms. The grand residence. Though not particularly narrow in its stairwell, now finds itself accommodating the passage of 3 individuals simultaneously. Descending the staircase is none other than Lord Suhong, whose gaze meets that of Gu Shili, a flicker of ire swiftly crossing his features. Under the weight of his penetrating stare, Gu Shili feels an involuntary shiver run down her spine, nearly convinced that the Lord, oblivious to the surroundings, harbors intentions to eliminate her first. Who would have anticipated that this mischievous child was indeed the boss? Now, having provoked his wrath, she must bear the consequences. Gu Shili makes a concerted effort to edge closer to the railing, only to feel a sharp sting across her face as she narrowly avoids a collision with the boss. His gloved hand had brushed swiftly against her chin, and she is certain blood has been drawn, rather than pursue the fleeing captive. The sight of her own blood eliciting a disturbingly gleeful expression from him raises her alarm. If an arch-nemesis and a stranger were to flee together, whom should she pursue first? Gu Shili had anticipated this predicament. The staircase leading to the 3rd floor was fraught with peril, primarily due to Su Heng's presence above. With him preoccupied, she and her companions could navigate the descent without further incident. It is not until Qiao Yuanbin reaches the top of the staircase that the gravity of the previous encounter fully dawns upon her. Observing the situation, she recognizes that Gu Shili's actions were indeed prudent. The boss had chosen to disregard them in favor of seeking out those on the 1st floor. Those who had followed Su Yuanli to the ground level had met their doom at his hands. A mere glance at the boss had rendered her legs weak. There was no doubt he was the sovereign of this domain. Frankly, she had no idea what the Lord looked like. His commanding presence overshadowed any consideration of his appearance. To Qiao Yuanbin, he was simply a moving embodiment of darkness. The humanoid Lord is far more terrifying than the monstrous Lord. This is a sentiment often expressed. Thus far, she has encountered only this singular humanoid Lord. The 3rd floor is enveloped in an expanse of white. The floor, walls, and ceiling all share a pristine hue. This space is utterly dissimilar to the 2 lower levels of the old mansion, which seem to belong to an entirely different realm. In this desolate area, there is only a solitary chair. Gu Shili raised the candle higher and soon discovered the lifeless body hanging in midair. It was Min Sangsu. Qiao Yuanbin gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Min Sangsu's corpse lay here. What, then, was the entity that had been following them? Gu Shili observed that the corpse lacked glasses, for they had been taken away by something that required them. Therefore, the 3 tourists who ventured to explore the 3rd floor had perished. It is likely that the figure outside the small hall was no longer Min Sangsu. The number of surviving tourists had already dwindled to 6. The habit of pushing up one's glasses has not changed. Rather, it is because he is not truly Min Sangsu. The refusal to eat does not stem from a lack of hunger, but rather an inability to consume food. Damn it, Qiao Yuanbin cursed resentfully, struggling to fathom how she had endured the company of such an unfathomable entity for so long. Gu Shili, less shaken than her companion, turned to Qiao Yuanbin and asked, "Sister Qiao, can you make buns?" Qiao Yuanbin replied, "I can." Gu Shili's face lit up with joy. "If fate allows it, you shall prepare them for me." Qiao Yuanbin responded, "Huh?" Gu Shili continued, "To enhance our chances of escape, let us part ways." In Gu Shili's live streaming room, quickly take a look. A new section has appeared on Xiao Gu's profile page. Name, Gu Shili. Age, 20. Talent, deception. Talent description, she is a consummate liar, uttering not a single truthful word. Favorite food, meat buns. This section surprisingly lacks an asterisk, leaving one speechless. 23,333. In the old residence, 13. The 3rd floor presents an expansive area where even the doors are painted white. At least they have not been completely eradicated. The doorknobs are black, making it rather challenging to distinguish between doors and walls. Gu Shili meticulously counts the doors, mentally organizing them, for what lies ahead is likely to be a chase. Understanding the terrain is of paramount importance. In truth, Gu Shili is acutely aware that reaching the exit will be arduous, as she possesses knowledge that has rendered her a focal point of interest for the Lord, Suhong. Parting ways with Qiao Yuanbin offers a glimmer of hope for escaping the old residence. There is no need to mention her already being marked. Suggesting a split is not at all out of place, as it significantly enhances their chances of survival, a decision undoubtedly astute. Neither is one to linger in indecision, and reality affords no time for tearful farewells. The two exchanged a fleeting glance before swiftly parting ways. Inside and outside the doors seem to represent light and shadow. The outside is entirely visible, while the interior is a labyrinth of complexity, with streaks of viscous substances clinging to the walls. Reminiscent of something that once surged in from the small hall's window, truly quite repulsive. The multitude of forks in the path renders it akin to a maze. Time was of the essence as Xiyue raced through the corridor, the walls adorned with wall lamps. Although the flickering candlelight was dim, it posed no hindrance to her navigation. In the distance, she spotted a diminutive paper figure standing at the intersection, clutching something indistinct. The figure, having noticed her, floated towards her with a soft, eerie giggle. Indeed, it was not going to be an easy escape. Xiyue swiftly turned on her heels, hoping to outmaneuver it within the labyrinthine terrain. To her dismay, this paper entity was not wielding a knife but rather a vessel of sulfuric acid. It held a bowl from which a viscous black substance oozed, corroding everything it touched, leaving the walls and floor marred with deep pits. Finding no opportunity to approach it, she could only flee as it pursued her. In the midst of the chase, she drew nearer to a white door, realizing that all worlds were interconnected beyond it. Xiyue attempted to open the door and step into the white world. The paper figure, visibly incensed, refrained from following her, clearly intimidated. She could easily choose another door, avoiding a direct confrontation with the paper creature. At that moment, 3 individuals came rushing down the staircase, momentarily stunned upon encountering one another. Xiyue soon recognized her earlier misjudgment. It was not merely 3 strangers, but rather a chaotic assembly of familiar faces. Li Ku exclaimed, "Min Sangsu, what on earth are you doing?" Li Ku, taken aback, retrieved a small mirror from her pocket, directing it towards Min Sangsu. This mirror, approximately the size of half a standard sheet of paper, was adorned with an intricately carved handle depicting a crouching Qilin. What appeared in the mirror was not Min Sangsu, but rather the visage of the mirror woman. Startled by the reflection, Min Sangsu took a step back, only to realize that the mirror emitted no light, its ominous nature revealed. With a sardonic smile, he proclaimed, "You have stolen the precious mirror from me and shattered my bones. The grievances surrounding this treasure are unmistakable. It shall not aid you." With that, he struck down Li Ku, severing his head. The mirror fell to the feet of Xiyue, who picked it up. As Min Sangsu brandished his blade to advance, the mirror suddenly trembled, emitting a faint glow. Min Sangsu, visibly apprehensive, chuckled darkly, his steps peculiar as he turned and descended the stairs. Xiyue nodded. It has always been the mirror woman. From their previous exchange, it was clear that Li Ku had lied. It was not when he attempted to seize the safe that the mirror woman captured him, but rather when he discovered her extraordinary mirror. Driven by greed, he snatched it from her grasp, prompting her to seek vengeance. The mirror was evidently a formidable artifact, while it was not impossible for a visitor to steal it. He had been overly careless, failing to safeguard his own life in the process. Had this been in the hands of Xiyue, she would never have attempted to take the mirror. As Xiyue examined the mirror in her possession, she noticed its corners adorned with carvings of a tortoise, dragon, phoenix, and tiger, corresponding with the 8 trigrams at each corner, while the 12 zodiac signs encircled the trigrams. Most notably, inscribed along the outline of the mirror were 24 characters resembling clerical script, each stroke distinct yet entirely unrecognizable. This characteristic was too remarkable. Xiyue instantly comprehended the origins of the mirror. Li Ku must have been aware as well, which explained his audacity in attempting to seize it. The mirror in question is a treasure from the legendary novel The Ancient Mirror Chronicles, once perused by Xiyue. In the tale, it not only reveals the true forms of malevolent beings but also possesses the power to vanquish them, dispel plagues, and create miracles. According to official accounts, the realm of the departed is a manifestation of consciousness amidst the encroachment of dark matter, where anything is conceivable. Thus, it is hardly surprising to find a treasure identical in appearance to the fabled mirror from the Ancient Mirror Chronicles. It is said that when struck, it emits a clear, melodious sound that lingers, fading gradually over the course of half a day, a truly wondrous artifact. At this moment, it is not the appropriate time to experiment with it. Xiyue, elated, held the mirror and posed a question to Hua Tiao, in accordance with her character's design. Yet, Hua Tiao, oblivious to the true significance of this mirror, felt a tinge of regret that it had not fallen at his feet, allowing Xiyue to reap the benefits. With the enchanted mirror in her possession, Xiyue no longer feared the small paper man. As she traversed the labyrinth, she found herself pondering the identity of this enigmatic figure. So far, the only individuals she had yet to encounter were Su Yuanhong, the master of the Su residence, and Su Yuanliang's wife, the second lady of the house. Prior to the tragedy, Su Yuanhong had likely already met his demise, rendering the subsequent events at the Su residence unrelated to him. The little paper figure could not possibly embody these identities. She had initially believed that the prominent belly of the lady in Spring Day portrait housed the future lord, Su Hong. However, the ages of the individuals in the photograph seemed inconsistent, suggesting that the lady must have been pregnant with the little paper figure when the picture was taken. Some individuals truly are forgetful. Xiyue almost collided with the little paper figure around a corner. It had already lifted its bowl, yet was forced to retreat 2 steps by a beam of mirror light. Subsequently, several intensely bright rays shot forth from the mirror, striking the little paper figure directly. The paper body ignited upon contact with the beams, as if it had encountered flames, rapidly incinerating. The little paper figure lamented, "Brother, I was wrong. I should not have poisoned you." This adhered to the old mansion's rule that permitted speech only at the brink of death. The little paper figure's words clearly indicated that its brother had not forgiven it. Ultimately, the little paper figure was reduced to a heap of black ash, fortunately. The old mansion was devoid of wind. Otherwise, in no time, even the remnants would have been swept away. The light of the precious mirror dimmed considerably. Xiyue took a few breaths and murmured to herself, "I need an object that can harm Su Hong." The process of gathering energy is rather intricate. Yet her innate ability could be aptly described as turning lies into reality, or perhaps as a form of word spirit. This object was required as a precaution, yet she sacrificed a substantial portion of her energy for it. Only she could perceive the effects of the expended energy. Arrows illuminated along her path, leading directly to a shattered vase on a broken stand. Upon breaking the vase, she discovered an exquisitely carved jade comb within. As she continued her journey, she encountered several dead ends before finally catching a glimpse of light. The exit and entrance appeared almost identical, and the old residence had never been illuminated with such brightness. It was unmistakable. She had located the exit. How fortunate she was to leave this place before Su Hang's arrival. If one were to perish here, would their soul not be filled with resentment? The exit was tantalizingly close, yet the possibility of escape was ruthlessly severed. Who could endure such torment? This was precisely the effect Su Hong desired. He did not immediately act against Xiyue, relishing in her despair. Death was not the most dreadful punishment. Otherwise, Su Yuanliang would not still be alive. The fleeing prisoner was infuriating, and those who released the inmates were utterly oblivious. They ought to spend time torturing them thoroughly. Why should he bother with someone as insignificant as her at this moment? Su Hong should be enjoying himself downstairs. Was the prisoner not entertaining enough? Or were the tourist screams becoming tiresome? Su Hong harbored a grudge against her insolence and was clearly intent on her demise. However, theoretically, a lord is invincible within his domain, bound only by the constraints of rules. Yet, at this juncture, no rule prohibited a lord from slaying a mere tourist. Xiyue steadied her emotions and took a couple of steps forward, whispering softly, audible only to herself. Su Hong can be killed. No, the energy was severely lacking. Su Hong was weak. No. Sweat drenched the fabric of her clothing. Su Hang raised an eyebrow, intrigued to observe her next move. Much like a cat watching a small mouse squirm futilely beneath its paws. His tolerance stemmed from the amusement the little creature provided him. Xiyue understood that time was of the essence. She had an idea. When Su Hang glimpsed the mouse extracting a precious mirror, his eyes narrowed slightly. Yet, this object merely posed a minor inconvenience for him. The provocateur would undoubtedly meet her demise today, extinguished before hope could flourish, thus alleviating the repeated mockery she had inflicted upon him. Of course, Xiyue could not wager everything on the mirror. It merely served to draw her closer to Su Hang. As she approached him, a golden aura enveloped her, and the letter immaterialized. The two collided heavily, causing her to bite her tongue, and amidst the pain, time swiftly reversed. She had gambled everything, exhausting all her energy to create an opportunity to eliminate Lord Su Hang. Xiyue's live broadcast, the host exchanged half a tube of energy for a jade comb. Now, she has used 2 more tubes of energy. Could the host's talent truly be what I suspect? Ah, this is utterly extraordinary. Collision. Wait, why has the screen gone black? Black screen. Faced with a question mark. JPG, inquiry. Was the Lord sealed in that last moment? Awaiting a response, quite urgent. Ah, one day, with a blade in hand, I shall slay the world, lamenting the past. The tragedy of the old residence was not as Xiyue had surmised, driven by vengeful spirits. The unfortunate Su Hong, tormented to death, did not extinguish the lives of all within the mansion out of hatred. Rather, while while Su Heng lived. He had already wielded the power inherent to humanity to achieve his ends. This was not a mere reversal of time, but rather a phantasm constructed of memories, akin to the recollections stored within a diamond, which inspired Gu Shili. By infiltrating Su Heng's memories, Gu Shili witnessed several indelible moments. Su Heng's first act of murder occurred at the tender age of 13. The previous night, Su Yuanyang had chastised him for his disrespect towards elders, instructing Aunt Bai to discipline him with a ruler and to admonish him accordingly. Aunt Bai, a servant brought into the household by Su Yuanyang's wife, had always been perceived by Su Heng as harboring malice towards him. If she were to strike, her blows would surely be the most severe among all. That day proved no different. Her scathing insults, laced with vulgarities, were particularly jarring, had it not been for Su Yuanyang's desire for rest, which prompted him to intervene. She might have continued her tirade for hours unending. Typically, Su Yuanyang refrained from administering physical punishment himself. His brother, Su Yuanhong, had also never resorted to personal retribution while teaching him, for self-inflicted punishment was deemed a personal crime, whereas employing another was considered familial discipline. On that fateful night, Su Heng poured a bottle of hair oil onto the staircase, which had been worn smooth by the frequent passage of feet and was in need of repair. Aunt Bai slipped and tumbled from the second floor to the ground below, sustaining a fatal head injury, her life extinguished on the spot. Su Heng stood on the third floor, observing all that transpired before him. He felt no fear. Rather, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged within him, filling him with unrestrained joy in that fleeting moment. The slaughter commenced. No one doubted that Aunt Bai's demise was linked to Su Heng, save for the second madam, who suspected foul play but directed her suspicions towards her own husband. Following Aunt Bai's funeral, she swiftly filed for divorce from Su Yuanliang. Their marriage, devoid of offspring for many years, concluded with remarkable ease. According to local customs, in cases of accidental or unjust deaths, the body must be interred with care, requiring the crafting and burning of paper effigies to ward off misfortune, which perhaps elucidates the presence of such spectral figures in the old residence. Intelligent and cautious, Su Heng lurked within the Su household, presenting himself as a pitiable figure whom anyone could bully, while secretly reaping lives like a grim reaper. Ultimately, he was poisoned by a bowl of medicine from his brother, and after his death, he ascended to become the lord of the departed, leaving Su Yuanliang and the first madam in a state of perpetual torment, confined and enduring prolonged suffering. Gu Shili nearly succumbed to madness. Overwhelmed by Su Heng's somber inner world, there was scarcely a trace of pure goodness within him, rendering him, as the lord of the departed, devoid of vulnerabilities. He could only manipulate the passage of time within the illusion. A pall of sorrow enveloped the household when Su Yuanhong passed away, leaving his pregnant wife on the verge of childbirth. Fortunately, the funeral was presided over by the second master of the Su family, ensuring that everything proceeded with commendable order. Shortly after the funeral, the first madam gave birth to her second child, and the delivery was remarkably smooth. Young Su Heng stood beside the cradle, gazing at his peacefully slumbering little brother, lost in contemplation. The lady of the house, free from the burdens of nursing, lounged languidly in her silk robe upon the rocking chair, lighting a cigarette and exhaling wisps of smoke. The acrid scent startled Su Heng, provoking a fit of coughs. Yet the maternal figure offered him not a single glance, dismissively chiding, "How bothersome. Be off with you." With lips pressed tightly together, Su Heng silently vacated the room, only to encounter a stranger in the corridor, instinctively retreating a step. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Gu Shili," the stranger replied. "I am your guardian spirit." Su Heng's lips twitched in skepticism as he regarded her with doubt. "Do you not believe me? I was indeed jesting just now." Gu Shili smiled sweetly, adding, "Have you heard of Cinderella? In truth, I am your fairy godmother." Su Heng retorted, "Which asylum did you escape from?" His instinct was to flee. Yet he soon realized that aside from himself, no one else could perceive his fairy godmother. Thus, he reluctantly acknowledged her identity and found himself pinned to the bed as she recounted the tale of Cinderella. That night, Gu Shili narrated 3 stories in succession, until Su Heng could no longer resist the pull of slumber. Only then did she recline on the sofa, closing her eyes, a state in which she required no sleep. Thus, when Su Heng rose from the bed, she was acutely aware, though she kept her eyes shut. Of course, she was not naive enough to believe that the child might seek warmth from her. It took several attempts before Gu Shili finally spoke. "You cannot extinguish me." Startled by her sudden voice, little Su Heng tumbled onto the carpet. After Gu Shili finished appreciating the moment, She languidly remarked, "You can never reach me." Su Heng's eyes flickered. "What did you say?" I did not comprehend. Gu Shili continued to gaze at him intently. When little Su Heng climbed into bed, he pulled the blanket up to his forehead and mumbled, "Good night, fairy godmother." Gu Shili erupted in laughter. To her, this was not merely a reprimand of little Su Heng, but rather a playful correction of Lord Su Heng. This was but an illusion, not a genuine reversal of time. She would not forget that the being before her was not a mere child, but a spirit. Madame had relocated from the third floor to the second to better care for the recently born young master, leaving Su Heng as the sole occupant of the third floor, which had once been the exclusive domain of the head of the family, Su Yuanhong, and his family of 3. Soon after, the second master, Su Yuanliang, moved to the third floor alone. At this point, he no longer wished to be addressed as the second master. The servants had begun to refer to him as master, as he took full control of the family's affairs. Yet he treated his sister-in-law with great respect and was kind to his nephew. Su Heng mused, "My second uncle is better than my father." Gu Shili inquired, "Why is that?" Su Heng replied, "He does not hit me, and he even praises me." Poor little Su Heng had never received a word of commendation from his father, but instead had endured the harsh reprimands of a strict parent. The head of the family, while perhaps respectable outwardly, harbored an exceedingly volatile temper within, having resorted to corporal punishment against both his son and brother. Gu Shili gradually came to understand that the deceased Su Yuanhong was the very source of all tragedies within the Su residence. Su Yuanhong received an elite education from a young age. Due to his demanding work schedule, he married only when he was nearly 30. His union with his wife resembles a real-life Cinderella story. Aside from the dreamlike nature of their marriage, he is fundamentally a stern patriarch, treating his son as a grandson and his brother as a son. Su Heng once overheard his father berating his uncle, saying, "You are worthless, unworthy of being a Su family member. You have been a disappointment since childhood. Your parents spoiled you excessively, turning you into a useless wretch. You caused trouble outside. Do you have any idea the price I had to pay to resolve it? To save your miserable life, I worked tirelessly for days. You truly are a disgrace." He is a man who demands results and possesses little warmth. His death surprisingly brought no grief to any member of the Su household. His younger brother, Su Yuanliang, lived long in his brother's shadow and inevitably became twisted. Due to his character and lack of talent, he could never aspire to be like his brother, who loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain since birth. He detested the way his brother looked at him, as if he were refuse, which left him in turmoil after poisoning his brother, driving him to madly seize everything belonging to him. Once Su Yuanliang ascended as the head of the Su family, those harboring secrets became less cautious than before. Su Heng discovered the true cause of his father's death. His mother's affair was known to his uncle, who used this information to coerce her into poisoning his father's soup, conspiring to end his life. Su Heng once lamented to Gu Shili, asking her, "Why do you often sleep for several months at a time?" Because it is impossible for her to truly spend years here. Her time leaps appear to Su Heng as mere slumber. Gu Shili, "I am, in fact, the flower of your garden transformed into a sprite, needing to absorb sufficient sunlight before I can awaken to converse with you. When the next leap of time occurs, all the flowers in the Su family's garden have been ruthlessly uprooted, leaving not a single bloom behind. Truly, as the future lord, his character has twisted into a grotesque form, making it difficult to find him endearing. Living alongside such a person is indeed a frightful prospect. Regrettably, Gu Shili currently finds herself in a position of complete subjugation, with Su Heng unable to exert control over her, even to the point of being driven to tears by frustration. The thought of his future, so charmingly wicked, brings him a perverse delight. As the days of hardship arrive, Su Yuanliang begins to assume a role akin to that of a brother, instructing his nephew. Should the nephew fail to meet his demands, he metes out severe punishment. Su Yuanliang's interest in Su Heng stems solely from the fact that Su Heng is the son of his brother, possessing all that his brother has, which brings him to the pinnacle of joy. Lacking the capability to manage a company, he constantly encounters setbacks in the outside world, leading him to treat Su Heng with increasing cruelty. Even when Su Heng meets his expectations, it does not please him. Rather, it inflates his wounded pride. Why should his brother's son excel beyond him? He can never surpass that mental barrier, becoming ever more deranged. In the end, the Su household is filled with madness. The matriarch is aware of these matters, fully cognizant of her son's plight, yet remains utterly indifferent. Not only does she pay little attention to the affairs of her eldest son, but she also neglects those of her youngest, preferring to indulge in tales of romance and frivolity, living the life of a wealthy matron. Her relationship with her sisters-in-law is rather ordinary. Fortunately, the second lady, hailing from a scholarly family, is modest and courteous, allowing for a semblance of harmony. As for her husband's actions and her nephew's plight, she feigns ignorance, pretending not to see or hear. The servants, having received considerable sums from Su Yuanliang, are disinclined to meddle in their master's affairs, and those like Aunt Bai, who harbor a particular aversion towards Su Hong, may even exacerbate the situation. Gradually, Su Yuanliang acts without restraint. Su Hong remarks, "I believe my second uncle is quite mad. He has a peculiar gaze." Gu Shili replies, "Did you just discover that he is a pervert?" Su Hong continues, "He insists that I call him father." Gu Shili retorts, "Sometimes one must bow to reality. If he asks you to call him that, then do so. You can utter father while internally regarding him as a scoundrel. Besides, he is now somewhat of a stepfather to you. Calling him father is not a loss." Su Hong, feeling defeated, realizes that his deliberate display of misery has elicited no sympathy from his fairy godmother, despite his genuine distress. Frustrated, he pulls the blanket closer and gazes at her longingly. "Do you have a story to tell today?" Gu Shili inquires, "Have you heard of the investiture of the gods? Let me recount the tale of Baigon's heart extraction." Su Hang protests awkwardly, "Isn't that a bit too bloody for my taste?" Gu Shili gives him a meaningful glance, thinking to herself that the mischief you will engage in later will be 1,000 times more grotesque than extracting one's heart. "Gu Shili, do you still think you are very small?" The two exchange fierce glances, and as has always been the case with their disputes, Gu Shili emerged victorious. Su Hang suddenly became sentimental. "Without you, I truly do not know how I would navigate through life." Gu Shili, life would go on as usual. Would it be acceptable to simply listen to a story? I truly envy how my presence makes you appear as though you are not entirely devoid of support." Su Hong, displeased, retorted, "Even if you are of little use," Gu Shili proudly asserted, "even if I am not particularly useful." Young Su Hang took a deep breath twice. "Just tell your story. It's making my head ache with frustration." The streamer seems to have made a grievous error. Strategy for confronting the undead lord? The last streamer who desired to court the undead lord has had grass grow 2 zhang tall over their grave photo. JPG, the undead are a race devoid of benevolence, much like artificial intelligence lacks emotions. Do not rush to conclusions. Open your eyes and take a good look. With such a flashy mouth, if anyone were in Su Hang's position, they would undoubtedly wish to eliminate her, rather than entertain thoughts of love. 15. The old resident's end. Gu Shili had little time to awaken. She pondered when would be the opportune moment to act. Now, inflicting harm upon a human would be effortless. Yet the only outcome of harming the illusionary human would be awakening the Lord. Given the Lord's state of disorientation upon emerging from the illusion, the chances of success were exceedingly slim, nearly non-existent. She sought to acquire a most significant artifact, the heart of the undying. This referred specifically to the heart of the undead Lord, which she aimed to successfully extract from Su Hang's chest cavity. Gu Shili did not possess the arrogance to covet the Lord's heart upon entering the realm of the undead. Indeed, it was a perilous endeavor, where a moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Most visitors merely hoped to avoid any encounter with the Lord, fleeing at the first opportunity. And merely surviving was a commendable outcome. The thought of extracting a heart from the Lord was beyond imagination. The greater the danger, the greater the reward. The heart of the undying was indeed a coveted treasure. Humans are endowed with talents that resemble divine gifts, each individual's abilities varying significantly in strength, regardless of their potency. One soon discovers countless restrictions upon harnessing these talents. For instance, one must genuinely convince others of their falsehoods to gather energy. Being true to oneself is a fundamental requirement for energy collection, and this is merely one of the more accessible conditions. Gu Shili's talent was formidable, yet the prerequisites for utilizing her abilities were exceedingly stringent, amounting to several hundred stipulations. It was rumored that acquiring the heart of the undying might alleviate some of these conditions, allowing those without innate abilities to awaken their potential. Gu Shili's sleeve was tugged, and the fever rendered Su Hang delirious. "You are actually daydreaming. Do you not feel pity for me?" A fundamental tenet of being an assassin is to remain unyielding towards one's target. Fairy godmother, nonsense. I am a person of profound compassion. Su Hong, shouldn't the fairy godmother assist the Grey Prince? Suffering has rendered me increasingly malevolent, yet your assistance will enlighten me to the essence of kindness. Su Hong is indeed a clever little imp, adept at discerning the intricacies of the human heart, gradually learning to show vulnerability towards Xiyue. Fairy godmother, my purpose is not to sway you with love. Su Hong, astonished, you have a mission? Fairy godmother, indeed, I am here to witness your misfortunes. Su Hong, he must endure, for succumbing to anger will not grant him rest. Su Hong has been intermittently ill for nearly half a month. His frame emaciated to the point of distortion. The servants treat him with neglect, openly disregarding Su Yuanyang, who, in his madness, finds joy in his nephew's suffering and occasionally rewards the servants with bonuses. This inclination towards reward has led the servants to gradually learn to pander to their master. The absence of maternal concern leaves them oblivious to Su Hang's plight, and naturally, they forget that he requires medication. Without such remedies, he risks damaging his mind. Xiyue brings him medicine and water, administering it to him. Upon awakening from slumber, Su Hang's eyes darken. I find you exceedingly bothersome. His mood fluctuates. When she refrains from intervening, he indulges in petulance, and despite her administering the medication, he offers not a single word of gratitude, the little serpent of a man. Xiyue, is it because I prevented you from killing someone? Su Hong shatters the picture frame. Regrettably, the frame poses no threat to Xiyue. Passing harmlessly through her form, she gazes at the little serpent, perplexed as to why he insists on tormenting his own body while afflicted with illness. He chuckled softly. Do not look at me with such eyes. I cannot bear it. Xiyue replied. I feel as though you wish to pluck out my eyeballs. Su Hang ceased to smile, coldly covering his head with the blanket. What had been done was done. Xiyue did not utter a word of reproach, showing no intention of revisiting those matters, yet he was determined to thwart Su Hang's success. It was entirely plausible that Su Hang could be driven to madness. At that moment, the matriarch entered the room without knocking, only realizing her son was lying in bed upon her arrival. Are you unwell? She inquired. Su Hang replied. Is it customary to offer coffee to a patient? The matriarch retorted, look at you, your lips are cracked and bleeding. You ought to drink some water. On the bedside table sat a cup of coffee. It was evident that she was unwilling to pour a glass of water for her son merely to exhibit tenderness, choosing instead to hand him the coffee she held. Soon, the matter at hand arose. She did not come without purpose. Indeed, many scenes in this domain carry implications and symbolism, such as the painting in the corridor depicting a woman adorned with a diamond ring, symbolizing the matriarch herself. This woman possessed a heart of stone. They say a tiger does not eat its cubs, yet she was remarkably ruthless, willing to sacrifice her eldest son for various motives. If her neglect of her child's welfare were not enough to warrant criticism, her complicity in allowing others to bully him would not be particularly repugnant. However, to contemplate harming her son for the sake of money is truly abhorrent. The matriarch does not visit without reason. Su Yuanliang had nearly squandered the Su family's fortune over the years. Now, there are intentions to seize a substantial fortune under Su Hang's name, with hopes that he might transfer his assets. This matter cannot simply be resolved through Su Hang's verbal assurances or signatures. It entails a convoluted process that requires Su Hang's repeated involvement. Will Su Hong allow them to succeed? Su Yuanyang soon discovers that Su Hong is not as obedient as he had envisioned, and furthermore, this fortune can only be accessed once Su Hong reaches adulthood, rendering any transfer futile. After much contemplation, considering he has already killed his brother, he would not mind eliminating a nephew. This seems the simplest solution. Once the boy is dead, his mother would have access to the funds. Consequently, after several days, the matron once again brings him a cup of coffee. Xiyue observes the unfolding events. Don't drink it. The coffee is suspicious. Her demeanor towards the situation is unsettlingly calm. Xiyue remarks, your mother can't even be bothered to pretend. Su Hang, mocked by her, feels a surge of blood rush to his head, anger clouding his vision. After suppressing his rage, he casts a meaningful glance at her. At times, I wish I could simply strangle you. Xiyue retorts, you've already attempted that. If it were possible to choke me to death, I would have perished 1,000 times over. In truth, Su Hong has been persistently searching for a means to deal with Xiyue. Had he found one, she would have met her demise in myriad ways already. Su Hong fixates on her, and for a fleeting moment, Xiyue feels as if she is facing the specter of Su Hong. Yet, if the illusion were to be discovered by the ghostly Su Hong, it would have long since shattered. As the richly brewed coffee was delivered to his door, Su Hong found himself contemplating that if he were to survive today, there would inevitably be another means to bring about his demise. Gradually, he regained his composure. Fixating on the cup of enhanced coffee for an extended moment, When he finally lifted his gaze, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. His striking eyes searching hers. You wouldn't want me to harm them, would you? Gu Shili replied, I will not permit you to hurt anyone. Su Heng's voice trembled. Then you wish for me to perish? Gu Shili reassured him. How could that be? I have an idea. Let us leave Su Manor. Leave Su Manor. The notion had never crossed Su Heng's mind. This opulent residence had ensnared both his body and spirit. Despite his capability to commit murder without an ounce of internal conflict, he suddenly felt adrift regarding the future. Yet, this was indeed the most prudent suggestion. Was there a better alternative? Why not depart? Because no one had ever told him he could escape this place. After a brief contemplation, Su Heng conceded, I will leave with you. But you must promise to treat me well thereafter. You don't need me. You could thrive on your own, Gu Shili countered. Those who are truly happy are quite similar, while the unhappy experience myriad forms of misfortune. A person like you wouldn't lead a miserable life. Yet you would not find joy. You must seek happiness beyond the act of killing. I have not taken a life. Su Heng retorted. Fool, she replied. Illusions are mere fabrications. What has transpired cannot be altered. Gu Shili's words resonated with sincerity, her formidable prowess enabling her to take lives at will. A stark contrast to the cunning and strategic Su Heng of the past, who had meticulously crafted plans to evade punishment. It was no longer exhilarating. Rather, it swiftly became tiresome. The Su residence is an insular realm, yet now his heart has liberated itself from its confinement. Under the cloak of night, they deftly traversed the window to escape, encountering no peril as they reached the periphery of the Su estate. They unlatched the grand door, and not a soul perceived his departure. The pristine white of his night attire gradually succumbed to the night's inky embrace. Su Heng recalled that throughout his growth, he had never contemplated leaving the Su residence. The incident in which Su Yuanyang sought to seize his assets was unexpected. Prior to this, he had already been plotting the demise of Su Yuanyang, merely advancing his scheme by a fraction. Chaotic memories flooded his mind. The visage of Su Heng oscillating between youth and adulthood, until this transformation solidified, marking the most vulnerable moment in Su Heng's existence. With a soft gasp, after becoming a specter, he felt no more pain. He lowered his gaze, a jade comb piercing his heart, as the assailant twisted it with force, extracting a delicate heart. Intricate as a work of art, the heart of the specter no longer pulsated. It was likely frigid to the touch. The illusion gradually dissipated as Gu Shili released his grip and retreated. Fairy godmother. Su Heng scoffed, a deceiver. Gu Shili retorted, Nonsense, I never deceive. Su Heng laughed derisively. I discerned your ability. You present two distinct visages. Can someone like you possess sincerity? No need for your concern, Gu Shili countered. I am far better than you. You despise Su Yuanhong and Su Yuanliang. They bullies of the weak, a bunch of scoundrels. You see how cowardly you have become, transforming yourself into a malevolent being just like them. The two exchanged venomous words, inflicting harm upon one another. Su Heng remarked, You are a reflection of me. The escalation of your abilities will inevitably lead to your insatiable ambition. Gu Shili replied, I take you as a cautionary tale. Enraged, Su Heng's hands morphed into mere shadows as he inhaled deeply, calming his voice. You once recounted the tale of bygone to me. Gu Shili interjected. Her chaotic bedtime stories, of which she must have told thousands, specifically meant for the likes of a little snake demon. Su Heng continued. A heartless vegetable may live, a heartless human cannot, but can a heartless ghost endure? Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Shili answered, Certainly not. Su Heng's eyes reddened, resembling bloodstains. You are truly heartless. Gu Shili, with a cheerful demeanor, responded, There's no choice. I possess an absolute reason to survive here. Su Heng paused, sensing the sincerity in her words, despite this wretched human's seemingly composed exterior. Yet, he soon scoffed. You claim one cannot survive. Do you think I am incapable of living? Gu Shili retorted, as if you were truly alive. Who doesn't know who? If you could regain even a semblance of strength, you would surely end my life. Su Heng remained silent. Gu Shili continued, When it comes to arguments, she has never been defeated. The Lord's power sustains the realm of the undead. The Lord is the very essence of this domain. Su Heng, seething with rage, threatened to explode, causing the entire realm to tremble. Gu Shili spoke not a word more and hastily fled. The comb, used to pierce the heart, was left nestled within Su Heng's chest. Gu Shili unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Hua Tai, at the exit. Gu Shili exclaimed, What a coincidence! Hua Tai responded with a mixture of surprise and confusion. The Lord of the Undead. Xiyue gasped. The exit bore no distinction from the entrance. Xiyue followed Hua Tai, contemplating the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. After realizing that the seemingly youthful driver was not human, Xiyue began to question the ingredients in the soup before them. However, recalling the questionable origins of the food consumed in the realm of the undead, she refrained from voicing her concerns. The air conditioning on the bus was quite brisk, and the driver generously provided the two with blankets. Xiyue, feeling grimy, turned off her streaming device, wrapped herself in the blanket, reclined her seat, and succumbed to a deep slumber. This is unacceptable. I am far too excited. The artificial intelligence indicated that my brainwaves were overly active, and my ECG resembled a display of fireworks. The emergency passage in the room has opened. Ah, I have yet to witness the conclusion. Goodness. Su Heng's heart has genuinely been captured by little Gu. Dear brother, please be mindful of your language. Yes, it is indeed true. Little Gu's energy bar has increased slightly, indicating that she has managed to deceive Su Heng. However, I am utterly perplexed as to what exactly she has tricked him about. Could it be that Su Heng has come to believe she is truly his fairy godmother? Brother, you really have a vivid imagination. Inquiry. How should one utilize the heart of the undead? Simply crush it. Ah, has Su Heng truly met his demise? In the service area, Xiyue was roused by the driver. Have we arrived at the service area? Do the passengers need to disembark for a rest? The surroundings were bustling, and it was evident that this was not the case. The absence of writing on the last coin box was due to the fact that everyone was penniless, unable to offer even a tip. The driver stood beside her, eagerly observing, while Xiyue, with a cheerful smile, replied, I was searched before boarding the bus, and I possess no money. At times, information proves to be far more valuable than currency. Otherwise, why would individuals exchange substantial sums for intelligence? The driver remarked, I do not require the universal currency of the safe zone, madam. Are you perhaps live streaming? Xiyue had already turned off the live streaming device upon boarding. She harbored no interest in live streaming her slumber, likely because her affluent patrons were also disinclined to linger and observe someone asleep. The driver explained that upon entering the vehicle, passengers could access the broadcaster's page to view curated messages. However, the paramount concern remained the financial accounts. The Earth live streaming room would deposit earnings directly into the broadcaster's account, primarily derived from tips, with the platform taking a stipulated percentage and deducting taxes before distributing the remainder to the broadcaster. The unit of measurement for the extraterrestrial currency was the crystal, which served as the universal currency within the galaxy. Xiyue inadvertently pondered why the driver required crystal coins. She then opened the broadcaster's page and was taken aback by the quantity of crystals displayed. Were crystals truly of little value? Was there such rampant inflation within the galaxy? Tentatively, Xiyue transferred 10 crystals to the driver, which elicited a beaming smile from him, prompting him to personally escort her off the vehicle, waving a small handkerchief in a reluctant farewell. Clearly, it seemed that crystals held some worth. The service area was designated as number 564. It was said that service areas situated in regions plagued by dark matter were organized sequentially using Arabic numerals, hence the moniker digital service areas. This region boasted a colossal protective shield capable of isolating the ambient dark matter, and visitors could cleanse their bodies of accumulated dark matter radiation free of charge here. A service that would command a hefty fee, and perhaps even a long wait, within the safety zone. These are the tidings that Xiyue gleaned within the confines of the safe zone. Since the age of 18, she resolved to partake in the Escape from Earth project, dedicating years to preparation. Although the information regarding the project is scant, she has spared no effort in gathering whatever she could. At the very least, it is more than what others have managed to discover. In the hall, Xiyue encountered Huayun, who remarked that the driver insisted on providing a wake-up service, advising against provoking them while aboard the bus. Xiyue replied, Is it because they are eager to collect tips during this time? Subsequently, Huayun elaborated that the service area prohibits any form of violence, ensuring absolute safety. It boasts accommodations, supermarkets, shops, and restaurants. The modest, it is well equipped. As long as one possesses crystal coins, the most suitable services will be rendered. Even the most impoverished can subsist here, albeit only at the most basic standard of living. The safe zone is by no means an Eden. Otherwise, there would not be so many individuals eager to enroll in the plan. Few possess the lofty ideals and foresight of Xiyue's family. Most make this decision out of sheer necessity, as life in the safe zone has become untenable. Stripped of sustenance and warmth, They faced the dire threat of starvation and freezing to death, leaving them with no choice but to take a gamble. Members of Xiyue's family undoubtedly enjoy a life of privilege within the safe zone, yet they believe that Earth has become inhospitable to humanity. They foresee a day when humanity may find itself in dire straits and do not wish to be powerless to resist when that day arrives, prompting them to take the risk of participating in the plan. When these sentiments were expressed in the old residents, many struggled to comprehend, perceiving Xiyue and her entire family as overly idealistic and detached from the hardships of the world. However, as they engaged more deeply with Xiyue, their understanding gradually evolved, born from adversity, perishing in comfort. While comprehension exists, agreement is largely absent. They fear that the very calamity they dread may never materialize, and that enrolling in the plan could very well lead to their demise. Within the spectral confines of the old residence, how many of the 12 who entered emerged unscathed? The old residence, rife with hostility, has inadvertently lowered the difficulty of the domain. In summary, he believes that Xiyue's ability to emerge from the old residence is assured, which instigates thoughts of collaboration. Xiyue discerned this, evaluating from various perspectives. Unfortunately, due to his unique talents, it is fated that Xiyue cannot maintain a fixed team. Once a deception has been uttered, the energy derived from the same individuals will gradually diminish. Xiyue inquires, "Will I encounter Sister Xiyue here?" As he expresses a desire to explore the service area, he finds himself in a realm devoid of companions, thus bearing no obligation to share information with a newcomer. The service area resembles a vibrant marketplace, where one could procure 3 sets of comfortable clothing of any style for less than a star coin. In the safe zone, food is a rare treasure, astonishingly inexpensive, or one might say, the value of the crystal coins exceeds her wildest imagination. To receive complimentary meals, one must endure long queues. While the staff serving the food regard the patrons with a disdainful glance, their faces perpetually reflecting contempt for the impoverished, a rather grim reality. This all unfolds in a more civilized manner, yet fundamentally bears no difference from the safe zone, much to Xiyue's relief. After perusing the service area, she realized that the tip of 10 crystal coins she had given was excessively generous. What a loss, having purchased a few essential garments. Xiyue arrived at the entrance of the inn. Outside, an employee recruitment drive was underway, with hundreds queued for interviews, yet there was an eerie silence, as everyone awaited their turn without a word exchanged. Considering her balance of crystal coins, she faced no hesitation in opting for the highest tier suite available, not because the cost was negligible to her, but because it was a necessity. Upon hearing Xiyue's intention to book the top suite, the previously lethargic receptionist immediately displayed a warm smile, promptly initiating the check-in process. "I see this is your first time registering with us. Would you require assistance in exchanging some cash?" Such a question indicated that there were indeed instances necessitating cash transactions within the safe zone. Exchanging cash was not cumbersome. Xiyue held little faith in the absolute safety of the area, thus her exchange was modest. Glancing at a recruitment notice affixed to the wall, she softly read aloud, "Seeking one server, with excellent compensation. Receptionist. So, you are proficient in interstellar lingua franca? That is truly remarkable." The interstellar lingua franca is notoriously difficult to master, with a hellish level of complexity, resulting in a scarcity of individuals among humanity who are adept in this language. Notably, those from the Huajia society are the most proficient. The receptionist's praise is sincere and unreserved. Of course, this also relates to the fact that the interstellar lingua franca is seldom utilized in secure zones, as few would engage in futile endeavors. The undead can inherently comprehend the meanings conveyed through this language, characterized by energetic fluctuations, without any need for formal study. The fact that a single position attracted so many applicants underscores the exceptional quality of this job. Xiyue contemplated this, prompting her to request the front desk to exchange an additional 50 crystal coins. The receptionist presented the exchanged coins neatly packaged within a complimentary wallet, stating, "If the commotion outside disturbs you, I shall ensure they maintain their distance. You are a valued guest of our establishment, and your needs take precedence." Xiyue, "No. Thank you." Xiyue, "Do you have steam buns here?" Receptionist, "Yes. What filling would you prefer?" Xiyue furrowed her brow and replied, "Pork." Receptionist, "They will be delivered to your room shortly." The room was spacious and comfortable. Having napped briefly on the bus, Xiyue was not fatigued. The premises boasted the finest equipment, allowing her to view messages, with the content she could access being meticulously filtered to ensure relevance for her viewing after the host departed from the realm of the undead. After the filtering process, it became apparent that 99% of the information was inconsequential. Indeed, it seems that a distinguished guest has arrived. Although Xiyue only ordered buns, the inn did not merely serve buns. A variety of congee and several side dishes accompanied the meal. There were over 20 kinds of buns, each type imaginable seemingly provided. Each dish was labeled, allowing guests to discern the category and the ingredients used in its preparation. Xiyue took a bite of a savory meat bun. Freshly steamed and piping hot, its thin skin enveloping a generous filling. The heat compelled her to exhale softly, yet she refrained from releasing the delectable morsel. The attendant maintained a courteous smile nearby, then presented her with a menu. You may strike off any ingredients you absolutely wish to avoid. The service area is interconnected, ensuring that these ingredients will not appear on your table in the future. The first item Xiyue crossed out was, rather ominously, human flesh. The attendant patiently awaited her to peruse the menu in its entirety, displaying no hint of impatience. As he prepared to depart, Xiyue called him back and handed him 5 crystal coins. This is for your tip. The attendant's smile widened as he accepted the coins. I have worked in this service area for quite some time and am well informed. As this is your first visit, please feel free to inquire about anything. It is the utmost honor for all our staff to serve you. Such words were merely pleasantries to Xiyue, who remained noncommittal. How do I leave the service area? She asked. Oh, I have been in the service area for a considerable time. With so many buses arriving, how am I to decide which one to board? Waiter, you can choose based on your intuition. Xiyue took out 50 crystal coins. Even the most luxurious suite at the inn is only worth that much. You know, each vehicle has a unique destination. Xiyue nodded. Even within the realm of the undead, there are distinctions between different domains, not to mention. The level of difficulty varies significantly. The waiter deliberated. The driver certainly knows the next stop. Xiyue, noticing his pause, asked in surprise, Is that all? This isn't a secret. Even a simple thought could lead one to this common knowledge. Waiter. No, please don't take it that way. I am well acquainted with many drivers, and I can inquire which bus would suit you best. Xiyue, can I trust you? The waiter then realized he was dealing with a seasoned negotiator. At this stage, he couldn't afford to let the crystal coins slip through his fingers. He had to divulge the crucial information. There are over 30 stops around the 564 service area, and among them, 3 specific stops yield the highest number of passengers boarding the bus heading to the service area. Xiyue handed him 25 crystal coins. But the waiter could not discern any hint of her thoughts from her expression. For a moment, he even doubted whether she was already aware of this information, as she showed no signs of surprise. This was yet another piece of useless information for the customer, and he was compelled to strive for the remaining 25 crystal coins. Xiyue, I am already aware of this information. Waiter, she really knows. Xiyue took out 5 more crystal coins, making a total of 30. I need to know the names of these 3 locations. But if you don't tell me, this transaction will only earn you 30 crystal coins. Xiyue, consider this. The names of these 3 sites are worth 20 crystal coins each, which is quite a bargain. A bargain, my foot. The waiter pondered for a moment, realizing he could not afford to sell such vital information so cheaply. If necessary, he could conspire with other waiters after leaving, ensuring that they would all stick together and share the profits, which would ultimately be more than what he received now. Waiter, I'm terribly sorry, but this is all I know. If there is nothing else. There is, my money has disappeared. Waiter. What? I believe you took the 30 crystal coins I left on the table while delivering the meal. Xiyue, in such a case, may I file a complaint against you at the inn? Waiter. The waiter was utterly astonished by this series of antics. He had been threatened before while selling information, had experienced knives to his throat, had been subjected to scathing insults, and had faced coercion and bribery. But never had anyone threatened his job security. Threats to his personal safety were manageable, but threats to his employment. Please, do not ring the bell. You are putting me in a difficult position. The crystal coins were given to me voluntarily. Xiyue, I did not. I never gave you anything. The waitress, internally cursing, swiftly acquiesced. A theme park, an abandoned hospital, a mysterious hometown. With a single breath, she expressed this, and the waitress, overwhelmed, dared not claim the 30 crystal coins on the table. However, Xiyue insisted she take them, feeling their warmth in her hands as she awkwardly exited the room. Xiyue was not one to believe everything a waitress said. She recognized that sometimes, even after spending a considerable sum, the information obtained could be misleading. Nevertheless, she had pressed the waitress hard, having observed that she was not particularly cunning or deceitful, lacking in social experience compared to Xiyue. Though young, Gu Shili possessed a keen insight into people, a skill honed through her past experiences. The urgency of her questioning left the waitress little time for contemplation, preventing her from fabricating a plausible lie. The names of the 3 bus stops had a 70 to 80% chance of being genuine. However, merely knowing the names of the stops was insufficient. Gu Shili needed more information, such as what each of these locations contained and which bus routes led to them. She felt as if she had embarked on a long journey, uncertain if her direction was correct. Fortunately, time was on her side, and Gu Shili was not in a rush. With so many buns in front of her, she knew she could not consume them all, having just eaten one. Her stomach was already satisfied, alleviating her hunger. In the past, she would have devoured anything edible, raw or cooked, stuffing her mouth as much as possible, for only what she could consume and digest truly belonged to her. When the old man took her in, he discovered that her stomach was already troubled, so he forbade her from eating in a hurried manner. Under certain conditions, he insisted that she chew slowly and savor her food. Initially, she was disobedient, but now she complied. The buns were meant to be eaten piping hot. Although they had grown somewhat cold, Gu Shili was simply delighted to have the buns, for they were her favorite food. As she gradually finished her meal, her gaze fell upon the coffin-like structure placed in the center of the living room. Inside lay a transparent solution, allowing one to breathe normally while submerged. This was a dark matter radiation cleansing device, which private individuals could not possess within the safety zone. Utilizing it for treatment was akin to reaching for the stars. However, it was available for free use in the lodgings of the service area. It was said that even rooms that did not require crystal coins were equipped with such a machine. If one wished to lie within, no one would stop them. Even if the accumulation of dark matter radiation in their body was reduced to 0 within the safety zone. Despite the daunting challenge of accessing the dark matter radiation cleansing device, the limited machines operated incessantly, running 24 hours a day. This indicates that the safety zone was not averse to making it widely available. Indeed, the usage rights of the dark matter radiation cleansing device had previously sparked numerous political upheavals. Everyone would be eager to have access. But due to the limited number of machines, the higher-ups in the safety zone found themselves powerless. After lying in the device for an entire night, the dark matter accumulated within Gu Shili's body was finally cleansed. As she emerged from the coffin-like structure, she felt remarkably lighter, though she could not tell if it was merely an illusion. In the morning, the inn offers a complimentary buffet featuring a myriad of ingredients. However, for those with numerous dietary restrictions, such as guests who abstain from consuming humanoid meat, it would be prudent to avoid the selection lest they lose their appetite. Gu Shili did not relish self-challenges. After savoring the inn's chef's signature big-faced bun, which is as large as one's face, she ventured out. The bun was remarkably substantial and delectably delightful. Gu Shili had no intention of saving the earnings from her live broadcast at the old residence. She was resolute in spending it all in pursuit of more information. After spending 2 days in the service area, she discerned that not every visitor possessed ample funds. Although few can resist the allure of money to refrain from broadcasting, every industry has its standouts and its laggards. Genuinely prosperous streamers are scarce. Apart from the top-tier streamers who can acquire sufficient crystal coins to gather intelligence, even those in the upper-middle tier possess limited resources. Ironically, the true purveyors of vital information in the service area are often shrewd individuals, and once the money is depleted, they may regard one merely as an unwitting fool, rendering efforts futile. These insights were gleaned from Gu Shili's observations. The service area is indeed a rich tapestry of activities, even featuring underground gambling venues, alongside places for leisure. A week's stay would barely suffice for exploration. As long as one has crystal coins, a year or more would hardly feel tedious. Within this vast expanse, Gu Shili forged numerous friendships in just a few days, gaining clarity on the classifications within the realm of the undead. The categorization hinges entirely on the attributes from which one distinguishes them. For instance, the old residence represents a realm of seclusion, shrouded in mystery, with its inhabitants largely oblivious to the happenings beyond its confines, as the sovereign of this domain has sealed it off, permitting neither outsiders to enter nor its denizens to exit. Of course, exceptions are made for visitors, who are allowed passage through the realm of the departed. Take, for example, the themed amusement park. It serves as an open expanse of the netherworld. The Lord graciously welcomes foreign spirits into his domain, providing them sanctuary, though it remains uncertain whether these spirits can depart once they have entered, regardless of whether entry and exit are permitted or restricted. As long as the realm is not entirely closed off, whispers of information are bound to escape. through inquiries and discussions. The most abundant revelations pertain to the themed amusement park. During her time within Service Area 564, Xiyue did not encounter Xiyue Bin. Later, she sought insight from Huaba, who expressed a sentiment: life is precious. If fate allows, we may meet again in the future. On the 6th day, the bus successfully arrived at the 564 service area. Upon receiving the news, Xiyue hurried to the parking lot to meet the driver. The bus drivers, all male, sported uniform short hair and donned deep blue uniforms. As soon as they met, Xiyue handed the driver a bag of crystal coins, the weight of which brought a smile to his face. Having made the payment, it was evident she had tasks for him and hoped to glean more information about the theme park from his lips. After their conversation, they parted ways. The bus was scheduled to depart at dusk, and having arranged to be there on time with the driver, Xiyue went to the supermarket to gather supplies. Since she had decided to visit the theme park, it was essential to prepare what was needed. As dusk approached, Xiyue arrived punctually at the parking lot. Upon boarding the bus, she noticed that 2 passengers were already seated. Today, she presented herself as a woman accompanied by her own background music, clad in a custom-made cyan robe and a pair of cloth shoes. Glancing at the other passengers, her humming ceased abruptly, and she cryptically remarked, "I can read your fates. Both of you are destined for misfortune." Her unconventional demeanor and the peculiar words that followed were rather vexing. The short-haired woman seated in the front row erupted in indignation, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Everyone on this bus is heading to the realm of the dead. Every single one of us is marked for misfortune. Do we really need someone to read our fates? It sounds like a curse." The short-haired woman, clearly intimidated by the driver, fell silent thereafter. The driver's gaze shifted to Xiyue, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he inquired if she would like something to drink. Should the air conditioning on the bus prove too frigid, he offered to fetch a blanket for his guest. He even took the time to instruct her on how to utilize some of the bus's amenities, displaying a remarkably courteous demeanor. Another passenger, a tall young man of similar age to Xiyue, appeared rather frail, his lips devoid of color, suggesting a certain fragility about him. Contrary to his appearance, he possessed a notably warm disposition. "I am by Xiyue, Mississippi. Are you a Taoist?" he asked. "Not at all. I lack a formal organization and am self-taught," Xiyue replied as they exchanged names. By Xiyue, evidently gregarious, remarked, "I noticed the driver shows you a great deal of attention." Xiyue responded, "That's because we are acquainted. I helped him with a fortune reading this morning. I do not charge if my readings are inaccurate. You see, that is how one ought to treat a person of profundity." A short-haired woman, seemingly exasperated, interjected, "Why are you staring at me while you speak?" As dusk descended, the driver set the vehicle in motion, continuing to exhibit remarkable attentiveness towards Xiyue. He assured them that he would drive steadily, allowing a few passengers to catch some rest. This particular leg of the journey was quite taxing, and it was imperative for the guests to ensure they retained ample energy. Typically, drivers refrain from discussing the conditions of the stops. If tourists inquire too profusely, they may even become irate. It is said that some drivers have unceremoniously abandoned passengers mid-journey. The fundamental principle is clear. Any disruptions or inquiries from tourists may provoke the driver to a breaking point. The short-haired woman had never encountered a driver who proactively discussed the status of the stops while on the vehicle, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Such special treatment was certainly not intended for her, nor for Bai Haoyu. Initially, when Xiyue had not boarded the vehicle, the driver scarcely acknowledged their presence. This enigmatic individual could not possibly possess remarkable abilities, could they? Had she truly underestimated their significance? Tentatively, the short-haired woman initiated a conversation with Xiyue, inquiring whether they truly held such prowess and suggesting, "Why not assist me in reading my fortune? Dear lady, such a method of inquiry is rather unorthodox. You ask yet express disbelief, and when in doubt, you seek validation," Xiyue retorted, rolling her eyes. "Furthermore, should you doubt my abilities, must I prove myself?" The short-haired woman, taken aback, questioned, "What is this dear lady appellation? Admittedly, I may be a few years your senior, but surely we are not of different generations." She inhaled deeply, her words sharp. "I perceive that you lack the courage to truly read my fortune, for you would be unable to articulate anything substantial. You are merely indulging in deception, feigning insanity. Is that a challenge?" Xiyue remarked. "I observe your volatility and erratic emotions. It seems your mind may be troubled. How dare you insult me?" The short-haired woman seethed with rage, abruptly rising from her seat. Xiyue, unfazed, calmly draped a blanket over her head. The short-haired woman stiffened, acutely aware of an undeniable gaze fixed upon her. Turning rigidly to see, she found the driver positioned in the driver's seat, body leaning forward. Head unnaturally twisted 180 degrees, their neck contorted like a pretzel, eyes coldly scrutinizing her, brimming with a silent warning. Her anger was akin to an inflated balloon, punctured by the driver's bizarre actions, leaving not a trace behind. Startled, she sank into her seat, too frightened to glance at Xiyue. Nor could she bear to look at the driver. Her eyes dared not wander, rendered utterly submissive. Xiyue's live broadcast. Finally, I waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't. Oh my, am I in the wrong live stream? Indeed, it is still Xiaogu, comrades. Take a good look at the host's face. It hasn't changed. Your favorites list is truly free from any mischief. The face remains the same, yet the gaze, expression, and aura are entirely transformed. Is this truly the same person? Could it be that she has a doppelganger? The host must have been hacked. I have reported it. Reported 1. The newly appointed moderator promptly silenced the audience member who claimed to have reported the incident. Everyone knew that in the interstellar era, hacking was simply impossible. This was mere disruption, though it could also be a reaction to their agitation. Not to mention, he himself was filled with questions, pondering whether the host's profession might indeed be that of an actress. 19. Amusement Park. 1. We have arrived at our destination, the themed amusement park. Please disembark all passengers. The bus will be stopping for a limited time. A warning, please exit promptly. This was the familiar sound of the loudspeaker. The driver, upon escorting them off, expressed to Xiyue, I truly hope to encounter such wonderful passengers like you again. What he really meant was how he admired her generous and gracious demeanor. The two individuals sharing the vehicle completely misunderstood the situation, immediately labeling Xiyue as a figure of authority. Who could have anticipated such audacious behavior as purchasing the services of a bus driver? It is rare for people to delve into the authenticity of statements that do not involve personal gain. They instinctively trust what their ears perceive and what their eyes behold. Xiyue's meticulously crafted deception was not to be allowed any flaws during its execution. At that moment, both passengers pondered how accurate Xiyue's judgment must be. Otherwise, how could the bus driver treat her with such deference? Exceptional treatment often corresponds to an extraordinary individual. By this point, both had accepted the narrative of Xiyue as a formidable figure, apart from the differing names of the stops. The entrance to the theme park station bore no distinction from that of the old mansion. Xiyue's life had always been fraught with challenges. Misfortunes had rarely afforded her the luxury of tranquility. Throughout her upbringing, she had been relentlessly pushing forward, undeterred by hardships. Thus, as she stood once more on the platform, her heart was remarkably calm. The other two, however, were not as composed. The woman with short hair wore a troubled expression, one that Xiyue found eerily familiar. The first person she encountered at the old mansion, Li Ku, exhibited a similar demeanor, anxious yet acutely aware of the necessity to move forward. If the short-haired woman's reaction could be deemed normal, Xiyue's condition was anything but. His face was ashen, seemingly struggling for breath, on the verge of fainting. Xiyue glanced at him and inquired, Are you unwell? Xiyue? No, my innate abilities are rather unique. Short-haired woman, aren't you skilled in face reading? Can't you discern his situation? Regretting her words, she realized that Xiyue possessed genuine talent. Although she had intended to refrain from further antagonizing him, his aloof demeanor provoked her. She observed Xiyue lift his head, completely ignoring her, as if he had suddenly developed an interest in the patterns on the ceiling. The short-haired woman, brimming with ire, questioned her. What do you mean by that? Xiyue, my mother advised me to avoid conversing with fools. The short-haired woman was on the verge of losing her composure. Are you targeting me? Xiyue, Xiyue, do you feel targeted? Suddenly called out. Xiyue timidly replied, No. Xiyue, I harbor no bias towards either of you. Xiyue feels unperturbed while you, on the other hand, perceive yourself as a target. Is that my fault? Perhaps you ought to reflect upon your own behavior. Short-haired woman, just let me be. By this time, they had approached the entrance, and they were not the first to arrive, for individuals were already standing at the door. Clearly, the numbers were insufficient. As the entrance remained closed, the atmosphere among Xiyue and the others was decidedly peculiar, prompting the earlier arrivals to refrain from engaging with them. Xiyue began to suspect that she was possessed by the spirit of the sleep deity. In this brief encounter, he had discerned that while she was undoubtedly formidable, her temper was frighteningly erratic. The crux of the matter lies in the profound sense of security that Xiyue instilled in him, unprecedented in its strength. He had resolved to attach himself closely to her and settled into a spot nearby. The short-haired woman hurried off to socialize. And it was then that Gu Shilai learned her name was Wang Xiao. Fortune smiled upon them this time, as it took less than half an hour for everyone to arrive. Ultimately, 11 individuals entered this realm. Gu Shilai came to understand that the number of participants could, to some extent, indicate the difficulty of the domain. Generally, a larger assembly signified greater challenges. As for the operational mechanics of the buses traversing the various domains, that remained a mystery. This information had all been relayed by Bai Haoyu, who had quietly confided before entering. Sister Gu, my gift is intuition, or perhaps premonition. To be candid, my anxiety upon arriving at the platform was not born from genuine fear, but rather a warning from my talent, alerting me to potential dangers within. I regard you as a formidable figure and wish to follow in your footsteps. Rest assured, I am quite capable. Gu Shilai responded, do not call me Sister Gu. It makes me feel older. By how you inquired, then how should I address you? Gu Shilai playfully suggested, you may call me half immortal or father, choose one. By how you, taken aback, momentarily questioned the reliability of his own abilities. Was she truly trustworthy? This time, the visitors did not directly enter the amusement park. Upon arriving at the station, they all gathered at the entrance, awaiting ticket validation. In the dead of night, a considerable crowd stood in line, 11 individuals clutching their tickets amidst an exceedingly long queue. Gazing into the inky darkness of the amusement park ahead, no matter how one looks at it, it hardly appears to be functioning normally. Yet an astonishing number of tickets have been sold. The ticket in her hand is no larger than a palm, one side adorned with a map of the amusement park, while the other lists the names of various attractions, each accompanied by a blank box beneath. Following the invasion of dark matter, humanity has faced its apocalypse. Technological advancement has stagnated, relying solely on support from extraterrestrial realms. It is not just Earth. The entirety of the universe generates consumption based on demand. Imported goods, such as the alien gaming console, have garnered immense popularity. Once she reached adulthood, Gu Shilai sought a way to acquire one, which contained a game titled Dream Amusement Park. This game proved quite captivating, as each time she purchased a ticket and entered, playing a game would earn her a stamp. A single ticket could only be used once per game. To complete the levels, she dedicated considerable time. Gu Shilai observed the queue of people, diverse in appearance, men and women, the elderly and children alike, all wearing expressions of exhilaration as if eagerly anticipating entry into the amusement park. Beyond their excitement, nothing seemed amiss. The visitors were already discussing the clues on their tickets. The mummy roller coaster was first in line. Does this mean we should enjoy the attractions in order? The swinging pendulum? She was familiar with that one, feeling it to be somewhat safer than the roller coaster. Gu Shilai brought the ticket closer. She had learned a few live streaming techniques in the service area. It was said that interaction could enhance the likelihood of generous contributions from sponsors, though she could only view comments after leaving the realm, making the interaction one-sided. She remained uncertain of its efficacy, but it was worth a try. After all, who knows? Perhaps someone might actually send her money. Gu Shilai's voice was barely audible, meant only for herself. Yet she was aware that the audience in the live broadcast could hear her. Have you noticed the ticket options? The second most popular attraction is the haunted house. It is said that before the apocalypse, haunted houses featured people disguised as ghosts to frighten others, but I wonder what the appeal is. The current haunted houses are genuinely thrilling. They must be filled with real spirits. She earnestly shared her insights about the attractions listed on the tickets, though her words were largely whimsical. During her time as a young lady, she spoke little, relying instead on her verbal prowess when playing the role of a fortune teller. As the line gradually shortened and approached the ticket booth nearby, Gu Shilai ceased her idle chatter and stepped out of the queue. By how you followed her without a hint of hesitation. By Xiyue. By how you called out awkwardly. Fortune teller. He forced a smile, following Gu Shilai's gaze behind them, and was startled to find the entire line of people staring at them. What was happening? They had merely stepped out of the line. Yet they were the center of attention. The other tourists still in line sensed the strange atmosphere and dared not utter a word, desperately trying to diminish their presence. By seeing this, Gu Shilai replied, those who tread an unconventional path must grow accustomed to the gaze of others. By how you asked. Are you certain that those staring at us are human? Gu Shilai approached the ticket booth and knocked on the closed window. By how you noticed a grimy sign hanging in front that read, tickets for today have been sold out. In this situation, it is uncertain whether the ticket attendant has already clocked out. The tourists have successfully entered the amusement park, and they may soon find themselves queuing once more. The only thing alleviating his pallor is the fact that the crowd seems to have grown weary and no longer bestows them with curious glances. By how you could not help but inquire, half immortal. It seems there is no one inside. What are we doing here? Xiyue replied. I just noticed that the ticket booth emanates a flickering light, indicating the presence of something particularly significant. Xiyue retorted. Flickering light? My education is limited. Do not deceive me. Xiyue tapped several times, but the ticket booth remained silent, leading to her growing impatience as she rapped loudly against the glass window. Xiyue pressed a hand to his chest, his complexion paling. Xiyue remarked, I sense you might faint. Xiyue trembled. There is indeed something inside. Xiyue understood that his acute precognitive abilities imposed a considerable physical strain on him. The moment a perilous spirit manifested, he would feel a chill enveloping him, and his hands and feet would break into a sweat. Thanks to his forewarning, when she turned to see a face as wrinkled as ancient bark within the glass, she was hardly taken aback. Once someone becomes convinced of Xiaogu's persona, the energy surges dramatically. It seems that Xiaogu acquires energy with greater ease than in the previous realm. I harbor a rather immature hypothesis. The more peculiar the character, the greater the energy gained upon convincing others. How terrifying. I find a semblance of reason in this notion. Even invoking the term semi-divine lacks impact. My knees weaken, yearning to call him father. Furthermore, I entertain another unrefined conjecture. The significant increase in semi-divine energy may also correlate with Xiyue. Consider this. Is it more gratifying to deceive someone who is easily fooled or to ensnare a discerning individual? Clearly, outsmarting Xiyue's instincts would be far more impressive. At the amusement park, Part 2, Xiyue, ticket, please. Old tree bark, today's tickets are all sold out. His voice, as parched and grating as his face. Xiyue, are both standard and express tickets completely sold out? The price tag at the booth displays two types of tickets, standard and express. Old tree bark glares at her. Sold out, completely sold out. Wait a moment, let me see that hairpin atop your head. Xiyue's hairpin, fashioned from jade, would not cost much in the service area, especially since it is a new creation by a renowned master infamous in the area of dark erosion. She had specifically purchased it after gathering information about the ticket seller. Xiyue removed the hairpin, offering it for the ticket seller's inspection. The old tree barks I was no larger than a grain of rice, yet it lit up at the sight of a hairpin. With a mouth agape, it exclaimed, Give me the hairpin, and I shall grant you a fast pass. Xiyue replied, 2 passes. The old tree bark, clearly enamored with the hairpin, did not deliberate for long. In no time, 2 tickets tumbled from the ticket booth below. Xiyue collected the tickets before relinquishing the hairpin. With the hairpin secured, the old tree bark gleefully tossed its disheveled hair. Its exuberant gestures caused its head to bob precariously, prompting Xiyue to realize that there was nothing beneath its neck. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the sign next to the ticket booth, which indicated it was a booth for headless beings. Indeed, it seemed that there was only a head. The old tree bark chuckled eerily. What are you staring at? I still possess a complete head. Once you enter, it would be a miracle if you leave with both eyes intact. I do have a penchant for devouring eyeballs. You know, crunchy and delightful. Hee hee. Xiyue was rendered speechless. Xiyue tugged at him, insisting, let us go. She bypassed the queue, opting instead for the fast pass entrance. And both she and Xiyue scanned their way into the park. At this moment, other visitors had vanished without a trace. Xiyue remarked, the difference between the fast pass and a regular ticket is substantial. The regular ticket lists over 20 attractions, and while the fast pass features the same attractions, the order is evidently different. Notably, 2 attractions were marked with red pentagrams, Miss Mao's haunted house and Mr. Mummy's roller coaster. This revelation led Xiyue to suspect that there was something amiss with the project. She examined the map on the ticket and noted that it differed from the one on a standard ticket. She pointed it out to Xiyue. Look here. It shows an additional visitor service center. This particular marker was absent from the map accompanying the standard ticket. Both of them recognized this as a significant clue and decided to investigate this location first. Upon entering the park, they found themselves on the main street. A vibrant thoroughfare adorned with a kaleidoscope of colors, where even the walls were embellished with rainbows and charming animal murals. However, under the cloak of night, this vividness failed to evoke any sense of joy among the visitors. Those passing through the gates seemed to have a singular, urgent purpose, moving hastily as if they were not there for amusement. The main street was riddled with numerous forks, and the absence of directional signs made navigation quite challenging. Xiyue inquired, is your intuition of any use? Xiyue shook his head in response. My talent has significant limitations. My sensitivity to the presence of spirits is nearly infallible, approaching 100% accuracy, but I cannot discern which path would be more advantageous for us. Gu Shili understood that Bai Haoyu's gift was particularly attuned to the supernatural, essentially functioning as a high-energy alert that warned him before encountering any threatening entities. His sixth sense regarding formidable adversaries had only manifested in the presence of Gu Shili, marking his third experience in this domain. He had encountered several visitors. Yet the sense of security they provided was unique to her. As someone who had relied on intuition to navigate life thus far, Bai Haoyu swiftly devised a strategy for this realm. He would cling to her, as it was imperative to hold on tightly. Fearing that his thighs might disdain him for his perceived uselessness and refuse to embrace him. Such worries are unfounded, even if he possesses little practical utility. Gu Shili would never deny him the privilege of being a mere accessory to his limbs, and might even extend an invitation for him to accompany him. The rationale is rather simple. As a player endowed with a highly developed sixth sense, the uniqueness of his talent allows him to extract considerable energy. Typically, one would not be content with merely shearing a single sheep, yet the abundance and quality of the wool he possesses is such that it equates to tenfold the value. Thus, Gu Shili gladly accepts this high-yield resource. Gu Shili believes that his intuition, when applied to humanity, should enable him to discern the moral character of others, or more precisely, to ascertain whether they harbor any ill intentions towards him. The map is exceedingly abstract, and before the two could locate the visitor center, an announcement resonated. All ticketed guests have entered the theme park today. Staff, please take your positions. The park is now open for its night operations, and employees must maintain their composure. Any disruption to the normal functioning of amusement attractions will result in penalties. Bai Haoyu inquired, what does this mean? Not only had the streetlights illuminated, but the theme park had finally begun to play music. The cheerful nursery rhymes transformed the once desolate area into a lively spectacle, as lights brightened their path, allowing the two to reach the visitor center smoothly. The visitor center appeared dilapidated and rudimentary, with an individual wearing a horsehead mask sprawled on a bench, soundly asleep. The mask, though not particularly grotesque, possessed an amusing quality. Bai Haoyu discovered a visitor's guide on the shelf, and the two of them quietly searched the area. As Gu Shili brushed past the man at the entrance, she noticed that a significant portion of something was slipping out of his pocket, faintly revealing the words meal voucher. Was there any need for further deliberation? They would steal it. Gu Shili skillfully retrieved the prize without alerting the man at all. Once they exited the visitor center, Gu Shili realized that what she had pilfered was a ticket that stipulated certain conditions for leaving the station. Specifically, 5 attractions must be experienced before departure. There were over 20 options in total, the selection of which 5 to enjoy was crucial. Gu Shili noted that 2 attractions marked with bright red stars on the express ticket were highlighted in the visitor's guide as must-try experiences. This strongly suggested that the haunted house and the roller coaster were essential visits, from which they could then choose 3 additional attractions from the remaining options. Gu Shili declared, "Let's head to this one first." It was only open at night, and the timing was just right. Upon seeing the haunted house, Bai Haoyu felt an innate rejection. However, he was no novice. He understood that whether one faced their fate early or late, it remained unchanged. Forget it. He could not find the right words. But he felt a growing tension within. Miss Mao was likely a witch, and her domain was known as the Witch's Hat Adventure, one of the many themed areas within the amusement park. The most renowned attraction here is the haunted house, yet there are several other projects as well, such as the carousel, which is also indicated on the ticket. A long queue forms at the entrance of the haunted house, where individuals clad in black robes and tall black hats stand sentinel. Their noses are long and pointed, adorned with numerous green warts. What are you two staring at on my mask? Gu Shili's impression is that this green visage is not merely a mask, but its true form, characterized by sparse, withered yellow hair and eyes as large as copper bells. One word suffices to describe it: grotesque. You do have an eye for detail, it chuckles, its nose wrinkling in delight, generously offering, "Ha ha ha. If you manage to escape my haunted house, you may collect a free gift from the souvenir shop next door." Gu Shili is certain that this is Miss Mao. "Thank you." Miss Mao continues to laugh, if you truly can make it out. Time to queue up, perhaps I do not need to wait. Gu Shili produced a fast pass. Miss Mao's laughter abruptly ceased, and she shot her a piercing glare, her teeth grinding audibly as she exclaimed in frustration, "You possess a fast pass? Darn it, you lead the way." "Miss Mao?" Bai Haoyu was taken aback. What is happening here? What kind of temper is this? Is she not only confronting people but also the spirits? Miss Mao's face twitched. "What did you just say?" Gu Shili smirked. "Did I speak? I said nothing." "Miss Mao, you must have misheard." "Miss Mao? Oh dear, my short temper. Is it hilarious to curse at a streamer? Report her online." Miss Mao is likely to faint from anger. This aligns perfectly with the persona of a half-immortal, a fiery little pepper. Only those who bite know the taste. I never imagined that one day I would actually sympathize with a departed soul. Look, her hand is trembling with a ghostly afterimage. 21. Amusement Park, Part 3. As for this human's feeble excuses, claiming she did not insult her, she is no fool. Can there be any falsehood when she heard it with her own ears? Moreover, that wretched human did not even lower her voice, openly mocking her. If she still fails to realize she has been deceived at this moment, she truly is a simpleton. Miss Mao, both furious and anxious, reached out in a wild attempt to seize that wretched human, only to see her take a few quick steps to evade her grasp. Xiyue sternly questioned her. Miss Mao, what do you intend to do? In her rage, Miss Mao suddenly regained her composure. Even if she could reach her, it would be futile. She is the head of the theme park, the Adventure of the Witch's Hat, a staff member bound by the park's regulations, which prohibit her from harming the visitors already queued within the enclosure. This is a properly operated amusement park, and private bullying cannot be tolerated. Should she violate the rules, she too would face consequences. Initially filled with anger, Miss Mao now felt a suffocating frustration. Bai Haoyu, aware of his subordinate status, dared not criticize the superior's impulsive actions, only to find that the superior was dissatisfied with him as well. Bai Haoyu thought to himself, upon our first encounter, you proclaimed that I was doomed to misfortune. Yet, I bore no resentment. I took your words as sage advice. However, I refrained from expressing my displeasure. Uncertain of your true nature, he continued in his mind, malicious curses may inadvertently bring me good fortune. Can she truly afford the consequences of her actions against me? I am exceedingly vexed by such senseless curses directed at innocent visitors. They ignite my ire. Xiyue glanced at him, visibly displeased, and remarked, why are you so timid? Bai Haoyu, acknowledging his own lack of courage, felt Miss Mao's gaze fixed upon them from behind, a scrutiny that persisted until her sight could no longer penetrate the walls. His legs quivered, and he was half supported by the railing while Xiyue dragged him inside. To his surprise, what lay beyond was not the entrance to a haunted house, but rather a vast area filled with people queuing. There were even 3 tourists who had entered the amusement park before them. The serpentine line of individuals was tightly packed, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Although it was merely a short distance to the entrance through the fast pass, for those in line, it signified an interminable wait. This anticipation was marked by an eerie silence. The faces of the queue's occupants were eerily expressionless, resembling lifeless mannequins rather than living beings, rendering the ambience somewhat unsettling. Bai Haoyu exchanged glances with the 3 tourists ahead, acutely aware of their unspoken desire to communicate. Yet, the larger group moved swiftly, and he dared not lag behind, merely offering an apologetic glance. After all, they were strangers, having never shared a word, and there were no bonds of camaraderie between them. In truth, it is uncertain who fares better. The queue offers a slight reprieve, yet he anticipates a seamless passage directly into the haunted house, though he remains unprepared psychologically. Upon entering the chamber, the entrance becomes visible, albeit this expansive room serves as yet another queue. 2 individuals, remarkably unique, are exempt from waiting and may proceed directly to the game, naturally attracting attention. Xiyue disregards the gaze of these bystanders, striding purposefully toward the crimson zone at the end of the express lane, with Bai Haoyu following suit. 8 additional bystanders emerge, and the tightly shut wooden door creaks open with a click. It seems that entry into the haunted house necessitates a group of 10. These bystanders, differing in appearance yet sharing almost identical expressions, surprisingly engage in conversation once inside, mostly uttering trivial remarks about finally gaining entry after a prolonged wait, affirming the worth of the experience. Xiyue notices a flashlight in the corner and hands one to Bai Haoyu, disregarding the presence of the following bystanders as she walks and observes the interior of the haunted house. The initial pathway is narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time, instilling a sense of apprehension that something might suddenly leap from the damp walls. Xiyue leads the way, her flashlight's beam limited, as she remains vigilant of the ground and the walls on either side. After a considerable duration of uneventful passage, her tension escalates rather than dissipates. Suddenly, she tilts her ear to listen. Faint sounds emerge, reminiscent of a child's weeping. Gu, the half-immortal. Bai Haoyu's hand rested on Xiyue's shoulder, and through her clothing, she could feel that his hand was as cold as ice, just as she sensed that the person behind her was amiss. He spoke. Something is coming. It turned out to be Bai Haoyu after all, not some ghostly apparition, but rather his intuition manifesting, rendering his fingers icy with trepidation. Indeed, something was approaching, and evasion was futile here. Xiyue promptly declared, "Run forward." If they could reach an open area ahead, they might have a chance to maneuver. She kept an eye on Baihayu's condition. Despite his pallor suggesting he might faint, he was still able to keep pace with her. Xiyue felt reassured, for if the repercussions of his talent were truly so severe, he would not have survived this long. What good is foresight if one's legs buckle and one cannot flee? The first target of any malevolent spirit would be you. How could you have lived to this day? Baihayu's face had grown even more ashen. The beam of Xiyue's flashlight illuminated the pitch-black passage ahead, and soon, a gaunt boy emerged stiffly from the shadows. His mouth gaped in an O shape. His expression exaggerated. This puppet boy moved with a certain freedom, seemingly delighted to see them, arms wide open as he rushed towards the newcomers. The tool began to scream. And to be honest, the shriek was far more exasperating to Xiyue than the appearance of any monster, momentarily rendering her deaf. While evading the puppet boy, Xiyue noticed that his gaping mouth was devoid of a tongue, and shortly after, a puppet girl dashed out as well. Upon hearing the sound, Xiyue recognized that there were two entities present, and she felt no surprise. After stepping outside, she first kicked the cradle, from which the wailing child had mysteriously vanished. All that remained was the empty cradle resting on the ground. The two small creatures attacked indiscriminately, yet the puppets did not move with the agility of ordinary people. When fueled by the vigor of adulthood, they could not be caught. Xiyue and her companion swiftly seized the chaos to escape, the shrieks of the tools echoing behind them. As Xiyue jogged, she took a moment to inquire of Baihayu, "Are you all right?" After exiting that room, the passage widened enough to allow three grown men to walk side by side. Baihayu gasped heavily, replying, "I'm fine." In truth, his stamina was rather poor. After such exertion, his lungs felt as if they were about to burst, yet he dared not admit his limitations. He feared both the disdain of his companion and the possibility of the pursuing entities catching up. Xiyue suggested, "Let us take a moment to rest." This was primarily for Baihayu's sake. If speed were the measure, the previous dungeon had showcased the fastest entity, leaving them both in the dust. Baihayu leaned against the wall, hissing in pain as he turned to shine his flashlight upon the stone wall behind him. There, he discovered a protruding circular button. Xiyue crouched down to examine it, and they exchanged a glance before pressing the button firmly. A stone slab emerged, revealing a camera nestled within. To be precise, it is a Polaroid camera equipped with 20 photos, allowing for 20 more uses, undoubtedly useful within the haunted house. Baihayu is undeniably a high-energy individual, signaling ahead with his very presence. At this juncture, the tools of the trade have been left behind, and they are finally distanced from the echoes of terrified screams. Xiyue can be said to have breathed a significant sigh of relief. The path ahead is remarkably spacious, and Baihayu experiences another surge of psychic energy. Having just entered the haunted house, this place truly brims with high-energy phenomena. The current location is somewhat eerie. The beam of the flashlight casts a faint green hue, revealing large splotches of blood on both the floor and the walls. Suddenly, Baihayu exclaims softly, startled by something illuminated by the flashlight. Xiyue understands that it is due to the light revealing an image on the wall. She shifts the flashlight to the side and discovers a carving, a distorted depiction of two large demons, accompanied by two smaller ones, who appear to be holding a young girl captive in the center. The artwork employs a plethora of somber colors, eliciting an unsettling sensation. The two individuals had intended to await danger in this expansive area, affording themselves the opportunity to maneuver should the need arise. However, after lingering here for quite some time, nothing has transpired. This implies that they must proceed forward. Suddenly, an idea strikes Xiyue. She captures an image of the wall-less artwork with the camera. Upon developing the photo, it mirrors the original depiction perfectly, albeit with an additional line of text beneath the artwork. "Mom and Dad are demons. My brother wants to kill me. My sister wants to eat me. I have no home. I am so scared." Baihayu embraced himself, a shiver running down his spine. I realized that the celestial being's confrontation with Miss Mao had its reasons. On one hand, it aligned with her rather extreme persona, and on the other, it served to deepen Baihayu's impression of her belief in fate. I had naively assumed that her antagonism stemmed from a simple pleasure in confrontation. I recently ventured into the real-life mode, and the ambience of the haunted house was indeed rather eerie. I also recklessly attempted it myself. Thankfully, with the presence of the energetic Baihayu, I was not overwhelmed by the unending onslaught of frightening apparitions. The arrival of Baihayu was truly a blessing for us timid spectators. At the amusement park, Xiyue also found the inscription unsettling. The despair woven within the words was palpable, conjuring images of a child huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. Clearly, this haunted house held a narrative. Perhaps the girl's mother and siblings had all been possessed by demons, and she was aware of it all. Suddenly, a song echoed through the air. Drop, drop. Drop the handkerchief, gently placed behind the little ones, but do not tell them. The two exchanged glances, tiptoeing to peer inside. There, a group of innocent, delightful children played a game in the clearing ahead. And witnessing such a scene felt even more peculiar than the ghostly hands that had abruptly emerged from the ground moments before. Xiyue found himself reminiscing. Recalling the past, he had played this game in his childhood. Xiyue replied nonchalantly, I have never played it. In truth, she had. Though it was an event long forgotten from her early years. A child, amidst the sweet melody of a song, tossed a handkerchief behind a girl, who was entirely oblivious to the act. Suddenly, a towering puppet man emerged from the shadows, sending the children scattering in fear. They ran a few steps before vanishing completely. The puppet man seized the girl by her clothing, lifting her into the air, causing her to cry out in terror. Daddy, let me go. The puppet father, devoid of a tongue, carried the girl away into the distance. Simultaneously, the high-pitched alarm tormenting Xiyue's body ceased, indicating that the appearance of the puppet father in this scene evoked a sense of danger within him. Xiyue inquired, Are you about to faint? Xiyue reassured her. No need to worry. Xiyue retorted, I am not worried. After all, you are a grown man. If you do faint, I will be unable to move you. I merely wish to ask, do you know of any extreme methods to awaken someone who has fainted? Extreme methods? What an extraordinary choice of words. Xiyue felt a rush of heat to his cheeks, repeatedly assuring, I will not faint. I absolutely will not. Xiyue responded. Oh. Once assured of his safety, the two continued onward, pondering whether the narrative within the haunted house bore any relation to finding an exit. They contemplated the information they had gathered, hoping to unravel the background story. Ahead lay a dead end, completely impassable. The interwoven iron chains hung like a net upon the stone wall that obstructed the path. Xiyue discovered a mirror nearby, perfectly reflecting the wall adorned with chains. However, the stone wall within the mirror bore no chains. Instead, it revealed a passage glowing with an eerie green luminescence. Xiyue approached, inquiring, What does this mean? Xiyue pondered for a moment, her palm reaching out to touch the mirror, causing ripples to emerge on its surface. To her astonishment, her hand could penetrate the glass. It feels as if we are traversing through a mirror, she mused. The two of them stepped into the mirror, effectively using it as a portal to navigate the impassable path. The mirror served as a doorway, bridging two disparate realms. The atmosphere here differed entirely from the outside. The stone wall appeared aged, vegetation wilted, and dried bloodstains marred the surroundings. The corridor was no longer humid but rather parched, even exuding a slight warmth. They could hear the faint strains of music, and soon discovered its source, a radio abandoned in a corner. However, as Xiyue approached, the music abruptly ceased. Xiyue's teeth chattered. Up ahead, a woman's voice echoed, Little one is a good child. Little three is also well behaved. He. Little two is not our child. Little two is punished and shall not have dinner tonight. Among the three children, Little two was not of the couple's own flesh and blood. Following Xiyue's earlier deductions, it seemed that only Little two had not succumbed to darkness, which led the devilish couple to deem Little two unworthy of their kinship, resulting in their harsh treatment. Xiyue captured a photograph of the radio. It seemed that the act of photographing could unveil hidden clues, which is perhaps the very essence of a camera's purpose. From this image, the two discerned a black shadow behind the radio, significantly longer than its actual silhouette. Faintly, several elongated letters could be discerned, which upon closer inspection revealed the word Hera. Xiyue inquired, is it the Hera of ancient Greek mythology? The name Hera, in ancient Greek, signifies noblewoman, mistress, and an esteemed female figure. She is the goddess of marriage and childbirth, and if this refers to Hera, it appears to hold no particular significance in this context. Xiyue replied, perhaps. Greek mythology is not an obscure tome. In the twilight of humanity, as science was cast aside, people began to delve into mythological narratives. It would not be surprising if Xiyue had read Greek mythology. He might even be an ardent admirer of one of the deities. As they continued onward, they approached an iron gate, which stood unlocked, inviting them to enter. Inside, the room bore a resemblance to a child's sanctuary, with bunk beds adorned in charming children's bedding and stuffed toys resting at the head of the beds, creating a warm atmosphere. Curiously, there was also a large bed on the floor, reminiscent of an oversized cat-s bed. Considering the family had 3 children, it was not unusual for one of them to be sleeping on the floor. Xiyue shivered slightly and exclaimed, "Here it comes." Suddenly, with a clang, the iron gate closed automatically behind them. No one had noticed the puppet woman hidden in the corner, who must have been the mother of the family of 5. The puppet mother wore a pale yellow apron, clutching a whisk in her left hand and a kitchen knife in her right. Her mouth was agape in an O shape, and the only distinction from her husband and children was the absence of eyes. Her eye sockets were 2 dark voids, seemingly aimless. The puppet mother's head swayed slightly as she cautiously explored her surroundings. As she tilted her head, the dark hollows suddenly locked onto Xiyue's eyes, and a faint glimmer appeared within those hollowed cavities. She strode towards Xiyue, navigating the uneven terrain effortlessly. Visual sharing. Though the puppet mother lacked eyes, she could perceive the world through the gaze of others. Xiyue shut her eyes, listening intently as the puppet mother, having lost her target, stood bewildered in place. Xiyue exclaimed, "Ah, she is coming towards me." "Close your eyes," Xiyue urged. The puppet mother halted once more. Just as expected, as Xiyue attempted to move, the puppet mother drew closer, yet did not attack her. She only targeted those who could be seen. Closing one's eyes ensured safety. "No matter what happens, do not open your eyes," Xiyue instructed. Xiyue heard her and cautiously approached Xiyue. When visibility was present, he could see the surroundings were awash in a ghastly green hue, with bloodstains that were quite unsettling. The darkness was even more disturbing. Being close to the leader provided him with a modicum of comfort. "Sister Gu." Xiyue encountered the warm hand of Xiyue and grasped her wrist tightly, momentarily disregarding the distinction between genders. Yet, he could not fathom why seizing the wrist of such a formidable figure sent a chill down his spine. Cautiously, he called out, "Half-immortal?" Only then did Xiyue respond. Xiyue thought to himself, what obsession does the esteemed one have with this title? Nevertheless, she had acknowledged him, suggesting she was not angered. "Half-immortal, what shall we do now?" he inquired. Xiyue replied, "Unlock the door and escape. Then we can safely leave the puppet mother locked inside." Typically, one would first search for the key, but that task proved too challenging given their inability to open their eyes. Fortuitously, Xiyue could unlock even the most ordinary of door locks with her eyes closed. It was not unusual for her character to possess such a skill, and she had come prepared. Removing a delicate hairpin from her head, she deftly opened the door in a matter of moments and felt her way outside. Xiyue heard the sound of the lock disengaging, followed by the door creaking open as someone exited. Would the puppet mother kindly unlock the door for them? Unlikely. If it were indeed Sister Gu who had emerged, then whom was he grasping? Ah! In a panic, Xiyue opened his eyes, only to meet the pitch-black eye sockets of the mistress. It turned out that she had been standing between him and Xiyue all along, which meant he had inadvertently seized the hand of the puppet mother, who was wielding a knife, while her other hand brandished a whisk. Suddenly, a stone struck her wrist with a resounding thud. Xiyue, Ebabi. Yet in her heart she pondered how she exerted all her strength, but still failed to dislodge the egg beater from her grasp, a phenomenon utterly unscientific. Clearly not of human origin. What a formidable weapon this is. The two of them took to their heels, running until they were breathless, too terrified to pause. Xiyue cherished the sensation of his forehead, unable to contemplate how close he had come to being reduced to a mere batter. Xiyue had grown weary of critiquing him. Xiyue, in a moment of self-deprecation, felt an overwhelming urge to weep. I never imagined that a puppet could feel indistinguishable from a real person. Otherwise, how could I have mistaken identities? He was in dire need of consolation. Do not blame her for resembling a human. It is evident you left the house without your wits. Xiyue? Ah? Xiyue scoffed. From where do you derive such confidence that I would allow you to take hold of my hand with such ease? Have you ever heard of the principle that prohibits physical intimacy between men and women? Or do I appear masculine enough to evoke a fraternal bond within you? Xiyue nodded eagerly, his tongue slipping the truth out. I dare not call you brother, for you are my father. Xiyue. In Xiyue's live stream, ha ha ha, even a prodigy like Han Xian can be choked by the shamelessness of the high-energy fellow. A moment of tongue slip may bring joy, but when our prodigy realizes, it shall be a true inferno. Audaciously bold, delightfully amusing, by the psychic censor, Xiyue, the high-energy fellow, has spared us countless frights. I must pray for him and hope he sees the dawn of tomorrow. After much contemplation, Xiyue observed him intently, to the point where Xiyue felt as though he could vanish into the crevices of the earth. Finally, Xiyue uttered 3 words. You are remarkable. The emphasis on each word was so pronounced that Baihaoyu wondered if he had lost his mind. However, Xiyue chose to disregard his reaction, preoccupied instead with thoughts of the puppet people. Baihaoyu mused, they are of similar height to real humans, radiating warmth, and their skin feels almost human-like. Perhaps they even fear pain? He pondered whether the puppet beings possess the inherent vulnerabilities that humans do. Xiyue countered, if you can be struck on the wrist by a stone and not flinch, do you truly feel no pain? Baihaoyu shook his head. Although their skin resembled that of humans, it was conceivable that their insides were composed of metal and bone, rendering them impervious to pain. Xiyue, deep in thought, remarked, what you just said about the puppet people resembling real humans may not merely be superficial. Perhaps they were once living beings who underwent some transformation. Baihaoyu nearly leaped in fright, exclaiming, please, do not terrify me. Xiyue chuckled lightly, we must proceed. Inspired by Xiyue's words, Baihaoyu's imagination began to run wild, and the fear within him intensified. Since entering the haunted house, they had followed a singular path, but now, they faced a fork in the road with 3 options. Baihaoyu was at a loss as to which path to choose. And after testing each route with a few tentative steps, he found no discernible response. It seemed that his innate abilities were of little use here. Baihaoyu suggested, shall we simply choose a path at random? Xiyue replied, you decide. Baihaoyu proposed, let us take the middle route. Xiyue did not either affirm or deny her intentions. Instead, she retrieved 3 copper coins from her pocket and cast them 6 times in total. Clad in a flowing robe, her every motion exuded an aura of mystique that rendered Baihaoyu speechless. He recognized that Xiyue was employing her abilities and observed her intently from the side. Xiyue pinched her fingers together, murmuring incantations under her breath. Baihaoyu found himself utterly perplexed, yet he sensed an air of enigma surrounding the proceedings. He was not naive. He understood that some inquiries were best left unasked. Avoiding foolish questions like, why perform divination in this manner? Or how does the hexagram manifest? Or this is so fascinating. Could you enlighten me? He simply sought to ascertain the outcome. Xiyue instructed him to proceed down the center. Baihaoyu received a look of approval, realizing that his arbitrary choice coincided with the divination results, which bolstered his confidence in his decision. Even as a mere accessory, he hoped to prove himself useful. Otherwise, he risked being viewed as a hindrance, fully aware of his shortcomings, particularly when he sometimes spoke without thinking. Ahead lay a straight path, while numerous forks branched out behind them. Xiyue had conducted a single divination, but Baihaoyu harbored little faith in his instincts, believing that divination would yield more reliable guidance. Xiyue, however, declined, explaining that her abilities required a cool-down period and were not available for use. Thus, Baihaoyu steeled himself to make a choice. Xiyue appeared indifferent to whether he succeeded or failed, alleviating much of his psychological burden. Neither of them anticipated encountering another helper. At a certain fork in the road, they were suddenly confronted by an unexpected presence. Upon closer inspection of their attire and appearance, it is evident that they belonged to the same cohort of individuals who entered the haunted house. Initially, there were 8 participants, but now only 5 remain. Tool A. This is terrifying. There are truly spirits here. Tool B. You all seem fine. This is simply wonderful. The tool has begun to engage them in conversation. Xiyue raised an eyebrow, expressing surprise at encountering them again. Baihaoyu had presumed that the tools had ceased functioning. The remarks from the prominent figure were laced with sarcasm. Fortunately, the tools appeared to adhere to a fixed set of phrases, rendering them oblivious to the jest of the distinguished individual. Otherwise, a tumultuous confrontation would ensue, and he could hardly bear the thought of battling the tools when malevolent entities were yet to be confronted. Tool C. Let us proceed together. It is safer this way. Xiyue did not decline. A new development emerged ahead, as the path was strewn with neatly arranged squares, each row a different hue, and each bore a distinct numeral, ranging from 1 to 13, an immediate indication of trouble. Xiyue searched for clues, but after some time with no success, it was ultimately Baihaoyu who uncovered a lead. On the otherwise smooth wall, there was a notably rough patch, which felt distinctly uneven to the touch. Capturing an image of the wall with his camera revealed an additional line of text. This building consists of 13 floors. The residents of the 1st, 7th, and 9th floors have perished entirely. While they were investigating, Tool A grew impatient with the wait, disregarding the evident signs of danger, and insisted on pressing forward. These tools, forever adorned with the same expression, seemed to lack sufficient intellect. Upon stepping onto the square marked with the number 1, it promptly sank beneath them, eliciting a scream from the tool. Ultimately, silence fell with a resounding thud. The sunken square quickly returned to its original state. The tool did not perish from a fall, but rather from the sharp stone spikes lurking below, a particularly gruesome demise. Despite their outward appearance of flesh and blood, it is exceedingly difficult to regard them as genuine human beings. For instance, one misfortune begets another, as a second individual bravely volunteers to attempt the challenge once more. This riddle is, in truth, quite simple to decipher. The 13 squares, each marked with a number, correspond to the 13 levels within the house, with squares numbered 1, 7, and 9 being off limits. The fate of Tool A serves as a stark reminder of the consequences of stepping on these squares, death, in a most horrifying manner. By how you relayed his deductions to Tool B, and several tools expressed their understanding, successfully navigating the square formation without incident. Ahead lay a dead end, but from above the cave dangled a rope ladder, presumably the sole path forward. By how you sensed no imminent danger as they began to ascend. I hope that climbing up will lead us out of this haunted house, he mused, a rather optimistic thought. Xiyue understood that it would not be so simple. And indeed, upon emerging from the narrowest passage, they were met not with the dazzling lights of an amusement park, but rather the confines of a cave. To add to their dismay, they soon realized they had inadvertently surfaced from a grave. Before them stood a gravestone inscribed with the words "Monsters are family." Xiyue, still youthful, harbored no desire for her own grave, and she glared at the tombstone with displeasure, muttering, "Unlucky. The living should not linger among the dead." Their emergence from the graves is indeed ominous. Bai Haoyu, aware of her sensitivity regarding such matters, feared her tendency to lash out at the tombstone. Uncertain of the consequences that might ensue, he hastily sought to divert her attention, asking, "Shall we proceed?" Xiyue replied, "Let us depart this graveyard first." After a winding journey, they found themselves once again within the cave. The surroundings bore a resemblance to when they first entered, marked by a hint of moisture. A stark contrast to the earlier oppressive dryness. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted from one of eerie specters to a challenge to be surmounted. The path ahead was treacherous. The ground fissured, threatening a fall with the slightest misstep. They discovered a bundle of rope, which they could utilize to traverse the wider chasms. Bai Haoyu's innate talent lay primarily in spiritual perception, rendering him oblivious to the perils that lay ahead. Thus, he remained on high alert, wary of any miscalculation. Xiyue and he prioritized caution over haste, allowing them to navigate without significant incident. However, the same could not be said for the others, who were in a state of distress, as if haunted by specters urging them onward. The treacherous terrain only heightened their anxiety, leading to a dramatic display of 1,000 ways to meet one's demise. It felt as though they were deliberately placed in this scenario to instill fear, with each death uniquely harrowing. Xiyue's palms grew clammy, acutely aware that a single misstep could mirror the fate of those unfortunate tools, as errors were unforgivable within this haunted abode. Moreover, some blunders were clearly of a trivial nature. One of the workers, while attempting a leap, exerted insufficient force and collided with the wall, resulting in his demise. They had not traveled far when only one worker remained. The intensity of their exertion had rendered them weary, prompting Xiyue to suggest a brief respite. At that moment, Bai Haoyu's stomach growled audibly, and he sheepishly inquired, half immortal, "Are you not hungry?" Xiyue replied, "After all, I am merely a half immortal. I have yet to practice fasting, so hunger is inevitable." Perhaps the earlier incident was not a mere mistake, but rather a consequence of exhaustion and hunger. It was only now that she recognized a significant issue within the amusement park, in this realm of the undead. The threats posed by malevolent spirits might not be the primary cause of the visitor's demise. Rather, it could stem from the debilitating effects of physical exhaustion. The question arose, does waiting in line consume one's stamina? Xiyue was remarkably resilient against hunger. She could suppress her body's signals for sustenance and even maintain her composure during extreme hunger without hindering her actions. Yet, she was acutely aware that few could possess such fortitude. Bai Haoyu, for instance, could not. Once he acknowledged his hunger, it intensified, overwhelming him with a sense of urgency to escape. This was, of course, partly due to Bai Haoyu's unique physical condition, as his high-energy alertness had depleted a considerable amount of his stamina. Gradually, even Bai Haoyu recognized the discrepancy. The last remaining worker's pace slowed, his stomach rumbling in a clear indication of fatigue and hunger. At that moment, the only one still vibrant and unchanged since entering the haunted house was Xiyue, who strode at the front of the line, not once faltering in her pace. "Bai Haoyu, half immortal, take a look. This is what true exhaustion looks like." You were just toying with me earlier, weren't you? You're neither tired nor hungry at all. Xiyue, hey, how can you compare yourself to me? After all, I am a half-immortal. I cannot be likened to a mere mortal like you. By how you? Of course not. He realized that Jean, the strong man, had a penchant for posing questions, each inquiry serving as a sharp satire on the world around him. He was utterly in awe. Announcement. Due to the unique rules of the theme Amusement Park, 2 new values have been added for audience comprehension. Xiyue's live stream values are being updated. How intriguing. It's my first time hearing that live streams have value updates. Such a rarity. I have completed the updates. Oh. The half-immortal has 2 values displayed above his head, hunger and fatigue, both of which are now more than half depleted. I suspect he is merely holding on. The situation for the high-energy fellow is even more dire than that of the half-immortal. Can you guess what will happen when both values reach 0? In a brief respite, the toolman found himself utterly immobilized, akin to a puddle of mud, incapable of being lifted. Xiyue resolved to disregard him. Turning to Bai Haoyu with a stern expression, commanding him to rise without delay, this is our final rest. We cannot afford to pause any longer before leaving the haunted house. No one knows how much farther we must travel. The more we rest, the less we will be able to proceed. With unwavering determination, he pressed on, feeling little fatigue, yet upon halting, his legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead, and the prospect of rising again seemed daunting. Bai Haoyu was acutely aware of the perils associated with lingering in this place, and he grit his teeth to keep pace with Xiyue. Before entering the erosion zone, your life was rather pleasant, wasn't it? Bai Haoyu was taken aback by the sudden inquiry from the seasoned figure beside him. He instinctively responded with a non-committal and then, driven by curiosity, posed a question of his own. Can you really deduce that? Is it even a matter of deduction? I can simply observe. Xiyue retorted with a scoff. Do you think innate abilities can be wielded casually? Your talent is a passive skill, devoid of limitations on usage. Mine, however, is constrained by a finite number of applications and cannot be employed indiscriminately. Having grown accustomed to Xiyue's manner of speaking, Bai Haoyu did not perceive himself as being disparaged. Rather, he felt as though the elder was inclined to engage in conversation. He happily began to share his own story. The nature of one's abilities is invariably tied to their past experiences. Perhaps Bai Haoyu's talent stemmed from having been raised by wild beasts, as it is often said that the instincts of such creatures are unparalleled. I consider myself fortunate, he continued, for throughout my life, I have encountered predominantly good individuals. When the dark erosion first emerged, I had just been discovered in the tiger's den and was receiving treatment in a military hospital. As the military relocated, I accompanied them to the safe zone, growing up within the ranks and never lacking for food or clothing. Upon reaching adulthood, I secured a respectable position in the safe zone that allows me to support myself. Xiyue leisurely remarked, your talent must have been triggered in your childhood. Entering the dark erosion zone was merely an unforeseen twist of fate. It stands as the greatest calamity of your youth. If you navigate through it safely to old age, you will have triumphed. Otherwise, your life may come to an untimely end. This statement was definitive, and while Bai Haoyu yearned to inquire how she knew such things, the thought of her extraordinary abilities silenced his curiosity. Perhaps she had discerned other truths, yet chose to withhold them. Reflecting upon the nature of humanity, it became apparent that the world is not brimming with malevolence, nor is it populated solely by benevolence, particularly in apocalyptic times. Why did Bai Haoyu perceive that he had always encountered virtuous individuals throughout his life? It was because he had deftly evaded the majority of the malevolent forces that life presented. Those he could not avoid were unavoidable, while those he could were naturally kept at a distance. When faced with the inscrutable, he would resort to vague assertions, as they often sufficed to deceive others. For instance, the term childhood is subjective, depending entirely on Bai Haoyu's own interpretation of when it began. Xiyue believed that childhood encompassed the years before 5. Beyond that age, one loses the privilege of being considered young. In contrast, those who lead fulfilling lives perceive their childhood as extending far longer, as exemplified by Bai Haoyu. The concept of youth, too, is nebulous. If one were to insist, is he not a youth in this very moment? Given Bai Haoyu's character, he would never voluntarily engage in the plan. When the dark erosion first emerged, the safe zones were vast, but as the encroachment of the dark erosion expanded, these sanctuaries dwindled gradually. Apart from those who actively enroll in the program, many others are reluctantly navigating through various fields, hoping that one day they might reach a sanctuary and depart from Earth. It matters not if one missteps in their words, for even the art of divination can be fallible at times. Bai Haoyu inquired, what about you? After posing the question, he assumed that Xiyue would remain silent. Yet to his surprise, she began to speak. I indeed have parents, but I must rely on myself to earn a living. Before the apocalypse, my elders would predict fortunes beneath the overpass, and I learned a bit by their side. Eventually, I inexplicably awakened a latent talent, and I have managed to sustain a decent life through this gift. Alas, it is of little use that I foresaw the encroachment of dark matter upon our living quarters. It is too late to flee, and where would one even run to? There are numerous safe zones on Earth, some vast, others modest. Yet one can never ascertain when any of these may succumb to dark matter's insidious grasp. Observing Xiyue, one realizes that conversations among individuals typically revolve around three themes: the past, the present, and the future. The current situation is well understood by all, while the aspects that remain unclear are best left undisclosed. As long as one remains within this realm of the departed, survival is not guaranteed, rendering the future an elusive concept. Thus, only the past remains a viable topic. The past is the most malleable of narratives, crafted solely by the tongue. As long as there are no logical inconsistencies, no one can unravel the truths within the tale. Engaging in present discourse is equally opportune, regardless of the subject matter. Xiyue is inclined to believe her words. Noticing an increase in her accumulated energy, Xiyue realized that Xiyue had indeed accepted her narrative, bringing her a sense of relief. She was now deceiving an individual with a keen intuition, and she could afford no missteps. Xiyue was oblivious to Jean Dachui's thoughts, believing that Jean Dachui was extending special care towards him, diverting his attention. He perceived Xiyue as one with a sharp tongue yet a tender heart, tough on the outside but soft within, feeling inexplicably pleased. Soon, a pile of scattered stones came into view, and amidst them, a well could be discerned from a distance. Xiyue remarked, I shall take a look. You wait for me here. Xiyue inquired, why? Xiyue replied, have you not heard that one should not approach a well alone? Xiyue had indeed never heard this saying. Not only did he fail to comprehend it, but he also found it rather cryptic. As Xiyue walked ahead, he explained, if two individuals approach the well and one harbors malicious intent, they might easily push the other into the depths before they realize it. Splash. Clean and efficient, leaving no trace. Xiyue helplessly hugged himself, lamenting to his companion, how eerie. Why tell ghost stories in such a place? Xiyue dismissed him, you are woefully uninformed. In truth, the adage too should not look into a well originates from ancient judicial tales, gradually evolving into a common saying. However, the wisdom of our ancestors, in a realm of terror, has lost its original significance and morphed into new meanings. Upon encountering the well, Xiyue's mind conjured this phrase. While it may not necessarily lead to calamity for two individuals approaching, the possibility remains, for in the realm of the departed, one can never be too cautious. Legends surrounding wells are abundant, with numerous tales recounting individuals who met their demise by jumping into them. A well suddenly materializes in the realm of the departed, and Xiyue can hardly anticipate anything fortuitous. Fortunately, Xiyue does not exhibit any signs of spiritual sensing. Perhaps the well harbors nothing of significance. She cautiously approaches the well and peers inside, discovering that the water is remarkably abundant. Suddenly, the visage of a girl emerges, startling Xiyue to the point of taking a step back. Xiyue exclaims, half immortal. Xiyue reassures, it's nothing, this face is not terrifying, merely a sudden appearance. As the water ripples, the girl's face appears as if washed by some corrosive liquid, becoming covered in green pustules. Xiyue gazes thoughtfully at the face within the well, only to be unexpectedly seized by a pair of withered arms and dragged into the depths. From within the water, she observes numerous rising bubbles. Holding her breath, Xiyue kicks desperately at whatever is pulling her, but the force is futile in the water, and she is drawn deeper against her will. Ultimately, with a splash, she lands on the floor, thankfully without choking on water. Shortly after, Xiyue falls from the ceiling, flailing like a dying fish upon the floor, coughing and wiping his face, clearly suffering from water inhalation. Xiyue retrieves a tissue from the coffee table and hands it to him. After he expels the water from his ears, he croaks, where are we? Xiyue replies, it appears to be a room. A rather cozy house, adorned with several charming dolls strewn across the sofa, a family photo magnetized to the refrigerator, and an array of scattered toys littering the floor. Even the sharp corners are cushioned with soft foam, likely to prevent any harm to playful children. This blissful family consists of a loving pair of parents and 3 delightful children. The girl standing in the center bears a striking resemblance to a face Xiyue once glimpsed in a well. Alas, Behind every beautiful life often lurks an unseen shadow. Xiyue opened the grand door, only to find a wall concealed behind it. How splendid! This grand entrance serves merely as a faade. She captured a photograph of the family portrait on the refrigerator, and as with many times before, she noticed an additional inscription on the photo. I love my mom and dad dearly, and I cherish my brother and sister. The arrival of my little sister brings joy to our entire family. Xiyue wandered through the modest dwelling, her gaze landing upon a room that seemed oddly familiar, the children's room. This house contains only 2 bedrooms, thus all 3 children share the same space. When she encountered the puppet mother's lair in the cavern, the arrangement within that iron cell mirrored this room precisely. Bunk beds stand tall, while a cozy bed sprawls across the floor like a cat's nest. Each of the 3 beds is adorned with identical dolls, though this room radiates far more warmth than the iron cell in the cave, boasting a moonlight lamp and exquisite wallpaper. Xiyue snapped a photograph of the little nest and discovered another line of text. I love to hide under the bed when playing hide and seek. Half immortal. Do you have any clues? By how you entered the children's room, astonished by the decor within. Xiyue crushed the photograph in his hand into a ball and discarded it into the toilet, declaring, there are no clues, but this room undoubtedly harbors secrets. I shall consult the oracle at once. The divination did not take long. Xiyue pointed his index finger towards the space beneath the bed. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from the living room. Bai Haoyu, startled, leaned out to investigate. How did the television turn on? Eureka! Xiyue seized his camera and captured an image of the wallpaper. As the photograph developed, a wooden door materialized on the wall. Upon its opening, a staircase appeared, inviting descent. Xiyue's live stream, NPC's dual values are both below 20%. No wonder he can hardly move. He is as limp as overcooked noodles. Alas, I truly worry for the semi-divine being. Ha ha ha, the host is rambling again. Virtual life too. Do you think queuing consumes dual values? Whoa, you must be the one who just asked what happens when dual values reach 0. Your tone is identical. Don't deny it. It's you. Smile. JPG. What do you think will happen if the dual values have been nearly depleted while queuing, and one enters a recreational activity at that moment? 25. Amusement Park, 7. Before descending, Xiyue inquired of Bai Haoyu, do you sense anything? Bai Haoyu's hands trembled, and the intense aura of spiritual energy left little doubt in Xiyue's mind that something lurked below. Xiyue remarked, the divination I just performed indicates that for our group, after adversity comes prosperity, and misfortune will transform into fortune. We shall be safe. Bai Haoyu replied, that's wonderful. I mean, truly splendid. Observing the relaxation that washed over him, Xiyue smirked and continued, but don't let your guard down too much. My divinations can be hit or miss. As they descended the staircase, Bai Haoyu appeared anxious yet was also attempting to bolster his own courage, muttering, this time, it must be accurate. However, excessive relaxation could prove detrimental. After all, caution in the realm of the deceased was never unwarranted. The further they ventured, the more pronounced Bai Haoyu's unease became, his teeth chattering ominously. His fear suggested that they were approaching the ultimate boss of the haunted house. Yet, she speculated that this entity was not the true master. Rather, it was likely the director of the amusement park. Xiyue found herself curious about how Bai Haoyu would react upon encountering the true master. Would he simply faint? In truth, many visitors to the realm of the deceased never actually faced the master. Bai Haoyu had not had such an experience. During his previous 2 excursions into the realm, he had been preoccupied with fleeing for his life, only acquiring a vague understanding of the domain he traversed. After a harrowing escape, the information he gathered about the areas he had once traversed remained uncertain in its authenticity. For instance, in the previous realm, Xiyue encountered Huan Ming. From the information he gathered, it appeared that Su Hang had succumbed to madness, slaughtering everyone in the Su residence and imprisoning his own blood relatives, thereby creating this terrifying old mansion. Is this the truth? Certainly not. The sequence of events he learned was entirely erroneous. Bai Haoyu remarked, upon truly meeting the Lord, I might very well suffer a cardiac arrest and perish on the spot. The flickering shadows on the wall instilled a sense of dread. As Xiyue caressed the treasured mirror nestled in her arms, an artifact she had salvaged from the old mansion, now an essential part of her ostentatious persona. Being a charlatan necessitates possessing a couple of worthy tools, after all. Acquiring this mirror was one of the reasons Xiyue opted for her current identity within this domain. Surprisingly, after ascending the stairs, they found themselves back in the same room as before. Xiyue noted, it's different now. the floor and ceiling have changed. The previous floor was adorned with yellow stripes, while the current one bore red stripes. The ceiling, once white, now displayed subtle crimson patterns. By how you rushed to open the grand door, which had merely been a wall moments prior, now revealing a corridor. Xiyue was not idle. She once again captured a family portrait from atop the refrigerator with her camera. The instant film developed, revealing a line of text. Albeit entirely dissimilar to before, I despise my parents, utterly loathe my brother and sister, and long to strangle my annoying sister. The delicate voice echoed in her ears, the content chilling her to the bone. A chill ascended from the soles of Xiyue's feet, causing beads of sweat to form at the tip of her nose. She retrieved a mirror to inspect her left shoulder. Oh, how amusing, for I am actually to your right. This peculiar entity had somehow managed to clamber onto her shoulder without her notice. Rather than attempting to use the mirror for a more delicate observation, she resorted to wielding it as a hammer, bringing it down with force. Although somewhat brutish, she could sense the object on her shoulder being dislodged. Upon turning to gaze, she discovered it was a doll brandishing a fruit knife. Had she hesitated for even a moment, her ear would have been forfeit. He, I shall slay you. The doll seemed to proclaim with a smug expression. Xiyue swiftly grasped a pair of scissors from beneath the coffee table, one of the few implements in the room capable of inflicting harm. The kitchen bore a knife, yet it was regrettably inconvenient to retrieve at that moment. Moreover, the scissors appeared to be a far more fitting match for the doll. The doll seemed to share this sentiment, as it quivered slightly at the sight of the scissors. By how you inquired, are you all right? We can leave now. Let us hurry. Xiyue replied with a frosty demeanor. I shall eliminate it before we depart. By how you was taken aback, for it was only then that he noticed the doll floating in midair, a sight he found eerily familiar. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled having encountered it in the cat's nest on the floor of the children's room. Having seen it twice, it left a vivid impression. The doll's ability to levitate and traverse the ceiling explained why it had gone unnoticed until it had drawn so close, for it possessed an almost ethereal lightness. Xiyue was resolute in her determination. She finally aligned the mirror's reflection upon it, and with a resounding thud, the doll plummeted to the ground. Xiyue gazed at it with an impassive expression, exclaiming, he, I shall slay you. The doll remained silent, feeling not only threatened for its existence, but also subjected to mockery, as she snipped away at the cotton-stuffed doll. By how Yu's body jolted with each decisive snip of the scissors. After she had dismantled the doll, she found herself drenched in sweat. Upon glancing at the dismembered remains of the doll, she sensed an overwhelming resentment emanating from its glassy eyes. Xiyue instructed, bind its severed limbs together with thread and hang it from your pocket. By how you replied, huh? Xiyue continued, do you think it is pitiful? By how you candidly admitted, a little. Xiyue pressed on, do you think its ghostly companions will feel a twinge of fear upon witnessing its demise, only to have its corpse further toyed with? By how you conceded, a master of logic. What else can we do but comply? Reflecting on her words, he found a certain wisdom in her reasoning. By how you inquired, shall we leave now? Xiyue replied, there's no rush. Let us first explore the house. This abode concealed numerous crucial pieces of information. The first spectral domain Xiyue entered was the old mansion, a remarkably unique and isolated realm. By a stroke of fate, she gleaned the mansion's entire history. It was this understanding of the mansion's past that equipped her with the means to confront the nearly invincible spirit lord within her domain. She came to the realization that one cannot passively abide by the rules in the realm of the dead. Rather, it is imperative to comprehend the rules and to utilize them. How does one come to understand these rules? It necessitates a deeper exploration of this domain of the departed. By how you, ever the compliant one, swiftly located a radio in the kitchen. This marked the second encounter with the radio, and examining it posed no challenge. Xiyue is a good child, and Xiao-san is also quite obedient. It is only Xiao who, preoccupied with her dolls, appears rather unsettling. At the time of my childbirth, did the hospital perhaps mix up the babies? Xiao cannot possibly be our child. Otherwise, how could her temperament be so disparate from her siblings? She just shattered my cherished cup, and as punishment, Xiao is forbidden from having dinner tonight. In comparison to Xiyue and Xiao-san, the matriarch of the household harbored dissatisfaction towards her second daughter. Crack. Xiyue. Hera. Marriage. Procreation. And the embodiment of jealousy. Jealousy. Perhaps Hera holds significance. Here, it is not devoid of meaning. She harbored a bold hypothesis. Sometimes, one must not merely observe appearances or rely solely on evidence, but also consider the ultimate outcome. The entire family had transformed into puppets. Except for Xiao. Where could she have gone? Xiyue, we may leave. Ah, very well. Xiyue, still perplexed, had no questions, and he followed the senior with a dazed expression. This house seemed to be divided into two worlds. The previous one was the outer world, and now they were in the inner world. The corridor lights flickered ominously, and the elevator was evidently out of order, leaving the staircase as their only option. They found themselves on the 9th floor. Both felt compelled to descend. After all, logic dictated that moving downward would lead them out of the building. Yet they could not entirely dismiss the possibility of an opposite scenario. Xiyue contemplated asking Xiyue to divine their fate. But upon realizing that the cool-down period for her gifted ability had not yet elapsed, he felt a pang of disappointment, understanding that it was simply unavoidable. He could not shake the unsettling premonition that descending the staircase would lead to dire encounters, an instinct he only experienced when swarms of spirits were present. The chaotic energy ahead muddled his intuition, rendering his predictions imprecise. Just moments ago, he had failed to foresee the spirit's attack on Xiyue. As they stood in the stairwell, strange noises emanated from above, accompanied by distinctive footsteps. Xiyue remarked, "It's a puppet." She was not mistaken. It was indeed a puppet, the very patriarch of those they had encountered in the cave. This figure descended with a menacing intent, brandishing a colossal axe. The two hastily evaded and fled downward. However, they soon realized that the puppet had a singular focus, Xiyue, even from across the railing. It hurled its axe with deadly precision aimed at his head. Xiyue exclaimed, "Why is it only pursuing me?" Xiyue replied, "Perhaps it's because you just held its wife's hand. And for quite a while, I might add." Xiyue. Xiyue's live stream, initially, it was quite terrifying, but in the end, haha, what a divine host. Puppet Dad, those who offend my beloved wife shall face retribution, no matter the distance. Puppet Dad, though I cannot speak, it matters not. For the half-immortal has articulated my innermost thoughts. With a glance, it is clear this is someone who can communicate between realms. In the Amusement Park, Part 8. Puppet Dad was initially unable to obstruct their path. As a puppet, he was inherently uncoordinated, especially when descending the stairs. However, while throwing an axe at Xiyue, he slipped and tumbled down the stairs. As people typically descend by jumping or running, he, rolling down, was considerably faster. This resulted in Puppet Dad blocking their way. Realizing there was no way to evade him, Xiyue promptly activated the precious mirror. When the light from the mirror shone upon Puppet Dad, he became immobilized. It appeared that the mirror, which had been taken from the old mansion, had lost its ability to directly eliminate malevolent spirits. The mirror dimmed significantly, devoid of any radiance. Had it not been for its extraordinary appearance, one might not have perceived anything unusual about it. It seemed that this mirror could only be utilized twice. While it might be reusable, its cooldown period appeared to be lengthy. It was essentially confirmed that within a realm of the undead, the mirror could only be employed twice. If forced to remain in a single realm for an extended period, it might be possible to use it again. This situation is quite commendable, as most props become mere relics once they are removed from their original context. The fact that the precious mirror remains functional is a blessing, and thus, one cannot be overly critical. Whenever the mirror is not employed as a weapon, Xiyue intends to safeguard it diligently, stowing it away carefully. Xiyue, having witnessed her utilize the mirror on 2 occasions, refrains from inquiries, such as the unspoken understanding shared among travelers. Having descended to the 7th floor, Xiyue's brow glistens with perspiration, accompanied by an unsettling premonition. Just then, 3 puppet figures burst forth from the stairwell, a development not entirely unexpected. These 3 are acquaintances, having shared a fleeting encounter in the cavern previously. Indeed, they are a family, the puppet father leading the charge, followed by the puppet mother. The elder brother known as Xiyue, and the youngest sister, the 3rd child of this household. Initially, one might have anticipated encountering these figures sporadically, yet now they have congregated on the 7th floor, considerably complicating their descent. Xiyue struggles to conceive of any other malevolent entities that could emerge beyond the puppets. The timing of the trio's appearance is too fortuitous, effectively obstructing their path and preventing any circumvention. In the realm of the undead, it is often the case that one cannot evade encounters with malevolent beings. Xiyue's innate abilities do not lend themselves to flight, and fleeing does not offer a lasting resolution to their plight. The puppets possess immense strength, are impervious to pain, and wield formidable weapons, presenting a considerable challenge. However, they lack intellectual acuity, which is a slight advantage. Exchanging a glance, Xiyue gestures towards the smallest puppet, and Xiyue acknowledges his understanding. Indeed, thrilling. Had there been even the slightest misstep, both of them would have been subdued. Xiyue exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the puppet was not devoid of intellect. The puppet mother seemed to lunge at Xiyue, yet in reality, she twisted her waist sharply and aimed directly at the still crouching Xiyue. Xiyue swiftly retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket and shouted, urgent as the decree commands, "Be still." The whisk was perilously close to piercing the back of Xiyue's head, already tangling a tuft of his hair. Had Xiyue delayed even a moment longer, Xiyue's brain would have been splattered. Terrified, Xiyue felt his body weaken, his hands trembled uncontrollably. In the face of death, an inexplicable strength surged within him, allowing him to rise and strike the puppet mother's knee. If only the stairwell had been a tad more spacious, such a harrowing incident could have been avoided. Realizing the dire situation, Xiyue swiftly fled, indicating that the puppet indeed possessed a measure of wisdom. Xiyue struggled to rise and, upon noticing the yellow talisman affixed to the puppet mother, he gazed in astonishment and inquired, "Is this not the fabled charm? What is inscribed upon it?" Scribbles of indecipherable symbols adorned the talisman. Xiyue himself was oblivious to what he had drawn. Xiyue felt he had overstepped by asking, driven by an insatiable curiosity. Xiyue retorted, "Do you think you would comprehend if I told you? My supply of talismans is limited. It was wasted in an attempt to save you." Xiyue immediately showered him with praise. "You are truly benevolent, half-immortal. Humanity has long studied the nature of innate abilities. It is said that while similar talents exist, there are no two identical abilities, much like how the world does not possess two leaves that are perfectly alike. Talent cannot be quantified with precise figures, for it is inherently a conceptual entity, manifesting in various forms when utilized by individuals. Xiyue's aptitude allows her to discern fortune and misfortune. She once mentioned to Xiyue that her elder relatives used to read fortunes beneath the bridge, making her ability to draw talismans entirely reasonable. Upon acquiring her gifted capability, she might even harness the power of these talismans, a deduction that aligns perfectly with logic. Xiyue, not surprised, merely marveled at his serendipitous fortune, realizing that his own talent had not deceived him. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Xiyue's energy was difficult to accumulate, flowing forth like a rushing stream, diminishing swiftly to the point of causing her distress. It was not the talismans that wielded power, but rather Xiyue's intent to immobilize the puppet. Xiyue remarked, "You ought to exercise more, otherwise you shall inevitably succumb to your short legs and slow reflexes." Xiyue cautiously inquired, "Half-immortal, are you predicting my fate?" Xiyue replied, "I assumed you had some awareness of it yourself." Xiyue responded, "It seems this does not require a prediction. It is evident to see. Due to inherent differences, men and women exhibit significant disparities in physical capabilities. Xiyue, being a girl, was considerably more agile than Xiyue, and her endurance surpassed his. Her physical prowess was evidently far superior. Had the puppet's mother charged towards her, even if she could not evade it, she would certainly sense the impending danger. As the two conversed, their pace did not falter. They sprinted to the second floor, encountering no supernatural occurrences along the way. Xiyue remarked, "There must be something amiss on the first floor." However, upon reaching the first floor, all was eerily calm, leading her to believe she may have overthought the situation. Xiyue was acutely aware that this tranquility was merely an illusion. The phenomena on the 9th and 7th floors had set a precedent, leaving no reason to assume the first floor was free of issues. Xiyue attempted to pull open the door to the stairwell, only to have his hand abruptly yanked back by a small object that had fallen from above. Upon inspection, he found it to be a little doll, strikingly similar to the one Xiyue had encountered. Taken aback, he instinctively glanced upward, only to discover a multitude of dolls crammed together above, all grinning down at him with wide mouths. "Oh no!" Xiyue screamed in terror. Xiyue seized him, kicked the door open, and swiftly shut it behind them, effectively imprisoning the dolls within. "Let us hurry," she urged. Xiyue, who often epitomized perpetual fear, had never screamed like that before. On this occasion, she refrained from mocking him, simply cautioning, "Be careful." Still shaken, Xiyue nodded frantically. Outside lay the building's lobby. As Xiyue pushed open the glass door, a shadow lunged towards him. It was the puppet brother, evidently having concealed himself outside. Xiyue reacted swiftly, nearly jabbing her scissors into the puppet's eye. Yet, he did not flinch, steadfastly pinning Xiyue down. The strength of such puppets was formidable, rendering him unable to shake free. Xiyue grasped the puppet brother's wrist, preventing him from swinging the hammer that threatened to crush Xiyue's head. Yet there was no way to subdue him. Thus she resorted to utilizing the talisman once more. At this juncture, all the energy derived from Xiyue had been expended on him. swiftly overpowering the puppet brother. Xiyue felt a sense of despondency, such as fate. After multiple encounters with peril, her heart raced in trepidation. Before them lay a solitary path. It was presumed that traversing this road would lead to the exit of the haunted house. Xiyue, having endured this harrowing escape, was nearly exhausted. Xiyue pulled him up from the ground, urging, "Hurry. If you remain sprawled here, it signifies the end." In a daze, Xiyue forced himself to accompany Xiyue. Utterly fatigued and famished, yearning desperately to flee the haunted house, to satiate his hunger and indulge in a restful slumber. Yet, fate was unyielding. He sensed another presence ahead. It was utterly exhausting, his legs felt weak, and discomfort enveloped him. This path was illuminated by a single beam of light, while both sides were shrouded in ominous darkness. To stray from the light into the murky shadows would undoubtedly invite misfortune. Such a risk was untenable. The entity approaching them was unavoidable. It was a young girl. The same little second they had seen in their family portrait. Xiyue's heart raced as she noticed the child cast no shadow. Taking a deep breath, she did not slow her pace, and throughout this ordeal, the little second refrained from any aggression until they were nearly upon her. At last, the child moved, spreading her arms wide to block their path. A childish giggle resonated. "Brother, sister, do I look lovely?" Xiyue clutched the last talisman in her pocket. The remaining energy, a meager accumulation she had scavenged in the service area. Once this talisman was expended, she would be left with naught. If it were possible, she would prefer to conserve her energy entirely. The more she hoarded, the greater her sense of security. When confronted in a narrow passage, the attendant could have readily taken action without uttering a word. Why pose any questions? It could be either a malevolent whim of the supernatural or a compulsion to inquire. She wagered it was the latter. Even in the realm of the dead, lords adhered to the rules of their domain, and the attendant was no exception. She turned to Xiyue and asked, "Have you heard the tale of the slit-mouthed woman?" Xiyue responded, "Huh?" Xiyue continued, "What about the ghost story of the red-headed scarf?" Xiyue appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend why Xiyue would mention such things in this tense situation. He was startled by the attendant's rolling eyes. Suddenly aware that the girl before him appeared pallid and ghostly, her gaze filled with malice, strikingly horrific. His instincts urged him to avoid provoking her. Yet they also warned him against speaking. He noticed that the formidable figure beside him seemed entirely unfazed by the attendant, as if she were invisible. And this realization lessened his fear. Suddenly, the child's face erupted with grotesque green sores, an unsettling and repulsive sight. Lowering her head, she eerily inquired, "Brother, sister, am I cute?" Xiyue glanced around, recognizing that the obstructive attendant and the imposing figure beside him inhabited two entirely different worlds. Whether the formidable figure acknowledged the attendant's existence was uncertain, but it was evident that she did not regard the attendant as a threat. Every utterance from Xiyue seemed directed solely at Xiyue, devoid of any intention to address Xiyue. "Xiyue, how does the half-immortal know there is something on the first floor? This building has 13 stories, and all occupants of the first, 7th, and 9th floors have perished." This phrase is not only essential for deciphering the past, but also applicable here. Remarkable. I had completely forgotten about the clue I discovered in the square array. Congratulations to Miss Gu for earning the title of Storyteller Terminator. Let us applaud. Clap, clap, clap. I find myself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Xiyue. Am I losing my grip? In the amusement park, Part 9, the atmosphere grew decidedly awkward. Xiyue strained to maintain her composure. Yet even Xiyue could discern that her mental state had utterly unraveled. This validated the elder's assertion. Indeed, he was a sage. Just look. A few words rendered the specter utterly helpless. Were Xiyue merely a child, she would likely be in tears. Xiyue mused, "I sometimes fail to comprehend why antagonists so willingly offer themselves up, especially when their comrades are already suffering. Did they not learn from their misfortunes?" With a mere gesture from the elder, Xiyue respectfully presented a collection of tattered doll remnants into her hands. Xiao'er's eyes widened in disbelief. "That was merely my collection of dolls. I am not so ineffectual as to be likened to them." A faint, almost imperceptible sob echoed in the air, prompting Xiyue to deftly manipulate her fingers, her voice calm as she remarked, "The villain perishes due to excessive verbosity." "This is indeed a truth," the attendant replied. Xiyue declared, "Let us depart." Xiyue responded, "Oh, all right." Yet the attendant still stood in their path. Xiyue, from beginning to end, had not acknowledged the attendant, resolutely setting forth. With an air of composure and determination, she strode forward without hesitation, compelling the attendant to instinctively retreat a step. That single step signified her defeat, as Xiyue passed through the ethereal form of the attendant. Xiyue gritted his teeth and hurried to follow her. In all honesty, traversing through the body of a specter was an exhilarating experience. The chill emanated from within, momentarily encasing Xiyue in an icy grip. When one disregards the attendant, they become nothing but a mere shadow, devoid of fear. Having taken only a few steps and traversed a dark circular portal, they finally emerged from the haunted house. Xiyue exhaled a sigh of relief within her mind. Xiyue remained oblivious to the tension Xiyue had just experienced, despite her seemingly casual remarks that nearly incited the attendant to leap in frustration. She had not dared to confront the attendant directly. The rules mandated that the attendant must pose questions, yet did not stipulate that the guests were forbidden from retaliating. In truth, it had been a contest of psychological fortitude, and fortunately, she had emerged victorious. Xiyue had grown quite hungry, yet she refrained from voicing her discomfort, maintaining an outward demeanor of composure. To any observer, her words belied the peril that lurked beneath. The interlocutor in this peculiar encounter was a black cat, its breed indiscernible to Xiyue, who had never owned a feline before. The creature boasted a coat of sleek, lustrous fur, suggesting it was a remarkably beautiful animal. However, its right hind leg bore the scars of some unknown affliction, reduced to little more than a skeletal framework, thus disrupting the overall harmony of its form. This disarray, however, seemed fitting within the witch-themed amusement park. The black cat nonchalantly pawed at the papers strewn across the table. Upon closer inspection, Xiyue noted they were 2 copies of Miss Mao's haunted house survey. The cat, crouching before them, declared, "You two have experienced 80% of the scenes within the haunted house. It appears you quite enjoyed our establishment. Miss Mao will surely be delighted to hear this. You are exemplary guests and must assist us by completing a survey. This is not without compensation. Upon completion, you shall receive a complimentary meal and accommodation voucher." Would Miss Mao truly be pleased? Most likely not. Xiyue inquired, "How many vouchers will we receive?" The cat elongated its response. 1 dining voucher and 1 lodging voucher. Xiyue glanced at the first question on the survey. Are you satisfied with the scene settings in the haunted house? Naturally, she would answer in the negative. Why would a properly designed haunted house be rendered so terrifying? The questionnaire consists entirely of multiple-choice questions, totaling over 30, with only the final question allowing for open-ended responses. It invites guests to provide feedback on the shortcomings of the haunted house attraction and suggest improvements. Though this section is optional, the surveys are collected daily and delivered to the project manager and subsequently to the park owner, underscoring the importance of thoughtful responses. Your input is invaluable, contributing to the development of every theme park and assisting the owner in better managing the amusement facility. Is the park owner the authoritative figure in this domain? What if the owner becomes intrigued by a respondent's feedback after reviewing the surveys? Xiyue discovered that the questionnaire required real names, necessitating respondents to sign their full names at the end. How alarming. If Miss Mao were to learn that she had been criticized, would she not explode in fury? And what if it drew the attention of the Lord of the Undead? This is no mere survey, it is a matter of utmost caution. It is imperative to answer thoughtfully, ideally with a moderate approach, avoiding any responses that might attract undue attention. Xiyue was elated upon hearing this. She was undeterred by Xiyue's hesitance to write, for she was bold enough to express herself. Fearless by nature, she might even be deemed somewhat reckless. She began her response with a critique of the poor service quality provided by the theme park staff, backing her claim with a personal account of the neglect she had experienced. Certain guests purchasing tickets to enter the amusement park must gauge the expressions of the staff, while some employees' words hold little weight, being miserly in their reluctance to fulfill promised souvenirs, even resorting to cursing the patrons. 11 instances are presented, meticulously critiquing Miss Mao from various angles. The second point addresses the exceedingly low-quality decor of the haunted house's entrance and exit. In total, 21 criticisms were articulated, consuming over half an hour of time. Xiyue was left in a state of astonishment, while the black cat's fur bristled with agitation. Finally, Xiyue completed the task and, with a sense of distrust, handed the survey to the black cat, inquiring whether there was a possibility of tampering with the responses provided by the guests. The black cat assured him, absolutely not. Xiyue pressed further. Can you guarantee that Miss Mao will see it? The black cat hesitated, responding, of course. Xiyue insisted, please ensure it is kept safe. Every word I have penned is a precious piece of advice that will undoubtedly aid in enhancing your project. If it were to be lost, it would be the greatest loss for your park. The black cat could only respond with silence. Xiyue, keenly observing the expression of astonishment on the cat's face, noted that this once dignified feline had shifted from a seated position to lying beside the survey, regarding Xiyue with a gaze akin to that reserved for a lunatic. The atmosphere was so tense that he felt hesitant to voice even his hunger, unnerved to the point of feeling somewhat satiated. It is well understood that this so-called survey is merely a formality, potentially serving as a pretext for rewarding those who have completed certain tasks. Although its original design purpose remains uncertain, it ultimately serves this singular function due to various factors. However, Xiyue's audacity rendered the survey in the black cat's possession somewhat precarious. The urgency to see the plague god depart was palpable. When the cat presented the tickets to the two individuals, it eagerly shared some tidings. Within the Grand Amusement Park, the main street boasted the highest concentration of dining establishments. While various theme parks offered snacks, nothing could satiate hunger quite like a hearty meal from the cafeteria. Souvenir shops were exclusive to each theme park, with each venue offering its own unique memorabilia. Cat. To purchase souvenirs, one requires a souvenir voucher. Xiyue, Miss Mao mentioned that if I could exit the haunted house, she would gift me a mask. Do you know where Miss Mao is? Cat. Miss Mao is already clocked out for the day. Perhaps the guest could return tomorrow evening to seek her. What an absurd situation, having pinned a scathing account of the witch on the survey. How could one dare to request souvenirs? Xiyue furrowed her brow, filled with skepticism. Is she not intentionally evading me? Cat. How could the spirits possibly hide from humans? The cat was nearing its wit's end in conversing with Xiyue. What a peculiar individual she was. As an employee of the Witch's Hat theme park, it harbored a slight fear of the witch's wrath should it fail to adhere to the employee code and cause harm to a guest. The witch's fate was of no concern, but it certainly did not wish to face unemployment. After sending off these two troublesome guests, the black cat felt utterly drained. As they exited, they bypassed the queue ahead. Xiyue, at this moment, was so famished that his vision dimmed. He gazed longingly at the snack stalls, swallowing hard, yet he understood that indulging in snacks was far less economical than enjoying a proper meal. Although their meal vouchers were still relatively ample, it was unwise to squander them. Xiyue, having experienced hunger firsthand, recognized that this state of deprivation was unusual. They had not even endured a full night, and prior to entering this realm of the deceased, the visitors had dined heartily at the service area. What could have transpired to leave them in such a state? Even 2 days without food should not lead to such desperation. Once they entered the main street, they did not linger to explore, but instead casually entered a restaurant. One meal voucher sufficed to satiate an individual, provided one refrained from waste. Each voucher was strictly for one person's use. To enter the restaurant, one must possess a voucher. The establishment specialized in dumplings, with the only beverage available being dumpling soup. Within the entire venue, only the chive and pork dumplings could be found, large and generously filled, and there was no limit to consumption. Aside from that, only an assortment of raw vegetables was available, should they choose to partake. Xiyue wished to order buns. Yet not only did this establishment lack them, but it was rumored that the entire street offered none. The server explained, "We only sell dumplings here, specifically chive dumplings. Other places offer fillings of cabbage, tomatoes, or mushrooms. In short, it is solely dumplings here. If you seek food beyond dumplings, you may visit the snack stalls." Naturally, if there were fluffy buns available, they would be the ideal choice. If not, dumplings would suffice, as they too possess skins and fillings. Carnivorous fare can satisfy the body's considerable demands. Xiyue is a person who revels in meat, despite her disappointment at the absence of buns. The dumplings did little to diminish her appetite. Xiyue remarked, in truth, chive dumplings are quite delectable. When one is hungry, anything tastes delightful, and as they eat, they feel their strength swiftly returning. At that moment, the sensation of drowsiness becomes exceedingly apparent. As she continued to indulge, she felt her eyelids growing heavy. Xiyue, mustering her spirits, ordered 2 more plates of dumplings. The establishment does not permit takeout, and after finishing these 2 plates, she made an effort to consume some vegetables and drank half a bowl of dumpling broth. Only when she recognized that her stomach could accommodate no more did she set down her utensils. Xiyue, unable to match her voracious appetite, had ceased eating long before, harboring a particular envy for her capacity to feast so heartily. The owner informed them that there was an inn along the street, but one would require a lodging voucher to rest there. In the absence of such a voucher, one could spend the night on the restaurant's long bench. The owner would not evict anyone, though sleeping there would hardly rival the comfort of a proper room. The owner added, "Feeling fatigued may hinder your enjoyment of the coming days." Having spent an evening in the company of Xiyue, Gu Xilai had gained a general understanding of his character. His tendency to rely heavily on intuition led him to forego contemplation when faced with challenges, not due to a lack of intellect, but rather because his thoughts tended to unfold at a leisurely pace. In any given situation, unless his instincts alerted him, he would not readily voice dissent. She found this quality in him quite agreeable. Regardless of her theatricality, he offered little opposition, and deep down, he bore no resentment, allowing for a harmonious rapport. However, such individuals, when confronted with an unremarkable team, are likely to falter. Gu Xilai speculated that clues might be gleaned during mealtime, and that lodging might also yield insights. Indeed, upon arriving at the inn, the proprietor remarked that if the two were not inclined to indulge in slumber, it would be prudent to rise early the next day to stand in line, thereby minimizing the crowd and affording them the opportunity to enjoy more attractions. Alas, it is the fame of our amusement park that perpetually draws an endless stream of visitors. By how you mused, wow, the fortune teller is spot on. In the years adorned with stars and moons, the old man often relished standing outside at night with his pipe in hand, gazing at the heavens. He had once conveyed to her that what a person says is inconsequential. What truly matters is their actions. If given a choice, she would prefer not to possess this talent linked to deceit. She would gladly exchange it for another. There exists no talent that is entirely devoid of utility. She is confident that any ability bestowed upon her could be harnessed to its fullest potential. Should an exchange be impossible, she would be reluctant to relinquish her innate ability. This talent indeed assists her in navigating the realm of the undead. She cannot claim the right to disdain it, for it is this very gift that enabled her to escape the confines of the old residence. It is somewhat amusing to note that her extraordinary ability was not acquired through the deception of many, but rather through her own experiences of being deceived by numerous individuals. Perhaps she herself does not fully acknowledge the sorrow of her past, yet deep within her, the memories linger. Otherwise, how could she have attained such a gift? Everyone understands that the acquisition of any innate talent is intricately linked to one's life experiences from childhood onward. This talent sometimes feels like a mockery of her. During moments when the accumulated energy is recklessly expended, she internally curses this wretched gift. Su Hong once remarked that she would inevitably become like him. She disagrees. She continuously reassures herself that every lie she has ever uttered was merely a means of survival for herself or others, rather than a reckless exploitation of her abilities to deceive those around her, especially those who harbor goodwill towards her. She will never succumb to such a fate. Fully aware that her actions may not be entirely honorable, and at times may even appear rather unconventional. However, she adheres to a personal code of conduct. It is not what one says that holds significance, but rather what one does. In life, one must always remember the essence of principle. She would never allow herself to reach a point where she could not confront her own conscience. Taking Su Hang as a cautionary tale is no mere fabrication. Even if she rarely speaks the truth, this is undeniably not a lie. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, those who struggle to survive do not hold an extreme belief that deceit is inherently unacceptable. At times, a benevolent lie can save countless lives. After all, human life in such dire circumstances is often regarded as the least valuable of commodities. Yet it can also be the most exquisite treasure. If a lie has the potential to save lives, who would deem such deception erroneous? Occasionally, one might despise their own falsehoods, not due to their inappropriateness, but because they feel compelled to utter them. Fate has dictated that they must lie. As long as peril looms, they cannot afford a moment's respite. What to say and what to do should be dictated by their own volition, rather than being puppeteered by destiny. Having shut the window, Gu Xilai felt that perhaps the night sky of the amusement park was so enchanting that it led her to ponder frivolous thoughts. She refrained from sleeping immediately, unwilling to be governed by any physiological reactions, especially considering that they might very well be feigned. How could one possibly feel so fatigued after a mere night of wakefulness? After meticulously organizing all the clues she had gathered throughout the day and deeply contemplating the innkeeper's hints, Gu Xilai finally turned off the live stream and succumbed to sleep. When dawn broke, she awoke once, aware that the checkout time was noon. She illuminated the Do Not Disturb sign and forced herself to sleep for a few more hours until she felt invigorated, brimming with an inexhaustible energy before rising. By how you sat by the window and, upon seeing Gu Xilai wave at her, remarked, "Half immortal, you have finally risen." Gu Xilai glanced at him and noted that he appeared to have rested quite well, significantly better than Wang Xiao, who had just entered from outside. "Greetings to all. Though the bond shared among us stems merely from having traveled on a bus together, and despite the undeniable animosity between Gu Xilai and myself, Wang Xiu still offered a brief nod, a semblance of acknowledgement. However, Xiyue chose to disregard her, casting a fleeting glance before diverting her attention elsewhere. Wang Xiu was left momentarily speechless by Xiyue, well aware of how infuriating Xiyue could be when she chose to ignore someone. Couldn't help but think of the poor waiter, who was now forced to smile apologetically at Wang Xiu while pulling out a chair for her. He added, "The amusement park's daytime hours are from 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening, with night sessions commencing as soon as tickets sell out. Early this morning, numerous auxiliary staff entered the park, resulting in an even greater crowd than last night. Initially, one might have presumed that the depletion of staff from the previous night would ease the queue today, but it seemed that the influx of new personnel posed a troubling development for the visitors." The guests appeared taken aback by Xiyue's fervent reaction. Xiyue inquired, "Do you know him?" Xiyue shook his head. "No, I don't know him. I've never seen him before." Thus, his response must have arisen purely from instinct. In Xiyue's live stream, the energy level of the high-energy gentleman is at 100, and he has ceased eating. The auxiliary staff continues to indulge, having reached their capacity. Further consumption proving futile. It is evident that the auxiliary staff is indeed full, as her demeanor while eating suggests she is not relishing the food, but rather forcing it down. I concur that continuing to eat is pointless. During their earlier meal, both individuals' energy levels consistently increased, but upon reaching full capacity, they cease to rise any further. It stirs. It stirs. Look, everyone. A staggering 120. Just a simple dumpling. Yet it makes my palms sweat. Truly, the half-immortal possesses a certain charm. Haha. The half-immortal gazes at the stars. Nonsense. The host is merely practicing astrology. Have you noticed? The host's gaze is so tender at this moment. The expression on the host's face is indescribably. I simply wish to light a cigarette and accompany the host in stargazing for the entire night. My heart aches for the half-immortal, sob sob sob. The formidable carnivorous plant sneers and cannot help but type 2 words. Hypocrisy. Suddenly, the long silent golden-lettered father makes an appearance. Watching the live stream is akin to earthlings seated in a gladiatorial arena, witnessing the spectacle. Is it not the brutal that captivates us the most? If we seek such primal exhilaration, then what is the point of lamenting? It is utterly laughable, rather than bemoaning. One should generously offer support. The golden-lettered father boldly showers the stream with a flurry of shimmering coins, illuminating the live broadcast page. The formidable carnivorous plant follows suit, yet ponders that a fleeting glimpse of loneliness from a strong individual evokes far more sympathy than the fearless weeping of the weak. The host's expression in that moment has truly touched the viewers, stirring genuine compassion. The golden-lettered father is not incorrect. What could be a more substantial form of support than monetary contribution? Alas, the host has begun the broadcast. Oh, this person looks so familiar. I seem to have seen his live stream. Let me check my records. No need to search. This individual is rather a minor figure in the Earth Live room, known as the adept, Fan Xiaoxing. In the amusement park, Part 10, Xiyue's gaze shifted towards a male visitor. What are you doing? The man, of average build, neither tall nor short among his peers, possessed an unremarkable appearance, neither unattractive nor striking, but rather so ordinary that he would blend into a crowd without a trace. Please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. Hello, everyone. I am Fan Xiaoxing. We are all connected through our entry into the same realm of spirits, and I merely wish to exchange some information. I assure you, I mean no harm. Mr. Bai's reaction is quite unwarranted. Xiyue cast a glance at Wang Xiu, seated not far away. Realizing that it was likely she who had divulged their names to this man, Fan Xiaoxing, she did not trust his claim of goodwill. If he were genuinely here merely for an exchange of information, Xiyue would not have reacted so strongly. It was probable that his intentions had alarmed the intuitively perceptive Xiyue. In response to Fan Xiaoxing's smiling demeanor, she maintained her indifferent expression, appearing as languid as before, and shot him a sidelong glance. I suggest you remain where you are and refrain from approaching any closer. Otherwise, I will take action. Fan Xiaoxing replied, Miss Gu, you may not be aware, but visitors in the realm of spirits are prohibited from attacking one another. I am truly sincere. Xiyue interjected, help. This is harassment. A sudden shout left Xiyue bewildered, and it equally rendered Fan Xiaoxing speechless. To his astonishment, the restaurant staff, alerted by the commotion, turned their attention towards them. Among those dining nearby, the closest server quickly approached. The tall attendant inquired of Xiyue, excuse me, is there an issue? Has this gentleman behaved inappropriately towards you? If so, you can leave immediately. Gu Shili took a sip of her orange juice, exhaling in relief as she responded, I apologize. It may indeed be a misunderstanding. It was his imposing approach that startled me. Upon hearing her explanation, the server finally ceased casting suspicious glances at Fan Xiaoxing. Though still somewhat displeased, he withdrew with a hint of regret. Fan Xiaoxing sighed in relief, offering an awkward smile as he prepared to depart. Wait, Gu Shili called out. Fan Xiaoxing halted, inquiring, Is there something else, Miss Gu? Did we not agree to exchange information? Why are you leaving? Gu Shili pressed. Was your previous behavior indicative of a willingness to share information? Did your proximity not suggest a rejection of that notion? It dawned on Fan Xiaoxing that Gu Shili's comment about standing still and not approaching was to be taken literally. The exchange of information could indeed occur without closeness. In her eyes, these were two distinct matters. Fan Xiaoxing found himself astonished. Had these two somehow heard of his reputation? It seems highly improbable. He conducts himself with utmost caution and prudence. What a remarkable stroke of fate it must be to have discerned his talent. Fan Xiaoxing, may I take a seat? Gu Shili, if I say no, do you intend to stand throughout? Suit yourself. Fan Xiaoxing. A walkway separated them, and Fan Xiaoxing took a seat. Wang Xiu observed the situation and approached to sit beside Fan Xiaoxing, resulting in a subtle standoff among the four. Only then did Gu Shili commence her breakfast. In truth, she was not at all hungry. Fortunately, the bread was freshly baked, soft and fragrant, and the orange juice was freshly squeezed, quite palatable. Noticing that Baihaoyu was more amenable, Fan Xiaoxing addressed him. As per our usual practice, let us each share a piece of news. Gu Shili interrupted him. I am unaware of any such practice you speak of. I require none of your news. If you wish to acquire information about the haunted house from us, you must exchange it for vouchers. Meal and lodging vouchers are acceptable, but memorabilia vouchers would be even better. The smile on Fan Xiaoxing's face froze, and Wang Xiu spoke up first. Then it appears we cannot come to an agreement. Let us leave, let us leave. Gu Shili's expression shifted instantly, revealing her impatience as she took a sip of orange juice and rolled her eyes. What a waste of my time. Wang Xiu, this is truly infuriating. However, this attitude made both individuals feel that they possessed crucial information regarding the haunted house. Notably, among the 11 people, only the two of them had successfully navigated through the haunted house. Last night, 2 others had also queued to participate, but the waiting time was excessively long. And by the time it was their turn, Miss Mao announced that the establishment had closed for the day. Thus, it became evident that they were the only ones with accurate information about the haunted house. The tourists they had interacted with unanimously regarded the haunted house as the most perilous attraction in the entire amusement park, and Fan Xiaoxing was already aware that it was an essential experience. Fan Xiaoxing produced a meal voucher. Gu Shili set down his fork, his demeanor noticeably warming. Are you suggesting that we turn against each other over a single meal voucher? Your intentions seem rather sinister. Fan Xiaoxing replied. You haven't said anything yet. Perhaps your information isn't even worth a single voucher. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Beyond that, I cannot offer more. As everyone understands the significance of meal vouchers in this realm, they are akin to a lifeline. Gu Shili countered. For others, meal vouchers are rare treasures. But for someone with your exceptional abilities, they are easily obtained and thus lack value. Fan Xiaoxing was taken aback. How do you know that? Wang Xiu interjected. At this moment, to invoke a mere acquaintance to make a point, how shameless can one be? Unable to even state their name. And yet they speak of payment. How about some dignity? Fan Xiaoxing glanced at Wang Xiu, and upon seeing her slight nod, realized that Gu Shili was indeed speaking the truth. Those endowed with such talents could indeed possess more knowledge than the average person, and he was determined to pursue this deal. He retrieved the second voucher and placed it on the table. Gu Shili was delighted. Xiaobai, it is your turn to speak. Frankly, the name Xiaobai sounded akin to that of a dog, yet Baihaoyu dared not voice any dissent. He hesitated, uncertain of where to begin and what he could possibly articulate. Gu Shili urged, since the boss has provided the funds, start with the fast pass and share whatever you know. He spoke with meticulous detail from beginning to end. Is that all? Gu Shili inquired. Isn't that sufficient? Fan Xiaoxing replied. Miss Gu must surely possess more crucial information, given your exceptional talent. Gu Shili responded. Indeed, I have more significant news to share. A smirk appeared on Fan Xiaoxing's lips as he listened to Gu Shili leisurely continue. Bring me a souvenir voucher, and I shall divulge it. Fan Xiaoxing's smile gradually faded. This was indeed a conversation that had reached its end. He stood up, declaring, I take my leave. Wang Xiu followed suit, and just before exiting, they heard Gu Shili's voice. The nature of each person's talents was well understood among them. Some individuals would best keep their distance from us. Otherwise, should we lose anything, it will be counted against you. Fan Xiaoxing stumbled slightly. Once the two were out of sight, Bai Haoyu picked up the dining voucher from the table and curiously asked Gu Shili, "Is Fan Xiaoxing's talent one of thievery?" Gu Shili stood up and replied, "Who can say?" In truth, Bai Haoyu believed that the elder had a clear understanding of the situation. Fan Xiaoxing was likely endowed with such abilities. He could not help but reach into his pocket to squeeze the fast pass, confirming its presence before feeling reassured. Successfully navigating the haunted house without queuing and exhausting his energy was also a significant factor. Bai Haoyu inquired, "What shall we do next?" Gu Shili took out the visitor's guide and spread it before Bai Haoyu. "You need to select 3 attractions from here. It is essential to have 5 stamps on the fast pass to exit this realm of spirits." The theme park boasted a total of 29 attractions, 2 of which were mandatory: Miss Mouse's Haunted House and Mr. Mummy's Roller Coaster. They needed to choose 3 more from the remaining 27 options. Bai Haoyu refrained from questioning why they would not immediately head for the roller coaster. He had not even glanced at the introductions for the other 27 attractions, opting instead to select 3 based solely on instinct. Having acquired his talent at a young age, he had now become adept at wielding it. In this scenario, the less he knew, the more likely his intuition would guide him. Ultimately, Bai Haoyu chose the City of Torrential Rain, the Mysterious Magic Wheel, and the Blood-Curdling Castle. The introduction on the visitor's guide lacks sufficient detail, merely providing a cursory glimpse into the nature of the 3 attractions. For instance, City of Torrential Rain is essentially an indoor rafting experience, while the Mysterious Magic Wheel is a Ferris wheel, albeit one that is certainly not ordinary. However, Gu Shili's only contention lies with the leap over the blood-soaked castle attraction, which, based on its description, appears to be a high-altitude flying experience. The uncertainty surrounding it is rather significant. To Bai Haoyu, the seemingly arbitrary choices he makes are underpinned by the meticulous divination of a fortune teller, one project after another. Ultimately, the fortune teller expresses reservations regarding the leap over the blood-soaked castle, a stance that Bai Haoyu fully endorses, as it seems the fortune teller's predictions hold far more credibility. The attraction they are about to experience is the City of Torrential Rain, and to say they are merely going to enjoy it would be an oversimplification. Rather, they are about to navigate through its challenges. The theme of the City of Torrential Rain is the waiting of the Rain Woman, and both Gu Shili and her companion have a modicum of knowledge regarding the legends associated with rain. This legend describes a creature that manifests on rainy days, always standing in the rain with an umbrella. If a man shares this umbrella with her, the Rain Woman will follow him eternally. The presence of the Rain Woman is always accompanied by an atmosphere of dampness, rendering it difficult for ordinary individuals to survive for long in such conditions, thus making her a creature capable of claiming lives. According to Bai Haoyu's version of the tale, the Rain Woman is said to be a beautiful woman who perished in the rain. It is indeed a thought-provoking notion. Without beauty, how could unknown men ever be persuaded to share an umbrella with her? Upon entering the theme park of the Waiting of the Rain Girl, both individuals were immediately struck by a chill. The air was saturated with humidity. If one lingered here too long, the exposed skin might well gather beads of moisture. Yet, this place was not devoid of visitors, much like the haunted house within the Witch's Hat theme park. The attraction known as the City of Torrential Rain held a premier status, drawing long lines of eager participants. There was also a souvenir shop, where those without memorabilia vouchers could only gaze through the glass, as entry was strictly prohibited. Aside from the cashier tending the register, the store was devoid of patrons. The snack bar offered an array of delectable balls, curry fish balls, bone broth beef balls, each exuding a tantalizing aroma. They also sold warm soups and a variety of alcoholic beverages. The attendant enthusiastically claimed that consuming these delicacies would help dispel dampness from the body. Fortunately, both individuals were already satiated. Otherwise, it would have been a challenge to resist such enticing fare. Additionally, there was an attraction titled Water World, rumored to be a water-based theatrical performance held promptly at 5:30 each afternoon. Gu Shili noticed this, as it was not among the 29 attractions eligible for stamp collection. By how you remarked, the poster looks truly terrifying. At that moment, Waterworld was closed, its exterior adorned with a colossal poster depicting the vague silhouette of a man clutching a beautiful woman by the neck, seemingly poised to cast her from a high tower. How was this frightening? It paled in comparison to the bizarrely imaginative paintings encountered in the old mansion. In any case, Gu Shili found it hard to grasp Bai Haoyu's perspective. Yet, Upon a moment's reflection, Xiyue was not entirely devoid of worldly experience. He had already traversed 2 realms of the departed, and this marked the 3rd. The dimensions of this illustrated brochure were rather modest, devoid of bloodshed or the macabre. The visages of the protagonists were entirely obscured, leaving only one possibility: his instincts were at play. Xiyue, we have entered. A light rain began to fall. The chill in the air palpable, and having already explored this theme park, there was no discernible indication of the impending deluge awaiting within the realm of the storm. The instant they embarked on the attraction, it was as though they had crossed into an alternate dimension, with no trace of the outside world to be found. There were a total of 29 attractions, and with only 11 visitors, it was hardly surprising that encounters with other guests were scarce. A long queue of eager participants had formed at the entrance, and upon seeing the 2 glide effortlessly through the express lane, they were met with a synchronized salute of gazes. Each attraction boasted a distinct ambience in its queuing area, evidencing the park's earnest efforts to enhance the guest's experience. The previous night, while waiting for the haunted house, the barriers that segregated the crowd were adorned in black and red, presumably to cultivate a sense of dread. The walls depicted drifting specters, and a few rag dolls were placed at the entrance. In truth, one corridor they passed contained images of small puppets, though at the time, they did not recognize that these were subtle foreshadowings of the experiences awaiting those who entered the haunted house. In essence, as soon as they crossed the threshold, the 5 of them were thoroughly drenched. Beside them flowed a tumultuous stream, and at the entrance lay a large wooden basin, with 2 paddles carelessly discarded on the ground, tools that could steer the course, yet certainly not entrusted to mere automatons. Xiyue seized one of the paddles first, and the automaton assisted in pushing the basin into the water. To be candid, Xiyue was uncertain whether the basin would float, but as they ventured further, the river widened, and soon there would be no dry land to stand upon. Since drifting was the objective, there must be an endpoint downstream. Boarding the wooden basin was not only in adherence to the game's rules, but also provided a floating vessel capable of bearing weight, which was undoubtedly preferable to swimming unaided in the water. Can you swim? Xiyue inquired. Yes, indeed, Xiyue replied. Xiyue had surmised that he could swim, otherwise his instincts would not have led him to select this endeavor. Choices derived from intuition may not always signify the least perilous option, yet they invariably align with one's personal strengths. Once the basin was afloat, the youthful automaton was the first aboard, albeit with a hint of trepidation. Grasping his mother's hand, the automaton couple subsequently took their places, and only after they were settled did Xiyue permit Xiyue to join. Confident in her ability to leap in later, though uncertain of his capacity to do the same. With no one to steady the basin, as Xiyue stepped aboard, she had yet to find her balance when the current nudged the vessel forward. Xiyue reached out to support her, but after a slight wobble, Xiyue firmly seated herself. The basin accommodated 5 individuals snugly, not quite cramped, yet it would be challenging to move freely atop it. Look, half immortal. Xiyue wiped her face, causing water to trickle into her eyes, which stung slightly. The room was relatively bright, yet the curtain of rain somewhat obscured her vision. She turned her head and spotted a figure at the port where they had just set off, a person holding an umbrella. The length of her skirt trailed to the ground, indicating she was likely a woman. The young boy exclaimed, "Daddy, there's a sister looking at us." The father, a mere tool in this scenario, replied, "Ah, that must be someone who entered after us to have fun. How clever of her to bring an umbrella. We should have purchased raincoats at the entrance before coming in." Xiyue also noticed vendors selling raincoats outside, setting up stalls on the ground. However, tourists lacked the necessary funds, as the vendors accepted only cash and not even coupons. The crystal coins they had were not the local currency. She speculated that certain amusement attractions might offer a universal currency for the theme park, and that the tool man himself likely possessed some money. This common currency could be used at the snack stalls. As Xiyue observed the toolman's family, she deduced that the most likely source of money was the handbag held by the toolman's mother. She sensed that those standing there were not the next wave of guests. They had not encountered other tools inside the haunted house. And the one with the umbrella was likely the theme park's manager, the Rain Lady. The current of the ride was slow, and soon enough, as Xiyue had predicted, the shores on either side vanished. From that point onward, the scenery remained unchanged, a perpetual backdrop of 2 walls. The tool boy began to feel bored. He shifted his position from sitting to kneeling, extending his head outside the basin to play with the water. Xiyue advised the couple to keep a watchful eye on their child, as such behavior posed potential dangers. However, the couple, seemingly unfazed, chuckled and insisted that it was fine for him to play, asserting that his movements were gentle enough not to topple the wooden basin. This portrayal can be deemed quite authentic. The mother, acting as a mere facilitator, remarked on the clarity of the water. The young boy, lifting his head, exclaimed, "The coolness is delightful. Mother, you should give it a try." At that moment, an unforeseen incident occurred. The boy suddenly tilted, plunging into the water with a peculiar posture, as if something beneath was forcefully pulling him. He grasped the edge of the wooden basin with one hand, preventing himself from being entirely submerged, yet causing the basin to sway violently. Unfortunately, the basin's edge proved too slippery for him to maintain his grip. The mother instinctively reached for her son's hand, feeling a momentary sense of relief, only to be violently yanked against the basin. With a splash, both were pulled into the water, bubbles rising before they vanished, leaving only a fallen handbag within the basin as a testament to their existence. Xiyue, positioned closer to the mother, inhaled deeply and informed Xiyue, "I just saw a dark shadow in the water. I couldn't discern what it was." Xiyue's livestream. Be cautious, half-sage. Fan Xiaoxing's talent lies in thievery. Dear viewer, your urgency is futile. No matter how many times you remind the host, she remains oblivious, even if she leaves this realm of the undead. Currently, 90% of the comments we post will be filtered out. Only a handful of meaningless ones will be compiled for the host viewing. Any barrage mentioning other streamers will undoubtedly be disregarded. The sole method for the streamer to remember your ID is through generous donations. The contribution leaderboard displayed on the streamer's panel ensures that once you contribute financially, your ID will remain visible. Observe closely. Is that a water ghost? Most individuals remain indifferent to what lies beneath the surface, as seasoned spectators perceive the lurking entities in the water as insufficiently threatening to the streamer. Their keen eyes have caught the peculiar glint in Xiyue's gaze while she examined her handbag. The bag remains behind, and a mischievous spirit bets a spicy strip that it wishes to rummage through it. However, the lady's husband is still in the basin, making it an inappropriate time to search through her belongings. Surely, there must be some coins within. Go forth, mischievous spirit. Regarding the male protagonist, do not inquire. He has yet to make his appearance. In the Amusement Park, Part 11, the solitary tool that remains in the wooden basin pays no heed to the bag. In an instant, he has lost both his son and wife, leaving him in a daze. His head extends outward, half of his body suspended, desperately searching the water for his family. The wooden basin has drifted far away. The spot where mother and child fell into the water is now a distant memory. Seeking their silhouettes in the water at this point is akin to trying to retrieve a sword from a sinking boat. It is utterly futile. Moreover, the water below is not deep. Its clarity allows one to see the white tiles at the bottom. Strangely, when the mother and child were pulled into the water, only a few bubbles surfaced before they vanished entirely, which is evidently implausible. How could this happen? Xiyue firmly grasped the toolman, preventing him from coming into contact with the water. He felt that uttering this phrase might alert the staff, ensuring that you would not be allowed to venture outside again. Xiyue silently ridiculed, surmising that Xiyue likely shared the same sentiment, as it seemed that this toolman was merely setting himself up for misfortune. Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than the rain began to pour heavily. Given that this project was aptly named City of Torrential Rain, it was hardly surprising that heavy downpours would occur. The large raindrops stung against their skin, and more critically, water began to accumulate in the wooden basin. The three of them scooped water out with their hands, but their efforts paled in comparison to the relentless downpour. Xiyue turned to the toolman and said, "May I borrow your bag for a moment?" She opened the bag and swiftly extracted its contents. The owner of the bag was evidently someone who cherished organization, as she had neatly rolled the money and tucked it into the small inner pocket of the handbag for easy access. Amidst the fierce wind and rain, the toolman could barely make out her movements and, witnessing her deftly rummaging through the bag, instinctively felt a flicker of doubt as she nonchalantly pocketed all the money. Following this, Xiyue utilized the generously sized leather handbag to scoop out water, providing them with a practical tool. Consequently, the wooden basin was spared from the impending risk of sinking. Gradually, the rain subsided slightly. However, before they could exhale in relief, a dense white mist appeared downstream. The wooden basin drifted forth, plunging them into the fog without any time to prepare, rendering the occupants unable to see a hand in front of their faces. Xiyue exclaimed, "It's so cold." The wooden or encountered nothing at all. At that moment, a melody drifted in from an indeterminate source, as if emanating from all directions, indistinct and elusive. Xiyue sat quietly, listening intently, managing to grasp only a few lines. I wait atop the tower for him to arrive, only to meet an ugly creature, alas. I too have turned into an ugly creature. It was uncertain whether the singer was weeping or laughing, yet the sound sent shivers down her spine. The more she concentrated, the more her thoughts became tangled, as if her mind were sluggishly processing. The wooden basin seemed to expand, its edges losing all sense of boundaries. Had they reached the shore? No. She pinched her arm sharply, wincing at the pain, which jolted her back to clarity. With a splash, Xiyue reached out, realizing that the sound had originated from the tool man, likely a result of his own plunge into the water, influenced by the haunting song. Just as she contemplated inquiring about Baihaoyu's condition, she heard him speak. Who is singing? Xiyue too was curious about the identity of the singer. Baihaoyu hummed a few notes along with the melody, exclaiming, "The song is truly beautiful." Xiyue was left perplexed. Was it the song that had influenced them? Or not? Strangely, after Baihaoyu remarked on the beauty of the song, his voice gradually faded, and even the white mist began to dissipate significantly. As the mist swirled forward once more, a towering black spire emerged from the white fog. Two individuals had to tilt their heads to glimpse its pinnacle, where stood a woman whose features remained obscured. Clad in a flowing blue gown, her hem trailed upon the ground. Baihaoyu remarked, with such melodious singing, "She must be a stunning maiden." Xiyue sensed the woman's gaze upon Baihaoyu, and after his words, she felt an impulse to leap from the tower, her emotions stirring with fervor. Yet, she ultimately refrained, remaining aloft to watch the two depart. Baihaoyu glanced around, questioning, "Where is our assistant?" Xiyue replied, "He just leaped into the water." Baihaoyu gasped in surprise. "How was I unaware of that?" "Ah, I must have been in a daze, now. It feels as if I have suddenly awakened." This sensation was akin to the experience of tinnitus. One remains oblivious to the affliction until it dissipates, revealing the clarity of external sounds in the realization of one's previous state. In truth, Baihaoyu was entranced by the enchanting melody. Yet he did not plunge into the depths. Rather, he reveled in the exquisite cadence. What a fortunate soul! Xiyue tossed 2 rolls of money to him, ensuring that whatever they obtained was evenly divided between them. It is wise to avoid placing all eggs in one basket, a maxim aimed at maximizing the security of their assets. Baihaoyu unfastened the buttons of his garment, unzipped his inner shirt, and retrieved a pouch from within, placing a roll of money inside. Xiyue observed a small harmonica nestled within his pocket, while another roll of money was carelessly placed in the outermost compartment. His attire boasted an abundance of pockets capable of holding various items. This safe zone, where melodies were shared with the residents, was relatively governed by law. However, it paled in comparison to the place where Baihaoyu resided, which exhibited a far more refined sense of order. It was evident that the environment in which Baihaoyu was raised was significantly more developed, where individuals were cherished and pursued for their musical talents. Akin to the superstars of the pre-apocalyptic era, the several uncles and aunts closest to Baihaoyu were all individuals who embraced life passionately, one of whom had been a renowned musician before the collapse of civilization. Influenced from a young age, Baihaoyu possessed a remarkable ability to appreciate music and was proficient in several instruments. Xiyue nodded as Baihaoyu gently began to play a tune on the harmonica. The melody was unfamiliar to her, yet it resonated beautifully, far surpassing the earlier songs sung by the woman. As he played, Baihaoyu's feet lightly tapped the rhythm on a wooden basin. The rain gradually diminished, nearly coming to a halt. Upon completing a piece, Baihaoyu remarked to Xiyue, "I am not as skilled as the woman who sang earlier." Her voice conveyed deeper emotions, imbued with genuine feelings. Each individual's talent is distinct. For those endowed with exceptional gifts, the world appears radically different from that of ordinary beings. For instance, a person like Baihaoyu, with his profound intuition, likely perceives the world through a lens that reveals a vivid tapestry of both blood and horror. Xiyue found it difficult to discern the faces of those depicted in the images. Perhaps to him, they appeared to be grinning menacingly. Xiyue listened intently. The voice of the woman just now was shrill and piercing, akin to a wail. Although she lacked the discerning ability for aesthetics, she could still differentiate a pleasant melody from an unpleasant one, and she found this song to be quite displeasing. In stark contrast, Baihaoyu perceived it as a celestial melody, for he would not have lavished such continuous praise upon that discordant tune otherwise. In truth, the likelihood of sinking diminished significantly once only the two of them remained in the wooden basin. However, It was prudent to scoop out all the accumulated water from the basin now, to avoid any frantic mishaps should further complications arise later. By how you remarked, the rain has intensified once more. His earlier concerns were not unfounded. Compared to the current tempest, the previous drizzle seemed negligible. Something flew through the air, and Xiyue instinctively ducked, casting a hasty glance. It appeared to be a plastic water bottle, harmless upon impact. Ahead of them, a wooden barrier obstructed the path of the large basin, halting their forward drift. It was akin to exiting a parking lot only to find one's vehicle blocked. The barrier remained resolutely down, preventing passage unless it were to be forcibly breached. Clearly, that was not an option, as a countdown clock hung from the wooden barrier, indicating that drifting could only resume once the timer elapsed. Words appeared on the walls on either side, yet the rain was so torrential that they were indecipherable. Xiyue suggested, "Let us paddle over to take a look." Together, they maneuvered the large wooden basin to the side, revealing a line of text on the wall that read, 1 in the middle, 2 to the left, 3 to the right. Rowing was no simple feat, yet this endeavor allowed them to master the art of navigation with remarkable skill. The countdown had dwindled to a mere 50 seconds, and the meaning of the situation could not be discerned through mere conjecture. Both individuals felt a tinge of anxiety. However, Baihaoyu's restlessness was palpable, while Xiyue remained seemingly unaffected. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the wooden barrier lifted, and the obstructed wooden tub was suddenly swept away by the rushing water. At this moment, the terrain revealed its disparities. The abrupt descent quickened the pulse, and just as the tub plummeted at a dizzying speed, threatening to eject its occupants, Baihaoyu glanced upward and noticed the numeral inscribed on the ceiling. He urgently called out to Xiyue to take notice. The number 3 indicated the right side. Was it a directive to veer right or to avoid the right bank altogether? Presently, the tub floated in the center of the river, and with sturdy wooden paddles, they could maneuver around the protruding stones that lined the riverbed. Before they could deliberate further, several plastic water bottles cascaded down from above, all descending from the right bank of the river. Though the plastic would sting upon impact, it posed no genuine threat of injury, allowing her to exhale in relief. It seemed this challenge was not as merciless as anticipated. There was indeed time allotted for players to acclimate to the rules. At this juncture, the game had transformed into one of evasion. When the numeral 1 appeared on the ceiling, the tub could not remain in the center of the river. When the numeral 2 appeared, it was prohibited from occupying the left side. The same logic applied when the numeral 3 manifested. Each appearance of a number on the ceiling provided the participants a moment to adjust the position of the tub. As long as they adhered to the game's regulations, they had little to fear from the descending objects. Objects fell from the plastic bottle to the bagged rice, from the wooden cutting board to the stools and tables. The most terrifying moments were when knives and axes plummeted down. The challenge had not intensified. As long as one did not err, ample time was afforded to the players. However, the items descending became increasingly menacing, evoking a sense that proximity to them could spell doom. Xiyue wielded the wooden paddle with such finesse that it seemed to soar, ensuring he could reach the designated spot before the next item fell, leaving him with a modicum of time to spare. Thus, while Baihaoyu was startled, he was not overly frightened. When the rain had ceased entirely, and the wooden basin approached the crucial moment, he was still able to rise steadily, while Xiyue leaped ashore. Baihaoyu could not ascend directly. He awkwardly extended his hand toward the esteemed figure. Xiyue shot him a glance before grasping the wooden paddle. Baihaoyu, cradling his head, exclaimed, "Father, I was wrong. I am adrift." He had initially thought that having a bond of life and death with the esteemed figure would permit him to act coyly. Xiyue retorted with a cold smile, "I instructed you to hold onto the paddle to come up. That knife should have struck your forehead earlier, allowing me to ascertain whether your mind was filled with paste." Such a performance was quite excessive. Baihaoyu chuckled awkwardly, reaching for the paddle, yet witnessed Xiyue swing it, while with the other hand, he seized Baihaoyu by the collar and hoisted him onto the shore. Baihaoyu coughed as his collar constricted him, observing Xiyue attacking the shadowy figures floating in the water with the paddle as though he were striking moles. Just moments ago, he had wished to stand and call out to his father. Now, he yearned to kneel and plead for his father's protection, knowing full well that it was the shadow poised to assault him, and once again, his father had saved his life. Yet within the water lurked a shadowy figure, one that the wooden oars could instill with fear, albeit with little tangible effect. Their intention was not to eradicate this entity. After all, the exit lay just ahead. It sufficed to remain vigilant against any potential ambush from behind. This exit bore a striking resemblance to a haunted house attraction, lacking in grandeur and appearing somewhat inferior. Xiyue remarked, if there were no threat to life, this endeavor would be rather entertaining. By how you interjected, I must respectfully disagree. In summary, the City of Torrential Rain project necessitated attention to 3 critical points. 1. Avoid touching the water beyond the wooden basin, for water spirits dwell within. 2. The rain maiden amidst the mist sings, do not be ensnared by her enchanting melody. 3. During the fiercest storms, debris may fall from the ceiling. Understanding the patterns will allow evasion. These insights might serve as valuable currency for exchanging information with other visitors. She began to grasp why a theme park of such formidable difficulty boasted a higher survival rate than other realms of the deceased. The exchange of intelligence among patrons played a crucial role. If her conjectures were accurate, the project might exhibit slight variations. Yet it was improbable for different visitors to experience entirely divergent themes within the same endeavor. The survey for this project was optional, and completing it would not yield additional vouchers. The staff member was a woman adorned with a mask, her voice melodious and enchanting. Xiyue glanced at the survey and casually inquired, what did you discern from that recent song? By how you replied, fear, suffering, anger, predominantly emotions steeped in despair. Yet, curiously, I perceive a glimmer of hope within that melody. It is akin to a seed buried deep within the mire, on the brink of suffocation by the filth that surrounds it, yet still harboring the hope of one day breaking through the soil to bask in the warmth of the sun. However, this sentiment was too poetic for Baihaoyu to articulate. Xiyue noticed the masked staff member's fingers twitch slightly, and a realization dawned upon her. She completed the survey, writing in the suggestion box that the project was perilous, as 3 companions had perished, recommending a thorough inspection of the gaming equipment. Baihaoyu, what is this operation? Even though this may appear to be an amusement park, it fundamentally remains a realm of the deceased. How can there be no casualties in a domain such as this? What does that have to do with inspecting the gaming apparatus? Clearly, the expert is expressing their frustration with life itself. Xiyue, not at all. Baihaoyu scratched his head. Not at all? Ha ha ha. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Let us not forget Baihaoyu's innate talent. When he says something resembles another, it may not merely be a resemblance. His keen intuition seldom leads to the kind of misconceptions that others might experience. Yet this fool, she insists it does not resemble anything. And he does not even engage his mind, merely nodding along absent-mindedly. It does not resemble her. Indeed, it seems one cannot compare individuals, for such comparisons are often heart-wrenching. As a fortune-teller, Xiyue not only indulged in divination but also cultivated a persona obsessed with wealth. She resembled a little hamster, tirelessly hoarding treasures for herself. At that moment, neither of them felt hunger and decided to explore the amusement park, not out of curiosity for its delights, but rather a desire to gain a deeper understanding of it. 2 individuals parted ways on the main street, agreeing to reconvene shortly. Xiyue traversed the outer route as delineated on the map, and behind a pink castle, she discovered the amusement park she sought, which indeed housed a black tower. Surrounded by towering edifices, it was only upon approaching that one could truly perceive its presence. Ascending the black tower, she found it to be a structure equipped with staircases both inside and out, devoid of any peculiarities. From her vantage point atop the tower, Xiyue's gaze sharpened. In the window of the pink castle across the way, a flash of crimson momentarily caught her eye. A bloodied hand clutched the railing with desperate fervor, revealing the face of an individual who seemed to be summoning his last vestiges of strength to plead for help. He was a visitor, and Xiyue was unaware of his name. His fate appeared sealed. Anyone whose head suffered such trauma could not possibly survive. Moreover, the assailant lurked nearby, ensuring his demise. Xiyue remained in her position for an extended period, yet no one emerged from the entrance of the pink castle. It was evident that the castle harbored other exits. However, one visitor hurriedly dashed inside, only to re-emerge with a pallid complexion after some time. She recalled that this individual was named Xiyue. Following this, Xiyue encountered no further incidents and subsequently met with Baihaoyu for dinner. Spirits of heaven and earth, I am the most skilled in divination among mortals, Xiyue began to utter when she noticed a server approaching, and she exclaimed loudly, bring me 2 plates of dumplings, with extra vinegar and chili, and a bowl of dumpling soup. Xiyue. Baihaoyu. Hello. Hello. You are Xiyue, correct? We have met at the entrance. My name is Baihaoyu. This is the diviner. Is the diviner here to consult Mr. He? He does not require it. I do. Let us have my fortune told first. A man clad in a leather jacket, adorned with a vibrant red scarf, strode in from outside. Calling out to the waiter, "Bring me 6 plates of dumplings, quickly. I am starving." This boisterous man was tall and robust, wearing sturdy boots and a curved dagger at his waist. His attire was as peculiar as that of Xiyue, clearly distinguishing him from the other tourists, whose demeanor was markedly different. Though they had all encountered one another before, they had dispersed upon entering the amusement park, likely not having exchanged a word since. Yet they were familiar faces, perhaps secretly contemplating the identities of those venturing into the realm of the departed. Among them, 2 individuals drew particular attention, Xiyue and Wu Gang. Not only were their outfits unconventional, but their dispositions were also strikingly unique. One was slick and worldly, reputed to be merciless in speech, a charlatan whose genuine abilities were initially uncertain. It is now known that he possesses true skill. The other was a rugged lone wolf, fierce and unyielding, a man whom most would prefer to avoid. He Kuan, upon seeing Wu Gang, lowered his head, his toes pointed outward, a subtle gesture revealing his fervent desire to escape. Xiyue looked up and began to speak rapidly. "I observe that your life palace is in turmoil. This is a convergence of fortune and misfortune, a manifestation of tangible calamity. You may appear to be a reliable and generous individual, yet your demeanor betrays a more insidious nature. I perceive you to be a person of amiable appearance but malevolent heart." Wu Gang's eyes widened in astonishment. "What nonsense are you spouting, young lady?" Xiyue's live broadcast, searching someone's bag in person, pocketing small change. "What a dreadful act. Haha. What is happening, Gaoning Jun? I find this song rather mediocre. Those with talent perceive a world different from ours. What might the world appear to a seer? Perhaps it is all a tapestry of lies. What does the seer observe from atop the tower? Due to perspective, it remains unseen. The equipment I utilize is advanced, capable of altering perspectives. Yet upon transformation, I discovered nothing. This Wu Gang clearly exudes the aura of a good man, with thick brows and bright eyes, a robust physique. Truly a gentleman." The seer has retorted, branding him a hypocrite and a true villain. The seer has not conversed with him, having only met once. To label someone as amiable in appearance yet sinister at heart seems rather perplexing, primarily because it contradicts the seer's usual logic of conduct. Though the seer possesses a sharp tongue, thus far, his confrontations have been purposeful. It is evident that collaboration is advantageous, making enmity unwise. Why then does he suddenly lash out without reason? In the amusement park, Xiyue found it peculiar that although the half-immortal had a somewhat caustic demeanor, was self-centered, and acted recklessly, she would not resort to personal attacks unless provoked or met with malice from the outset. However, her attitude towards Wu Gang was decidedly odd. It was not merely a matter of teasing, but rather an outright and fervent disparagement. This could not possibly be attributed to the half-immortal-esque character, indicating that the issue lay with Wu Gang himself. Xiyue stood up to shield Xiyue from Wu Gang, straining to widen his eyes in an attempt to intimidate him. "What do you intend to do?" he demanded. Wu Gang retorted, "What the hell? Are you all bandits? You started this with your reckless words, and now you dare to turn the tables. Have I laid a hand on you?" Xiyue was somewhat taken aback by Xiyue's protective stance. She was an exceptionally gentle soul, rarely engaging in conflict, and had instigated the situation herself moments before. Yet, Xiyue's choice to defend her indicated his allegiance to her, which was no small feat. Upon deeper reflection. It suggested that Xiyue held an absolute trust in her. How is it possible to encounter such foolishness everywhere? Xiyue mused as she tugged Xiyue back into his seat, shaking her head with a sigh. "You were the one who claimed to need guidance from this great immortal. I did not compel you to consult me. I, Gu, have traversed the world for many years and have always known that sweet words are but a gentle warmth in the cold, while blunt honesty is often met with disdain. If you wish to act, then do so. I speak with unwavering certainty, and my judgments shall not waver." With a melancholic sigh, she concluded her remarks and proceeded to savor a large dumpling with her chopsticks, shaking her head in disappointment, embodying a complete tableau of exasperation. Wu Gang was rendered speechless, and after a prolonged pause, he awkwardly remarked, "Tourists are prohibited from attacking one another in the realm of the undead. I fail to comprehend your fervor. I never suggested any course of action. As for you, a woman, even if your words are nonsensical, should I really engage in a dispute? I do not strike women. What kind of man would that make me?" As the dumplings were served, he began to consume them voraciously. Xiyue retorted, "You, who so boldly speak of women, as if you were not born of one yourself. How is it that such words, when uttered by you, sound so utterly discordant?" He could not suppress his urge to respond. It was likely that his prolonged interaction with the half-demon had influenced his demeanor. It certainly could not be attributed to his own character. Wu Gang remained silent. Beside him, Xiyue, who had innocently been left in this situation, was bewildered to see Wu Gang's face contorted with anger. Observing as the chopsticks in his grip began to bend under pressure, he cast a wary glance at Wu Gang and instinctively recoiled, hesitant to speak. When Wu Gang had first entered, he had contemplated leaving, but alas, he had been unable to do so. It was uncertain whether Wu Gang had such a voracious appetite or was simply starving. He swiftly devoured 6 plates of dumplings. While Xiyue had only managed to finish half of her plate, Wu Gang stated, "Let us speak plainly. I have heard that the two of you have experienced the haunted house attraction, while I have braved the roller coaster. Perhaps we might exchange information." Thus, it became evident that this man was far from the rugged exterior he presented. His character was indeed aligned with his appearance. Despite Xiyue's sharp tongue, how could he possibly refrain from retorting? Furthermore, if he did not possess a certain level of calculation, how could he be so acutely aware of the progress of the other players, keeping it all in mind? Xiyue disregarded the opinions of others, for she possessed unwavering confidence. She was already at the forefront, having navigated through the haunted house and engaged in a selection project alongside by Xiyue. Any tourists who discovered that information could readily approach her. Xiyue remained non-committal, stating, "Whatever it is, let me finish my meal first." Beside her, Xiyue timidly inquired, "Why is everyone so eager to learn about the haunted house? Is it absolutely necessary to go through it now? Oh, and what about those who haven't received the visitor's guide?" By Xiyue replied, "Passing through the haunted house is essential." Those 2 people outside keep pacing back and forth. Are they looking for you?" Xiyue affirmed. Yes. By Xiyue questioned, "Why don't they come in? I only have 1 meal voucher." He felt fortunate to be in close proximity to the semi-divine figure. Leaning slightly closer to him, "Could you share with me the situation of the other tourists?" Xiyue sighed, "There's not much to say. It is as it is. 11 people entered, and now only 8 remain." A total of 11 individuals had ventured into this realm together, comprising 4 newcomers and 7 seasoned participants. Among the 5 newcomers, which 3 possessed shields from the plan and which did not, Xiyue did not disclose. It was evident that he was not a novice himself. He claimed to have successfully completed a realm of the undead. The 2 individuals waiting outside for him were, however, genuine newcomers. Xiyue had begun her 2nd plate of dumplings. Xiyue was aware of the circumstances surrounding the 3 deceased individuals. Most individuals have grown accustomed to collective activities. Upon entering the realm of the deceased, they tend to seek solace in small groups. Newcomers often band together, while the astute gravitate towards the seasoned veterans for support. Xiyue recounts, 2 individuals perished together. Neither betrayed the other. This incident was witnessed firsthand by Xiyue, who observed that the couple met their tragic fate while engaging in a carousel ride. In a moment of imminent danger, the male visitor attempted to shield the woman, striving to protect her, yet his efforts were in vain as both were pierced by icicles. However, one might argue that had the male visitor exhibited better judgment, the 2 might have avoided such a calamity. If the female visitor had released her grip on her beloved in a timely manner, perhaps they could have escaped. Yet, neither was willing to relinquish their hold on the other, and together they succumbed, failing to survive the first night in the theme park. To date, the 2 newcomers accompanying Xiyue have yet to experience any attractions. Xiyue has made it clear, prior to engaging in any games, they all entered this shared realm of the deceased with camaraderie, but once inside, one cannot expect him to rescue anyone from peril. Upon hearing this, the newcomers hesitated, expressing reluctance to participate in any activities with him. Xiyue asserted, "Am I mistaken? Should I be expected to act as a devoted partner to them?" "Absolutely not. We are strangers. I have no obligation to risk my life for anyone. Furthermore, it is a triumph in itself for me to survive. I cannot bear the weight of another's existence on my shoulders." Even that couple, who remained devoted to each other until the end, did not emerge alive. By Xiyue remarked, "Xiyue is a genuine individual, unlike some seasoned veterans who present one demeanor in person while harboring another behind the scenes. They sweet-talk newcomers into taking the blame for them." Xiyue cast a subtle glance at Wu Gang, hesitant to respond to this remark. Fearing that by Xiyue's words might offend someone, he swiftly diverted the conversation. "I, too, wish to exchange information with both of you." By Xiyue replied, "I cannot make that decision." Wu Gang slammed the table and glared. "A stalwart man should not fear a woman." By Xiyue's temper flared. "How can you speak like that?" Though Bai Haoyu generally possessed a gentle disposition, His demeanor now reflected irritation, nearly mirroring Wu Gang's aggressive stance. If he were not a man, he might have risen in indignation, demanding that Wu Gang be expelled from the gathering. This marked the second occasion that Wu Gang had provoked Bai Haoyu's ire, clearly indicating Bai's growing disdain for him. In truth, Wu Gang appeared to be a cheerful and open-hearted person, typically endearing himself to others. However, being singled out upon their first encounter left him feeling perplexed, deeming both individuals as peculiar. Gu Shili ordered 2 more plates of dumplings and interjected, 2 dining vouchers and 1 souvenir voucher. I have no interest in your information. If you seek news about the haunted house, you must provide something in exchange. Wu Gang impulsively asked, what about the information regarding the Rainstorm City? Gu Shili replied, that will be a separate matter. Believe me, roller coasters are perilous. Without news of me, it is highly likely that one would meet their demise within. Wu Gang attempted to negotiate, yet amidst Gu Shili's unhurried chewing, he discerned the futility of bargaining and ultimately spoke the truth. I possess but a single dining voucher. Whether this individual spoke falsely, Gu Shili could ascertain. It was not that she lacked interest in information regarding the roller coaster, but in business, one must negotiate with a firm stance. To yield too easily would jeopardize the deal. Furthermore, during their conversation, she could scrutinize Wu Gang more closely. Her previous silence was a moment of contemplation. What sort of person was he? One may know a face, but not the heart. It is indeed difficult to gauge a person's true nature by mere appearance. She herself was the best example of this. From the outset, she resolved to appear somewhat difficult, to keep her distance from Wu Gang. The information he possessed about the roller coaster, how much of it was truth, and how much was fabrication. Most likely, it contained both truths and lies. Thus discerning the veracity of the facts became paramount. Gu Shili declared, deal. 1 dining voucher in exchange for information regarding the roller coaster. Upon concluding the deal, Wu Gang gestured towards Xiyue. What is his purpose here? Gu Shili replied, if you relay the information to me, I shall convey it to him once more. Is there a difference between you stating it directly for us both to hear? My memory is quite sharp. I can repeat your words verbatim, so why waste effort? The latter part was directed at Xiyue. You shall listen here, for I have inquiries to make of you shortly. Consider this your reward. Wu Gang. What a significant loss. It sounds plausible, yet it is entirely a robber's logic. In truth, Wu Gang was aware that another group had also acquired information about the haunted house from Gu Shili. But why did he choose to purchase from Gu Shili instead of that group? Because they were the genuine parties involved, even if others recounted the tale verbatim. There would still be discrepancies. But now, it is acceptable to sell the information you've received. Yet to borrow someone else's flowers to present as your own is rather excessive, isn't it? Nevertheless, from a rational perspective, Gu Shili's assertion is not entirely unfounded. Wu Gang truly felt he was facing an immense challenge in life. It was exceedingly difficult to restrain himself from slamming the table and resorting to violence. After a considerable pause to gather his thoughts, he finally articulated, the roller coaster is the flagship attraction of the theme park Mummy in the Yellow Sand. And the person in charge is indeed a mummy. Once you begin to queue, if you wish to leave without continuing to wait, the mummy will ensnare you entirely in bandages. The multitude of mummy figurines outside the queue likely originated from this very process. Since you were already in line, departing is certainly not an option. Even if it means perishing of hunger, one must die while queuing. Although the two had never witnessed such a scenario and held fast passes that exempted them from waiting, they could still infer that leaving the line would result in dire consequences. Therefore, when lacking vitality, one should refrain from attempting to engage in any attractions. Wu Gang. The roller coaster will weave through the yellow sands and canyons at an exhilarating speed, traversing the same location 8 times. The perilous section lies within the canyon, where each pass tightens a white cloth that resembles a razor-sharp wire. A brush against the body would be akin to cutting through tofu, absolutely to be avoided. As per routine, Bai Haoyu elaborates on the haunted house's conditions. In dealing with Wu Gang, he has become more cautious, opting not to divulge details as he did with Wang Xiyue and the others. After listening, Wu Gang shakes his head. Your information is far too scant. Bai Haoyu replies, I can only share what you've mentioned. Wu Gang gazes at him for a moment and states, exercise caution with the safety measures on the roller coaster. Bai Haoyu retorts, be mindful of the dolls. Wu Gang adds, the items sold at the street stalls in the mummy-themed amusement park are quite useful. Consider purchasing some before entering. Bai Haoyu suggests, perhaps sing praises for Miss Mao. Wu Gang. Observing Wu Gang's silence, Bai Haoyu feels a tinge of disappointment. Is that all? Wu Gang responds, regardless of the situation, one must not be frightened to the point of closing one's eyes. That truly is all. Communication concluded. Wu Gang refrains from uttering another word, discarding his meal ticket and departing, while Bai Haoyu ponders his words, concluding that not all he said was truthful. Yet he remains uncertain about which parts were false. He Ikuan listened attentively to the updates on 2 projects, committing them to memory. However, as the conversation progressed, his countenance grew increasingly pale. From the outset, he had intended to avoid the haunted house and roller coaster attractions, perceiving them as perilous endeavors. Yet, now it became evident that evasion was impossible. Although he had yet to uncover evidence substantiating these as mandatory experiences, he recognized that his information was incomplete. Rather than a misunderstanding on the part of Gu Shili and the others, he expressed his gratitude and then candidly stated, "If there is anything you wish to inquire, please feel free to ask." Gu Shili then posed a surprising question. "Do you think visitors in the realm of the dead can harm one another?" Ikuan glanced at her in astonishment, for this was a query he had never contemplated. "It is possible," Bai Haoyu exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" Ikuan's complexion turned even paler as he responded, "I had assumed it was not permissible, but now I realize it is indeed possible. I had always believed that inflicting harm upon other visitors in the realm of the dead was meaningless. In truth, it was devoid of significance, much like Li Ku, who meticulously plotted and attempted to deceive newcomers to find a scapegoat, ultimately meeting his demise. His downfall stemmed from his continuous reliance on cunning rather than fortifying himself or controlling his own greed." Gu Shili remarked, "You are quite considerate towards newcomers." Ikuan took a deep breath, striving to convey sincerity as he replied, "I assure you, I do not harbor any ulterior motives towards newcomers. I am merely complicating my own circumstances. When I was a newcomer, seasoned players who entered the same realm of the dead assisted me greatly, enabling me to survive until now. I harbor no desire to manage newcomers. They are indeed quite troublesome. Yet, I find myself indebted to those who have aided me. And thus, I shall consider it an act of virtue towards those who have extended their kindness." The words of Wu Gang strike me as untrustworthy. 3 individuals have perished. And while Ikuan has spoken of the demise of 2, the cause of the 3rd newcomer's death remains shrouded in silence. Gu Shili believes she knows the reason, but the presence of Wu Gang compels her to refrain from speaking, reinforcing her conviction that the crimson hue she observed atop the Black Tower is none other than the red scarf adorning Wu Gang's head. It is understandable to push other tourists forth in the face of malevolent spirits. However, what rationale could Wu Gang possess for slaying another visitor when no peril was present? Lacking the intuitive gifts of Bai Haoyu, Gu Shili's experiences have nonetheless imparted the knowledge that Wu Gang is a perilous individual. Soon, Ikuan departed as well, and Gu Shili ceased her consumption only upon confirming that nothing further could be ingested. She requested a moment of respite in the restaurant, to which the proprietor consented. Bai Haoyu remarked, "Initially, I held a neutral perception of Wu Gang. However, as I engaged with him further, I found him somewhat distasteful, yet I discerned no overt issues. Do you sense something amiss with this individual, seer? Can intuition be obscured?" Indeed, it can. In that fleeting moment, Gu Shili was beset by an ominous premonition. A harrowing thought flashed through her mind. Bai Haoyu might ultimately meet his fate due to his keen intuition. Yet, this notion vanished as swiftly as it appeared, eluding her grasp. "Do you believe my earlier observations regarding physiognomy were mere jest? This individual harbors unwholesome intentions. I need not consult his birth chart. His visage alone reveals that he is a harbinger of death, best avoided." In a rare moment of earnestness, Gu Shili spoke, eliciting a series of nods from Bai Haoyu, who promptly labeled Wu Gang as a potential threat. Gu Shili continued, "You cannot solely rely on self-discipline. Neglecting to engage your mind will lead to stagnation." Despite the profundity of this statement, Bai Haoyu failed to grasp the counsel it contained, choosing not to converse further with Jin Daitue. Both recognized the necessity of rest to rejuvenate their spirits. Should the park open tonight, they planned to indulge in the exhilarating ride of the mummy roller coaster. Once again, it was Bai Haoyu who awoke first. By the time Gu Shili stirred, the park had already opened its gates. The two made their way directly to the mummy-themed area, characterized by pyramid-like structures and a ground strewn with golden sand. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by a warm atmosphere, prompting many visitors to shed their outer garments. Vendors peddled an array of water pouches, oversized scarves capable of enveloping an entire person, and masks in various designs. With some money in hand, they purchased items they deemed useful. Indeed, the queue for the mummy roller coaster was lined with the very mummies Wu Gang had mentioned. All striking the same pose against a wall, passers-by paused to admire these figures, and the two were no exception. Suddenly, Xiyue noticed one of the mummy's eyes flicker. Were these figures truly alive? She chose to keep this observation to herself. Just then, the mummy to the left stirred, transforming from a mere statue into a real mummy. I am a teacher. The school is on summer break. The voice of Mummy Mister was surprisingly pleasant, resembling that of an ordinary adult man, creating an atmosphere that was anything but terrifying. Xiyue speculated that this was merely a prelude to the roller coaster attraction, albeit conveyed in an unusually distinctive manner. The principal had organized an excursion to a nearby artificial desert, with a scheduled assembly time of 9 o'clock in the morning. The travel agency's bus had arrived early and was stationed in the school parking lot, with the destination expected to be reached by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Carrying only a few essentials, I boarded the bus with the license plate number 5990. Mr. Mummy came to a halt, his entire form trembling, as fine grains of sand cascaded from the seams of his wrappings, settling upon the ground. At that moment, none could have anticipated the horrific events that were to unfold. The sound resonated as if it were echoing in my ears, sending a shiver down Xiyue's spine. Mr. Mummy's eyes lacked focus, and upon finishing his utterance, he returned to his statue-like state. This attraction could accommodate 30 individuals at once, comprising a total of 16 carriages, each capable of seating 2. No one was urged to board hastily. Xiyue stepped around to the front to inspect the bus's exterior, where the license plate 5990 was prominently displayed. In the prelude, it was noted that the ill-fated bus bore the same license plate number. At that moment, a man emerged from the adjacent staff passage, clad in black attire, his entire being shrouded in dark silk scarves, topped with a black hat. He was enveloped so thoroughly that not a sliver of skin was visible, and a badge emblazoned with the word driver hung from his chest. Is there truly a driver for a roller coaster? Xiyue had never experienced the thrill of a roller coaster. As a seer, she deemed it inappropriate to pose such trivial questions. Thus, she assumed that all rides would come with a driver. Once the driver settled into the seat, Xiyue meticulously checked the safety restraints once more. Beep, beep, beep. The ride commenced with a sudden burst of acceleration. What kind of riddle is the seer playing with Xiyue? Help? Is it possible to kill someone in the realm of the undead? That depends on the weight of the soul of the person you intend to slay. Those with sufficient soul weight have a certain probability of transforming into the undead after death, while those whose souls are too light will simply dissipate. You understand the concept of the soul, right? Scientists have long confirmed its existence. Just imagine, if the person you kill becomes an undead and comes seeking you. This is enlightening. Humans from Earth are truly fascinating. Here as a thought, is there a way to measure the weight of a person's soul? Current earthly technology cannot accomplish that. I'm on the ride. How exhilarating. Am I seeing things? The seer's face seems to have turned green. Is the seer feeling car sick? Xiyue felt a wave of discomfort, compounded by the persistent gurgling sounds emanating from the person next to her, a telltale sign of gastric distress. Sometimes, overindulgence can lead to such repercussions. With a stern expression, Xiyue declared, "If you dare to vomit, I shall throw you off this ride." At this moment, they were suspended at a height of 7 to 8 meters. If they were to be dropped, it would spell certain doom. Xiyue was on the verge of suffocating from the intense pressure. Yet he suppressed the urge to vomit due to his lingering attachment to the figure above. Gradually, Xiyue's complexion began to return to normal. Xiyue commenced his lecture, urging the necessity of acclimatizing to the sensations of rapid ascent and descent, even striving to overcome the state of weightlessness. He advised against perceiving this as mere fright. Instead, it should be embraced as a source of enjoyment. Unfortunately, Xiyue found it impossible to adapt, and in an effort to divert his attention, he joined the chorus of screams alongside the other passengers. Xiyue thought to himself, cursing, wishing to rid himself of him. The desert night should not have been this sweltering. Xiyue retrieved a water pouch from his pocket, taking a sip to quell the nagging nausea. The roller coaster track was constructed amidst a sea of yellow sand, weaving through the desert, inevitably encountering the swirling sands. Soon, a fine layer of yellow dust settled upon the ride, and the coaster did not progress at a constant speed, causing the passengers' screams to fluctuate in intensity. Lights lined the edges of the track, illuminating the night almost as brightly as day. The sky appeared shrouded, obscuring the stars and the moonlight. Gradually, Xiyue became accustomed to the sensations on the roller coaster. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed since they boarded, and not only he, but most of the others had calmed their exhilaration. Xiyue was finally relieved from the burden of being an emotionless machine amidst a cacophony of screams. Having endured the auditory onslaught, Baihaoyu keenly sensed that Jean Daloin was in a foul mood and dared not utter a word. At times, he found himself perplexed, pondering the origins of the enigmatic figure known as the half-immortal. Despite appearing younger than himself, how could she remain so composed in the face of adversity? Throughout their time in the amusement park, he had yet to witness her lose her composure. To be candid, in navigating all the situations that had arisen thus far, he believed Xiyue was remarkably adept. Aside from the necessity of earning a living, his own life experiences hardly surpassed hers. He could not concede that it was merely a matter of innate intelligence. Baihaoyu mused, could it be that the talent for divination was truly that extraordinary? He longed to learn about the life journey of the half-immortal. Unbeknownst to Xiyue, Baihaoyu's thoughts wandered, yet she sensed an increase in her energy. And the discontent within her was swiftly dispersed by the winds that swept by. At that moment, the canyon described by Wu Gang materialized before them. If his words held truth, the roller coaster would traverse solely between the yellow sands and the canyon, making 8 passes in total. Baihaoyu felt a surge of anxiety. Half-immortal, it's the canyon. Xiyue also caught sight of it. The roller coaster began to decelerate. Within the canyon lay numerous hollows of varying sizes, resembling a colossal display cabinet filled with an assortment of items: black suitcases, books, trophies, glasses, hanging garments, and deep blue pillows. A hunting rifle appeared amidst the collection, standing out as particularly incongruous. Gradually, knives, burlap sacks filled with unknown contents, and gas masks emerged, evoking a sense of oddity in Xiyue, especially as they seemed utterly mismatched with the majority of the items surrounding them. Upon encountering the suitcase, Xiyue understood that it likely belonged to the protagonist's teacher. While one might carry a fruit knife while traveling, the knife with a length akin to a forearm was clearly unsuitable for such a purpose. If this were not the teacher's belongings, could it be connected to the terrifying events they were about to face? At 1 minute and 59 seconds into their descent into the canyon, the roller coaster accelerated, revealing the white bandages spoken of by Wu Gang. They hung in the air, resembling ornaments, yet akin to enlarged strands of spider silk suspended across the canyon's sides. Xiyue unfurled the umbrella he had just purchased from a street vendor, leaning forward at a 90-degree angle, while his other hand pressed down on Baihaoyu's head. A synchronized puff echoed as something splattered against the umbrella, which was subsequently torn to shreds, rendered utterly useless. Baihaoyu glanced up, trembling in shock. At that moment, the roller coaster transformed into a scene of utter chaos. The seemingly soft fabric that hung askew was, in reality, as sharp as fine steel wire, slicing through anything it touched. The individuals seated in front of them had nearly lost half their heads before they could comprehend the horror unfolding. The ensuing screams were chilling. What had splattered onto the umbrella was indeed blood and brain matter. Perhaps due to Baihaoyu's sudden bend, those seated behind instinctively mirrored his movement, narrowly escaping disaster. The two were seated in the 11th row, Xiyue on the left and Baihaoyu on the right. Their choice of row was influenced by Baihaoyu's insistence on sitting further back, feeling an instinctual dread at the thought of sitting up front. At this moment, the row to the right reveals 5 individuals who have met a tragic demise, their deaths grotesque. One person's hand has been severed, and it is only now that the onlookers begin to scream in horror. Some weep, others shout, and a few implore the driver to halt. Yet, the driver ahead appears as if deaf to the chaos unfolding behind him, oblivious to the cacophony. Xiyue, stop being disgusting. Something has gone awry. Baihaoyu? It is precisely this sight that repulses him. His heart races with an unsettling apprehension, a gnawing feeling that something ominous approaches. However, the sheer grotesqueness leaves him uncertain whether it is a psychic response or merely his disgust. Yet, Baihaoyu soon comprehends that the half-immortal S-words indicate further calamity. Initially, he had no desire to behold the corpses, but compelled to steal a glance, he is nearly struck motionless with fear. The deceased, from their severed surfaces, sprout grotesque, crimson tendrils, pulsating with an unsettling vitality. The red flesh burgeons with an alarming rapidity, instilling in him a profound sense of dread. Xiyue reacts swiftly, pushing against the individuals in front of Baihaoyu, but the safety barrier remains locked, rendering the bodies immovable. Baihaoyu joins in the effort, urging the remaining onlookers, quickly, lift the safety barrier. The individuals seated in front, paralyzed with terror, after a few nudges, finally managed to raise the safety barrier beside them. The two hastily shove the corpses from the vehicle. At that moment, they encounter a low-hanging white bandage, prompting Xiyue to shout, "Bend down, crouch." At this moment, losing another helper would only add to her troubles. She lifted the safety bar and crouched down to evade a taut band, then crawled over the armchair, propelling herself forward. The roller coaster's sudden acceleration nearly flung her off, yet as she acclimated to the speed, she continued her relentless advance, determined to clear the corpses ahead. They could not remain aboard. Xiyue gritted his teeth and also pulled up the safety bar to crawl forward. Experience from the old mansion informed Xiyue that encountering an unfinished specter necessitated immediate resolution to mitigate complications. Had the paper figure in the storage room been incinerated at the outset, they would not have been pursued so relentlessly. Who could predict what might emerge from these cadavers? As Xiyue reached the third row, the roller coaster navigated a sharp turn, preventing her from disposing of the corpse in the second row. The helper beside it had already succumbed to fright and remained unconscious. The aberration sprouting from the corpse was no longer mere flesh. It had transformed into a small tree, its trunk adorned with a grotesque visage that devoured the head of the terrified individual. Xiyue exclaimed in dismay. With the safety bar still unlatched, she forcefully kicked the tree creature twice. The body had already been drained by the sapling and was unexpectedly ejected by her forceful kick. She similarly disposed of another recently deceased individual beside her. The carriage was drenched in viscous blood, rendering her appearance rather unsightly. She tore off her black scarf and discarded it, then reached for the thin blanket beside the driver's seat. The driver's hands grasped the thin blanket. To her astonishment, Xiyue realized that the driver's hands were entirely empty, and there wasn't even a steering wheel in sight, leaving her perplexed about the nature of the vehicle. As they drew nearer, their gazes inevitably met, locking onto those crimson eyes. Xiyue, with a grave expression, shook her head in silence, prompting Xiyue to refrain from further inquiry. Still within the confines of the canyon, surrounded by a myriad of peculiar objects, Xiyue quickly spotted another item. It resembled a spade, yet its blade was not flat, but rather semi-cylindrical. She recognized it and pointed it out to Xiyue. "What is this?" he inquired. "It's a Luoyang shovel," Xiyue replied. The Luoyang shovel is renowned, regarded as a symbol of archaeological drilling equipment. Xiyue, connecting the dots rapidly, recalled the earlier narrative. Did the teachers from our school encounter a band of tomb raiders while traveling and meet with a tragic end? This scenario seemed plausible. A vicious gang of grave robbers might have been caught in the act, and in a bid to prevent the teachers from alerting the authorities, they would naturally not allow this tour group to escape. The reasoning held merit, yet it was not necessarily conclusive. Suddenly, the roller coaster accelerated sharply, navigating a wide turn. "We are about to exit the canyon," Xiyue declared. Both metrics were declining rather swiftly, while the semi-divine energy bar steadily increased. Why didn't the high-energy lord react when the bandages appeared? After all, the high-energy lord is a spiritual energy response device. The bandages represent a physical obstruction, so it is entirely reasonable that his instincts would not be triggered. Is the driver Mr. Mummy? Oh dear, how frightening. As they approached the canyon, Xiyue grasped the handrail of the carriage tightly, exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not too challenging. Such optimism seemed misplaced, for the roller coaster of Mr. Mummy and the haunted house of Miss Mao were both essential attractions, the crown jewels of the entire theme park. Despite their stark thematic differences and varying types, their levels of difficulty were likely comparable. The danger posed by the roller coaster paled in comparison to that of the haunted house. She surmised that the initial ride was merely to familiarize them with the process, and that subsequent runs would either increase in speed or in the number of bandages. Not to mention the uncertainties that awaited them at the end. Wu Gang was clearly only providing half-truths, and even those were not entirely genuine, deliberately misleading them. Once they emerged from the canyon, they were greeted by a swirling storm of yellow sand. However, the atmosphere within the carriage had shifted from the earlier lightheartedness. The passengers displayed a range of reactions, all driven by a desperate urge to escape, yet unable to depart from the rapidly moving roller coaster. One courageous passenger from the third row, when the speed was moderate, dared to climb to the front, intent on persuading the driver to halt. "In light of this situation, we must quickly contact the park staff to get us out. Did you hear that? Hey, I'm speaking to you." As the assistant approached the driver, his hand barely grazed the driver's shoulder when white flames ignited from his fingertips. Unbeknownst to him, the flames quickly engulfed his arm. The passengers on the roller coaster looked on in horror, and it seemed only then that he registered the peril he was in. By that time, he was already reduced to little more than a head. In the next moment, even the head was consumed by the flames, and as the roller coaster accelerated, a mere skeleton was reduced to ashes scattered by the wind. What an astonishingly high temperature those flames must have reached. This driver was nothing short of a human lighter. the kind that one should not dare to touch. It was utterly terrifying to witness a living person turn to dust in such a manner. A fresh wave of screams erupted. Many passengers on the roller coaster were in tears. Xiyue was timing their journey and noted with concern that the ride was indeed faster than before. Upon reaching the canyon once more, she deduced that the route was indeed repetitive. However, they had not passed the departure point again, meaning they must complete 8 laps on the roller coaster to see the exit, if the number 8 was not merely a bluff by Wu Gang. On the first pass through the bandage area, the roller coaster's speed had been relatively slow, allowing everyone to lean or bow their heads to evade it. However, according to ordinary logic, why would they need to avoid the bandages? Some even reached out to touch them, mistaking them for mere props, resulting in one unfortunate assistant losing his hand entirely. As the ride surged forward at high speed, Xiyue felt somewhat breathless and shot a glare at Bai Haoyu. "Stop shouting. Yelling will only deplete our energy." Bai Haoyu promptly fell silent. His earlier calls had been a means to alleviate pressure, as making noise here was harmless, and his voice, softer than that of other tools, barely reached a modest decibel level. Xiyue was uncertain whether screaming would deplete one's energy. However, her statement was an absolute declaration, articulating an uncertain matter with unwavering certainty, which could be considered a form of deception. They then ventured into the yellow sand region. Bai Haoyu turned away from the blood-stained roller coaster, inhaled deeply, and addressed Xiyue, "Half immortal, let us converse." Xiyue replied, "About what?" Bai Haoyu continued, "Let us discuss the reasons behind your impressive prowess." This flattery elicited a laugh from Xiyue, prompting her to reflect before responding. "I have shared with you the origins of my talent. However, when I first began to divine, I was still quite young and had yet to acquire this gift. In the aftermath of calamity within the safety zone, where technology no longer served as humanity's bulwark, the encroachment of enigmatic dark matter instilled a sense of unease, compelling the anxious populace to seek alternative forms of solace. An age-old adage persists: the culmination of science is metaphysics. Consequently, the vocation of fortune-telling would undoubtedly flourish. And by conventional reasoning, Xiyue should not have worried about her basic needs. At the very least, during that time, the fundamental assurances of sustenance and clothing were attainable within the safety zone. Paradoxically, it was the safety of the zone itself that remained precarious, as no one could predict when the relentless advance of dark matter would lead to its complete downfall. As she ventured into the world at such a tender age, others found it hard to believe that such a young child could possess mastery. In her quest to earn a living, she had to devise a plan. Bai Haoyu inquired, "Is there a fortune-teller in your family?" Xiyue replied, "That would be my grandfather. He passed away when I was 7. Bai Haoyu expressed his condolences. "I am sorry." Xiyue responded, "It's all right. That was a long time ago. As for my parents, they struggle to support themselves. My mother, who has never engaged in manual labor, manages to earn only a few coins. My father, afflicted by illness, is unable to provide for us. My grandfather claimed that it was his wrongdoing that caused my father's misfortunes. I suspect my father shares this sentiment. He once looked down upon my grandfather's superstitions, but now believes that my grandfather's revelations have cursed his life. Since my earliest memories, he has been in a state of turmoil, akin to a madman." Bai Haoyu asked, "What illness did your father suffer from?" Xiyue spoke slowly, her emotions subdued, as if her family held no cherished memories worth recalling. "He was paralyzed from the waist down due to an accident before the end of the world." Bai Haoyu murmured, "I am truly sorry." Xiyue remarked, "What is there to apologize for? Nowadays, people are oblivious to life and death. I am indifferent to his fate." When she spoke of her father, her feelings were evidently complex. Warmth was absent, replaced by a hint of disdain and a greater sense of helplessness. Bai Haoyu inquired, "Was your father unkind to you?" Xiyue scoffed, "The moment my mother discovered she was pregnant with me, he met with an accident. Who could possibly show kindness to a calamity that renders one incapable of standing for a lifetime? This individual, at times, places unwavering faith in destiny when it is unwarranted, yet dismisses it when it should be embraced. Unlike him, I place my trust in fate and believe in fortune." Bai Haoyu, "Then, aunt." Xiyue scoffed, "Just leave. Who could bear to serve a lunatic daily?" It is easy to envision a 7-year-old girl burdened with the family's livelihood, with her only relative harboring indifference, even disdain, towards her. Bai Haoyu began to comprehend why the seer possessed such an eccentric disposition. Her intricate familial environment had ensnared her in a web of resentment since childhood, devoid of a nurturing atmosphere, transforming her into a prickly hedgehog, somewhat cantankerous. In that moment, Bai Haoyu felt akin to a successful psychologist, deeply concerned for the seer's plight. Understanding a person's past allows for a more profound connection to their present. Often, one's strengths and weaknesses gradually manifest throughout their development. Knowing a fragment of Xiyue's history is akin to peering through a crack in a door, revealing much about her circumstances. This master, in an instant, became far less enigmatic. Once again, they plunged into the canyon for the third time, accelerating their descent. By the fourth plunge, only 5 remained of the roller coaster's crew, and by the 6th, the crew was utterly annihilated. The flesh buds grew rapidly within the remains, and the two, panting heavily, finally managed to push the last of them off the ride. The name of this canyon remains a mystery. Perhaps it should be dubbed the Valley of Despair. As for the so-called mummy roller coaster, it would be more fittingly named the roller coaster of no return. This time, Xiyue discovered a peculiar symbol etched into the canyon wall, an emblem unlike any he recognized. He directed Xiyue's attention to it, yet she did not even lift her gaze. "You just noticed it?" Xiyue inquired. "What does it mean? Could it be that different symbols appear each time we traverse the canyon?" Xiyue replied, "This is the 6th one." Xiyue pondered. "Surely the symbol cannot be of great significance?" "Not at all," she answered. At that moment, Xiyue realized they had been led astray by Wu Gang. Wu Gang had specifically urged them to pay attention to the bandages, which would subconsciously lead them to believe that the bandages held the utmost importance, potentially causing them to overlook the most vital clues. This thought was not merely a baseless suspicion, after all. Such a crucial lead concerning the symbol had not been communicated to them. Who could possibly believe that Wu Gang had simply forgotten to mention it? "Life is devoid of meaning," Xiyue lamented. Xiyue remarked, "The symbol is evidently significant, thus I have taken note of it." Xiyue responded, "Father, the lights are ready. Please commence your performance." Xiao Gu is rambling again. Were it not for the energy increasing, I would have believed it. How am I so easily deceived? The energy of the half-immortal has surged significantly. Is it not the case that the more eccentric the character design, the more energy the semi-divine being can acquire? I now find this conjecture quite plausible. Yet there is another aspect that has been overlooked by many, which is the concept of character rationalization. What does character rationalization entail? Oh my goodness. Did you notice that when the semi-divine being stated, symbols are evidently significant, hence I have taken note of them, the energy gauge suddenly surged a bit? In an effort to produce a 9000 word piece tomorrow, I am particularly eager for the Amusement Park's Lord to make an appearance. Also, I must express my skepticism regarding Su Hang stocks. They are unlikely to rise. In the 15th segment of the Amusement Park narrative, Xiyue lied. This was not the 6th character she perceived, but rather the 5th. During her initial passage through the canyon, she did not observe any characters. Nor is it impossible that she simply overlooked one. Logically speaking, there should indeed be another character, thus it cannot be said that she has fully memorized them. Therefore, it is a lie, and naturally the energy gauge will rise. The 7th encounter will present significantly greater challenges. On the roller coaster, only Xiyue and one other person remain, along with the driver, who is motionless in the front row. This time, Xiyue has little opportunity to scrutinize the items nestled within the canyon's crevices. Nonetheless, she is more attentive than ever, striving to commit every detail to memory. She believes there may yet be opportunities to uncover additional clues in the time to come. Among the array of books in the crevice, the one positioned at the forefront is titled What Remains of a Distant Echo. It captured Xiyue's attention, for this book was indeed unfamiliar to her. Of course, with the multitude of books in the world, the ones she had encountered were but a fraction, yet these 4 characters were particularly intriguing. Yixing Ding. Lacking the characters for person and mouth, this seemed to be a riddle, laden with metaphor. But what did it imply? Perhaps it suggested silence through elimination. In that instant, a bandage appeared in a most precarious position, abruptly severing half of the carriage. In a moment of crisis, Xiyue leaped to the adjacent carriage, narrowly escaping disaster. Rising, she sought to ascertain the situation ahead, only to find the driver was missing. With no time to ponder further, she searched frantically but found no trace of him, her palms slick with sweat. A glance back revealed Xiyue, who also seemed to have noticed the unsettling absence. Xiyue was in dire straits, trembling, with beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. In truth, both appeared in a lamentable state, their bodies smeared with blood and grime. The exertion leaving them utterly exhausted, their spirits a mere fade of resilience. Could it be that the driver had fallen due to the recent destruction wrought by the bandage? If so, what a relief that would be. Yet, with no sign of the driver thus far, Xiyue turned her gaze towards the recesses on either side, her attention drawn to several gasoline barrels that had appeared. However, These barrels bore no inscriptions. Beyond their inherent purpose, they revealed nothing more. Bai Haoyu's perspiration intensified, stinging his eyes, causing discomfort. He rubbed them, feeling his legs weaken. Instinctively leaning against the carriage for support, only to inadvertently notice the driver hanging outside the carriage. Oh! Gu Shili tugged at him and caught sight of the person climbing up. The driver was clad in heavy clothing, a hat obscuring his features. Even the red eyes she had previously noticed were concealed. He sat in the very spot that Bai Haoyu had occupied moments before, remaining utterly still. What could this signify? Bai Haoyu dared not gaze at him, yet could not avert his eyes. Should he look away, they might be caught off guard if the man suddenly attacked. Yet, to look upon him was equally unsettling. Every fiber of his being screamed for escape. But where could he possibly flee? Gu Shili pulled him back towards the front of the car, where a faint, acrid scent lingered in the air, challenging him to articulate its essence. It resembled the odor of charred flesh. The mere thought of it made Gu Shili feel queasy. The stench of blood within the vehicle was overpowering, nearly eclipsing that of the burning smell. Once Bai Haoyu managed to calm himself, he too detected the foul aroma, whispering, "Is it emanating from him?" Gu Shili replied, "Perhaps." "What do you think he is?" Bai Haoyu exclaimed, "A mummy?" The realization that the boss of this harrowing ordeal had been in the same vehicle as them sent shivers through his bones. Goodness, this was utterly terrifying. Gu Shili pressed on. "When do you think he will make a move?" Bai Haoyu gasped. "When we enter the canyon. If the roller coaster track weren't so elevated." Bai Haoyu would have leapt from the vehicle at that very moment. Anything would be preferable to facing a mummy. Yet there was no escape, thus. He waited anxiously for the moment he would enter the canyon. Each time he traversed the arid expanse, his spirit was taut with anticipation of re-entering the canyon. But none of those instances felt as agonizing as this one. Sitting there, motionless, he remained silent, resembling a statue, to him. The mummified figure appeared as a towering 8-meter demon, and the thought of being devoured by it seemed but a matter of its gaping maw. Gu Shili had already begun contemplating strategies to confront the mummy. What could a corpse possibly fear? Perhaps, as a mere cadaver, it dreaded grave robbers? Bai Haoyu inquired, half immortal. "Why do you smile?" Gu Shili chuckled genuinely. "I just recalled something amusing." Bai Haoyu was bewildered. "Aren't you afraid of that terrifying mummy before you? How can you still find time to ponder other thoughts and even amuse yourself? What kind of mentality is this?" He felt compelled to kneel before her. Yet, Gu Shili's composure calmed his nerves. He was particularly fearful that he would not succumb to a malevolent spirit, but rather frighten himself to death one day. It was not only Bai Haoyu who was astonished. Gu Shili herself was taken aback. She realized that in moments of crisis, her calmness intensified. Perhaps she need not fear that overwhelming terror would incapacitate her mind. This was indeed a silver lining. "Why do you smile?" A gruff masculine voice interrupted. Bai Haoyu knew he had not spoken. Thus, the voice must belong to the mummy. Startled, he plopped back into his chair. Gu Shili replied, "I just recalled something amusing." The palms of her hands were damp, uncertain whether it was blood or sweat, yet she felt a peculiar discomfort. However, her expression bore no hint of surprise at the mummy's sudden speech, nor did she exhibit any fear. The canyon lay ahead. With a thunderous roar, the roller coaster plunged into the chasm, yet the mummy remained seated, motionless. The canyon walls were distanced from the track, and Gu Shili had known from the outset that anything placed in the recesses would be out of reach for those aboard. It was merely a spectacle to behold. The mummy remarked, "You can still smile. Am I not frightening enough?" Gu Shili replied, "Do not underestimate yourself. You are indeed quite terrifying. Alas, in my dictionary, fear is a non-existent word." Bai Haoyu interjected, "Are we really not yielding, even in conversation?" The mummy rose, beginning to disrobe. He first removed his black hat, which ignited the seat upon landing, followed by a scarf, gloves, and clothing. It was as if the mummy stood amidst roaring flames, seemingly unfazed, with the exposed bandages untouched by the fire. Gu Shili and her companion found themselves with no retreat. Relieved that the flames did not advance further. Such fire could reduce a person to ashes, and neither wished to be tainted by even a trace. The mummy commented, "You are quite intriguing." Gu Shili responded, "Thank you for the compliment." The mummy continued, "I have heard all that you said. You lack family, and with such a disposition, you likely have no friends. Why not stay and keep me company?" Gu Shili, "Your words sound quite like those of a peculiar uncle. Yet I am no longer a love-deprived little girl." Mr. Mummy continued to persuade, "In truth, remaining here is rather pleasant, a sanctuary from the vexations of the world. Immortal and ageless, albeit the work can be rather monotonous, at times bordering on tedium." Gu Shili, "I apologize. but I have no interest in an invitation to death. Is it conceivable that if she agreed to stay, she could remain a living being? Absolutely not. Even if it were possible for her to exist here as a living entity, she would choose not to. Mr. Mummy expressed a tinge of regret. Although his heavily bandaged visage obscured his features, one could discern such emotion from his sighs. To be candid, the moment Mr. Mummy spoke, Xiyue felt an acute sense of dissonance. As a specter, he was far too gentle. The undead represent a distinct species from humanity, with higher undead possessing self-awareness, such as Su Hong and Miss Mao. Their most prominent trait is their extreme personalities, marked by profound obsession. From a human standpoint, their behaviors might be deemed utterly deranged. Perhaps the undead can possess a heart, yet it does not beat. Their cold forms are impervious to the warmth of the world. Thus, they may lack the normal emotions that are intrinsic to the living. Xiyue had once come across a report that likened spirits to humans suffering from psychological disorders, suggesting they possessed various personality flaws. However, this notion was later dismissed as absurd, for spirits are not of the same essence as humans. They are infinitely more powerful, and one cannot perpetually adopt a human perspective to comprehend their existence. Even in her youth, Xiyue found some merit in this idea, and to this day, she maintains that belief. As for viewing issues solely from a human standpoint, there is little choice. She is but a human, constrained to that viewpoint. Observing Mr. Mummy, she perceived a lack of the ethereal essence characteristic of spirits. He appeared too orderly and exceedingly difficult to provoke. Of course, her encounters with self-aware spirits had been few. The paper figures in the old mansion and the mirror woman did not qualify. Despite her recent series of rejections, Mr. Mummy expressed no anger, only regret. Had it been Su Hong, another symbol materialized, likely the final one. With a screech, the roller coaster came to a halt before the platform. Xiyue gritted her teeth. Jump? By how you was bewildered. How can I possibly jump from this height? Mr. Mummy bore no resemblance to a spirit, embodying the image of a terrestrial scholar. It is still premature to discuss this. Experience teaches that spirits are undeniably spirits. Each one is a manifestation of madness. In earlier days, the realm of spirits was derisively dubbed the paranoid headquarters. Do the seasoned viewers still recall this? Remembering the amusement park, by how you decisively leaped and grasped Xiyue's hand. At that moment, he found himself inexplicably grateful, thinking it was truly an honor to hold the hand of a celestial being, despite the absurdity of the situation. If Xiyue were to hear his inner thoughts, she would undoubtedly let go without hesitation. With determination, he pulled himself up while simultaneously climbing the stone wall. Xiyue had just experienced a remarkable surge of physical potential during her leap, but the exertion had caused her calves to cramp, limping and hobbling for several meters. She finally arrived at a closed door, which was undoubtedly the exit. The door bore 8 empty slots, and Xiyue stifled a sigh. Realizing that the challenge was not so easily overcome, she could only discern 7 characters. Below the door lay a stone slab inscribed with 21 characters. Only by entering the correct characters could they escape, akin to unlocking a password. By how you exclaimed, the mummy is closing in on us. The mummy stood at the spot where they had just jumped up, making no forward movement. Xiyue noticed 8 faint red lines on the ground, spaced a full meter apart. She conjectured that the first character could not possibly duplicate any of the others, estimating that the worst-case scenario would require them to attempt 14 combinations. With a stroke of luck, they might escape in one try. Taking a moment, she shouted at the mummy, "Why do you insist on killing us?" "Mr. Mummy, my duty is to cleanse all those who ride the roller coaster." Xiyue, harboring resentment? Because you perished on those 2 rides? Dying on the 5,990. That was a long time ago, and it vexes me to have to dredge up the past constantly. Mr. Mummy's voice grew somber. You have already rejected the offer to remain, and I shall respect your decision. In a moment, I will purify your soul, ensuring your complete obliteration. Yet, even as he spoke, Mr. Mummy did not advance. Xiyue murmured to Baihaoyu, he truly cannot approach. Baihaoyu, excellent. Let us quickly input the password. Xiyue, the first symbol I see is not on here. Baihaoyu was bewildered. What does it mean that the first symbol is not here? Baihaoyu, what shall we do? If we input incorrectly, he can come closer, correct? Mr. Mummy clarified for them, glancing at the red line on the ground. For each incorrect input, I will advance 1 step closer. So you may err a maximum of 7 times. Can one trust the words of the departed? Xiyue was not entirely convinced. She hoped to make no mistakes at all. The energy she had just absorbed from Baihaoyu should suffice for her to exchange for 1 character. She did not intend to attempt multiple times, nor did she wish to expend her energy, for there were 2 more challenges awaiting her tomorrow. And who could predict what might transpire? Indeed, Miss Mao's haunted house and Mr. Mummy's roller coaster are undoubtedly the most challenging attractions. However, could it be that the seemingly simpler endeavors are not devoid of potential pitfalls? Just then, Xiyue, in a moment of hesitation, noticed something peculiar. The stance of Mr. Mummy was rather indescribably strange, as if. Xiyue squinted her eyes and said, "You choose one." By how you replied, "Do I have to choose?" No, I can't bring myself to choose. Xiyue insisted, "You must choose one." With a brave face, by how you randomly pointed at a symbol that caught his eye. Xiyue glanced at the symbol and politely addressed Mr. Mummy. "Is this the first symbol?" Mr. Mummy remained almost motionless, his solitary red eye fixated on her. Xiyue then pointed to another symbol for his consideration, proceeding until the 5th symbol. Throughout this time, Xiyue's movements and speech were slow, as if Mr. Mummy would not respond unless she acted first. This curious interplay seemed to amuse the mummy, who believed that Xiyue could glean no useful information from him. After all, with only one eye visible beyond the bandages, what could be discerned? Xiyue finally paused and declared, "I understand now. The first symbol is indeed correct." Oh. By how you noticed that Xiyue was staring behind the mummy, her mouth agape in a clear expression of astonishment, driven by the innate human tendency to conform. He too anxiously peered behind the mummy, though he perceived nothing out of the ordinary, attributing the unease to his own imagination. The mummy, puzzled, turned around, revealing the front of a roller coaster that had been concealed by its body. The coaster's front was adorned with a license plate, but after being drenched in blood, it unveiled a peculiar symbol that was identical to the one by how you had pointed out earlier. Xiyue thought to herself, "This is it." The mummy had been diverting their attention with its gestures, ultimately employing a clever ruse. However, Xiyue could not entirely assure success. Had the mummy's thought process not mirrored that of a human, their endeavor might have been futile. She swiftly pressed the first key and vividly recalled the subsequent 7, confident that she would not falter. Mr. Mummy held a different opinion, watching them with a predatory gaze. Xiyue felt an unsettling certainty that they did not have as many as 7 chances. A single misstep could spell disaster. The old man had warned her that the words of the undead were never to be trusted. With a click, the door swung open. Indeed, the previous gentleness had merely been a facade. As her encounters with the undead increased, they gradually ceased to be an ambiguous term in Xiyue's mind. Each possessed a distinct personality, unique from the others. In her survey, Xiyue wrote her first note: "The story's background is overly simplistic, and the project's playability is alarmingly low." And with that, she departed. This evening's Witch Hat Adventure theme park bore no distinction from last night. With throngs of people queuing as before, Miss Mao, the witch, stood at the front of the line for the haunted house, and upon spotting the 2 figures, her expression immediately soured. Bai Haoyu, taken aback by her appearance, remarked, "Why does Miss Mao resemble the attendant inside the haunted house? Surely I must be mistaken. They look nothing alike." At times, Bai Haoyu's observations should not merely be taken at face value. Xiyue had long harbored suspicions that Miss Mao was indeed the attendant, and now she could assert this with certainty. Viewed in this light, the backstories of each attraction reflected the tumultuous pasts of those who managed them, or perhaps their once tragic lives, certainly not the fond memories one would wish to reminisce about. Displaying one's misfortunes for public scrutiny and speculation, what a peculiar pastime. Xiyue quipped, "We meet again." "Attendant." Miss Mao erupted in fury, her gaze locking onto Xiyue with a chilling intensity as her eyes gradually transformed to a silvery hue. Just then, a sharp yell pierced the air, and Miss Mao, as if struck by a paralyzing charm, instantly regained her normal eye color. The black cat, playfully nuzzling against her, purred, "I do not wish to lose my job." Upon seeing Xiyue, Miss Mao's eyes shifted color once more, indicating an internal struggle, and she finally managed to utter, "You got lucky this time. Now be gone." Xiyue retorted, "I cannot simply roll away like a ball. I can only walk." Miss Mao ground her teeth in frustration. Xiyue continued, "Moreover, you promised to give me a souvenir, which you have yet to deliver. Hand it over, and then you may leave." "Miss Mao, how dare you bring up the issue of souvenirs, you despicable human? This survey was filled out by you, wasn't it? I spared your life, but tearing apart your filthy soul would have been more than justified." The familiar survey was thrust before Xiyue, causing Miss Mao to lose her composure. Her hat askew. "Black cat, meow." "Miss Mao, here you go." Xiyue accepted the tardy souvenir voucher, only to realize that the gift shop had already closed. She would have to return at dawn when the park opened. Miss Mao did not work during the day, and Baihaoyu felt relief at the prospect of avoiding her altogether. However, the moment Xiyue encountered Miss Mao, Baihaoyu's hairs would stand on end, fearing a bloodbath might ensue. As soon as Xiyue entered her room, she succumbed to slumber. In the middle of the night, strange noises stirred her from sleep. Still slightly dazed, she refrained from forcing herself to fully awaken, opting instead to switch on the room's light. Bang, bang, bang indeed. There was a sound. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was knocking on the window. Xiyue was instantly alert, all remnants of sleep vanishing as she remembered she was on the 6th floor. In addition to the knocking, there was a rustling sound, reminiscent of raindrops falling. She had already begun to deduce who was outside. Xiyue's live stream, completely oblivious to any oddities regarding Mr. Mummy. OMG, how did the fortune teller realize that Mr. Mummy was deliberately blocking the car's path? Good heavens, what a remarkable streamer this is. Mr. Mummy, I never anticipated this. The expression on Mr. Mummy's face must be quite vivid, yet alas, the bandages prevented me from capturing a reaction image. Is that voice the Rain Girl? A late-night visit surely heralds some intriguing developments. The author wishes to convey, is there no intrigue with the Rain Girl? No, indeed, there is intrigue. Well then, see you tomorrow. Outside, it should be the Rain Girl, yet Xiyue is skeptical that she has taken a wrong turn. After all, it could be said that she regards Baihaoyu with a unique perspective. Her song ceased upon hearing his words. Perhaps it was a particular phrase that struck a chord with her, akin to the legendary pairing of Yuboya and Zhongziki, making it impossible to inflict harm upon him. She considers herself fortunate, effortlessly navigating through the challenges alongside Baihaoyu. Even if a midnight rendezvous is in order, it ought to involve a gentle tap on Baihaoyu's window. In the dead of night, what could it mean for a female specter to seek her out? Given their shared gender, there seems to be little potential for development, though the Rain Girl appears to harbor no ill intentions at present. The countenance of the departed can shift as unpredictably as a June sky. Trust is precarious. Do you desire the heart of a spirit? This voice, clear and melodious, is undeniably enchanting, corroborating Xiyue's suspicion that after they conquered the city of torrential rain, the masked staff member speaking with them outside was indeed the Rain Girl herself. She had felt a twinge of doubt then. As the staff member spoke, she listened intently, ensuring she would not misidentify the voice. Xiyue must certainly desire the heart of the undead. However, she refrains from urgently expressing her fervent wish to the Rain Woman. Despite the genuine urgency behind her aspiration to acquire the heart of the undead, which is indeed a remarkable treasure coveted by every visitor, it does not imply that the Lord would permit anyone to brazenly covet his heart. Xiyue has ample reason to suspect that the Rain Woman may be attempting to deceive her. The Rain Woman asserts, I can assist you in obtaining the heart of the undead, her voice imbued with sincerity. Yet, there exists the possibility that the Rain Woman genuinely seeks collaboration with her. Xiyue has discovered some intriguing aspects within the amusement park. There is not a single strikingly beautiful undead in sight, with the most aesthetically pleasing individuals being the attendants, who are rather ordinary in appearance. The headless ticket seller is quite grotesque, and there is no need to elaborate on Miss Mao's looks. Even her cat bears a leg in disrepair. Mr. Mummy is a bandaged creature, and should his wrappings be removed, one might find a charred corpse underneath. As for the Rain Woman outside the gate, she has yet to remove her mask. From the sound of her singing, it is evident that her visage would not be pleasing either. If her appearance were merely average, a woman would not label herself as an ugly monster. While searching for the Black Tower within the amusement park, Xiyue also passed through other themed parks, and none boasted a noteworthy aesthetic appeal. Each project leader possessed their own unique form of unattractiveness, bizarre in its diversity. The amusement park seems to exclusively attract the grotesque, an open domain where the spirits differ from those tethered to the Lord's past in the old mansion. The entities within this open realm may bear little connection to the Lord himself. The nature of the spirits inhabiting an open domain largely reflects the Lord's intentions. It is evident that this necromancer desires his subordinates to possess less than pleasing appearances. Xiyue also noted a particular sentiment among the project leaders she interacted with. Miss Mao and Mr. Mummy expressed considerable discontent regarding the transformation of their pasts into amusement attractions. Currently, it appears that the Rain Maiden shares this sentiment. No, the Rain Maiden is more exceptional. Xiyue resolved to converse with the Rain Maiden. Your relationship with the Lord is rather unconventional, is it not? This inquiry struck a chord. Xiyue continued. Why do you wish to assist me? The Rain Maiden replied, I seek freedom. Gu Xili pressed on. Did you enlist the help of all the visitors to confront the park owner? It was not difficult to deduce that the park owner was indeed the necromancer. The Rain Maiden responded, No, only you. You are unique. You are unaware that the survey questionnaire you filled out captured his attention. It has been a long time since anyone intrigued him so. I understand him well. All your qualities align perfectly with his preferences. Only you have the chance to draw near to him. Gu Xili thought. This sounds less like a plan to confront him and more akin to seduction. The Rain Maiden continued, He is a remarkably charming man, witty, humorous, and steadfastly reliable. Men desire to befriend him, while women easily fall in love with him. He lacks nothing, save for a true and devoted partner. The direction of this conversation, to be frank, is somewhat perplexing. The Rain Woman emphasized. What he truly lacks is a genuine love. Gu Xili asked, Are you not his true love? The Rain Woman replied, Once, I believed I was. And he thought I would be, but I am not. This relationship has become rather convoluted, resembling a woman still infatuated with her ex-boyfriend. Introducing him to the type of girl he adores, all in search of a suitable current girlfriend for him. Ultimately, the aim is to have this current girlfriend eliminate the ex-boyfriend. The fruits brought by the Rain Woman leave Gu Xili feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The logical connections are rather clear. The Lord has restricted the Rain Woman's freedom in an unreasonable manner, and only by vanquishing the Lord can she attain the freedom she desires. In pursuit of liberty, she has chosen to forsake love. Gu Xili is certain that this Rain Woman harbors lingering affection for her ex-boyfriend when she speaks of him. Her voice is as sweet as candy, and not a single word is devoid of praise, utterly betraying her love. If it is for freedom, then love can be cast aside. However, Gu Xili cannot easily place his trust in her and candidly states, I need to consider whether to collaborate with you. The Rain Woman, after a moment of silence, replied, Tomorrow at 5:30 in the afternoon, I shall await your arrival at the water world. The words of the Rain Maiden conceal a wealth of significant information. Although she uttered only a few phrases, her repeated analysis has indeed yielded some insights. Her mind, brimming with activity, made it difficult for her to find rest. Before venturing to the water world, she must successfully complete 5 tasks, which means she needs to obtain 5 stamps on her fast pass by 5:30 tomorrow. This serves as her source of confidence for the excursion, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. She can swiftly make her escape. As she reviewed her plans for the following day, her thoughts drifted aimlessly to other matters. Prior to entering the realm of the undead, she dedicated several years to gathering information about it, yet the knowledge she acquired was scarce. After conquering the first haunted mansion in the realm, she gained a slight understanding of this newly emerged race on Earth. The information she could gather in the service area surpassed that which could be obtained in the safe zone. One particular detail caught her attention. It is widely believed that the emotions of the undead are magnified several-fold compared to those of humans. In the realm, the undead lord is virtually an invincible entity. At least those undead residing there cannot refuse his commands. If the Rain Maiden truly desires to eliminate her ex-boyfriend, she must enlist the aid of a visitor. At this moment, she perceives the gardener's obsession as true love. True love has the power to slay a lord. After lying awake for over an hour, Gu Xili eventually drifted back to sleep, awakening to find her spirit not as invigorated as the previous day. Yet she had no intention of resuming her slumber. Descending the stairs, I made my way directly to the dining area and was not the slightest bit surprised to find other travelers present. Calmly, I retrieved my breakfast and settled across from Xiyue. The meal consisted of eggs, and Xiyue, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, assisted by peeling the egg for me. Xiyue remarked, Fan Xiaoxing has been waiting for you here for quite some time. Xiyue has just arrived. Wu Gang is also staying at this inn, but he left shortly after finishing his breakfast. With 7 or 8 inns lining the main street, it seemed highly improbable that the travelers would coincidentally be residing in the same establishment. Gu Xili had chosen this inn quite randomly, leading to the conclusion that others had followed his lead in selecting their accommodations. By the time Gu Xili leisurely finished his breakfast, the two had approached together, having likely engaged in an exchange of information at the same table moments earlier. Fan Xiaoxing, displaying notable restraint, refrained from approaching Gu Xili and stopped at a safe distance. Conversely, Xiyue glanced at him with a puzzled expression before taking a seat at Gu Xili's table, with Xiyue graciously pulling out the chair for him. Fan Xiaoxing pondered to himself that his talent indeed seemed unwelcomed. Even if he dared to approach, he would not easily steal from Gu Xili. This enigmatic figure evoked a sense of caution in him, as he feared the consequences of overstepping boundaries. Xiyue then stated directly, I only possess one dining voucher and wish to procure information regarding the mummy roller coaster. Both parties were acutely aware of Wu Gang's reputation. His claims of information were deemed unreliable. Xiyue certainly did not believe that Xiyue and his companion had survived the roller coaster ride due to any credible intelligence from Wu Gang, but rather attributed their survival to their own formidable abilities. Moreover, the intelligence provided by Wu Gang was rather vague and lacked sufficient detail. What he yearned to know were all the occurrences from the moment they boarded the roller coaster until their exit. Xiyue stated, "Today, we shall not accept dining vouchers. Instead, let us exchange information for information. Pray tell, which attractions have you experienced?" Fan Xiaoxing had also come for this purpose, yet he possessed ample resources. Not just an abundance of dining and accommodation vouchers, but also a wealth of intelligence. As a seasoned customer who had previously engaged in a transaction with her, he was well aware that the information held by both parties was reliable and was keen to partake in further exchanges. Before they began to recount their experiences, Xiyue cautioned them, "There must be a fundamental trust between individuals. I desire that both parties speak only the truth, devoid of deception." Xiyue was the first to speak, revealing that he had indulged in 3 attractions, though the 2 most significant ones remained untried as he did not dare to venture forth recklessly. Among these was the carousel, for otherwise he would not have been aware of the circumstances surrounding the 2 unfortunate tourists who perished that night, as they had been partaking in the same carousel ride together. He had briefly discussed this matter with Xiyue the day prior. In truth, this project could be deemed the simplest among those currently known, primarily testing one's reflexes. However, it is undoubtedly ill-suited for the physically inept by Xiyue. The other 2 projects are as follows: the balloon Ferris wheel, an aerial spinning game reminiscent of a pirate ship, albeit with only 2 seats per cabin, which presents numerous unforeseen events and thus lacks significant reference value, and the mysterious magic wheel, which coincidentally aligns with Bai Haoyu's selection. This attraction is essentially a spot-the-difference game within a Ferris wheel. As the wheel ascends, magic wands descend from the sky. Participants must use these wands to identify the discrepancies between 2 images displayed on a glass screen. Successfully pinpointing the differences will energize the Ferris wheel, while incorrect clicks may provoke mischievous sprites. Xiyue remarked that each cabin accommodates 8 individuals, cautioning against any disruptions from the designated helpers. At its pinnacle, the cabin doors will open, allowing the sprites to enter. These sprites possess peculiar appearances, but gazing at them with excessive astonishment may be perceived as offensive, resulting in dire consequences. Aside from this, there are no other imminent threats, though an abundance of errors could lead to demise. Xiyue expressed an interest in the Ferris wheel, and coincidentally, Fan Xiaoxing had also experienced this attraction. They both found the Ferris wheel and similar rides to be considerably safer in comparison to more daunting options such as the swinging pendulum, pirate ship, freefall tower, or hurricane chairs. Fan Xiaoxing shared this sentiment, and thus participated in the Ferris wheel as well. The 2 exchanged insights, thoroughly elucidating the details of this particular attraction. Fan Xiaoxing indeed participated in another venture, now merely 2 undertakings away from fulfilling the conditions to depart from the realm of the deceased. Bai Haoyu inquired about Wang Xiu, to which Fan Xiaoxing responded that she had been unable to emerge from the haunted house. Xiyue did not pose this question, for she had already surmised the answer. Fan Xiaoxing's innate ability lay in thievery. He could not afford to accommodate a companion in a lodging. At this juncture, what could be more vital than the exchange of information? Understanding the circumstances of the amusement activities was essential to avert further impending dangers. Her absence heightened the likelihood of misfortune. Bai Haoyu's complexion paled, and he appeared momentarily despondent. This predicament, however, was not solely attributable to Xiyue and himself, as the gaming strategy they provided was exceedingly comprehensive, devoid of any malicious intent. It is simply the case that no matter how meticulous the strategy, unforeseen events may arise. The realm of the deceased is fraught with peril, a fact well understood by all. None could predict whether the next moment would spell their own demise. Thus, the luxury of sorrow became an extravagant sentiment in the pursuit of prolonged survival. Fan Xiaoxing, having spent the most time with Wang Xiu, merely sighed, uttering no further words. He had also completed a venture named the Pink Castle, initially drawn to its youthful charm and the label of a children's amusement project. Yet, he soon discovered that the reality of the project was starkly different from its description, nearly leading to his downfall. Upon hearing him recount the details of this venture, Xiyue promptly dismissed it. Ultimately, she resolved to partake in the carousel and the Ferris wheel, as these 2 attractions required minimal exertion and a brief span of time. The Ferris wheel requires merely an hour for a complete rotation, And only by indulging in these two attractions can one ensure to finish all the challenges before 5:30 while still regaining sufficient energy. Xiyue is, in truth, not particularly suited for the carousel. However, he instinctively selected the attraction that seemed most fitting for him, one that had yet to be experienced by any other visitor. In this scenario, the choice between the two activities presents a genuine dichotomy of advantages and disadvantages. Without the slightest hesitation, he opted to follow in the footsteps of the more experienced. The interaction among the three can be described as harmonious and amicable, should any party find the communication unclear. They are welcome to seek further clarification, contrasting sharply with his previous dealings with Wu Gang. As for Xiyue, Xiyue took the lead in speaking. Except for the mention of the canyon with the mysterious symbols, which was solely her contribution, he recounted how Xiyue handled the situation with Mr. Mummy. And both exchanged astonished glances in her direction. Fan Xiaoxing inquired, in that circumstance, how did you discern that there might be characters on the license plate? Xiyue replied, it is merely a talent. The two suddenly grasped the implication. Her talent lay in divination. For someone adept at such foresight, many challenges likely appeared transparent. And places that ostensibly required clues to escape could be navigated with her prophetic insights. Fan Xiaoxing, typically proud of her own talents, found herself feeling a twinge of envy towards Xiyue's extraordinary abilities. Once their exchanges concluded, they each went their separate ways. Two individuals ventured first to the Ferris wheel attraction, aptly named the Magical Grand Carousel. Its exterior is undeniably resplendent, with each cabin adorned in a different hue. Towering above all other attractions in the amusement park, the Ferris wheel offers a breathtaking view of the themed area when it reaches its pinnacle. 8 participants entered a cabin, and upon seeing two images displayed on the glass screen, one of them became quite animated, chattering excitedly about the discrepancies between the two pictures. Xiyue observed the circular hole mentioned by Xiyue and extended her hand through it to catch the magical wand descending from the heavens. This wand possesses the power to eliminate one of the differences depicted in the images. The challenge lies in successfully grasping the wand, compounded by the vibrations as the Ferris wheel ascends, which may destabilize one's footing, thereby augmenting the difficulty of spotting the differences. Fortunately, there is little danger before reaching the summit. With a resounding thud, the doors swung open. The Ferris wheel had reached its zenith, and Xiyue gazed downward. From this lofty height, she could discern the boundary of the realm of the deceased. Mere hundreds of meters beyond the theme park lay swirling clouds of white mist. The amusement park itself is indeed vast, and the view from above is nothing short of magnificent. Suddenly, two gremlin-like creatures, armed with spiked clubs and cloaked in a dusty gray, entered. Apart from their slightly pointed ears, which seemed to be a hallmark of their kind, Xiyue could discern little else that aligned with the notion of elves. They were far from charming, possessing short, stocky builds and malicious, mung bean-like eyes that scanned the cabin's occupants. As one of the participants locked eyes with one of the creatures for an extended moment, he was swiftly struck on the head by a spiked club. There was no gruesome scene. The moment the spiked mace made contact with the head of the tool, the individual disintegrated into a puddle, leaving not even a shred of clothing behind. This was, in fact, far more terrifying than any bloody spectacle. No one wishes to be struck by that mace. The two were already aware of the critical points, thus they remained unharmed. In the entire carriage, 8 individuals boarded, while only 6 disembarked. This marked the sole occasion where the entertainment facility did not result in a complete annihilation of the tools. A cause for celebration, indeed. This indicated that the danger level was not particularly high, and the puzzles were all in a state of simplicity. Xiyue whimsically thought how delightful it would be if every realm of the undead presented challenges akin to the ease of the Ferris wheel. The two proceeded to the main street for lunch, intending to rest for a while. I heard everything last night, Xiyue suddenly remarked. Yet he noticed no trace of surprise on the face of the half-immortal. Xiyue replied, you reside in the room next to mine. It's hardly surprising you heard. Xiyue questioned, half-immortal, do you truly intend to believe her? This is not merely a matter of belief, Xiyue responded. Do you not desire the heart of the undead? Xiyue inquired. I'm only contemplating, he added, but your intentions seem clear. You are evidently willing to give it a try. Xiyue stated, after you've enjoyed the carousel, you must exit the park. Xiyue retorted, I will not leave. I will accompany you. You have saved me countless times. My life belongs to you. I would not hesitate to brave fire and water for your sake. Xiyue insisted, leave. Xiyue affirmed, no, I truly mean it. I do not seek the heart of the undead. I simply wish to assist you. Xiyue glanced at him, saying, you cannot assist me. You can only hinder my progress. Xiyue replied, woe is me, farewell. It was a devastating blow, and in an instant, by how you felt his strength wane. Xiyue continued. Do not act as if the carousel this afternoon is an inevitable triumph. I believe it would be best for you to rest well. How presumptuous. When have I ever needed your concern regarding my endeavors? By how you admitted. I was mistaken. For words echoed in his mind. What right do I have? Aha. Why do you feel so confident? Do you think I, Gu Banzian, am incapable of wielding a blade? When Xiaogu starts a live stream, I can scarcely bring myself to blink. The streamer possesses a mysterious allure that compels me to abandon my work, fixated on the screen, to the extent that losing my job would not deter my gaze. For reasons unknown, despite the plethora of energetic streams available. The moment I receive notification that Xiaogu is live, my fingers switch the screen faster than my mind can process. Upon witnessing Xiaogu descend into the depths, my admiration for the idol transformed into mere indifference. Father Jinzi commented in the chat. Why is it that watching Xiaogu's stream is so utterly captivating? Up until now, I have followed two types of streamers. One is Xiyue, and the other encompasses all others. Most streamers seem to flee from the realm of the undead, continuously delivering thrills that stimulate the audience's senses. Yet upon reflection, they only reveal a mere glimpse of the iceberg that is the realm of the undead. Regarding the truth of the realm, you have pondered 1,000 possibilities. Yet the host hastily departs. What could be more disheartening than the inability to decipher? The abruptness is indeed tiresome. Out of respect for the esteemed father of the pyramid, no one dares to flood the screen with comments at this moment, while there are those who have achieved complete decipherment. None are as captivating and spirited as the young Gu, who also draws the attention of the spirits. Thus, the surprises multiply, and the high energy is uniquely remarkable. To echo a sentiment I once deemed trivial, these fearsome apparitions have unexpectedly revealed a certain allure. Before tuning into the live stream today, I must have indulged a bit too much. The peculiarities of our earthly treasures are truly fascinating. The Amusement Park, Part 19, features a carousel situated adjacent to the haunted house, making it a part of the whimsical theme of a witch's hat adventure. Each attraction necessitates queuing, and the carousel is no exception, with a considerable number of patrons awaiting their turn. However, it possesses a distinct charm compared to other enigmatic attractions. As its contents are not shrouded in mystery, from a distance, one can glimpse a magnificent crystal ball. This crystal ball, along with a tall hat and a flying broomstick, epitomizes the quintessential witches ensemble. The souvenir shop themed around this attraction is located not far from the carousel's entrance. Upon entering, Xiyue was met by the sole attendant, who glanced up with a lackluster demeanor and curtly requested a ticket. Xiyue placed her souvenir voucher on the counter, and the attendant permitted her entry. Each voucher allows only one person to pass. The shelves brimmed with a delightful array of souvenirs, from witch dolls and broomstick puzzles to wands and even ballpoint pins adorned with witch motifs. Behold, this is your witch mask. The shop attendant pointed to the most prominent shelf, gazing at her with envious eyes. Xiyue did not notice the specific symbol on her voucher, indicating that she could only select the witch mask and was not at liberty to choose freely. After all, she possessed only a single souvenir voucher, with nothing else for comparison. However, Miss Mao had indeed promised her a mask. In truth, it mattered little. The witch mask was undoubtedly a splendid keepsake. The attendant's envious gaze attested to this, especially since the witch mask was the best-selling souvenir in the store, ranking first. The crystal ball followed in second place, while the broomstick held the third position, making up the store's top three. Upon removing the witch mask, one would discover an instruction manual within it. It revealed that these three bestsellers possessed the ability to bestow a fraction of the witch's powers. Xiyue was unaware of the full extent of Miss Mao's abilities. Nevertheless, donning this mask would grant her a portion of the witch's curse capabilities. This curse could transform a person into a puppet, disregarding the target's strength, regardless of whether they surpass the witch's power, maintaining them in a puppet state for 30 seconds. Furthermore, the conditions to activate the witch mask were rather stringent. First, to dance a duet. Second, to hold hands for over 5 minutes. And third, to share an intimate kiss. Meeting just one of these conditions would suffice for activation. At first glance, the witch mask seemed to hold little utility. After all, if one could be so close, would a mere 30 seconds truly hold any significance? There once was a joke about a miraculous remedy for mosquitoes, which proved to be remarkably effective. However, one had to capture a mosquito and apply the substance to its lips for it to take effect. It seemed rather impractical, yet perhaps not entirely without merit. In fact, Xiyue later felt that receiving such a keepsake was truly a matter of fate. Upon exiting, Baihaoyu did not inquire about what Gu Shilai had obtained inside, as he understood that this was precisely what Gu Shilai was meant to receive, having no bearing on him, and thus deemed it unnecessary to ask. Oh, is that a familiar face? On the evening of their entrance to the amusement park, Gu Shilai had pilfered a dining voucher from the pocket of the centaur at the visitor center, and he wondered if this individual might be the unfortunate victim. The centaur inquired, "Hey, have you two been to the visitor center?" Gu Shilai, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied, "No." The centaur continued, "Why does everyone claim they have it? Did I perhaps drop it somewhere? Come on, hurry inside." It appeared he was indeed a familiar face. The majestic wooden horses, resplendent in their vibrant red, stood tall and spirited, seemingly awaiting the moment to gallop joyously, exuding an air of festivity. Above these horses, strings were tethered, all held within a crystal sphere. Choosing a horse at random, Gu Shilai mounted it and gazed upward, where a painted starry sky unfolded. Observing the horses' eyes, one could almost believe they were alive. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were merely wooden figures, incapable of true life. It matters not upon which steed one finds oneself seated. According to Xiyue, the moment the melody commences, icicles are destined to descend. He perceives a certain rhythm to this phenomenon, yet remains oblivious to its true nature. Surely, as long as one's motor nerves are sufficiently developed, evasion poses little difficulty, albeit with a hint of peril. However, the tune accompanying the carousel is rather peculiar. Despite being played merely thrice, Xiyue claims that after experiencing this ride, he found his mind ensnared in a relentless loop of that very song. Even waking in fright that night, round and round you chase me, I chase you, upon your demise. A tranquil earth awaits you, yet we are forever denied repose. Run and run, if only I could catch up to it, I would attain true eternal slumber. Though it is termed a song, it lacks any discernible melody. Gu Shilai observed Baihaoyu beside her, his countenance devoid of color, and gently inquired, "What troubles you?" Baihaoyu replied, "I feel an incessant prickling all over." Were one to elaborate, it would be difficult to articulate this disquieting sensation, akin to a chilling presence resting upon one's shoulder, whispering into the ear, sending waves of frost ascending. As the horses began to turn, the stars above twinkled into life, one by one. When the carousel commenced its motion, Gu Shilai experienced a sensation as if the wooden horse were a living entity. She released one hand from the reins to caress the horse's head, which felt slightly warm. She could not ascertain whether her perception had faltered. Perhaps it was merely the warmth of her palm. Before long, icicles began to descend from the stars. Initially delicate and minuscule, should one strike the head, it would not immediately result in death, yet injury was an inevitable consequence. In the realm of the undead, sustaining any injury is best avoided, particularly those that impede movement, for such injuries could signify the loss of any chance to escape the domain of the deceased. The ground was adorned with colorful digits, from 1 to 9, delineating a circle into 9 substantial segments, a hint that was quite apparent. If a riddle were to exist, it would likely pertain to numerical puzzles. Gu Shilai observed the stars above, momentarily unable to discern any discernible pattern. However, her greatest asset lay in her reflexes. Even though she did not clutch the reins with the same intensity as Baihaoyu, remaining vigilant and avoiding distractions, she adeptly evaded the falling icicles. As she continued her observations, she indeed discovered a clue. The arrangement of the stars held no secrets, yet upon removing the stars, the inky sky revealed a sequence of recurring numbers: 5932154678, 5932154678. This pattern repeated consistently. The most recent icicle had originated from area number 8, thus indicating that the next would descend from area 5. The ability to anticipate the descent allowed her to leap onto another steed, thereby sidestepping the icicles without the need for frantic evasion or attempts to deflect them as they fell. At this moment, Baihaoyu was sweating profusely. Upon hearing Gu Shilai's words, he felt as though he had been resurrected. Heaven knows that just moments ago, he was so anxious that tears nearly fell from his eyes. He had failed to evade that minuscule ice spike from the very beginning, and now his calf was still bleeding, albeit merely a superficial wound. Baihaoyu exclaimed, "Oh, divine being, valiant in your endeavors to save the suffering." Gu Shilai retorted, "Did you leave your brain behind at the restaurant during lunch?" Baihaoyu replied, "Huh?" Gu Shilai continued, "If you had your wits about you, would you dare to weep in such a tempestuous manner? Who bestowed upon you such audacity to be so moved?" Baihaoyu touched his face, only to discover that he was indeed weeping profusely, tears nearly dampening his garment. Yet, Astonishingly, he had been oblivious to his own tears, and he couldn't fathom the reason behind them. Xiyue was at a loss. Perhaps I truly did forget my brain. Xiyue remained silent. Whether or not there were helpers on the carousel was inconsequential. Those towering steeds were not limited to carrying but a single soul. Moreover, the proximity between the horses rendered any potential leaps devoid of danger. The fortunate helpers were spared from being struck by any ice spikes, while the unfortunate met their demise on the spot. By the conclusion of the ride, together with Xiyue, nearly one-third of the participants managed to escape unscathed. This, however, did not imply that the carousel posed a greater challenge than the Ferris wheel. After all, the carousel ultimately tested individual capability, whereas on the Ferris wheel, as long as one person could steer the situation, they could effortlessly lead all to victory. Driven by curiosity about the horses, Xiyue touched the area of the nearby horse that had been struck by an ice pick as she dismounted, her fingers encountering a viscous substance. It bore no metallic scent, yet it did not resemble the diluted paint she had anticipated. Her instinct suggested it was blood. Could a wooden horse bleed? Was this truly merely a wooden horse? As the game concluded, the auxiliary characters dispersed. Speaking aloud, he pried open the neck of a large red horse that had been skewed by the ice pick, and Xiyue observed a crimson fluid oozing from the severed edge. The horse-headed man inquired, "Why are you still here?" Xiyue was the first to step outside, followed closely by Xiyue. As they approached the exit, they could still hear the horse-headed man's voice warning, "If you do not wish to leave, you shall remain here forever." Hehehe. New arrivals do not replace the old. The half-sage is formidable, possessing unparalleled wisdom. Call upon the half-sage. The astute Gu half-sage, adorned with a leg ornament. Xiyue. The magnificent crimson steed, radiating joy. What the half-sage has touched, is that paint peeling away? I have a somewhat immature theory. This wooden horse is exceedingly unusual, likely harboring a soul, trapped here, revolving endlessly. When the soul is injured, it requires mending. Only by catching up to the horse ahead can one find rest. I, the June, return to the realm. I have been lurking in the shadows, unable to restrain myself from spreading a few fallacies. Feel free to peruse them for amusement. The formidable plant, the carnivorous flower, took notice of an audience member known as Qianqian Junzi due to his insightful remarks, particularly this time. At the very least, the carnivorous flower found his assertions to be quite reasonable. It is a testament to the depths of despair that even the intuitively astute Xiyue shed tears over this tragic event before he had even sensed the impending doom. Although they were in such close proximity, it felt akin to a carousel. No matter how fervently one might chase, one could never truly catch up to the horse that gallops ahead. Perhaps the most profound despair in the world is not death itself, but the notion that one's soul may never find peace after passing. Enough of this, Xiyue interrupted. You must leave now. Depart from the amusement park. Xiyue replied, half immortal. Xiyue raised her index finger, gently shushing him, signaling once again that he should remain silent. Her resolve was unyielding, and she did not require his assistance. In truth, her need was not entirely absent, yet Xiyue could potentially be a liability. Risking his own life in this precarious situation, weighing the options, it was indeed better for him to leave. Xiyue fell silent. Listen to me. Xiyue reiterated with emphasis. I will say this once more, you would do well to heed my words. Remember, you cannot merely rely on your intuition. You must strive to master it, and take care to strengthen your body. I hope we shall have the opportunity to meet again. The essence of Xiyue's message was unequivocal. Should either of them be fated to encounter misfortune, it would not be her. If Xiyue inadvertently overstepped, it would spell the end of any chance for their reunion. As for her, death was merely a triviality. Her confidence in surviving even a cataclysmic event like the explosion of Earth was unmistakable. Yet, her words managed to persuade Xiyue. Xiyue's unwavering self-assurance suggested that confronting the Lord of the Dead was merely a trifling matter for her. He felt he was the true hindrance. What should he do? He ought to gracefully withdraw. Xiyue replied, I shall remember your words. Xiyue stood inside a restaurant on the main street, having witnessed Xiyue exit the theme park. She then ordered a serving of dumplings and began to indulge in them. Anyone who had consumed so many dumplings would likely find them somewhat tiresome, especially since their flavor was nothing extraordinary, lacking even a hint of variation in seasoning. Nevertheless, Xiyue maintained her usual steady pace of eating. Her expression betrayed neither delight nor distaste. In no time, she had devoured 3 plates. Oh, you're eating. Xiyue slightly raised her head and spotted Wu Gang standing on the street. She set down her chopsticks and asked, Are you here to eat as well? Wu Gang replied, "Unfortunately, I just finished my meal." Without hesitation, Xiyue called out loudly for the waiter, pointing at Wu Gang and declaring, "This person has interrupted my meal." The service level at the amusement park was commendably high, and the summoned waiter promptly approached Wu Gang to escort him away. After all, he was merely an NPC in the amusement park who could discern whether he was alive or dead. Wu Gang, not wishing to offend, could only force a smile and distance himself. However, Xiyue was well aware that he had not truly gone far. The recent greeting was no mere coincidence. This individual had specifically come in search of her. After leisurely finishing her meal, Xiyue took a brief nap on the bench, a necessary respite to replenish her energy. After several hours of continuous activity in the amusement park, fatigue inevitably sets in, making rest imperative. She had previously discovered that effective relaxation could only be achieved within the confines of a hotel or a restaurant. Resting on an outdoor lounge chair in the amusement park proved futile, often leading to even greater exhaustion. Her slumber was deep and refreshing, lasting until precisely 5 o'clock. When she awakened to the announcement over the loudspeaker that the Waterworld performance was about to commence. Those not engaged in lines or rides would begin to flock towards the theme park titled Waiting for the Rain Woman. Entrance to the Waterworld did not require queuing, as it boasted a performance venue capable of accommodating 3,000 spectators. Although the show was officially set to begin at 5:30, it appeared that entry was already permitted, allowing for the selection of the most advantageous seats. Upon exiting the restaurant, Xiyue was intercepted by Wu Gang. She was not taken aback, merely regarding him with an indifferent gaze. Conversely, Wu Gang found himself in a tumult of emotions under her scrutiny. Her expression rendered him transparent in her eyes, as if she were fully aware of all his cards. Unfortunately for him, aside from her name and her talents, he was left utterly uninformed. The known talent he possessed was indeed a formidable challenge. It was no wonder she had initially regarded him with such aversion, not out of malice, but because she had already discerned everything about him. Xiyue, I advise you to refrain from this course of action. Wu Gang, do you know what I intend to do? Xiyue, what do you think? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Wu Gang's mind, though he concealed it beneath a menacing grin. Knowing does you no good. Xiyue chuckled lightly. How audacious of you, as if you could truly threaten me. If it weren't for the peculiar nature of today, you wouldn't be standing here alive. Xiyue took a step forward, and Wu Gang retreated a step back. With a disdainful snort, she cast him a glance filled with contempt, unperturbed as she turned her back to him and proceeded to follow the crowd. She wagered he would not dare to commit murder in such a public setting. The amusement park was orderly, with even the staff required to serve tourists adequately, indicating that this was a place governed by law. After killing her, could Wu Gang possibly escape? Previously, when he killed, it was done discreetly in a secluded spot, which allowed him to go unscathed, but now, with so many eyes upon him, would he dare? Moreover, could he even defeat her? Wu Gang lacked confidence, for she was one of the very first visitors to collect 5 stamps, clearly leading their duo, and her demeanor radiated an unmistakable air of defiance. It was evident she was not to be trifled with. He merely saw that by how you had departed and was too late to intercept him. Upon seeing Xiyue, his eyes turned red with the desire to snatch away her ticket adorned with 5 stamps. Xiyue, already alert, resolved that no one would approach her now. As for Wu Gang's innate abilities, she had already discerned a few clues. Firstly, this individual undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary talent. Otherwise, there would be no impetus for such heinous acts of murder. His innate ability serves as the rationale behind his violent actions, perhaps even allowing him to inherit certain capabilities from his victims. The specifics remain elusive. The notion of harboring a grudge without retribution is inconsistent with her character. Wu Gang initially disseminated false information, and now he harbors murderous intent towards her, brazenly confronting her. Given her fiery temperament, can one expect her to simply let this go? Humph. The seating arrangement of the water world is designed in a fan shape, encircling a central expanse of crystalline waters. Clusters of water hover in midair, morphing into various captivating forms, fluttering butterflies, blooming flowers, and jubilant birds. A fierce tiger leaps to pounce on a butterfly, scattering the delicate creatures and tumbling into a bed of blossoms, where the birds chirp and peck at the tiger's head, compelling it to roar in protest. Although crafted from water, these figures are remarkably lifelike, accompanied by realistic sound effects. Countless droplets dance around the venue, as melodious songs fill the air, transforming the entire theater into a grand spectacle of effects. To be frank, it is stunning and truly magnificent. The seats closest to the lake are marked with the words wet zone, denoted by 8 rows of red chairs, indicating that sitting in these areas may result in getting splashed. Further back lies the semi-wet zone, and beyond that, the dry zone. To gain the clearest view, one should ideally sit near the center, preferably in the wet zone. Xiyue chose a central position, though she settled in the semi-wet zone, a location that offers both advantages and retreat, comfortably blending in among a crowd of auxiliary characters as she took her seat. As for whether there are any tourists among the 3,000 attendees, it is nearly impossible to discern any individuals within the venue. However, she speculated that no tourist had ventured into this place. It requires only a modicum of intellect to realize that this location is the most likely haunt of a necromancer. Those who have not yet accumulated 5 stamps simply lack the qualification to enter. Should such individuals exist, they would have prepared no escape route, most likely arriving here to meet their demise. Bubbles gurgled in the lake as the water parted in the center. A man clad in a black tailcoat ascended the steps, adorned with a bow tie and a waistcoat beneath his coat, topped off with a top hat. Even Xiyue, who seldom took note of attire, found his fashion sense commendable, particularly as his physique complemented the ensemble. In stark contrast to his sophisticated attire was a birdbeak mask he wore, seemingly crafted from a blend of leather and steel, with hollowed eye sockets, rendering it quite peculiar. After saluting the audience, he commenced his dance. Every gesture and rotation exuded an impressive vigor, causing the lake to churn and swirl in synchrony with his movements, as though he were orchestrating the very waters. The spectacle was grandiose. The splashing lake water drenched the audience in the front rows, eliciting laughter and excitement from the onlookers. The water that fell upon the ground transformed into hands, grasping the damp spectators in the front, pulling the smiling individuals one by one into the depths of the lake. A horrifying scene unfolded, yet the laughing crowd seemed oblivious, their smiles unwavering. At last, one comprehends the reason for the lake's vast expanse. Otherwise, it would be insufficient to accommodate so many corpses. The man clad in a tailcoat continues to dance, and indeed, once one's gaze falls upon him, it becomes exceedingly difficult to look away. Even those unacquainted with the art of dance can discern that he performs with remarkable skill. There exists an exhilarating charm that causes one's heart to quiver in synchrony with his movements. Is he the proprietor of the garden? Xiyue speculates that he might be. This Wu Gang is indeed not what he seems. Gu Banshan had long anticipated this, which is why he targeted him specifically. By the heavens, I sense he intends to make a move against Banshan. Goodness, I stumbled upon Wu Gang's live stream, and the comments left me astounded. This individual is nicknamed the Tourist Butcher? What manner of attire is this? How incredibly dashing. The gesture he makes, the stance he adopts, exudes such authority. The outfit, known on Earth as a tailcoat, is complemented by this young man's legs. I could admire them for a year. Upon assessment, I declare this to be the most exquisite dance I have ever witnessed, without exception. He appears to be radiating light. Have they all been enchanted? This fellow might very well be a lord of the undead. Emphasizing the point, a lord of the undead, In the Amusement Park, Part 21. The dance serves merely as an introduction. The performance at the Water Theater is a stage play. Aside from the music, there are no spoken words, and naturally, no one utters a sound. Yet, the narrative is unmistakably conveyed, as the characters' body language is strikingly vivid and their expressions remarkably expressive. Streams of water transform into vibrant characters, accompanying the figure adorned with a bird-beaked mask in the performance. The tale commences within the confines of a school, where a bird-beaked mask transforms into an exquisitely handsome visage. Xiyue inexplicably perceives a certain rigidity in this face. Although the mask has vanished, it feels as though it remains affixed to him. The title of the stage play is The Adored Duanmu. The name Duanmu may denote a surname, as it is a compound surname. Or it might simply be a given name. Regardless, it serves merely as a designation for the theatrical piece, with the protagonist being self-evident. Xiyue observes that the Rain Girl's portrayal of her ex-boyfriend is remarkably objective, devoid of any excessive romantic embellishments or spiteful denigrations born of resentment. Duanmu is indeed witty and humorous, as well as honest and dependable. Wherever he is present, joy abounds. He is not merely a jester, but rather the focal point of conversation, with everyone eager to engage with him, leading to a remarkably relaxed atmosphere for all who converse with him. During several significant events in their student years, it was Duanmu who shouldered the burden and resolved matters impeccably, stirring the hearts of onlookers with his truly admirable actions. If the events currently unfolding are indeed reminiscences of what transpired, Xiyue could regard this individual as a perfectionist. Watching such a performance proves to be quite captivating. and the school segment swiftly reaches its conclusion. Men of Duanmu's caliber naturally attract the affections of women. However, he has yet to forge friendships beyond mere acquaintance with any female. He appears to be selective, only initiating frequent communication with a junior after graduating from university. Duanim is a physician whose career has been remarkably smooth, with few challenges to impede his progress. His unwavering reliability has enabled him to resolve any issues that arise, earning him the admiration of many. In due course, he developed a novel medication, which led to the establishment of his own company. His life has unfolded with an almost terrifying ease, devoid of significant obstacles. At this juncture, his junior has become utterly infatuated with him. Their correspondence has spanned 4 years. Although their encounters have been infrequent, each meeting is imbued with romance, filled with delightful surprises that deepen her affection for him. In matters of love, he embodies perfection. Meanwhile, Xiyue's previous suitors have nearly all been cast aside, their fate sealed by the depths of the lake. Water splashes at her feet, creeping up the furniture. As the voice of the Rain Maiden whispers in her ear, "Do not fear him." Perhaps this serves as a reminder. Xiyue inquires, "Is that junior you?" Duanim has achieved great success, and his life is nearly devoid of regrets. At last, the amusement park has come into view. For Duanim, this venue holds no particular significance. He merely arranged to meet his junior there. As they stand atop the park's dark tower, Duanim suddenly resolves to unveil his secret to her. A ring rests in his pocket, and if she can accept his truth, the next step will be a proposal. Rain begins to fall in the night. Duanim, with his back to the audience, strokes his chin as if contemplating the revelation of something profound. The expression on the junior's face was one of profound curiosity, seemingly shocked by Duanmu's words. When Duanmu removed his mask, she let out a piercing scream, marking the first vocalization from an actor throughout the entire performance. In a state of panic, she retreated incessantly, her body collapsing in fear. The performer had transformed into a living entity. Duanmu continued to enact the script, his hand gripping the neck of the Rain Woman. Although his expression remained hidden, it was evident that he was seething with fury. He erupted into maniacal laughter, pushing the Rain Woman from the black tower. Her body hung limply, turning face down in midair, before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. From this angle, Duanmu's face was obscured. After his laughter subsided, Duanmu also leaped from the black tower. Such a height made survival impossible. Xiyue was left bewildered. Upon the removal of the mask, the junior appeared utterly terrified, as if her very soul had fled, her rationality evaporating. All the while her expression conveyed a profound disgust. What, then, did Duanmu's face truly look like? Following the death of the junior, Duanmu immediately took his own life. Could this be considered a tragic love? Xiyue doubted it. The act of murder over a mere disagreement suggested a deeper psychological disturbance within Duanmu. Yet, the junior's expression revealed a crucial truth. Duanmu's appearance was indeed terrifying. In her mind, she had been constructing a mental fortification. Do not fear. Regardless of how dreadful the sight may be, she must not succumb to terror. It was ultimately inconsequential. Gradually, she reassured herself that he was not truly frightening. The pinnacle of deception lies in deceiving oneself, for in such a case, no problems would ever arise. At this juncture, she found herself ensnared, as Xiyue gradually discerned the intricacies of this theatrical performance. Coupled with the words of the Rain Woman, it became apparent that Duanmu was in search of someone unafraid of his true visage. She had ample reason to suspect that this entire play was orchestrated for her benefit. It was uncertain whether the Rain Woman had come to her under Duanmu's directive. Upon reflection, the likelihood of the Rain Woman being instructed was rather slim. She could discern truth from falsehood, and her feelings towards her ex-boyfriend were laced with genuine malice. Yet, it was undeniable that she had been lured here, ensnared by the Lord Duanmu under the pretense of a spectral heart. Xiyue remained oblivious to when she had caught his attention, an unsettling thought that sent chills down her spine. The figure on the lake had vanished. A shiver coursed through her as a dark beak emerged beside her left ear. Someone had positioned themselves behind her without her knowledge. There was no need for speculation regarding their identity. Her fists clenched slightly, suppressing the urge to flee. The situation was perilous, yet she gradually regained her composure, even emptying her mind of turbulent thoughts. What kind of person was Duanmu? The stage play portrayed him as exceedingly popular, upright in character, honest, and reliable. Perhaps due to his high intelligence and emotional quotient, he navigated life with ease, resembling an individual who had never faced adversity, a paragon of perfection. If one were to accept this as truth, contemplating further, Xiyue pondered why he had leaped from the high tower after pushing down the junior. Was it out of anguish for having taken the life of a beloved in a fit of rage, leading him to plunge into the abyss? Upon deeper reflection, she remained unconvinced of this notion. Dunim chose to end his life, unable to reconcile with the fact that he had taken another's life. This blemish weighed heavily on the soul of a perfectionist. Or perhaps it was the realization that even his meticulously nurtured beloved would fear him that plunged him into despair. In essence, he adhered to his own moral compass, yet he was by no means a cold-blooded killer. Rather, he abhorred the notion of personally inflicting harm. Contemplating this, it dawned upon him that she was, in fact, safe now. Xiyue, his voice is truly enchanting. This lord must carry a charm to so effortlessly evoke affection in others. Xiyue resolved to continue the charade. I was thinking of you. Duinim chuckled. Wow, girls as audacious as you are rare. And those as intriguing are even scarcer. It hardly felt as though she was conversing with a perilous lord. Within mere exchanges, Xiyue found herself utterly at ease. Akin to a budding friendship with someone she had only recently met and taken a liking to. Xiyue, that only adds to the sense of unease. Although Duinim stood behind her, he maintained a respectful distance, not adopting the posture of someone who would envelop her in his embrace. It was intimate yet not intrusive. Would you like to sit down? Xiyue, no thank you. What I wish to express may come across as somewhat verbose, and it will take a bit of time. Are you certain you do not wish to take a seat? Once more, Xiyue declined. Xiyue, how unfortunate. Duanmu, I sincerely apologize for sharing this. But the foundation of love lies in mutual understanding. I wish for you to know me better. I have observed you for quite some time. And this rare opportunity for conversation compels me to reveal my past to you. Xiyue, how did our discussion veer into this territory? Wait, am I being confessed to by my secret admirer? The unsettling part is that, due to this lord's near confession, I find myself inexplicably pleased. This is not merely her dilemma, it is due to Lord Duanmu. She finally comprehends why Duanmu is so universally adored, because he possesses an innate ability to influence the emotions of others, garnering affection with remarkable ease. The implications are chilling. In the presence of such an individual, can one truly ascertain the authenticity of their feelings? Duanmu, perhaps you perceive me as somewhat reckless. But from the moment I laid eyes on you, I became utterly captivated. You seem almost tailor-made for me, every gesture enchanting, and each word you utter brings me joy. My previous romantic failure has taught me that concealing secrets may itself be a grave error. This time, I intend to rectify that, despite the inherent risks. Lies only breed more deception. Thus, it is crucial for lovers to meet with honesty from the very beginning. Duanmu paused, seemingly gathering his courage before asking, are you willing to witness my true self now? Why does my heart race at the sound of Duanmu's voice? As a male, I find myself inexplicably drawn to Mr. Duanmu, sensing that he could become a lifelong friend. Oh my, I think I have fallen in love. Is this truly the Lord of the Undead? Are such captivating beings truly so charming? I feel utterly overwhelmed. Upon entering the immersive mode and standing before Duanmu, my legs turned to jelly, not from fear, but from the exhilarating thud of my heart. Friends, the situation is far from simple. Do not allow yourselves to be seduced by the enemy's sweetened fade. Let us remain composed. Do you not find the phrase "come see the real me" reminiscent of a death knell? In the Amusement Park, Part 22. Would you care to glimpse the true essence of me right now? The choice is not merely whether to look or not, but rather whether to look now or at a later time. It is quite possible that the choice to look later could lead to her immediate demise. According to her character design, she would not ask for a later viewing, for the Lord is enamored with her half-immortal persona, one that is brazen and daring. Should she deviate from this persona, he may very well find his affection extinguished on the spot. Ultimately, Xiyue has no options left. From the moment she stepped into the aquatic wonderland, there was no turning back. The Lord is no fool. He understands her intentions. If the outcome does not align with his expectations, Xiyue will face dire consequences. She chose this path herself. The word regret does not exist in her vocabulary, and all must bear the weight of their own desires. What kind of countenance could compel the Lord to speak of it so frequently, even going so far as to prepare himself psychologically, almost implying that his appearance is frightful? Under such circumstances, anyone would experience a degree of mental preparation. And yet he could not restrain his words, indicating that the Lord indeed possesses a terrifying visage. Even the typically composed Duanmu felt a hint of tension. However, Xiyue was oblivious to Duanmu's inner thoughts, for her abilities did not extend to mind reading. This situation was precisely what she ought to confront. Passively reacting to challenges was not in her nature. If she dared to confront Miss Mao, would she then bow her head in submission before the Lord? Gu Shi's fingertips grazed the lower edge of the mask, and suddenly, she yanked it off. Its considerable weight created a thunderous crash as it struck the ground. At this moment, a significant portion of the supporting cast remained alive, and the commotion drew their attention. Yet, Duanmu seemed reluctant to allow them to disrupt the atmosphere, rendering them mute, even preventing their gazes from troubling Gu Shi. The instant Duanmu's face was unveiled, the onlookers were driven to madness by the horror they beheld, their screams echoing through the air. Gu Shi, in that fleeting moment of witnessing Duanmu's countenance, felt her mind go blank, overwhelmed by fear. This terror did not stem from an ugliness that was grotesque, nor did it evoke disgust. Rather, it was a visceral, instinctual reaction, suggesting she had unfairly judged the Rain Maiden. Anyone who beheld this face would find it impossible to maintain composure. Enmu's face bore a myriad of obscure patterns, interwoven into a dense network. These intricate designs evoked the most repulsive thoughts upon a fleeting glance, instilling a sense of dread that compelled one to scream and flee, leaving even the stout-hearted trembling in terror. A mere 3 seconds of gazing into his visage could provoke a wave of nausea. He was not truly terrifying. The patterns on his face were simply not visible to you. She nearly resorted to her innate ability to quell her fear. Yet reason cautioned her that employing such powers could risk being discerned by the Lord, leading to a singular, unavoidable fate with no second chances. Gu Shi had indeed succeeded in deceiving herself, allowing her to calmly regard Enmu's countenance after a brief moment of distraction. However, her brow soon furrowed as she picked up the birdbeak mask from the ground before him. "Can you wear it again?" Enmu's ecstatic smile froze. Initially, he had interpreted Gu Shi's impassive expression as a sign of her lack of fear or disgust. But now, "You find me unattractive." Gu Shi burst into laughter. "Do you honestly believe yourself to be handsome? Would you care to look in a mirror and see your own reflection?" Enmu replied, "No need." This was indeed irrefutable. He took the birdbeak mask and said to Gu Shi, "What kind of appearance do you prefer? I can transform into the visage you desire." This is quite remarkable. It was then that Gu Shi realized that the beaked mask was an extraordinary artifact. Upon donning it, Duanmu could transform his appearance, and he seemingly held no reservations about revealing anything concerning himself to Gu Shi. For instance, he confided that he had not always looked this way. It was after consuming a poisonous mushroom at the tender age of 6 that he became exceedingly unattractive, to the extent that his once loving parents could scarcely bear to look at him. Relatives and friends swiftly altered their attitudes towards him. However, he soon acquired this mask, regaining the affection of those around him, and it became easier to elicit fondness from others. Yet, deep down, he believed that such love was insincere. People adored merely his fade, not the true essence of who he was. Duanmu yearned for a genuinely pure love. The ease with which he garnered affection raised his standards for its quality. Kinship no longer met this criterion, nor did friends, as he attempted to reveal his true self to them, only to be met with aversion. Thus, he contemplated romance. Throughout countless legends, love is depicted as an emotion capable of miracles. This led to the tragedy of the Rain Girl, a choice that undoubtedly took Duanmu considerable time to make. Since everyone loved him, he felt entitled to be discerning. After selecting the Rain Girl, he meticulously nurtured their bond, planning to unveil everything to her at the opportune moment. Alas, the Rain Girl also feared him, plunging Duanmu into despair. In the course of his otherwise smooth life, this singular obsession culminated in his demise. Upon becoming a wraith, his original obsessions deepened profoundly. Amidst managing the entire theme park, he continuously sought true love, a sentiment the Rain Maiden did not deceive about. It seems that true love is the sole force capable of confronting this lord of the undead. Gu Shi has now become Duanmu's true love, and Duanmu gazes at her with a fervor reminiscent of an inexperienced youth, eagerly admiring his beloved goddess, his gaze capable of melting hearts. Although Gu Shi harbors no interest in romantic entanglements, she has always believed that love is a shared affair, not a solitary endeavor. Yet, in Duanmu's case, it appears to be a unilateral choice. From beginning to end, he solely considers whether Gu Shi is suitable for him, neglecting the thought of whether she might ever love him in return. Duanmu is overly confident in himself, convinced that no one could possibly resist loving him. What then? Is a wraith? Following the incursion of dark matter, wraiths emerged. It is said that wraiths are a confluence of consciousness, their structure exceedingly intricate. For instance, in a widely circulated tale, a character can solidify under the influence of dark matter. However, Not every character has the chance to become a wraith. The individual must possess formidable psychic energy. To elucidate this using dimensions, any character from any dimension has the opportunity to manifest in the third dimension. How does one define psychic energy? Consider the example of a human transforming into a wraith after death. Merely the weight of one's soul is insufficient. It serves only as a prerequisite for becoming a wraith. Evidence suggests that the most likely candidates for transformation into wraiths are those commonly regarded as vengeful spirits. Thus, psychic energy can be simply understood as obsession. Those who possess an unwavering obsession often find that their abilities intensify upon becoming a specter. When such fixation reaches an extreme, these spirits can create their own realms, giving rise to the concept of the spectral domain. Thus, it is entirely reasonable to assert that specters are a collective manifestation of consciousness. However, the deeper underlying reasons remain elusive, as humanity's research into this species has merely skimmed the surface. These characteristics inevitably dictate that the rulers of these specters exhibit peculiarities of the mind. The manner of their demise surely leaves their physical forms unappealing. Should one become a specter, it is hardly surprising that Rain Woman would don a mask to conceal such a visage, regardless of her internal musings. Xiyue's gaze remained fixed upon Duanmu, and even when her eyes strayed, they would not linger elsewhere for long, no matter how much she attempted to relax. A profound sense of vigilance resided within her, for she could never forget that the being before her was a spectral lord. After contemplating for a moment, Xiyue directly inquired, "Would you care to dance with me?" Duanmu responded, "It would be my honor." Xiyue continued, "I must confess, I do not know how to dance, so I would appreciate your guidance." Duanmu noticed her retrieving a witch's mask from her bosom, and his eyes flickered with curiosity. "What is this?" Xiyue explained, "Since you all wear masks, I thought it fitting to join in." Duanmu did not decline, rather, he found it amusing and assisted her in fastening the straps of the mask. Although Xiyue truly lacked dancing skills, Duanmu was quite adept. He gently encircled her waist, executing the movement with no hint of ambiguity, guiding her foot to rest upon his shoe. "This will prevent you from injury," he assured her. The air was thick with palpable hormones, almost overflowing. As long as the conditions for dancing were met, Xiyue did not care about the posture. It conveniently fulfilled the requirement of holding hands for 5 minutes. Duanmu, unfazed, smiled indulgently and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Xiyue replied, "You know, I desire your heart." "My heart has already belonged to you," Duanmu asserted with conviction. "You are reluctant to extract it." The moment the mask was removed from his face, it was as if the barrage of comments had ceased. The entire scene was pristine, devoid of any remarks. Until Duanmu donned the mask again, prompting a quick-witted comment of "Wow." Words fail to capture the moment. Even now, the memory stirs emotions. But once the mask was back on, love blossomed again. Utilized it, the half-immortal donned the witch's mask. I believe Duanmu must know the purpose of this mask, yet he still allowed the half-immortal to wear it. What a benevolent lord, indeed. It's all a consequence of misplaced confidence. To be honest, Lord, you are utterly oblivious to Gu Banshan's fierce determination. She would gamble with anything, even a cucumber. This emotionless challenge machine would surely relent. Oh dear, Duanmu, please intervene. Duanmu, my life, half-immortal, please show mercy. In the amusement park, having produced the mask, Xiyue certainly did not lack the tools necessary for extracting a heart. What she required was a lethal instrument capable of penetrating the heart of a Death Lord. An ordinary dagger would not suffice. In the previous realm, she expended half a tube of energy to acquire a jade comb, and this time, her acquisition was even more absurd, a spoon. Even a spatula would have sufficed. Fortunately, although the spoon appeared to be crafted from ceramic, its tip was remarkably sharp, capable of piercing flesh and blood. Having already expended her energy, the item could not be of inferior quality. She chose to trust that this spoon could inflict harm upon the Lord. 30 seconds, what a splendid opportunity. Without hesitation, she plunged the pointed tip of the spoon into Duanmu's chest, only to encounter an obstruction midway. No matter how much effort she exerted, the handle of the spoon would not advance even a fraction. She could feel the tip pressing against the Lord's heart. She attempted to rotate the handle, striving to expose his heart, but alas, even the handle refused to budge. It was evident that it would not be so simple. Though he proclaimed that his heart belonged to her, he had not truly opened his entire chest to her. Xiyue was clearly determined to extract this heart. Yet the Lord was not nearly as confident as his words suggested, nor was he rendered dazed by the proverbial brick of love. Xiyue glanced up at him and mused. His heart is as hard as iron. It was utterly immovable. The pent-up anger within Duanmu resembled a balloon that had been inflated beyond capacity when Xiyue prodded it. It unexpectedly burst with a sound so soft that only he could hear, leaving his fury dissipated without a trace. In that fleeting moment, he found Xiyue to be utterly charming, so endearing that he felt he could willingly have his heart extracted and vanish into the vastness of the universe. This sensation of being governed by life was profoundly unique. After all, he had always been prepared to sacrifice his life for his love. Yet, in reality, Duanmu had removed the spoon that had pierced his heart, while Xiyue appeared to have no recollection of her recent actions. Extending her hand to reclaim the bloodied spoon, "You must return it to me," Duanmu retorted. "You just used it to carve out my heart." Xiyue replied, "And what of it? Did you not just declare that your heart now belongs to me? Anything given to me ought to be subject to my will. Whether I choose to let it linger in your heart or wish to extract it for inspection, that is entirely my affair, and none of your concern." Duanmu was left speechless. Xiyue pointed at the Rain Maiden still lying upon the surface of the lake, stating, "She bestowed her love upon you. Thus you possess the right to dispose of her as you see fit. If you are permitted to slay her, then what of my killing you?" Duanmu responded, "Such an act would be unjust. Hence, I sought atonement, and I paid with my life for it." Xiyue questioned, "Did you leap from the tower out of guilt? Did you truly perceive your actions as wrong when you jumped?" Duanmu hesitated. "No, that is not the case. A person who does not believe they are in the wrong would never leap from a tower out of guilt." He had been secretly observing her, and now standing before her, it was as if she could see through him entirely, as if his very thoughts were laid bare for her to comprehend. Xiyue had always felt that the presence of his ex-girlfriend's corpse nearby rendered his pursuit of new affection rather audacious. In truth, Duanmu himself was oblivious to the fact that, due to his effortless ability to win the favor of others, he had long ceased to regard himself as equal to them. If humanity were to be categorized into ranks, he would undoubtedly belong to the highest echelon. Having grown accustomed to possessing such advantages, he had become incapable of genuine generosity. In that moment, Xiyue suddenly comprehended the true reason behind Duanmu's leap from the Black Tower. It was, in fact, his inability to accept failure. His obsession likely stemmed from the realization that he had yet to find someone unafraid of his visage. He defined this individual as his true love. However, it was not merely a lack of fear towards his appearance that sufficed. The prerequisite was that this person could pique his interest and evoke affection. Xiyue remained unaware of when the hidden Lord of the Dead had begun to take notice of her. Yet one thing she was certain of. Throughout the entirety of the project, she never felt as though she were receiving any special treatment. The mere fact that she stood alive in that moment was perilous. With a single misstep, her life could have been forfeit. During this time, Duanmu had never extended a hand to assist her, even in the most dangerous of moments. Xiyue speculated that this was, indeed, a test of true love, a necessity for her to prove her worthiness of his affection, much like his 4-year on-again, off-again relationship with the Rain Maiden, which was also part of Duanmu's trials. Only upon confirming her eligibility would Duanmu unveil his true self before her, subjecting her to the ultimate test. Every step seemed meticulously calculated. The entire process exuded an air of superiority. Once the ultimate test was passed, the overwhelming affection he offered was both startling and abrupt. Can one truly believe in the affections of such a rational individual? Alas, Duanmu was truly beloved by all, making it all too easy for others to be convinced. Xiyue's discerning eyes could not discern the authenticity, and human emotions, inherently complex, could only be trusted for the moment. However, upon closer examination, it became clear that the Lord's heart did not genuinely belong to her. What a pity. If Duanmu were to know her true thoughts, he would likely become ensnared in this intricate logic. "Your heart is mine," he declared, such romantic words. How could the young girl fail to comprehend such sentiments and take them seriously? Must she be so straightforward? Yet, this woman, who exhibited no softness in matters of the heart, captivated Duanmu all the more. Even her stern demeanor appeared strikingly beautiful. In terms of appearance, Xiyue felt herself inferior to the Rain Maiden, who was clearly Duanmu's carefully chosen companion. Looks were undoubtedly a significant criterion in this selection. Perhaps she was also exceptionally talented. Standing taller than Xiyue, she was a mature woman, while Xiyue was still somewhat youthful, dressed in a long robe with her hair elegantly styled into a bun. She seemed almost too austere. Yet, at that moment, Duanmu found her enchanting. The unrestrained development of his feelings intrigued him, as though his heart had begun to beat anew. If Xiyue were aware of Duanmu's sentiments, she would undoubtedly wear a perplexed expression. Indeed, what is unattainable forever stirs restlessness. Xiyue's analysis of Duanmu does not revolve around his romantic entanglements or the possibility of their union. Such notions are rather amusing. Instead, she delves into Duanmu's vulnerabilities. She yearns for her innate abilities to be more formidable, powerful enough to summon the heart of a Wraith Lord with a mere utterance of Rin the Heart. However, this is an impossibility. After utilizing Su Heng's Wraith Heart, she found herself drawing greater energy from lies, discovering methods to acquire even more power. The Wraith Heart randomly alleviated some of the limitations of her talents, enabling her to grow stronger. Yet, this does not imply that exhausting all her energy would result in vanquishing the Lord. Moreover, accumulating energy is arduous while depleting it is effortless. A sacrifice she is reluctant to make. In any endeavor, one must adhere to a methodical approach. To confront the Lord, one must identify their weaknesses. Su Heng's vulnerability lies in his past, while Gu Shilai ponders that Duanmu's weakness is his visage. Gu Shilai, do you intend to kill me? Duanmu, why would you think such a thing? We are merely unfamiliar with one another. In time, you will come to appreciate me. What transpired earlier is of no consequence. Look, my injury is already healed. With every word that escapes his lips, Duanmu envelopes those around him in a refreshing warmth. Gu Shilai appears to exhale in relief, her demeanor easing Duanmu's tension slightly. Her previous aggressive stance had imposed considerable pressure on him, although he is loath to admit it. At times, he even avoids meeting Gu Shilai's gaze, fearing it might reveal only a glimmer of murderous intent. After years of searching, the true love he longs for desires nothing more than his heart, in the most literal sense. This is something he finds quite difficult to accept. Gu Shilai suddenly inquired, "May I gaze upon your face once more?" Duanmu replied, "You wish to see it again." Gu Shilai continued, "Did you not say we have a future together? I must grow accustomed to your visage, no matter how unappealing it may be. I refuse to confront a facade." Duanmu felt a surge of excitement. Very well. Yet he remained still, intentionally allowing Gu Shilai the opportunity to unveil his mask. When she had previously attempted this, the sensation was exquisite, nearly causing him to tremble, an experience that left him utterly enchanted. At times, the stimulation of the mind far surpasses that of the flesh, leading one to the pinnacle of bliss. Just as Gu Shilai grasped the edge of his mask, Duanmu felt his limbs weaken. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet it seemed the other party remained oblivious to his state, leaving him slightly disheartened. However, upon closer inspection, Duanmu noted her face was devoid of expression. Her lips appeared to curve naturally upwards, lending her an air of faint amusement, yet upon closer scrutiny, it was an ambiguous smile. In any case, her demeanor was sufficiently stoic, concealing her true feelings. The more inscrutable she appeared, the more exhilarated Duanmu became, entirely unaware of what sustained him in standing. Her movements were deliberate, caressing yet withholding, and he found himself on edge. The moment Gu Shilai abruptly removed the mask, Duanmu's body swayed, his gaze momentarily losing focus. At that moment, Gu Shilai resolutely uttered 4 words. "There must be a mirror." Instantly, countless mirrors coalesced into a rhomboid sphere. No matter where Duanmu's gaze fell, his own reflection stared back at him, a wave of uncontrollable revulsion and nausea surging within. With a sudden thrust, the handle of the spoon pierced Duanmu's chest, carving a long gash. As the spoon plunged, the heart of the undead slipped into Gu Shilai's grasp. And without a moment's hesitation, she crushed the heart. Without casting a glance at Duanmu, Gu Shilai shattered the mirror and fled. When a torrent of water surged toward her, she remained utterly unperturbed, for she had anticipated this all along. The Rain Maiden had feigned death for so long until her ex-lover's heart was ripped out. Perhaps she had regained her freedom, and one would assume she ought to be thankful to her partner. Yet her hatred for her ex-lover was genuine, as was her love. Would she spare Gu Shilai, the one who had torn out her ex's heart? Certainly not. Moreover, Gu Shilai was now the true love of her ex-lover. What did that make the Rain Maiden? The flames of burning jealousy must be tormenting her to the brink of madness. Could she ever let Gu Shilai go? No. The Rain Maiden had ample justification for wanting Gu Shilai dead, and Gu Shilai, having never trusted the Rain Maiden from the outset, was not surprised. The Rain Maiden did not seem capable of controlling her malevolent impulses. Having been forewarned, Gu Shilai was determined not to let the Rain Maiden prevail. As long as she avoided the water, what could she do to her? As the spoon's handle twisted within his body, Duanmu's expression was truly, it appeared to be a grimace of pain, but upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably one of pleasure. Heavens above, I find myself questioning whether the beloved Duanmu possesses an M attribute. Likewise, I share this sentiment. Did you witness Duanmu's expression when his heart was ripped out? That is trivial. You ought to observe Duanmu's countenance when the half-immortal turned and departed, not casting a single glance in his direction. How tragic. The half-immortal is indeed a heart-ripping fiend, executing the act with such fervor that he did not spare Duanmu even a fleeting glance. Duanmu's gaze was simply astonishing, utterly captivating. You may scorn me, but I believe that in this moment, Duanmu truly fell in love with her. At the amusement park conclusion, having just exited the water-themed theater, Xiyue encountered Mr. Mummy, who was today sporting a pair of spectacles. Although it appeared rather peculiar to see him wrapped in bandages while wearing glasses, Mr. Mummy seemed to find great joy in admiring his reflection on the adjacent glass. No matter her capabilities, she could not have anticipated Mr. Mummy's presence waiting for her, leaving her in a state of indecision about whether to advance or retreat. The mummy regarded her with one crimson eye and stated, "I am here to escort you away." Xiyue did not fully believe him, not out of animosity, but because it was impossible for her to trust any spirit. Thus, she maintained a distance of 3 meters from Mr. Mummy, showing no inclination to approach. Xiyue remarked, "You previously intended to kill me." To which the mummy replied, "Oh, that was merely a job. Now that I am off duty, I have no need to harm you. Murder is hardly a pleasurable endeavor. I assist you now because you possess an intriguing nature, and I owe you a personal favor. To be candid, the incessant revisiting of past events is quite tiresome. Even if he is indeed a charming gardener, it does not imply that every decision he makes will be met with universal approval. Even in the absence of complaints, the spirits may still hold a sense of gratitude towards her. After all, should the Lord of the Dead encounter misfortune, the spirits within the realm may very well ascend to become new lords." This secret was uncovered by Xiyue in the service area, revealing that a lord stripped of their essence may not necessarily meet their demise. To put it plainly, the dead are a conglomeration of consciousness. If their obsessions linger, they will inevitably coalesce into a new heart of the dead. When Xiyue later observed, he found that the entire waterside Grand Theater had been sealed off. It remains uncertain whether Duanmu can emerge from its confines. Even if he does, it is questionable whether he can retain control over the amusement park. Unlike the enclosed old mansion, where spirits rarely possess self-awareness and thus cannot ascend as the next lord, if Su Hong were to dissipate into the ether, the realm of the old mansion would crumble. These revelations may not be entirely accurate, as exceptions abound, and each realm of the dead is unique. Thus, the unfolding of events may diverge from conjecture. Even those within the service area do not possess a profound understanding of the realms of the dead. Even the drivers are merely acquainted with the surface. Xiyue remained distant from Mr. Mummy. Regardless of her proximity, he seemed wholly devoted to his quest for gratitude, faithfully following her. In truth, she sensed no malevolence from this peculiar specter. For instance, during their ride on the roller coaster, he made his intentions quite clear. His role was to eliminate all those who boarded the ride. Everyone ought to diligently fulfill their assigned duties without compromise. One could reflect on the myriad of grievances. At present, it seemed to be the end of his shift, and escorting Xiyue away was a matter of his personal volition. With this realization, the logic became crystal clear. The Rain Woman had emerged in pursuit. Were it not for Mr. Mummy's presence, she would undoubtedly have engaged with the pursuing Rain Woman for a while. Now, Mr. Mummy had intercepted her, allowing Xiyue to fixate on a singular direction and dash toward the exit. When Xiyue had decided to visit the water world, she had contemplated her actions post-acquisition of the spirit's heart. For her, it was simply a matter of running. What about the visitors who had yet to complete their 5 stamps? She surmised that her actions must be viewed as fortuitous for them, considering the Lord was in trouble and the project heads had little time to attend to their concerns. At that moment, all the staff within the amusement park had vanished. Mr. Mummy and the Rain Woman, who should have been on duty, had abandoned their posts. If she did not seize this opportunity to flee, when would she? Ahead lay a relatively open space, and both individuals spotted the figures at the intersection. If vengeance was not pursued now, when would it be? Xiyue, breathless and exhilarated, called out joyfully as though she were greeting a long-lost relative. "Miss Mao! Miss Mao! Miss Mao! Miss Mao!" The excitement and elation emanating from the other party made her question her purpose for being there. After all, was she not here to eliminate this girl? The voice echoed, sending shivers down Wu Gang's spine. At this moment, aside from Xiyue, no one understood what had transpired in the amusement park, and people were bewilderedly rushing out. Xiyue's actions left everyone dumbfounded. What was happening? Xiyue was aware that Miss Mao had specifically come to confront her. Yet Wu Gang was oblivious. With Xiyue's demeanor, anyone would assume she shared an exceptionally close relationship with Miss Mao. Was this a setup for Miss Mao to deal with him? Xiyue pointed at Wu Gang and shouted, "Miss Mao, This scoundrel called you an ugly monster. Wu Gang was stunned. I did not. I never. Xiyue responded. I foresee that this person is your greatest misfortune. Miss Mao, you must not let him go. Wu Gang exclaimed. What the heck? Miss Mao was indifferent to their identities. When it came to being ruthless, she showed no favoritism. Would she truly consider that Wu Gang stood in front while Xiyue was behind? They were both to be dealt with. Wu Gang was utterly mistaken. He believed Xiyue was genuinely on friendly terms with Miss Mao. After all, there were instances of tourists collaborating with spirits. Xiyue's words were not directed at Miss Mao. In her frenzy, she cared little for anyone's identity, and her remarks were intended for Wu Gang. Who could comprehend human speech? Naturally, Wu Gang had to prepare to defend himself. He found himself unable to evade her and had to guard against Xiyue's potential ambush from behind, forcing him to confront Miss Mao first. Indeed, the distance was somewhat considerable, and Wu Gang could not hear clearly. However, he could decipher the lip movements, and upon seeing those 3 words, his anger surged. Damn. I've been tricked. What goes around comes around. Had he not disseminated false information to deliberately mislead Xiyue, she would not have ensnared him at this moment. Regardless, she had managed to leave alive. The familiar exit was right before her. Xiyue took a deep breath, feeling utterly exhausted, her limbs weak. Yet she persevered to reach the platform. Before long, the bus arrived, and as no other tourists had yet come, she accepted the sweetened water from the driver. Instead of shutting off the live stream, she addressed the camera with a cheerful farewell. See you in a few days. She then closed her eyes on the seat, instantly succumbing to slumber. The beauty of a person is far more captivating than the allure of power. DuNM is truly enchanting. I searched for theme parks in the vast sea of data, and indeed, previous visitors had been here, yet without exception. They hurriedly gathered 5 stamps and fled the amusement park, never encountering DuNM. Ah, how I long to experience a moment with DuNM, but alas. My beloved is as fleeting as a flower that blooms for an instant, which pains me deeply. If I were the host, I could never bring myself to harm my idol. I would willingly sacrifice everything for him, sobbing. Becoming a spirit is but a transformation. What is wrong with that? Love struck. Please, there is nothing wrong with becoming a spirit. Let us have some common sense. The Federal Official Research Institute has stated that humans and the undead are fundamentally 2 distinct species. Not to mention, you may not necessarily share the same essence as earthlings in regarding the concept of a soul, if it exists. Can you truly assert that you remain yourself after transforming into the undead? Imagine creating a clone of yourself, identical in appearance and possessing your memories. Can you genuinely claim that the clone is you? Have you all forgotten what lies beneath the mask? As a formidable psychic, merely a glance leaves me dizzy. Could you withstand it? As long as the mask remains intact, the visage you desire is always at hand. Offering a new face daily without weariness, perpetually refreshing and delightful. It is resolutely established. What you have fallen for is not the true Duanmu. Given the Lord's exceedingly high standards for love, may you pray that your dreams bless you to awaken to the sun each day. Having been single for 30 years, a single glance at Duanmu has irrevocably altered my life. I have already applied to join the Earth Assistance Program, hoping my job application will be successful and that I will have the opportunity for an interview. Duanmu Appa will surely not let anything go awry. Just wait for him to seek you out. Sister, do not jest. Do you think Earth is a place you can simply visit at will? Forget about the layers of selection. You won't even pass the initial checkpoint. Do you still believe that the program has just recently opened? Only those who meet the physical criteria can travel to Earth? The current Earth is a coveted treasure. And with your qualifications, do you truly believe you can partake of it? Why is there such a heavy atmosphere of hostility? To be candid, I truly fail to comprehend why your majesties place such paramount importance on Earth. Last year, when the Federation's most desirable occupations were selected, 7 out of the top 10 were related to Earth. This inevitably delves into politics. In a live-streaming environment, a space meant for the entertainment of the masses. Discussing such matters too deeply could even lead to the stream being shut down. Although the current conversation is merely a light drizzle. The formidable plant known as the big-mouth flower is reluctant to foster such a trend, hence issuing a yellow card warning and silencing that particular ID for an hour. As expected, the tide of conversation shifted. One fears that the host may not receive the due share of earnings in a timely manner, preventing them from indulging freely in the service area. Alas, for the sake of the half-immortal, they toil endlessly. A gentleman avenges himself. A decade is not too late. The half-immortal holds grudges. Even a day feels excessive. As a tourist butcher, one likely never anticipated being led astray by tourists to such an extent, huh? Congratulations to the half-immortal for exiting the station. Let us celebrate with monetary gifts. More money. More money. It will be several days before we can see the half-immortal again. How disheartening. The service area 43-388 has arrived. The bus did not linger, almost as if it started the moment Xiyue boarded. However, she was asleep at the time and was unaware. Generally, buses pause at stations to wait a while, attempting to accommodate more passengers. And she assumed she would depart together with the tourists emerging behind her. The driver remarked, "You are a distinguished guest, and having already endured considerable fatigue. It is only fitting that we first convey you to the service area for a respite." The driver was quite certain that she had never encountered him before. However, he addressed her as a distinguished guest, suggesting a familiarity that was otherwise unrecognized. This indicates a probable exchange of information among drivers, leading her to be labeled as a naive spender, implying that her future gratuities should not be meager. Nevertheless, these were mere trifles, insignificant when compared to the value of life itself. This generous display of affluence allowed her to graze the periphery of the vast network of information among drivers, making it considerably easier for her to inquire about matters in the future. As they engaged in a somewhat casual conversation, Xiyue gained insight into some minor unwritten rules governing bus drivers. For instance, concerning stops, buses continuously traverse between various stations and service areas. While it is advantageous to pick up passengers at certain stops, if no passengers are available, they are limited to a brief halt, with no time to linger. If, at a stop, there are tourists disembarking who are reluctant to board again, waiting for their companions to emerge, this can frustrate the bus drivers. Passengers must board the bus, as the timing of their companions' emergence can often be a matter of chance. If luck is not on their side, they may find themselves irrevocably separated. The realm of the departed is vast and uncountable, and even if there exists a means of communication, reuniting would prove exceedingly challenging. Even if one can dictate their next destination, the uncertainty of where the bus will ultimately transport them after disembarkation remains an enigma, devoid of any choice. The realm of the undead is devoid of maps, and there is no fixed number of spectral domains a traveler must traverse to reach the sanctuary. It is said that the service area with the smallest number surrounds the rescue center, but the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. However, the numerical value of the service areas appears to be diminishing. Upon departing the old residence, it was 564, and now it stands at 388. The driver alighted to send her off, waving a small handkerchief vigorously. Xiyue understood her current appearance. Her long robe hung wrinkled upon her, akin to pickled vegetables. She could only wonder how thick a filter Dama must have employed to dance with her. Perhaps love truly renders one blind, as does wealth. The front desk staff greeted Xiyue with fervent enthusiasm, incessantly praising her beauty and grace, proclaiming her to exude an air of nobility. Almost eager to assist her in undressing for a bath, fearing any inadequacy in their service. Their attentiveness surpassed that of the staff at the 564 service area, leading her to suspect that her reputation had spread to all service areas, leaving her feelings rather complex. Perhaps it was the multitude of recent dangers that prompted Xiyue to dream. Upon encountering the orphanage, she recognized it as a dream. The institution had been abolished when she was merely 5 years old. The buildings once dedicated to the care of orphans had long since been sold for private ownership, transformed beyond recognition. Now, the orphanage of her memories materialized before her. The small courtyard was adorned with crayon drawings by children, brimming with innocence. The matron stood in the living room, beckoning her, "Little one, come to Mama." Xiao Xiao is the affectionate name for Xiyue. While other children refer to her as Director Mama, Xiyue simply calls her Mama, for she holds a special place in her heart. Their bond is profound. The first child that the director embraced upon taking charge of the Guangming orphanage was none other than Xiyue herself. At that time, she was but an infant swaddled in blankets, nurtured by Director Mama's own hands, forging an extraordinary connection. Xiyue's legs, ungoverned by her will, hurriedly propelled her towards her mother's side, nearly causing her to stumble in her eagerness. Yet, upon reaching her mother, she composed herself, tilting her head to gently caress her round belly. "Is the little brother being good today?" she inquired. "Yes, the little brother is being good," Director Mama replied. "In just a few days, he will come out to meet you. Are you happy?" Xiyue responded with a bright, happy. Yet, within her heart, an icy chill enveloped her, for she understood that this was never a beautiful dream, despite its seemingly perfect beginning. At the tender age of 3, her memories had begun to solidify. "The Mama is very happy too," the loving Director Mama said, enveloping Xiyue in her embrace. Her hands gradually ascended to Xiyue's neck, encircling it tenderly until both hands pressed firmly against the soft skin of the child's throat. Xiyue remained still, acutely aware of the fate that awaited her. Even then, she did not flinch, let alone in a dream. The sensation of suffocation loomed, rendering her breathless. Yet, all of that belongs to the past. Even if it remains indelibly etched in her memory, she must look forward. Presently, what she craves most is the solace of sleep. To rest well and replenish her spirit. The psychological counseling room is free to use, but if one overstays the designated time within the service area, they must bear the cost of remaining there. Many individuals who have successfully escaped the realm of the deceased exhibit varying degrees of psychological issues, as it is quite natural for a person to experience mental breakdowns after enduring prolonged stress. During times of unhappiness, she engages in activities that bring her joy. Xiyue has ventured into a casino to play cards, a person adept at reading others' expressions and discerning their life circumstances. In face-to-face card games, the objective is to win more than one loses, and she inherently possesses commendable card-playing skills. However, within the casino, the greatest taboo is the inability to cease playing. Everyone experiences bouts of good fortune. Winning often incites a desire for further victories, which can lead to the unfortunate depletion of one's funds. Thus, the old man who taught her to gamble emphasized not merely how to win but how to withdraw promptly when necessary. Consequently, she engages in gambling with enthusiasm, yet lacks an addiction to it. Although she secured a considerable win, it also drained a portion of Xiyue's mental energy. It is impossible to play cards without engaging one's intellect. From the moment she sat at the gambling table, winning was not imperative. Yet she had grown accustomed to giving her all. Realizing that this did not truly allow her to relax, she turned her attention to the zodiac wheel. Such a wheel is a common feature in every casino she has visited, adorned with the 12 zodiac signs and symbols of dragons and phoenixes. Primarily relying on bets placed on animals to determine outcomes, even this wheel has its own calculations. Xiyue chose not to examine the previous results of the wheel, exchanging all her general chips for specific ones at the dealer's table, and even paid a handsome waiter to procure 2 buns from outside. Outside the casino, an expansive bowsy shop has opened, with a serpentine queue forming at its entrance. One merely needs to inhale the fragrant air to ascertain that these bowsy are undoubtedly of exquisite flavor. Fortunately, the establishment's kitchen is capable of directly serving bowsy to casino patrons. However, the prices for these purchased bowsy are significantly higher than those available outside, rendering the two that Xiyue consumed as exorbitantly priced delicacies. A handsome waiter remains by her side, feeding her bowsy with unwavering attentiveness. His striking blue eyes are fixed upon her, and he smiles as he cautions, "Be careful not to soil your hands, dear guest." Xiyue, with her leg crossed nonchalantly, takes a bite of the meat-filled bowsy, placing 2 chips into the waiter's suit pocket with a playful arch of her brow and a mischievous grin. "What splendid pectorals you possess." The waiter blushes deeply, clearly flustered by her boldness. At that moment, a tall man descends beside Xiyue, positioning himself to face her. His knee inadvertently brushes against hers as he comments on others being seasoned in the world of indulgence, oblivious to the fact that he himself could easily wear the label of a charming libertine. "I hope you don't mind my sitting here, miss?" he inquires. Xiyue offers a brief, playful laugh. "Please, be my guest." His enchanting almond-shaped eyes, tinged with a subtle blush, slightly curl upwards when he is not smiling, and bend downwards when he does, reminiscent of a crescent moon suspended in the sky. The stark contrast of his features casts a spell that leaves one feeling pleasantly intoxicated. What a striking figure he is. The waiter beside him pales in comparison, and he soon becomes distracted, suspecting that this newcomer may be a rival for his patron's attention. Xiyue is not here merely to indulge in beauty. To be frank, the server is far less enticing than the buns. She had been watching the buns for quite some time, yet he seemed oblivious, demonstrating a lack of competence, prompting her to dismiss him with a wave of her hand. As the server departed, he shot a fierce glare at the man. The man raised an eyebrow and smiled at the server, then turned to Xiyue and said, "I am Du Rua. May I inquire your name, miss?" Xiyue gestured towards the buns, indicating that he should proceed, as she preferred to finish her meal before engaging in conversation. Du Rua, undeterred, changed his betting strategy, but his luck was not in his favor, as he lost 3 consecutive rounds. By this time, Xiyue had finished her buns and consumed nearly half a glass of watermelon juice to cleanse her palate. The exquisite flavor, a result of the long queue of eager patrons, led her to believe that the casino had been the right choice. How else could she have savored such deliciousness? Her mood brightened instantly. In her first round, she bet on the snake and won. In the second, she wagered on the dragon and triumphed again. For her third bet, she chose the chicken and emerged victorious once more. Duruo remarked, "Miss, do you possess some secret?" "What you see is what you get. I bet with my eyes closed." Xiyue replied with a hint of joy, adding softly, having just eaten the buns. Winning is a certainty. Those nearby hoping to glean a secret were left disappointed, while Duruo found himself captivated by the way she held her glass. His gaze towards Xiyue growing somewhat suggestive. Duruo commented, "Miss, you exude a genuine charm." Xiyue merely raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his insinuation regarding her reserved demeanor. After this round, Duruo loosened 2 buttons, revealing his attractive chest muscles. Xiyue cast a fleeting glance at him and summoned the waiter to exchange her chips. She comprehended the unspoken invitation signal exchange between adults, but had no intention of reciprocating it. Instead, she resolved to find a different place to indulge herself. Duruo interjected, "Do not misunderstand. I am merely a visitor." He was aware that many harbored reservations about engaging with non-human entities. Xiyue responded, "It is precisely because you misunderstand that I feel this way. I do not appreciate your type." Without further ado, she bid farewell to the encounter and made her way to a spa. This establishment, albeit expensive, was the only chain massage parlor in the service area. Equipped with various extraterrestrial technological products designed to relax both the body and the mind. Furthermore, it doubled as a cinema massage venue. Boasting the most extensive film collection on Earth, including some rare alien films, the massage therapist inquired, "Dear guest, what would you like to watch?" Xiyue replied, "Peppa Pig." The therapist responded, "Pardon?" Xiyue clarified, "If that's unavailable, then Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf will suffice." The therapist hesitated, "Pleasant Goat." Growing somewhat impatient, Xiyue pressed, "How can you have nothing? Do you have Crayon Shin-chan?" The therapist assured her, No, we have everything." "Are you certain the titles are correct?" "I just searched, and these are all animated series." Xiyue affirmed, "Indeed, animated series." The therapist could hardly conceal their astonishment. This marks the first instance where someone requested animated films to accompany their massage, with Peppa Pig clearly labeled as a preschool television animation. Xiyue relished 3 hours of massage while indulging in an afternoon of animated delights. Watching animated shows within a safe zone proved to be quite a challenge during her childhood, as the world faced severe power outages. And the orphanage could only afford to show children cartoons for a mere 10 minutes each day, an incredibly precious time. Later, Xiyue managed to collect a few DVDs. Yet finding a complete set was no easy feat. Nothing compared to the massage parlor, where one could request any episode at will, a source of immense joy. Upon leaving the massage establishment, Xiyue was absolutely elated, filled with happiness. That night, she did not dream, and upon waking the next day, she felt an abundance of energy, clearly indicating the effectiveness of the spot treatment. The high cost truly bore its own justification, and she resolved to make this a staple in her future endeavors. After enjoying a delectable breakfast, she set out to gather information. Xiyue's previous choice to visit the theme park was not solely due to the abundance of tourists escaping from that realm, but also because it offered the most comprehensive information. Entering this domain provided her with a natural advantage, aligning perfectly with her persona from her previous field. After shattering the heart of the dead spirit of Duanmu, she found that the constraints on her innate talents had diminished, and her avenues for acquiring energy had expanded. This time, Xiyue was unable to ascertain the passage rate of the surrounding realms of the deceased. It was rumored that certain staff members in Service Area 564 had been apprehended for engaging in illicit transactions with visitors, and measures had been implemented to prevent such occurrences in the future. The issue at hand was not a reluctance to share information after all. Money can indeed move mountains, but rather an inability to provide clear answers. With even a morsel of information, Xiyue could uncover details. However, she was unable to determine which realms of the deceased boasted higher survival rates. She could inquire about the knowledge possessed by the personnel in the service area regarding various realms of the deceased. Ultimately, she managed to gather substantial information about 2 specific realms, the Old Street and Deshurigao. After much deliberation, Xiyue resolved to choose Deshurigao. At this juncture, there remained 3 days until the bus to Deshurigao departed from the service area. Xiyue opted for a buzz cut at the barbershop and acquired a pair of spectacles. Her intention was to masquerade as a man. However, mere appearance would not suffice. Thus, she harnessed a modicum of energy to manifest an Adam's apple for the forthcoming days and subtly adjusted the height of her eyebrows. This was the extent of her alterations. Further use of energy for disguise would impede her ability to gather more energy in this guise, a limitation imposed by her innate abilities. She aimed to impersonate a man, not to transform into a true man, for that would not be mere deception. Consequently, any additional disguise would rest solely upon her own ingenuity, a notion inherently linked to the realm of Gao. Today, as the bus arrived, Xiyue had meticulously prepared for her work. Although she was pressed for time, she became the first person to board. After approximately half an hour, a familiar figure appeared outside the bus window. Oh, what a coincidence, she encountered an acquaintance. Xiyue felt an urge to express her frustration. Coincidentally, it was Du Ruo, who, upon seeing Xiyue, was momentarily taken aback. Ah, this lady. Might I inquire if you have a younger sister? 44. Does she know? One high school. Have you seen Lily? Xiyue's voice, a low and husky male tone, emerged. She had the ability to alter her voice. After all, one must possess a few tricks to navigate the world. When adopting different personas, her vocal expressions varied as well. The voice of a young lady should resonate with a bright and clear timbre, soft and youthful, conveying a sense of innocence about her age. However, when embodying a mystic persona, the tone needed to be elongated and profound, occasionally drifting with an air of enigma, ideally possessing a slightly androgynous huskiness, though upon closer listening, it remained evident as feminine. In her childhood wanderings, Xiyue stumbled upon an extraordinary tome, devoid of a title on its cover, and lacking a preface or author's name within. The book briefly introduced various factions within the world of martial arts before delving into deception and trickery. It was later that Xiyue learned that many ancient martial arts sects possessed their own texts, as significant knowledge was always meant to be documented. However, such sectarian literature was seldom shared with outsiders. Amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, with disorder reigning supreme, the origins of this book and the tumultuous journey it undertook to reach Xiyue remained a mystery. The old man remarked that even before the end of days, such things were difficult to find, yet after the apocalypse, Xiyue managed to acquire them effortlessly, a testament to fate. Xiyue's skills, particularly her ventriloquism, were acquired through the pages of a book, and her impressive abilities were inextricably linked to this peculiar tome. Beyond mere deception, it encompassed the essence of the martial world, touching upon the 5 elements, 8 trades, and the myriad teachings of various schools of thought, allowing her to dabble in a multitude of skills. Her wanderings had allowed her to practice, honing her techniques to a high degree of proficiency. For instance, she could unlock doors even while blindfolded, a testament to her dedicated training. In Du Ruo's eyes, the previously composed man suddenly displayed signs of agitation, though his actions remained restrained. He merely rose from his seat, seemingly feeling that his earlier reaction was somewhat impolite, thus offering a hint of apology. I may have overreacted. May I inquire where you last encountered her? Du Ruo replied. At the casino. Is she still at the casino? He pressed. Du Ruo responded, No, that was 5 days ago. Xiyue then asked, Do you know where she is now? Du Ruo admitted, I only met her once. Upon seeing the man, Du Ruo recognized that he bore a familial resemblance to the enchanting woman encountered at the casino 5 days prior. They shared striking features, yet their demeanors were worlds apart. The casino vixen exuded a carefree and reckless spirit, while this gentleman, evidently her elder brother, appeared several years her senior, donned in a high-necked sweater beneath his suit, exuding an air of reliability as reflected in his demeanor. In terms of height, Xiyue is unperturbed, with a little care to avoid standing next to excessively tall men. She does not appear diminutive. Her deliberate choice of attire gives her a rather statuesque presence when she stands alone. The thicker clothing is primarily due to her slenderness, which seems rather delicate compared to genuine men, rendering it somewhat inappropriate. I am Guishanan, and Xiyue is my younger sister. How shall I address you? Du Ruo. Upon seeing his closely cropped hair, initially assumed him to be a rugged man, only to discover he possessed an air of refined nonchalance. He exudes a distinctly masculine charm, yet remains neither coarse nor boorish. When he smiles, there is a trace of his sister's allure. The gestures that appear enchanting when performed by a woman take on a roguish quality when executed by a man. How fortunate to meet you, Du Ruo, he said. Du Ruo has never been particularly adept in the company of men, yet she felt a certain affinity towards Guishanan. Perhaps it was the guilt of having once entertained thoughts of his sister that rendered her humble. Has something happened to your sister? She inquired. Our meeting must be fated. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. My younger sister is rather mischievous, Xiyue sighed. I may have been too strict with her. A few days ago, she slipped away from me unnoticed, and I have been searching for her for several days, scouring every bus station without success. Duruo pondered that if she had not yet been found by this time, she had likely already departed the service area. However, this thought was best left unspoken. If Gu Shannon was unaware of this fact, he would not be desperately boarding a bus at this moment. Having encountered Xiyue, Duruo could not dismiss her as a mere capricious young lady. It was evident that she possessed the ability to fend for herself, and her potential was formidable indeed. However, due to the excessively stringent constraints, she abruptly abandoned her brother and fled. Such a course of action is utterly remarkable. In a moment of life and death, a rational individual ought not to behave in such a manner. It is difficult to ascertain whether there exists any discord between the siblings. Otherwise, why would one act so resolutely? Everyone is aware that this parting may very well lead to a lifetime devoid of reunion opportunities. Duruo recounted the circumstances of her encounter with Xiyue to Gu Shannon, of course omitting any mention of her intention to seduce his younger sister. The mere fact that Gu Shannon engaged in this brief dialogue with her was due to having received news about his sister, and upon hearing her, he sat there in a daze. Duruo recognized that this was not an opportune moment for conversation, so she fell silent and moved to the back, granting her fellow passenger a moment of private sorrow. Xiyue, sigh, I finally managed to slip through. If my reaction had been any slower, I would surely have been exposed. She understood quite well that any falsehood carries the potential for exposure. Yet she did not anticipate such an inauspicious start that nearly led to her downfall. What a remarkable twist of fate. The driver brought a blanket for Xiyue, addressing her as ma'am, although generally, drivers do not employ distinct titles. Along with the blanket, he also presented a bowl of soup. We would need to travel for over 4 hours to reach our destination, and she could rest a bit in the vehicle. The minimum number of participants for this journey is 14, and upon arrival, there would likely be a wait. One cannot hope for a restful sleep at the station. We are set to depart now. The journey may be bumpy, and a sip of soup could help mitigate motion sickness. This level of treatment is comparable to the finest accommodations in a service area. Duruo is quite seasoned, fully aware of the adage that wealth can compel even the most obstinate of spirits. Upon observing Xiyue's VIP treatment, she immediately deduced that Xiyue must be adorned with the label of affluence. And please serve this esteemed passenger a cup of soup as well, Xiyue requested. Naturally, the driver would not dismiss the demands of a valued client, and he presented Duruo with a bowl of soup. However, his demeanor was far from that of a gracious host, merely handing over the soup without uttering a single word. We have arrived at our destination, announced the driver. We have arrived at Xiyue. All passengers, please disembark. The bus has limited stop time, a warning to all passengers to alight. This was the first occasion Xiyue arrived so early, finding the station devoid of any other souls. In truth, the departure times from various service areas were relatively similar, yet the journey durations to different stops varied, resulting in some travelers arriving ahead of others while some lagged behind. As Xiyue alighted, the driver kindly offered her a blanket. She suspected that the driver might have known the number of passengers arriving at this stop even before entering the station. The blanket was likely meant for her to lay down on the ground, spacious enough for her to take a nap if she wished. However, Xiyue chose not to enjoy the blanket alone. Instead, she spread it against the wall and beckoned Duruo to join her. At that moment, her spirits visibly lifted, as if she had awakened from the vexation of her sister's disobedience, concealing her worries and turning her attention to more pressing challenges. No one could confidently assert that once they entered the realm of the departed, they would emerge unscathed. There was bound to be a tinge of apprehension. Two individuals engaged in a casual conversation, exchanging words intermittently. After approximately an hour, another bus arrived, from which emerged a man accompanied by 3 women. The man's appearance was unremarkable, clad in a white tank top, his feet adorned with extraordinary boots, typically reserved for personnel within the safety zone, difficult to procure elsewhere. Such boots were unavailable at the service area, not due to the lack of appropriate materials, but because the service area offered superior, extraterrestrial imported materials. Upon their first utterance, Xiyue recognized them as newcomers. As the man approached, he keenly observed his surroundings, eventually detaching himself from the 3 women to walk towards Xiyue and his companion at the entrance. Noticing his approach, Xiyue courteously stood up, and once the man introduced himself, they engaged in conversation. The man identified himself as Zhang Jing, formerly an officer in the safety zone. When the safety zone fell, he managed to pull a woman onto a passing bus. He possessed some knowledge of the plan, albeit not in depth. It is not unusual for someone in his position, a public servant, to be informed, as certified safety zones are seldom isolated. The girl saved by Zhang was merely a teenager, her small face still marked by tears. Zhang Jing remarked on the sudden loss of all his family, understandably overwhelmed by grief. Who does not have family, even if one lacks relatives? Surely there are a few friends. Yet, it was evident that Zhang had begun to confront the harsh realities of his situation, although his eyes remained red. A closer inspection revealed the weariness etched upon his features. Xiyue, I advise you to take a moment's respite here. The door shall only open upon reaching a certain number of individuals. Should fortune not smile upon you, it is entirely possible to await entry for several days. Newcomers are likely eager to enter. The longer the delay, the better, is it not? One must endure as long as possible. However, this is not entirely accurate. Without sustenance to satiate hunger, one's condition upon entering the realm may not be optimal. The driver prohibits passengers from bringing food onto the vehicle, claiming it would sully the interior, though wealth can alter such regulations. Xiyue possesses such wealth. My goodness! Who is this? Does Xiaogu have an elder brother? Even if they are blood relatives, the broadcasting device cannot be transferred, or is it a gift? I am quite flustered. It is evident that only one possibility remains. I refuse. I am clearly following a little fairy. Could it not be the real person? Even the voice has changed. This serious nonsense is undoubtedly Xiyue herself. This is indeed one person portraying an entire family. Where has Lily gone? And the rebellious sister? I am laughing uncontrollably. What should I do if the streamer I follow is toxic? I am anxiously awaiting a response. Before the semi-divine began her live stream, I had already made blind guesses about 7 or 8 personas. Yet I never anticipated she could unveil a new dimension of allure. I even envisioned a dominant lady with a whip, but lo and behold, she has surprised me with her audacity. Are you certain that Xiaogu can embody a dominatrix? I implore you to consider her physique. What if I were not aware of the truth? Someone told me this is a woman, but I certainly do not believe it. Am I the only one who finds Xiyue handsome? The driver, understanding the importance of hospitality, ensured that Xiyue had enough nourishment. The provisions she brought were alien imported food, concentrated yet sufficient for 2 individuals. Although the quantity was modest, it was adequate to satiate their hunger. The sweetness of this food was akin to chocolate, imparting a warm sensation upon consumption. Indeed, indulging in something sweet during melancholic moments can bring comfort. Xiyue's considerate actions endeared her to Zhang Jing, even prompting the shy girl to approach her in gratitude after consuming the food offered. Unfortunately, as she spoke, her words were interspersed with soft sobs. Xiyue refrained from offering consolation. As a gentleman, he could be attentive and thoughtful. Yet it would be inappropriate to exhibit the same delicacy as a woman. Simply watching her weep felt inadequate, so he offered her a handkerchief. The girl replied, "Thank you." Is there still a man who carries a handkerchief these days? Du Ruo chimed in playfully. Why don't you share some of your food with me? Xiyue responded, Are you hungry too? Of course, Du Ruo was not hungry. He simply had a penchant for teasing. He understood that Xiyue was not merely a soft-hearted person, but one who also adhered to his principles despite his kindness towards others. Providing food to Zhang Jing and the others stems from the fact that they were picked up by the bus midway. And one can easily surmise that they are in a state of exhaustion and hunger, having suffered the loss of loved ones. Offering them sustenance would undoubtedly ease their plight. Du Ruo had just emerged from the service area, her stomach satiated. She had no reason to feel hungry. She had already made her presence felt sufficiently, and to continue would come across as somewhat contrived. At that moment, Xiyue, upon encountering Li Ku, remained cautious, as this individual exuded an air of artifice. Among those she had encountered, Li Ku was certainly not one to indulge in theatrics. Even a discerning observer could readily discern his true character. It was then that she reopened her live streaming device. Upon entering the station, Xiyue realized she was standing in an open area, the realm of the deceased illuminated by daylight. Behind her loomed the school's grand entrance, where an elderly guard, adorned with a red armband, vociferously called out to them, "You there, all of you." Turning her head, Xiyue witnessed the old man approaching them with surprising agility. His scrutinizing gaze swept across their faces. "I feel as though I have not seen you before." Xiyue noted a fleeting green glimmer in his pupils as he spoke these words, prompting her to respond softly, "There are so many people at the school. It's impossible to remember everyone. Besides, I am new here." "Ah, indeed, You all possess identification. Those without credentials are not permitted entry. But please do not block the entrance. The old man did not delve further into the matter and urged them to move along. The preparatory bell has rung. I must close the gate. The female student hurriedly squeezed through, not even managing to express her gratitude before the old man abruptly severed half of her form with a single bite. The old man's mouth seemed crafted from rubber, capable of elongating to the ground. In mere moments, he devoured the female student entirely, only to regurgitate her clothing and personal belongings with a guttural sound. One can only imagine that if they had requested the old man to open the door and release them, their fate would likely mirror that of the unfortunate student. Xiyue had sensed trouble brewing. Upon entering the realm of the deceased, it was customary for the spirits to instill fear in their visitors. Thus, prior to the girl's entrance, she had issued a precautionary warning to the newcomers to cover their mouths and remain silent upon encountering anything peculiar. Even those who voluntarily participated in the plan, believing themselves psychologically prepared for the spectral domain, could still be startled by terrifying occurrences. Those unprepared, like the girl named Xiaofan accompanying Zhang Jing, were at high risk of becoming the first casualties when horror struck. The preparatory bell had rung, signaling that class was about to commence. A scream at this moment would inevitably lead to undesirable consequences. Thanks to Xiyue's forewarning, the tourists emitted only muted gasps, avoiding any loud shrieks. However, witnessing one person being consumed by the incomprehensible gatekeeper left each individual with varying degrees of psychological trauma. Such a level of horror was trivial for seasoned veterans who had navigated multiple realms. They remained remarkably composed. In stark contrast, the newcomers were palpably more anxious, as the gatekeeper's sudden transformation was utterly terrifying, devoid of any warning signs. Xiyue glanced around, noting that the campus of Deshi No. 1 High School was quite expansive, featuring basketball courts, football fields, badminton courts, and table tennis tables, all of which occupied considerable space. Ahead stood 3 teaching buildings, while to the left lay 2 dormitories. The library was housed in a separate building, and several other structures across from the football field remained ambiguous in purpose, lacking the signage that identified the functions of the surrounding edifices. The school's perimeter wall was not particularly high, yet signs warning caution: no climbing over the wall. Skipping classes violates school regulations. Offenders will be dealt with severely upon capture were posted at intervals. This explicit admonition within the realm of the undead was essentially a clear indication to visitors that this path was barred. Any defiance of the rules governing the domain of the undead would lead to trouble. Thus, attempting to escape by scaling the wall was futile. Xiyue was inclined to believe that the exit from this realm was either the school gate recently locked by the elder or an alternative gate at the high school. Regardless, leaving this highly enclosed school through the main entrance seemed the most reliable option. It seemed that this domain operated like an amusement park, requiring certain conditions to be met before one could depart. Xiyue stated, I would like to explore a bit first. Zhang Jing inquired, may I accompany you? Of course. Xiyue replied. Xiaofan, naturally, wished to stay with Zhang Jing, while the 2 women who had shared the ride with them expressed their desire to join Xiyue. Du Ruo promptly declared, I will accompany you as well. It appeared that Xiyue's call had resonated with many, as 5 individuals wished to follow him, inadvertently drawing the attention of other visitors. Xiyue remained unperturbed by the probing gazes directed at her. Addressing the matter at hand, I believe it is wise for individuals not to disperse too widely. It ensures greater safety. This was merely a suggestion, and she had no intention of elaborating further. Those who wished to heed her words could do so, while those who did not could disregard them. After speaking, she gestured for a few individuals to come closer. Did you notice that the female student who was just devoured was wearing an identification card? A student ID, found among her belongings at the school gate. Du Ruo interjected. The gatekeeper also mentioned the ID. According to him, only those with identification are permitted entry. Zhang Jing asked, should we not also possess identification? Indeed, it is imperative, came the reply. Du Ruo, possessing an attractive demeanor, drew the attention of the 3 girls with his smile. Among the group, only Xiyue and Du Ruo were seasoned, while the 4 newcomers, though resolved to follow Xiyue, remained quite bewildered. After such analysis, a sense of purpose emerged, instilling direction into their previously frantic hearts, which now resumed a normal rhythm. Having found their anchor, Xiyue inquired, where do you think we might procure identification? The school is vast, and we have no idea where to seek it. Furthermore, the question arises, should we steal or seize it? This query momentarily stumped the group. Xiyue then declared, actually, there is an immediate solution. Please wait a moment. With all eyes upon her, Xiyue approached the school gate. She crouched down and rummaged through a pile of clothing, retrieving a student ID. As she hoisted her backpack and looked up, she noticed the gatekeeper seated on a stool, intently watching her through the glass. She remained unperturbed, reproaching the elderly gentleman with a serious demeanor for littering, with cleaning tools readily available at the entrance. Xiyue swiftly swept up the blood-stained clothing and disposed of it in the trash bin, all the while ignoring the intense gaze fixed upon her. Before departing, she waved goodbye to the doorman. Xiyue remarked, "Next time, please refrain from littering." The old man merely responded with silence, his expression speaking volumes. The bloodstains on her student ID were also cleaned up, and her backpack was nearly untouched by any traces of blood. Holding up these items, Xiyue inquired of the three young ladies, "Does anyone want this?" The photograph depicted a girl, rendering it unsuitable for a male. The three girls exchanged glances, bewildered. Zhang Jing suggested, "Perhaps we should leave this place. The old man is staring at us, and it gives me chills." The doorman thought to himself, "Have you ever seen a half-baked middle school student? How dare you pick things up in front of me?" His irritation was palpable, akin to that of a pufferfish. Meanwhile, laughter erupted among friends as they enthusiastically recommended the charming young lady to each other. One friend, finally with time to join the earthly live stream, messaged, "Is this really the young lady? Are you suffering from gender dysphoria? How could I possibly explain this?" She then wagered 100 crystal coins, asserting she would never mistake this individual for anything but a pure gentleman. In reality, Xiyue was indeed a young woman. She is indeed a young lady. I cannot believe it. The evidence speaks for itself. Disbelief is not an option. What an extraordinary treasure of a streamer this is. As for the scene unfolding at the school gate, it was not appropriate for Xiyue to linger there any longer, and she acquiesced. The curious glances from other visitors towards Xiyue grew increasingly peculiar, with many openly expressing sentiments of self-sabotage. Yet, did Xiyue falter? Not in the slightest. She emerged unscathed, even acquiring a student ID in the process. Nevertheless, the onlookers remained skeptical of her survival, especially with the gatekeeper keeping a watchful eye on her. Should the opportunity arise, the gatekeeper would surely seek to eliminate her. At this hour, suitable hiding spots were scarce, leading Xiyue to ultimately resolve to seek refuge in the library. In fact, the deceased female student bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Fan, even down to her hairstyle. Ultimately, this student ID was entrusted to Xiao Fan, while a few individuals huddled in a corner to rummage through the contents of their backpacks. Among the items, the most valuable was a class schedule, tucked away in the compartment of a pencil case. The specifics of a high school curriculum were of little consequence. What truly mattered was the school's daily routine. Rising at 6 in the morning exercises commenced at 6:15 and lasted until 6:30, followed by self-study from 6:30 to 7:10. Xiao Fan mused, "It is currently 6:40. The library bore a clock that revealed the time within the realm of the departed. It is now the time for morning study. And this schedule appears to be intended for boarding students. Day students merely need to arrive in time for the morning self-study session. Naturally, failing to attend signifies tardiness. A day in the life of a day student concludes at 9 o'clock in the evening, as they are permitted to leave the school following the end of evening study. Conversely, for boarding students, the day wraps up at 9:30, when the dormitory lights are extinguished. Xiyue pondered aloud, "Who among us has attended school?" Xiao Fan raised her hand. In this apocalyptic era, survival is a formidable challenge, and Xiao Fan stands as the sole individual with a background in formal education, which is hardly surprising. Before her safe zone fell, she was in the 8th grade at a school that encompassed 9 grades total, graduating after completing the 9th. The entire safe zone housed but one school. Families not in favorable circumstances would never send their children to study elsewhere. Well, who would have thought, despite your disheveled appearance, you are still a daughter of a wealthy family, remarked Tao Nianjin, her slender eyebrows and pointed chin giving her a rather sharp demeanor. The adage suggests that those with narrow airways are unlikely to possess a broad-minded disposition. Thus, slender eyebrows, narrow-mindedness. Furthermore, with her pointed chin and narrow forehead, another saying follows, implying selfishness. Although Xiao Fan spoke with the intent of addressing the matter at hand without a hint of arrogance, Tao Nianjin's words were barbed and uncomfortable for others to hear. Xiyue reflected that after being entrenched in her own dogmas for so long, it was difficult for her to alter her thought patterns. People inherently empathize with the vulnerable. Xiao Fan, at merely 17 and freshly bereaved, should not be subjected to such sharp remarks. Regardless of one's thoughts, the current situation is trivial, and no one seems to concern themselves with such minor matters. as they hardly qualify as disputes. Even Zhang Jing remained silent, merely furrowing her brow at Tao Nianjun. However, Gu Shili suddenly interjected. Inquiring of Tao Nianjun, did you know her before? Tao Nianjun replied, we were on the same bus. Gu Shili pressed on. Did anything unpleasant occur between you on the bus? Tao Nianjun answered, no. Gu Shili observed, so it seems you simply disfavor Xiaofan. If that is the case, I advise you to refrain from collaborating with her. Tao Nianjun hesitated, it's not that serious. Yet, Gu Shili's expression conveyed the gravity of the matter. As a newcomer, could she afford to offend someone evidently seasoned? She had to concede, I'm just accustomed to speaking this way. Gu Shili stated, then I hope you can amend this habit. As if that were not enough, she continued to scrutinize her. Tao Nianjun replied, all right. Only then did Gu Shili relent and turn to Xiaofan, asking, does your school issue student identification cards? If yours is lost, where would you go to have it replaced? Indeed, Xiaofan's school provided such documentation, and it was of significant importance. The student ID was a slender white card, emblazoned at the top with the bold red characters for student ID, accompanied by a photograph, followed by the name and class, while the reverse bore the inscription, the Academic Affairs Center. One ought to seek out the Academic Affairs Center. However, since one has arrived at the library, and it remains unoccupied at present, it would be prudent to explore for any additional clues within. In truth, they are unable to access the proper repository of books, as the entrance stipulates the necessity of swiping a student ID for entry. Outside the library, there exist numerous valuable items, and Du Rua has discovered the student handbook of De Shuri Gao. Firstly, to ensure the safety of students, no unauthorized individuals from outside the school are permitted entry. Any violators will face serious consequences. To facilitate the smooth operation of school activities, students are encouraged to present their student IDs when approached during inspections. Secondly, punctuality is paramount. No tardiness, no early departures, and no absences are tolerated. Within the teaching area, one must walk softly and speak in hushed tones. Loud noises during class hours are strictly forbidden. Thirdly, attire should be appropriate, simple, and elegant, with a prohibition against outlandish clothing. Zhang Jing remarked, we are dressed this way. Yet the gatekeeper has said nothing. The gatekeeper may only concern themselves with tardiness and early departures, showing indifference towards unconventional attire. This observation came from Fong Lele, who, if we are to speak of peculiar outfits, surely outshines them all. While her clothing is not particularly remarkable, it is her distinctly styled hair, wavy and vibrantly dyed in a myriad of colors, that blatantly contradicts the guidelines outlined in the student handbook. Gu Shili had long since noted the unspoken allure she exuded. Despite her efforts to conceal such an air, one's mannerisms developed over years cannot be altered overnight. Having navigated the fringes of the safety zone for many years, Gu Shili could easily surmise Fong Lele's past with remarkable accuracy. He is indeed a clever individual, one who speaks little yet observes keenly, absorbing everything he sees and hears, quietly taking note of his surroundings. May I borrow your scissors? Fong Lele inquired. Zhang Jing, with a keychain adorning his waist, detached a small pair of scissors and handed them to her. Without hesitation, Fong Lele utilized the reflection in the glass to snip away her long hair. The result of her hasty endeavor resembled a dog's gnawing, undoubtedly inflicting considerable damage to her appearance. However, the dyed portions were gone, leaving her with short black hair that rendered her youthful visage even more pronounced. Gu Shili noted inwardly that she was a woman of remarkable decisiveness. Strange, why is the library door left ajar? A male voice echoed, accompanied by approaching footsteps. Split up and find a way to obtain the student ID. Let us regroup here after class, Gu Shili instructed. With 6 individuals, the target was too conspicuous to conceal. Given that it was class time, any discovery would likely prompt an ID check, and only Xiaofan had the capability to evade scrutiny. Fong Lele quickly followed Gu Shili, understanding that not all needed to part ways. It was merely a strategy to diminish their visibility. Her swift reaction was notable. In truth, everyone regarded Gu Shili as the most reliable, regardless of their experience level, and being in her group was undoubtedly advantageous. The 2 gentlemen, feeling awkward, chose to alter their course, perfectly pairing off into 3 groups of 1 male and 1 female. Gu Shili ventured deeper into the library's first floor, as it was highly probable that a teacher was approaching, and they needed to avoid detection. The corridor stretched on interminably, and should anyone from the outside peep in, they would easily be discovered. Gu Shili's ears pricked up, attentive to the sound, and she discerned that the footsteps were indeed approaching their direction. With a sudden motion, She grasped Fong Lele and pulled her into the adjacent room, gently shutting the door behind them. Squat down. Hide, Gu Shili instructed. Fong Lele nodded, not uttering a sound. As she crouched beneath the computer desk, while Gu Shili concealed herself behind the shelves. The footsteps halted abruptly at the door without pushing it open. Gu Shili recalled that the door had a glass window, allowing a view of the interior without the need to open it. Thus, the person outside was now peering inside. A slight perspiration formed on Gu Shili's palms. She was uncertain whether the outside observer could see Fong Lele's feet. Fortunately, the footsteps soon receded into the distance. Gu Shili remained motionless, and Fong Lele turned her head, noticing Gu Shili still in her position behind the shelves. Initially taken aback, she then hugged herself tightly, striving to curl up and avoid exposing any part of herself beyond the confines of the desk. Suddenly, an unusual sound broke the silence outside, followed by the abrupt return of footsteps that gradually faded away. After a few tense minutes, Gu Shili emerged from her hiding place. Discovering that Fong Lele had become completely stiff with fear, it was Gu Shili who assisted her to stand. Just now, if Fong Lele had risen earlier, she might have been caught in the gaze of those eyes outside at that moment. As the footsteps echoed once more, the intruder had already reached the end of the corridor. Caution. In the realm of the undead, one can never be too careful. This is a printing room. As Gu Shili realized upon entering, indicated by the sign hanging outside, among the 7 or 8 rooms on the first floor of the library. This one was particularly suitable for concealing individuals. The room was cluttered with boxes and paper, as if it had been buried beneath a deluge of ink. How delightful. Suddenly, Gu Shili's voice broke the silence, startling Fong Lele, for she had never seen him so exuberantly animated since their acquaintance. Instinctively, she leaned in to take a closer look and discovered that Gu Shili was holding a recruitment flyer, presumably for teaching positions at the school, along with a filthy, dog-eared notebook titled Meeting Minutes, marked with 2 muddy footprints. Brother Gu is really strict. If someone speaks amiss, he demands an apology. Was that truly a mistake? It was merely a hint of bitterness expressed in a sharp retort. Crucial clues acquired. I can't shake the feeling that Brother Gu is intent on becoming a teacher. Perhaps I am losing my mind. Gu Shili opened the meeting minutes. In truth, the information she had gathered regarding Deceiving, one high school, was scarcely more abundant than that concerning the theme amusement park. Unlike the amusement park, the high school represented a closed realm of spirits. Comparatively, she favored this insular domain with traceable interpersonal dynamics. As her objective transcended mere passage, she sought to obtain the additional prize of a spirit's heart. In terms of the 2 realms that Gu Shili has traversed thus far, the likelihood of successfully navigating the open necromantic domain is considerably higher. This is primarily due to the diminished probability of interaction between visitors and the Overlord within such an expansive space. Is there anyone more perilous than the Overlord throughout the entirety of the necromantic realm? In her previous venture, had she not opted for the City of Torrential Rain attraction, she might have missed encountering the Overlord altogether, thereby foregoing the chance to acquire a necromantic heart. The allure of the necromantic heart is overwhelming. Previously, Gu Shili's deceptions were effective solely against inanimate objects, unable to transform energy into a direct offensive capability. Thus, her predicament upon entering the old mansion was fraught with peril. While in the theme park, she could expend energy to immobilize the undead, and after obtaining Duanmu's necromantic heart, the energy she accumulated could now be harnessed for her own benefit. This explains the creation of her counterfeit Adam's apple. In the enclosed necromantic realm, the information she could glean was limited to mere fragments. The tidbits Gu Shili managed to acquire included: Deshir Yizhong is seeking to hire a teacher, with a preference for male candidates, and Deshir Yizhong encountered an incident. Fortunately, the new teacher has yet to arrive, and he is indeed quite fortunate. Most crucially, during a casual exchange with a driver, she overheard a pivotal remark: a school is a closed environment, comprising only teachers and students. Being a teacher is certainly preferable to being a student. For the sake of this statement, Gu Shili expended a considerable amount of precious crystal coins, feeling a pang of regret akin to the pain of severing flesh, for to squander it would be an affront to her sacrifice. Gu Shili aspired to replace the newly appointed teacher at Deshi No. 1 High School. To achieve this, it was imperative that she assumed a male identity. Even if this endeavor were to falter, it would still prove advantageous for her to accumulate energy as long as those around her perceived her as male. She would garner some energy. Could there be a more fortuitous circumstance? Indeed, this was made possible through the utilization of the heart of the undead on 2 occasions. which relaxed various constraints on her innate abilities, thus bestowing upon her certain privileges. Every week, Deshi No. 1 High School convened meetings. Not all faculty members were entitled to participate. Typically, several departments would gather, namely, the Academic Affairs Office, the Educational Science Office, and the General Affairs Office, among others. The grade directors would be in attendance, and the minutes of the meeting were meticulously recorded. However, aside from familiarizing oneself with the key personnel within the school, most of the preceding discussions bore little relevance to outsiders. Xiyue promptly flipped to the final portion, where she finally unearthed the information she sought regarding the new male teacher. The meeting minutes indicated that a new teacher would be joining the school, and in an effort to ensure the new faculty member felt the warmth of the collective, it was requested that the logistics office prepare the teacher's personal belongings and deliver them to the second-year grade director by the upcoming Monday. Essentially, this was the gist of the matter. The meeting took place on May 6th, with the calendar marking May 14th. Notably, May 13th fell on a Monday. Why such emphasis on the new teacher? This was due to the fact that he was a connection of higher authorities who had heard of the staffing deficiencies at Deshi No. 1 High School, resulting in his direct transfer without the necessity of an interview, having merely submitted his resume. The arrival of such an unexpected connection differs significantly from the original intent of recruiting at Deshi High School. However, for Xiyue, there is but one crucial point. No one at this school has ever seen the new teacher. What good is a photograph? The disparity between the actual person and their image can be quite vast. From the meeting minutes, Xiyue gleaned the name and basic information about this male educator. She meticulously reviewed the meeting records, committing to memory the name of the sophomore grade director, along with some key figures within the school. Fortuitously, she also discovered several safety evacuation plans for the teaching buildings, which could serve as a partial map of the campus. With only 8 minutes remaining before the end of the morning self-study session, Xiyue declared, "I must make a trip to the teaching building." Fang Lele responded, "Now?" "Indeed." "Right now," Xiyue affirmed. This timing was opportune for her to discreetly retrieve the items prepared for the newly arrived male teacher. She advised Fang Lele to remain hidden while she opened the door to the printing room and deftly climbed through the adjacent window, leading her to the library building. The teaching complex comprises 3 buildings, conveniently numbered First Teaching Building, Second Teaching Building, and Third Teaching Building for ease of identification. Closest to the library stands the First Teaching Building, which houses the classrooms for both the sophomore and junior grades. According to the meeting notes, to allow the senior students to dedicate more time to their studies without the delays of ascending and descending the stairs, each cohort of seniors occupies the classrooms on the first, second, and third floors of the First Teaching Building. Adjacent to it lies the library, with the cafeteria situated behind, making everything remarkably convenient. In the high school, students from the second year occupy the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors, with the office of the grade director situated on the 4th floor. The building's staircase boasts 3 entrances, allowing Xiyue to navigate without much difficulty as long as she remains cautious. Should she encounter anyone, she plans to assert that she is a newly arrived teacher. Although 2 outcomes could arise from this assertion. One possibility is that the individual may not recognize her due to the absence of identification. The other is that they might acknowledge her, but the likelihood of honesty in such a situation is slim. Xiyue instinctively feels that within this realm, identification is the sole proof of one's identity, and it likely serves as a crucial condition for the existence of malevolent spirits. Mere words are futile. Without identification, one is simply without proof. Although this is speculation, analyzing the school regulations suggests that without proper credentials, a spirit might not heed a visitor's words at all. As she made her way, she encountered no unusual events. Upon entering the teacher's lounge, just as the bell signaling the end of class rang, she was surprised to find a teacher still present. It is noteworthy that the official start time for teachers is 7:50. She had intended to gather her belongings and depart, not expecting to meet anyone. "What brings you here?" the teacher inquired. "Hello, I am Xiyue." She replied with a smile. "I am a new teacher, and the principal asked me to find Director Gong." Her demeanor exhibited no signs of deceit. "Oh, come with me." To her astonishment, the director was also present. "Is it necessary to be so dedicated to one's position?" The enthusiastic male teacher guided Xiyue to the door of the director's office and even knocked gently. "Please, come in." "Durua, where is Gushanen?" Everyone arrived punctually at the designated location, except for Gushanen, leaving Fang Lele to come alone. This seemed to herald ill tidings. Yet Durua did not perceive any calamity befalling Gushanen, Her instinct suggested he could not be so feeble. To perish upon merely entering the realm of the deceased would reflect poorly on her judgment, as she held a favorable opinion of Gu Shanan. It was evident that he had rushed out before class concluded. Those who understood the situation recognized that the interval between classes offered a rare moment of safety for the tourists, as students vacated their classrooms, rendering the tourists less conspicuous. Gu Shanan's actions, however, were exceedingly perilous. Fang Lele herself was oblivious to the purpose of Gu Shanan's departure. He had not afforded her the opportunity to inquire, and she, being astute, refrained from asking. Du Rua declared, "I shall wait for him for 5 minutes." 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. Were it not for Gu Shili's presence, Du Rua would never have associated with novices, yet she found herself leading them outside, her heart laden with frustration. To her surprise, upon reaching the library entrance, she spotted Gu Shili being surrounded by several teachers, making his way towards them. Student identification cards could be worn prominently on the chest, while classroom passes featured a small clip that could be affixed to the pocket of one's attire, hanging prominently around their necks. The teacher certificates unmistakably identified the individuals as Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li, or Mr. Bai. Each credential detailed the grade level they taught, while Gu Shanan, with a bright smile, was easily recognizable among them, his own certificate reading, Grade 11, Hua Hui, while the specific name held little significance. What mattered was that the fellow educators affectionately referred to him as Teacher Hua, and Gu Shanan appeared to be quite familiar with this group. Gu Shili soon spotted Du Rua and the others, informing the teachers nearby. "You may go ahead. I shall join you shortly," one of the teachers advised. "Just keep going straight, and you'll reach the cafeteria. To be careful not to take a wrong turn." The school boasted a staff cafeteria that offered complimentary meals, unlike the student window, which required enduring lengthy queues. "Understood," Gu Shili replied, the exchange resonating clearly for all to hear. Zhang Jing whispered, "I was contemplating how to borrow a student ID for myself. It hardly took any time, and he's already blended in as a teacher. Truly impressive. You all are quite remarkable." Du Rua interjected, "You speak nonsense. Please refrain from using you all. This has nothing to do with being seasoned or not. By all accounts, he lacks the necessary skills." Gu Shanan, "This individual is genuinely exceptional." At that moment, Gu Shili approached, exuding an aura of charisma that seemed to elevate him to towering heights, sparkling in the eyes of the ladies around him. The three newcomers chimed in, "He is simply too handsome." Gu Shili continued, "I've located the Academic Affairs Center. Shall we proceed there now?" Meanwhile, Director Gong of the Grade 11 team was left bewildered, pondering if anyone had informed him that new teachers would be reporting today. "No one. Director Gong. The photo bears no resemblance to the person. It seems that some surgical alterations have been made, and it would be inappropriate to inquire further about that matter." After a 5-minute conversation, Director Gong, "So this is the new colleague, Hua Hui. What more is there to doubt?" "Ha ha ha ha. I have perfectly captured Director Gong's inner journey." The moment Brother Gu walked towards the light, oh dear, it was a feeling of infatuation. The student ID is still nowhere to be seen, and this person has actually obtained a teaching certificate? Streaming live and teaching online, surely I must have stumbled upon a fake horror broadcast. I can never predict Brother Gu's actions. It leaves me utterly astounded. At Xiyue High School, obtaining the student ID was an urgent matter, thus it was imperative to go at once. The Academic Affairs Center is adjacent to the football field. Xiyue High School is quite spacious. One must descend 180 steps from the library to reach the football field, though the steps are not particularly steep. If one is tall, it is quite easy to take 2 steps at a time. Du Rua, what about your teaching qualification? Du Rua, what if the new teacher has already arrived? Gu Shili, there's a 50% chance. To gain something, one must take a bit of a risk. In truth, Gu Shili was well aware of whether the new teacher had reported for duty. She came here specifically to become a teacher. This was a form of deception, albeit a minor one, as even if the energy gained was minimal, a lie could not go unspoken. As it turned out, Gu Shili's gamble paid off. Du Rua refrained from probing further, such as inquiring how she had become so familiar with a group of teachers in such a short span of time. She had initially intended to stealthily procure documents from the office, but subsequently encountered unforeseen circumstances that she did not divulge. All present were seasoned veterans, having traversed the realms of the departed, who among them lacked a few secrets. There was an unspoken understanding to avoid delving too deeply. Nevertheless, Du Rua was acutely aware that accomplishing this task was far from the effortless endeavor that Gu Shili had portrayed. Even the slightest misstep could lead to disaster. Should Xiyue's facade as a new teacher be uncovered, the repercussions for her would undoubtedly be dire. At present, the advantages Xiyue had secured were indeed enviable. At the very least, the four without identification felt utterly out of place at Deshi High, devoid of any sense of security, treading carefully and perpetually on guard. Although numerous students provided a semblance of cover, there remained the risk of drawing attention, particularly if a teacher were to suddenly approach and demand to inspect their student IDs. What could they possibly present for inspection? At this hour, the football field was nearly deserted, as everyone was preoccupied with breakfast. The Academic Affairs Center, marked by a prominent sign, stood adjacent to the sports equipment room, both of which were currently unoccupied and locked. Affixed to the wall was a sheet of A4 paper detailing the procedure for replacing a lost student ID. 1. In the event of a lost student ID, one must first report it to the Academic Affairs Center. 2. Present a signed statement from the homeroom teacher to the Academic Affairs Center to obtain a new ID, accompanied by a processing fee of 20 yuan. 3. Proactively request a temporary identification certificate from the staff at the Academic Affairs Center. 4. Collect the new documents from the Academic Affairs Center after 2 working days. The office hours of the Academic Affairs Center are from 8 to 12 o'clock and 14 to 17:30. Initially, it was contemplated to obtain a new student ID at the Academic Affairs Center, but it appears that reissuing it is not feasible. Even though Xiyue possesses a teacher certificate, she is not the homeroom teacher. Fortunately, reissuing documents is not conducted on a first-come, first-served basis, so it is likely that there are student IDs that have already been processed but remain uncollected within the center. Zhang Jing straightened a thin wire that was entangled with the keychain and inquired, "I can pick locks. Will this door open?" Du Ruo responded, "It should." This sounded rather dubious. Xiyue nodded, granting Zhang Jing the courage to proceed. It was not in line with Xiyue's character to possess lock-picking skills. Even if Zhang Jing were incapable, she would have to devise another strategy. Now that Zhang Jing could pick the lock, it certainly simplified matters. With a click, the door swung open. At that moment, 4 individuals entered from outside, and their presence did not seem to astonish Xiyue and her companions. They had likely noticed their approach earlier. Whether they had intentionally followed them remains uncertain. In total, there were 16 visitors entering the realm of the deceased, marking the largest group Xiyue had encountered thus far. The division into groups at the school gate had already hinted at this, with 6 individuals in their group, alongside 4 groups of 4 and 2. Among them, 6 claimed to be newcomers, 4 of whom were from Xiyue's team. Standing at the entrance, Xiyue permitted Du Ruo and the others to enter, while she barred the subsequent 4 visitors from entering. First come, first served. One keen-eyed individual noticed the teaching certificate pinned to her chest. You. In that fleeting moment, a glint of greed, jealousy, and envy flickered in the visitor's eyes. Xiyue had already anticipated that he might attempt to seize the teaching certificate. After all, one could not guarantee that all tourists entering the realm of the undead possessed sufficient cleverness. However, this was not a fool. The expression he ultimately wore was one of caution, as he stepped back along with his companions. "The door is yours to open. You go first." Xiyue responded in kind, "Hurry up." After all, this was not a place to linger. The 5 individuals rummaged through the room for 2 minutes before emerging. Du Ruo gave a slight nod to Xiyue, indicating that each had found a usable student ID. In truth, Du Ruo had still attempted to locate a teaching certificate among the items, but to no avail. The differing materials of the 2 types of certificates suggested they did not originate from the same source, and it was likely that the Academic Affairs Center did not oversee the production of teaching certificates. Therefore, he felt little regret in not finding one. The 4 tourists waiting at the entrance, noting their swift pace, breathed a sigh of relief and hurried inside. "What shall we do now?" Zhang Jing inquired. "We are going to have breakfast," Xiyue replied. Having departed from the service area at dusk the previous day, it was now the morning of the second day. Few had managed to get a good night's sleep, and their physical strength had significantly waned, necessitating sustenance. The 4 tourists emerged from the Academic Affairs Center, each sporting a student ID around their necks. The 10 of them now stood on the plastic track beside the football field when a thunderous sound resonated from the sky. Distant yet near, reminiscent of the rumble of thunder. Xiyue, running alone cannot guarantee longevity, for misfortune may descend upon one unexpectedly. The sound grew increasingly near and deafening. Large stones fell from the sky at an alarming speed, crashing into the school, shattering the surrounding walls. Some fragmented into fist-sized debris that struck the steps, while others plummeted directly onto the soccer field, creating immense craters that echoed thunderously. Xiyue was the fastest, having already escaped the range of the falling stones. Du Rua, however, was unfortunate enough to be struck on the left foot by a small rock, tumbling to the ground. His face turned pale as he cried out, "Brother Gu." A jolt ran through Xiyue, an inexplicable sensation as if something intangible had been taken from her by Du Rua. Upon reflection, she realized it was merely a fleeting feeling, elusive and difficult to grasp. Yet, she trusted her instincts, even if such an inexplicable thought arose. At that moment, the situation was dire, leaving no time for contemplation. Xiyue swiftly grasped Zhang Jing's arm, pulling him aside to avoid the clods of mud descending from above. Despite their muddy appearance, falling objects gained speed. Even an egg dropped from the 20th floor could be lethal, let alone a clump of mud mixed with small stones. Zhang Jing narrowly escaped disaster, his gaze fixated on the crater formed by the mud, unable to resist the urge to touch his own head, reassuring himself. It certainly couldn't be harder than the bluestone steps. Xiyue urged, "You go help Du Rua." Zhang Jing exclaimed. What? The rain of stones had lessened. Yet when Xiyue dashed back into the fray, Zhang Jing was stunned. After all, danger still loomed, and rescuing someone could very well cost him his own safety. At this moment, Xiyue's charm became vividly apparent. He sprinted with remarkable speed, deftly avoiding the falling stones, his leaping ability nothing short of extraordinary, a true embodiment of masculinity. Had the situation not been so dire, this would have been a spectacular solo performance. However, Xiyue did not appear as at ease as others might have perceived. He swiftly pulled the cowering Fang Lele from the corner, wrapping his arms around Tao Ninjin's waist, cradling her in his embrace, her grip around his neck unyielding. At that moment, Xiyue had exhausted every ounce of his strength. If not for the constriction around his neck, the bulging veins would have betrayed his physical limitations. Carrying two nearly incapacitated young women proved to be an arduous task. Yet, Xiao Fan truly found herself at a loss. She was lagging far behind. Having fallen victim to the advancing four tourists, the second wave of boulders was already descending, while smaller stones might not prove fatal unless they struck critical areas. The larger rocks could reduce a person to mere pulp. Tears streamed down Tao Ninjin's face, a testament to her agony, having been struck in the abdomen by a stone. Blood spewing forth amidst her cries. Fang Lele clutched Xiyue's sleeve tightly, her mind unraveling. Tears flowing freely, a reaction born not only of fear but also of the madness induced by the chaos on the football field. The second wave of calamity concluded far more swiftly than the first, abruptly halting without the incessant barrage of smaller stones. Xiyue's countenance darkened as he confirmed that no further ominous sounds lingered in the sky. He hastened down the steps. All returned to tranquility. The football field, recently ravaged by natural disaster, swiftly restored itself. The stones vanished, and the depressions caused by them faded away, rendering the recent calamities akin to mere phantasmagoria. If not for the lingering pain, it felt as though one had merely been dreaming. Xiyue's body bore its share of abrasions. Yet as she drifted in this boundless reverie, remarkably, her wounds began to heal significantly. This must be an illusion, she reassured herself. Indeed, her injuries entirely vanished. Even the rips in her trousers were gone. However, the wounds of others remained, as if only Xiyue's had evaporated into thin air. She crouched down to embrace Xiao Fan, who had been struck in the chest by a stone, leaving her ribcage concaved, barely clinging to life. 4 tourists had been present. Now only 3 remained. The freshly restored plastic ground bore traces of blood where one unfortunate soul had been directly hit by a boulder. Such grievous injuries would be fatal on the spot. With the stone's disappearance, the body vanished as well, leaving no trace of the deceased. While the survivors still held a glimmer of hope, Xiyue softly murmured to the person in her arms, "What you just experienced was but an illusion. Being struck by the stone was not real. If you believe it is all a fabrication, you will endure." Xiao Fan wept, "But it hurts so much. How could such pain be anything but real?" Zhang Jing held Tao Ninjin, while Fang Lele supported Du Rua as they approached. Observing Tao Ninjin's dire condition, Xiyue instructed the 2 young women to lie on the plastic turf, allowing them to cling tightly to her hands. "Trust me, your wounds are but illusions. The stones have vanished, and everything has returned to its original state. If only you could extricate yourselves from this delusion, your injuries would also cease to exist." Xiyue compelled the 2 gravely injured young women to listen to her. "I too bear scratches upon my hands. See, the wounds have already vanished. Illusions can deceive your senses. Thus the pain you currently experience is merely a fabrication." Tao Ninjin interjected, "But, there is no but," Xiyue replied firmly. "We are in the realm of the departed, where nothing is impossible." You are merely blinded by your senses. Trust me. Close your eyes, think of nothing, and assure yourself that all of this is a falsehood, that you are not injured at all. Tao Yinjin, overwhelmed by pain and drenched in cold sweat, clung tightly to Gu Shili's hand. From the warmth of his grasp emanated the possibility of survival. She believed in him and in her own capacity to endure. Taking a deep breath, she shut her eyes and whispered to herself, I am unhurt. It is all a fabrication. Gradually, the pain began to dissipate. The concave area of her abdomen visibly swelled, and her tattered clothing restored itself to its former state. Tao Yinjin caressed her belly, tears streaming down her face as laughter mingled with her cries. However, Xiao Fan's face grew increasingly pale. She could scarcely concentrate, unable even to grasp Gu Shili's hand. This world was terrifying. Gu Shili understood that she would not survive. Thank you, Brother Zhang. I apologize, Brother Gu. Little Fan's tears flowed incessantly, her eyes wide and vacant as she gazed into the void, ultimately murmuring, Mom and Dad are here to take me away. Tao Yin's injuries had completely healed, leaving no trace of her wounds. Little Fan had drawn her last breath. If you believe it to be true, then it is indeed true. Du Rua's legs were fully recovered, capable of leaping and dancing, and the 3 tourists were all intact. This is not difficult. As long as you possess the courage to survive, as long as you still wish to live. In truth, there was no deep connection. It is hard to articulate just how painful it feels, yet it is profoundly melancholic. Gu Shili looked into the void, a gentle sigh escaping his heart. May death grant you eternal peace, and may you truly be reunited with your family. Was there a landslide? I have made an observation. Du Rua has consistently referred to Brother Gu as brother but has never called him brother directly. Do you think his sudden address of him as Brother Gu holds any significance? I will search the big data for Du Rua's live stream. The boyfriend power is maxed out. Brother Gu, hold me, hold me. Du Rua is incredibly fortunate. The stones seem to avoid him as if they have eyes. Saving a life is greater than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. Brother Gu's energy bar is surging. Are you certain the surge in energy is due to Brother Gu saving someone? Clearly. It's because his demeanor in the wind and rain is simply too handsome. Brown dog squeals. Brother, look at me. Let go of that Fong Lele. Allow me to take over. How has Brother Gu's injury healed? I find myself bewildered by the notion of death. The corporeal remains have vanished. And it seems implausible that this could merely be an illusion. The interplay of illusion and reality has left me utterly confounded. What peculiar mechanisms govern this realm of the departed? Even as a seasoned observer, I am rendered speechless. Last night, a tremor shook Chongning, Sichuan province, and the city of Pingxi experienced minor aftershocks. Fortunately, as I reside on a lower floor, the effects were scarcely perceptible. I fervently hope that the toll does not escalate further and that the rescue personnel return safely. In the domain of Deshi High, the bodies of the deceased have inexplicably vanished, their wounds entirely healed, even the tattered garments restored to their former state, leaving only the exhaustion etched upon the faces of the survivors. The 3 fortunate souls who escaped approached Gu Shili to express their gratitude. After all, she had raised her voice in warning before the stones fell, and she did not shy away from discussing the illusions that plagued them. Among them was one gravely injured. Yet miraculously, their life was spared. These individuals are not novices. They have at least traversed one realm of the departed, their resolve far surpassing that of newcomers. Xiao Fan's demise can be attributed, on one hand, to the sudden upheaval and a lack of fervent will to survive, and on the other, to an absence of true exposure to the bizarre nature of the realm of the departed, rendering them incapable of comprehending that such vivid sensations of pain could indeed be mere illusions. Having been in Deshi High for less than 2 hours, there are already confirmed reports of 2 fatalities, while the conditions of the other 2 teams remain utterly unknown. Newcomers are understandably shaken by this harrowing reality. Tao Yinjin has finally stifled her tears, her voice trembling as she lamented, I have exhausted all 3 of my shields. Tao Yinjin and Fong Lele both willingly enrolled in the program, entering the initial realm. They were granted shields capable of withstanding 3 assaults. Tao Yinjin, however, stood unprotected beneath the deluge of falling stones, and it was entirely reasonable for all 3 shields to shatter, leaving her injured in the abdomen. Given the dense barrage at that moment, Fong Lele, displaying her intelligence, sought refuge in a corner. Yet, should she be struck by a boulder, even an abundance of shields would prove futile. As for the shield, Gu Shili now regarded it with a sense of disdain, finding it exceedingly impractical. To fixate on the shields of newcomers was a sign of utter lack of ambition, one destined to falter on this perilous path, exemplified by Li Ku. Gu Shili, are you weary from crying? Tao Yinjin, A little. Gu Shili, hurry and buy something to eat. Tao Yinjin, all right. Despite his tone being rather neutral and lacking warmth, Tao Yinjin felt a sense of solace, her tears ceasing. Fang Lele had already wiped her face clean, though her eyes remained slightly swollen. In a while, the signs of her earlier distress would be imperceptible. She approached the card reader, eager to check her balance. Gu Shili turned and headed toward the faculty dining hall, which, while considerably smaller than the student cafeteria, offered a much quieter ambience. To her delight, breakfast included steamed buns, alongside soy milk, fried dough sticks, and sesame balls, among other offerings. The selection was quite ample, with freshly cooked noodles available as well. She resolved to arrive early the following day. The fact that the meat buns had sold out was a testament to their delectable nature. Lost in her daydreams of meat buns, Gu Shili finished a fried dough stick and downed a bowl of soy milk. The teacher's cafeteria had a strict policy prohibiting the removal of any food from the premises, even if Gu Shili wished to discreetly carry some complimentary sustenance with her. It was simply unfeasible. Upon exiting the cafeteria, she found several teammates engaged in a discussion about how to allocate the funds on their cards. If they were to stay for just a day or two, the amount should suffice. The card with the most money was originally intended for Xiaofan, while the next in line held a mere 23 yuan. With buns priced at 1 yuan each, the least expensive meal during lunch cost 4 yuan and 50 cents. However, these financial matters paled in comparison to the urgency of their situation. Class was about to commence, and they needed to determine a hiding place. Ultimately, they resolved to seek refuge in the library, as they were already accustomed to its layout and would know where to flee should any unforeseen events arise. Zhang Jing, affected by Xiaofan's death, spoke in a somber tone. Was the recent landslide caused by the presence of 10 individuals on the football field? After all, nothing unusual had occurred during the 6 of us being together, and it is not impossible that the number of people present could be a determining factor in triggering events within this realm. Gu Shili replied, was that truly a landslide? I had previously been deployed for urban safety initiatives, specifically working on landslide mitigation projects. Our safety zone is adjacent to a towering mountain. It only takes a few days of continuous rain for a landslide to occur, devastating homes and resulting in casualties. Zhang Jing organized his thoughts and continued, outside the school, there is nothing but white mist. However, upon reaching the edge of the football field, one can still glimpse a hint of the outside world. Adjacent to us lies a mountainous terrain, and those stones that had just fallen originated from that very slope. I suspect it must be a landslide. Is there something wrong with what I've said? In the realm of the undead, any terrifying event is conceivable. Most individuals focus solely on survival after the occurrence of such incidents, while rare are those like Zhang Jing who ponder the mechanisms behind these occurrences and their underlying principles. Gu Shili patted him on the shoulder. You're quite remarkable. Keep it up. The preparatory bell had already rung, and the next chime would signal the commencement of classes. Durua. Gu Shili tapped his fingers on the desk. We are all men here. Let us speak frankly. I sense something amiss with you. Did you just employ your innate ability against me? Durua looked astonished. You actually noticed? Gu Shili cast him a sidelong glance, his gaze gradually losing warmth. Only those with exceptional sensitivity would realize they had been subjected to borrowed fortune. I had thought such individuals did not exist. What is fortune, then? To Gu Shili, it encompassed destiny, luck, and fate. He had heard it said that each person's destiny is preordained. Some are born into privilege, enjoying the wealth accumulated by their ancestors, experiencing fortune amidst adversity, and navigating life's journey with ease, while others are destined for misfortune, devoid of kinship or companionship, enduring a life of relentless poverty and unending calamity. Both extremes are remarkably pronounced. Most individuals experience occasional strokes of good fortune or misfortune, which encapsulates the essence of one's current luck. The notion of exchanging destinies, transferring one's ill fate to another while retaining the good fortune for oneself, is unattainable for Du Rua. His ability to borrow luck merely taps into another's present fortune, entirely independent of their destiny. Du Rua states, my innate ability is luck borrowing, but it is limited. I can only borrow a small portion, and it will not hinder you in any significant way. More accurately, it could be described as benefiting from another's fortune. Rather than exchanging luck, I swear it will not cause you any harm. Gu Shili, surprised by the sudden address of brother, inquires whether this is a condition of his luck borrowing. Du Rua, with a wry smile, acknowledges, you are rather perceptive. Gu Shili counters, it is not mere perception. After all, my innate ability is wisdom, and it is only natural to discern the discrepancies in your unusual behavior. Wisdom? Rua squints so. Were you just trying to deceive me? You didn't truly sense the borrowing of luck, did you? Caught off guard, Rua nearly retreats into silence. Turning to the three newcomers, he asks, do you possess any innate talents? Now is the time for transparency. Enhancing our mutual understanding will facilitate our efforts to escape this realm of the deceased. Contrary to his spoken words, Rua's gaze could undeniably be construed as threatening. Speak swiftly. Despite the comfort offered by Gushan in sharing his innate ability, the two seasoned individuals had already revealed their talents. The newcomers could not remain passive listeners. Zhang Jing shook his head, while Feng Lele, with a look of envy, also declined to respond. Tao Yinjin, I possess a gifted talent, yet it seems rather futile. Rua, what talent do you speak of? Tao Yinjin, I have a talent for drawing. Rua, like the legendary Ma Yang? If only I had such extraordinary abilities, Tao Yinjin chuckled bitterly. Alas, it is merely a talent for drawing. No matter how lifelike my creations may be, they cannot manifest into reality. It is rather useless. As she spoke, she retrieved a pencil from her pocket and swiftly sketched upon her palm, astonishingly producing a colorful image in mere seconds. It was a miniature portrait of Gushili, so vividly rendered that she felt it portrayed her as more handsome and alluring than her own reflection in the mirror. Gushili was certain that his smile was not nearly as warm as the likeness depicted. This talent must be genuine. After all, how could an ordinary pencil create such vibrant art? Yet, it appeared to be an utterly impractical gift. Gushili remarked, there is no truly useless ability. You simply have yet to discover its proper application. Tao Yinjin paused, tightening her fist behind her back, clutching the portrait she had drawn. She had recognized this talent from a young age, yet in a world ravaged by catastrophe, there was no need for artists. Everyone aware of her gift lamented her plight. Having been fortunate enough to awaken a talent, why could she not have been granted a more advantageous one? Why was she left with this seemingly trifling ability? This very talent had even brought her considerable trouble. Rua, perceiving her unspoken thoughts, stepped forward as well. Gushili stated plainly, if you do not clarify your intentions, there is no need for us to maintain even a temporary alliance. Even appreciating his decisiveness, Rua remarked, my talent lies in borrowing luck. To put it plainly, my recent actions were merely opportunistic and do not truly reflect the utilization of my innate abilities. Genuine luck borrowing can be categorized into three types: borrowing from others, borrowing from oneself, and borrowing from the heavens. Each talent comes with its own constraints, and mine is particularly laden with restrictions. The most irksome being the principle of borrowing and returning. It is imperative to repay what is borrowed, and furthermore, to pay interest. The few attempts I made at borrowing luck were excruciating, leaving me quite battered. Gushili believed her, not because he had faith in her character, but because he recognized that her talent indeed bore numerous limitations. Rua continued, when I called you brother, it was an attempt to bridge the gap between us, to share in your fortune. You had already escaped peril, and I hoped to bask in your good fortune, to also elude disaster. To my surprise, even a mere touch of your luck elevated me. While I can borrow luck, I cannot discern the fortune of others. Yet, merely tapping into your fortune left me unscathed, revealing that Brother Gu is indeed favored by auspicious winds, his luck shining brightly. Thus, even if she were to divulge the intricacies of her talent, Rua was reluctant to part ways with someone so fortunate. Her presence in the casino was that of a seeker of good luck. Being in the company of those blessed with fortune would yield greater results while minimizing risks. Now that she had encountered such an individual in the same realm, she was determined to solidify their temporary partnership. Rua added, I am not merely riding on your coattails. This marks the fifth spirit realm I have entered. I will not be a burden. I can undoubtedly be of assistance. Gushili, I understand. Is that all? Such a frigid demeanor, without even a mention of whether the vessel of our friendship can continue to sail forth. After expending so much breath, Rua has retreated into silence. Gushili departed from the library and made her way to the football field. She found herself mulling over Rua's words. The strange sensation had arrived too swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting stroke of luck, leaving no significant impact on her. After all, if one could truly exchange fortune for life, such a talent would be exceedingly extraordinary. Moreover, even if Rua were distanced, if you genuinely possess the ability to barter luck for life, removing him would be futile. It would be wiser to keep him close and observe. Besides, Gushili was reluctant to forego the energy he provided, as he was currently an abundant source of vitality. Divided in focus, Gushili scrutinized the wall on one side of the football field. A mere glance revealed signs of recent restoration, indicating that a landslide had likely occurred at Deceive Gao in the past. This streamer possesses the talent of borrowing luck to draw luck from others. He must seek their auspiciousness, hence he has not genuinely borrowed Xiyue's fortune. I stumbled upon past footage of him attempting to borrow luck from a fellow competitor, only for that individual to fall into misfortune, nearly leading to his own demise. Quite pitiful, indeed. Though he has not borrowed Xiyue's good fortune, I still feel compelled to report his attempt to bask in Xiyue's glory. He called me Gu, and since then, he has not suffered any further injuries. Such is the luck of my Gu. A raised thumb signifies approval. The atmosphere is filled with vibrant energy, reminiscent of a flourishing moment. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Observe that charming smile on the gentleman's face. I, a male, admire him. Awaken, everyone. Do you still recall the true gender of the host? Indeed, Gu is undoubtedly a man. What does true gender even mean? The host has obscured their name with asterisks, leaving us uncertain about their identity. That notion is rather precarious. I surmise that discussions surrounding schools often revolve around a central theme: campus violence. My knowledge of earthly school life is quite extensive. It cannot be termed research. I am merely a native of this planet and possess a wealth of information. A normal individual could not possibly appear silently in such proximity to her. The bald man is akin to a specter, and before such apparitions, she refuses to show any signs of weakness. Panic is the chink in one's armor. Once fear is revealed, defeat is inevitable. The bald man approaches her. Classmate, it is currently class time. What are you doing there? Upon hearing his reprimand, Xiyue did not flee, but instead stepped closer, smiling as she responded, You are mistaken. I am not a student. I am the new teacher today. You must be the director of the school, correct? The bald man cast a swift glance at Xiyue's teacher's certificate, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. A teacher? Everyone in the school possesses an identification card, including the bald man, who happens to be the school's director of education. As Xiyue passed by the first teaching building, she noticed a glass-walled room at the end of the corridor, which served as his office. From this vantage point, one could monitor the school gate, the 3 teaching buildings, and the path to the football field. At that moment, Xiyue thought the location of this office was simply exquisite, only to be confronted by its occupant. It was possible that this very director had been the one to catch them outside the printing room. Director Bai's eyes darted around as he queried, What are you doing here during class time? There is no class of mine. Xiyue, with a warm smile, leaned closer, responding, I'm just wandering about to familiarize myself with our school. The principal mentioned you are the most enthusiastic person here, and that I could consult you about anything unclear. Could you tell me what those 2 buildings are used for? Director Bai's gaze lifted, his eyes swelling with a dark, unsettling tension. His face, pale and marked with red veins, faced her, emanating an eerie aura. In broad daylight, Xiyue felt an inexplicable chill creeping behind her. Was this scene terrifying? Undoubtedly so. And it hinted at something amiss with Director Bai. A normal person would maintain a considerable distance. Yet, Xiyue feigned ignorance, calling out to him again. Director Bai. Director Bai? Why are you silent? Director Bai. Is this fellow blind? Xiyue still called out to him. Director Bai? Director Bai stared at her for a long moment, his eyes flickering back to normal, and he reluctantly replied, That is the faculty apartment building. Xiyue. Oh. After Director Bai finished speaking, he turned and walked away. Xiyue gazed at his retreating figure for a few seconds before quickening her pace to walk alongside him. Director Bai, what are you doing? Knowing that Director Bai was currently unable to do anything to her, Xiyue was not afraid at all. She politely remarked, I just want to follow you around, and if I have any questions, I can ask you. Director Bai. Director Bai found himself at a loss with her. Am I no longer frightening? In the vast campus, with not a soul in sight, Director Bai seemed to be meandering, circling the basketball court, then wandering around the dormitory building, and finally making his way to the library. Xiyue's footsteps were heavy, and she kept chatting away with Director Bai along the way. Anyone hiding in these areas would become alert at the sound and ensure they remained concealed, never allowing Director Bai to catch them in the act. Director Bai realized this too. His gaze on Xiyue was almost ghostly, yet Xiyue appeared oblivious, gradually causing Director Bai's face to flush with frustration, while Xiyue's smile remained unchanged. He stopped wandering and headed to the first teaching building. Xiyue followed him, reasoning that the first teaching building should harbor no hidden presence, as there was no feasible place for concealment. She was determined to ascertain the true nature of Director Bai. The exit to this realm of spirits was presumably the school gate, the sole access point for entering and exiting the premises. Logically, The gate would open at the end of the school day, allowing visitors to depart from this ethereal domain. All that the visitors needed to do was endure until the gate swung open. Xiyue could not help but speculate on the most favorable outcome. Yet how could passage through such a realm of spirits be so easily attained? As she ascended the stairs behind Director Bai, she reached the third-floor landing, where she overheard a muffled reprimand from outside, drowned out by the sounds of lessons within the classroom. At the entrance of Class 2 of the senior year, a visitor was being tightly restrained. Xiyue frowned, perplexed as to why anyone would venture into the teaching building during class hours. If they had the audacity to come, how could they find themselves so defenseless, leading to their predicament? The situation of this visitor appeared rather troubling. She wore a bewildered expression and bore injuries, with traces of blood on her leg. "Which class are you from? Show me your student ID," demanded the homeroom teacher of Class 2, a gaunt middle-aged woman. The visitor did not have a student ID hanging around her neck. If Xiyue recalled correctly, she was one of the duo, though she wondered where her companion had gone. Fortunately, the visitor possessed a student ID, which she retrieved from her pocket. The homeroom teacher examined the ID briefly before returning it to her. Just when the visitor thought the danger had passed, the teacher's expression suddenly shifted. "You are already in your senior year. How can you be unaware of the urgency of your studies? Do you dare to skip class?" The visitor, quick-witted, responded, "I did not skip class. I merely stepped out to use the restroom." "You dare to argue?" The teacher's jaw dropped in disbelief, and without needing to support it with her hand, she angrily exclaimed, "You need to calm down and reflect on your actions." Every visitor had witnessed how the tardy female students were consumed by the gatekeeper, and the sight of the teacher's fallen jaw instilled fear within her, rendering her speechless. The teacher seized her hand, and as the visitor struggled momentarily, the teacher struck her palm with a book. There was a sickening crack, and Xiyue swore she heard the sound of bones breaking. She stood frozen in place, unwilling to move, while the teacher loomed beside her, eyes gleaming with excitement, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth, and she even swallowed audibly. Any movement on the visitor's part would provoke the ravenous teacher to pounce and devour her. Resistance was unwise at this moment. The female visitor attempted to flee but was met with a brutal blow to her leg, eliciting a piercing scream. The commotion outside was significant. Logically, it should have drawn attention within, yet the sound of the teacher reading aloud in the classroom never wavered. And not a single person emerged to investigate the disturbance, rendering the visitor's cries all the more eerie. The homeroom teacher seized a female tourist by one leg, hoisting half of her body up and dragging her forward, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. The tourist, who had struck her head against the stairs and lost consciousness, suddenly regained her senses. She saw Xiyue and implored, "Help me, help me." Xiyue shook the identification badge hanging from her neck. The homeroom teacher, like the head of the department, widened her eyes in astonishment. However, since Xiyue was not her target, she disregarded her and continued to drag the tourist upstairs. Upon reaching the 5th floor, she confined the tourist in an empty classroom, labeled as the psychological counseling room. The homeroom teacher bellowed, "Stay inside and reflect on whether you have erred." The door was locked. Previously, Xiyue had followed Director Bai. Now, Director Bai trailed behind her, seemingly convinced that there was an opportunity to exploit her. Director Bai ceased to be agitated and silently drooled behind her. The female tourist lay on the ground, her complexion pale, yet her chest still rose and fell, indicating she was not dead. Xiyue speculated that possessing a student ID conferred different treatment. Those without it were likely to be devoured outright, while those with it would merely be caught for skipping class and not face immediate death, merely confinement. Of course, skipping class was a minor infraction. Xiyue was indeed a teacher, but she could not shield students who violated school regulations. Doing so would constitute her own transgression. This tangled web of relationships caused her a headache, and with so many teachers in the school, she pondered whether all of them were apparitions. Remaining outside the psychological counseling room proved futile, as the female tourist had succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Accompanied by Director Bai, Xiyue meticulously toured the first teaching building, attentively observing all the teachers encountered along the way. There were no further anomalies detected among the faculty. It appeared that not all instructors in the school were malevolent spirits. The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Director Bai cast a regretful glance at Xiyue before turning to leave. Xiyue ascended to the 5th floor via another staircase, only to find the confinement room devoid of occupants, its lock seemingly pried open by some object. She met with a few temporary companions by the basketball court and succinctly recounted the events of the past 45 minutes. "Oh." Fong Lele suddenly pointed at the first teaching building. "Look, on the rooftop." The group turned their gaze to the rooftop, where a figure plummeted, thudding to the ground. The surrounding students, engaged in their own activities, remained oblivious, while those skipping rubber bands continued to hum a tune, The Flowers of Malin Bloom 21. 212-237-282931, 312-337. The deceased was the female visitor who had vanished from the psychological counseling room. Moments later, the body disappeared, leaving behind only a blood-stained student ID. Fong Lele gasped. I saw it. Something pushed her down. The female visitor appeared equally bewildered by her presence on the second floor, her expression and gestures suggesting she had not been there moments before. Are you implying that there are areas within the school akin to teleportation portals? Amidst utter chaos and uncertainty, the deceased could not possibly ascend to the rooftop alone. Indeed, there were others on the rooftop. Yet one could hardly consider the other entity a human. Please be silent. It sends shivers down my spine. At Xiyue High School, the peculiar entity stood merely knee-high, sporting a human head. Fong Lele attempted to describe what she had witnessed, but the more she articulated, the less coherent it became. Was it a dwarf? She began to doubt her own sight, her confidence waning with each utterance. Xiyue remarked, in the realm of the deceased, a plethora of creatures exists. Fong Lele would have preferred to be mistaken. Tao Yinjin, lost in contemplation, jolted at the sound of the preparation bell, and with a dazed expression, inquired, Are we to hide once more? The act of hiding felt unbearably wretched. Silence and stillness were enforced, and time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The hunters prowled silently, and one could only imagine the horror of stretching one's limbs only to meet a pair of eyes through the glass window. Remaining motionless was the only option, yet peace of mind was elusive, as the landslide incident had shown no prior signs of warning. Even possessing a student ID would not shield one from confinement if caught. The fate of the female tourist currently under lock and key remained an enigma to all. In the realm of the undead, certain conditions must be met to commit murder, for instance, the high-decibel killings within the dilapidated mansion. Conversely, there exist entities that, upon mere encounter, will incite a relentless pursuit, such as the paper figure. Xiyue speculated that entering the confinement chamber might present an opportunity to encounter such phenomena. The others were aware that Xiyue's innate ability was her intellect, and naturally deferred to her, as her prowess evidently surpassed that of her companions. Establishing her as the leader of their quintet, Duruo presented a stack of newspapers to Xiyue, stating, I found these in the school publication room. After their temporary ally departed, Xiyue settled in the small garden adjacent to the basketball court to peruse the newspapers, all of which were from the Dashur school journal. After flipping through a few pages, her attention was drawn to the section detailing significant events within the school. The landslide at Dashur High occurred in the latter half of the previous year. The report noted that it transpired during class hours, thus avoiding any casualties. Although the football field was nearly obliterated, resulting in a 2-week school closure. Regarding incidents such as suicides, the school journal yielded no findings. One headline, advocating for contributions to the school journal and discouraging graffiti on the campus bulletin boards, particularly caught Xiyue's attention. It referred to a grand display case, constructed of stacked stones, positioned in front of the school garden. While the facade appeared impressive and aesthetically pleasing, the reverse had been repurposed by students as a message wall. Most entries were expressions of transient emotions, liberally conveying sentiments without signatures, rendering the authors anonymous while affording an outlet for personal catharsis. It is evident that the primary concerns of students revolve around poor examination performances and unreciprocated affections, which may seem amusing and lighthearted. However, Xiyue was taken aback upon reading a particular comment by Sun Fong, expressing a desire for someone she detested to disappear forever. This remark, laden with malice, stood out amidst a plethora of comments, yet could merely be a fleeting expression of frustration. Notably, the same handwriting appeared above it, where another comment lamented the exhaustion of school life, wishing for an extended holiday. It is common knowledge how many holidays are granted each year, as evidenced by the calendar. Any desire for additional time off would necessitate an unforeseen event. Could a landslide be considered such an event? Xiyue was startled by her own conjecture, remaining motionless before the message board for an extended period. At that moment, the class bell rang, and Xiyue reconvened with a few peers. Due to their ambitious plans, they divided into 2 groups for concealment. Fong Lele and Zhang Jing formed one group, nearly being discovered by the principal who had come to the library to search for something. Fong Lele remarked that the principal had stood outside the iron gate for a considerable time, and after the bell rang, she and Zhang Jing checked, only to find the gate secured with a combination lock, rendering it inaccessible. All faculty and students are requested to promptly assemble at the football field. The following is the time for the calisthenics. After the announcement, music began to play. Town Yinjin inquired, "Are we supposed to go as well?" Du Ruo, with a smile, replied, "After all, we are part of the school." Town Yinjin's face flushed instantly, creating an awkward atmosphere between the two. Fong Lele smirked slightly, a hint of sarcasm glimmering in her eyes, as she approached Gu Shili and quietly inquired about matters concerning the realm of the departed. What methods can be employed to ascertain the location of the exit? Gu Shili's voice slowed as he recounted. The first realm of the undead I entered was an ancient castle. The main door on the ground floor was barricaded. Yet we ultimately exited through a door on the third floor. The exit of this realm should be the main door. However, we must wait for it to open before we can depart. Fong Lele inquired, "Brother, how many realms have you traversed?" Gu Shili replied, "You cannot perceive the fortunes of others. What if one inadvertently encounters misfortune? Generally, one can discern whether they are experiencing good or bad luck. And this is even more pronounced within the realm of the undead." Du Ruo sighed softly. If one does stumble upon bad luck, they must simply endure the misfortune. The most dreadful scenario is borrowing bad luck. While someone else enjoys good fortune, I would be ensnared in misfortune. Gu Shili questioned, "If one borrows bad luck, must it be repaid?" Du Ruo responded, "What on earth is there to repay?" Gu Shili continued, "When you borrow luck from someone, is there a measure to it?" Du Ruo appeared perplexed. How is this even quantified? I cannot grasp it. He found it difficult to articulate this measure, as it depended on the purpose of the borrowing. In any case, if one borrows someone else's good fortune, it must be repaid, and the sooner the repayment, the better. The longer the delay, the greater the interest. Luck can be repaid with luck, or with items. The specifics of the process remained unclear to Du Ruo, as he had seldom borrowed luck, and each instance had resulted in dire consequences. Consequently, he could only seek to bask in the good fortune of others. Most of the time, it is women. His appearance is undeniably unappealing to the eyes of men, save for a niche group with peculiar preferences. Unfortunately, he is solely attracted to women. Gu Shanan, this fellow, is remarkably composed. Du Ruo perceives him as a person endowed with both talent and fortune, destined to achieve great heights. He willingly addresses others as brother. And it is certainly not disgraceful to acknowledge someone's superior as elder brother. Be careful. Du Ruo pulled Town Yinjin aside, for there was a severed branch on the ladder. Should one step on it and slip, the multitude of steps could lead to dire consequences. Zhang Jing remarked, "With so many people gathered at the football field, and all the tourists present, I hope nothing untoward occurs." Fong Lele cast a glance at him. "Let us not tempt fate." Gu Shili stood outside the line, observing that the teachers were also on the sidelines, and she recognized several acquaintances. She promptly approached the second-year students to engage in conversation, discovering that the teachers need not participate in the exercises. Rather, they merely supervise their students. If the exercises are performed too half-heartedly, students may face consequences. Director Gong stated, "We strive for comprehensive development in virtue, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Exercising is a serious matter." Gu Shili nodded in agreement. "Though I have yet to commence my formal classes, I ought to familiarize myself with my students. Where might I obtain the student roster?" Director Gong replied, "I have one in my office, but you can only view it now. The bulletin board displays the report cards, freshly released from the recent monthly exam." Gu Shili followed him to the announcement wall, hoping to find the name Sun Fong. However, after searching the entire board and perusing the names from 3 different grades, she found no trace of Sun Fong. "Is there anyone named Sun Fong in our school?" she inquired, pondering how to phrase the question. Director Gong, with a serious expression and a hint of astonishment, replied, "You've heard about it too?" Unfazed, Gu Shili responded, "I've heard a little." Director Gong sighed, lowering his voice. "Do not mention that name in school. It's considered inauspicious. Alas, it seems that good news travels slowly while bad news spreads like wildfire. In truth, this matter is not directly related to our school. It's quite eerie. 3 individuals named Sun Fong have died within a month. As if the name itself carries a curse. What is Google looking at? I believe it's this one. Screenshot. JPG, I wish. These 3 words exude an inexplicable strength. I can't quite articulate it, but I feel that a typical wish would be expressed in a softer tone. Wishing for Sun Fong's disappearance, is that why Sun Fong truly died? Could it be that since it was specified which Sun Fong, all of them perished? Goodness, the implications are chilling upon reflection. Gu Shili attempted to pry further, but Director Gong was unwilling to divulge any information. His reticent demeanor suggested that uncovering the truth would be a futile endeavor. She turned her head to observe the few individuals performing the exercises. In truth, a careful examination of those in front, coupled with a slight deceleration of movement, would render one less conspicuous in their unfamiliarity with the routine. It was merely a series of calisthenics. The movements were not particularly challenging. Earlier, when Xiyue spoke with the teacher, the others had overheard that poor execution would lead to being taken out. However, the nature of the punishment for such an action remained unknown. The exhilarating calisthenics concluded without incident among the tourists, suggesting that this activity posed no significant challenge to them. As the group dispersed, Xiyue overheard passing students remark, "Thank goodness it isn't Team Monday. Otherwise, the speeches under the national flag would leave everyone utterly drained." Zhang Jing stated, "I shall find a suitable place to hide." In truth, there remained many areas of the school that she had yet to explore, illustrating the vastness of Deshi First High School. Noticing the time, she realized that the class bell was about to ring, prompting her to instruct her companions to seek refuge. Were she a student, she might have endeavored to casually join a random class, standing among its lineup to see if she would be ejected. Earlier, during the exercises, she had lingered behind another class, and no one had remarked upon her presence. They hadn't even cast a glance in her direction. Unlike the expressionless automatons at the amusement park, these students exhibited a spectrum of emotions, each possessing their own joys and sorrows. Yet, she sensed that they too were merely tools. Presently, it seemed that most of these students would not concern themselves with the presence of an extra individual in their class. Should her attempt prove successful, she could avoid the necessity of hiding during lessons and could comfortably occupy a seat in any classroom, undoubtedly ensuring her safety. However, such an endeavor requires courage. Their willingness to explore this on their own is far preferable to it being suggested by her. Although Xiyue displayed an appearance of being responsible for others' lives, it was merely a faade, a construct for the sake of her persona. Upon entering, he realized it led to a small convenience store. Numerous students were inside, selecting various items. As Xiyue stepped in, the shopkeeper glanced up and remarked, "You don't look like a student." Xiyue replied, "I'm a new teacher." The shopkeeper responded, "I must admit, I've never seen a teacher as handsome as you. I'm certain I would remember after just one encounter. Feel free to browse." However, the nail polish appeared to have been applied for too long, showing signs of wear. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, painting one's nails remains a fashionable pursuit, as industries catering to feminine beauty have persisted from before to after the cataclysm. In his youth, Xiyue had traversed the fringes of the safe zone, even engaging in the trade of nail polish and lipstick. "Gu." Duruo called out from the entrance. The shopkeeper craned her neck to look outside and inquired, "Is this another new teacher?" Xiyue shot Duruo a glare and sternly instructed, "In school, you must address me as teacher." Duruo replied, "Teacher. Shall we go?" Standing nearby was a remarkably beautiful female student, possessing an exquisite figure and exceptional poise. Her long hair was tied back in a ponytail, and she wore a red plaid skirt, quietly observing them. A girl so pure, with a sparkle of light in her eyes, might not be able to embody such a role convincingly. Noticing Xiyue's unusual demeanor, Duruo curiously glanced towards the entrance and asked, "Gu, what are you looking at?" "Xiyue, look at that female student standing there." Duruo, bewildered, "Where is there a female student?" Tao Ninjin's voice trembled slightly. "Brother Gu, there's no one at the entrance." The female student still gazed at her figure lingering, even tilting her head with a smile. Xiyue's gaze fell upon her delicate hands, noting her pink nails, which sent a shiver down his spine. At times, being the sole object of affection can be an unnerving experience. In this moment, compared to the visible Xiyue, the four unseen individuals were truly on edge. Such matters are clearly not to be trifled with. They unanimously decided to steer clear of the convenience store. Upon reaching the basketball court, Xiyue remarked, "That student is exceptionally beautiful." Duruo, "Please, don't say that." Xiyue chuckled lightly. "She is indeed beautiful. Do you not admire her?" Duruo, "It is true that he is attracted to lovely ladies, yet he does not possess the audacity to entertain thoughts of a ghostly maiden. Ideally, women should evolve into lovers." Observing his interactions with Tao Ninjin, it was evident that he was deliberately enticing her. Otherwise, how could he have made such a distinct impression in such a short span of time? Within the temporary team, there were two women. Fong Leilei's name belied her appearance. Her charming double-barreled name was at odds with her true nature, as she embodied the essence of a captivating femme fatale, a truly mature woman. Despite her attempts to conceal this fact, a seasoned heartthrob would undoubtedly recognize it. Duruo, however, set her sights on Tao Ninjin. Recognizing her inherent talent and the fact that, Compared to the more mature Fong Lele, Tao Yinjin possessed a youthful innocence in matters of love, making her easier to conquer. How one chooses to act is their own prerogative, free from external interference. Fortunately, Du Ruo is a perceptive individual, having chosen Tao Yinjin. She refrained from showing any particular interest in Fong Lele, exhibiting no intention of straddling two relationships, thus maintaining a morally unblemished stance. In a fleeting period, it is not uncommon in the realm of the deceased for individuals to form bonds as deep as life and death. The threat of mortality can scatter birds of a feather or forge indomitable connections between strangers. This reminded her of a couple who perished on the carousel in a previous domain. Xiyue, perhaps it's best for her to refrain from romantic entanglements. Upon returning to the message board, Xiyue noticed an additional entry, bearing identical handwriting. I wish for wealth, an abundance of riches. The first entry read, I'm tired from school. I wish for an extended break. The second, Sun Fong is so annoying. I wish for him to disappear forever. Now, a third entry had appeared. Xiyue pointed out these three messages to them, asserting without doubt that they were penned by the same individual. A flicker of horror crossed Du Ruo's face, while Fong Lele appeared contemplative, as if coming to a realization, her complexion paling rapidly. Xiyue, having keenly observed their reactions, slowly articulated. Wishing for an extended school break led to a landslide incident. Wishing for Sun Fong's eternal disappearance. What does it mean for someone to vanish forever? Only death can achieve such a feat. Upon inquiring from Director Gong, Xiyue learned of the tragic demise of three individuals named Sun Fong, which she relayed to the four others. Du Ruo and Fong Lele somewhat connected the incident to the landslide accident mentioned in the wish list. Now, it was merely confirmed. The other two were taken aback, each fixated on the 3 lines of text, as if the words were sentient beings poised to pounce upon them. Tao Yinjin was the first to turn away, her fingers entwined in anxious knots. After a prolonged silence enveloped the group, it was Zhang Jing who shattered the peculiar stillness. Could this be the wishing wall? If one writes a wish, does it come true? He jested. If I wish to leave school immediately, will I escape unharmed? Fong Lele replied, you might as well give it a try. In truth, Xiyue leaned towards the notion that the issue lay not with the wall, but with the wishers themselves. Amidst such a vast expanse of messages, there were indeed students making wishes, such as hoping to excel in an upcoming exam or wishing for someone to harbor affection for them. Yet, she felt an instinctive certainty that these wishes would remain unfulfilled. Even if it were not merely a message board but a genuine wishing wall, Xiyue would not dare inscribe any desires upon it. From the information at hand, it appeared that the wishes of the wishers had indeed been realized, yet the manner in which these wishes manifested was profoundly unsettling. The natural disaster had led to the school's closure, indicating a possible vendetta between the wishers and the deceased Sun Fong. However, it seemed implausible that one could harbor animosity towards all 3 of them. The ambiguity in specifying which Sun Fong should vanish forever had resulted in the disappearance of all 3, which was rather chilling. Du Ruo was hesitant to make a wish, harboring a profound reverence for the elusive and mysterious entities, a respect that surpassed even that of Xiyue. Now that a new desire had arisen, a yearning for wealth and abundance of it, how might this aspiration be realized? It seemed utterly perplexing. Xiyue suggested, I believe we should first investigate Sun Fong. She anticipated dissent, yet none arose. Given the current circumstances, one could easily remain concealed, ignoring the happenings in the realm of the departed, but that came with its own perils. While Xiyue regarded this as a slow march towards death, others might perceive it as a viable strategy. Nonetheless, no objections were voiced. Unbeknownst to her, and perhaps even to her temporary allies, they were all being swayed by her enthusiastic disposition. Her leadership persona had been firmly established. Everyone respected and trusted her. Sun Fong was indeed easy to investigate. The latest report card from the monthly examination did not feature Sun Fong, yet past records were archived. With examinations held monthly, retrieving a few past records would surely lead to uncovering the individual. They had also acquired the list of school faculty, which revealed no teacher by the name of Sun Fong. Xiyue remarked, I once considered that Huawei might have taken over the class because a teacher named Sun Fong passed away. This statement sent a shiver through several listeners. In the second year, there were 2 students named Sun Fong, yet they were in different classes, one ranked within the top 50, while the other languished at the bottom. In the third year, there was another Sun Fong, whose performance was average. As the 4th period came to a close, the school gates remained shut, evoking a sense of frustration. After Xiyue and the others parted ways and dined in their respective cafeterias, they reconvened in the small garden. They managed to glean some information regarding the incidents involving Sun Fang. Zhang Jing and Fang Leilei's group acquired the most intelligence. Sun Fang, the underachiever of the second year, is notorious as the school bully at Deshi No. 1 High School, having faced numerous disciplinary actions, embodying the quintessential rebellious youth teetering on the brink of expulsion. Du Ruo inquired, "Did the driver not apply the brakes?" Zhang Jing replied, "That is precisely the issue. The brakes conveniently failed." Regarding the third-year Sun Fang, Gu Shili sought information by consulting a classmate who had written in the class yearbook. The 40-odd classmates offered him similar sentiments, revealing no particularly close relationships. Nor did anyone take the opportunity to leave him any profound words. Their messages were mostly generic, urging him to study diligently, achieve good grades, and wishing him a smooth journey in life. He appeared to be an unremarkable and ordinary individual, someone difficult to despise, and even harder for anyone to harbor such animosity towards him as to wish for his perpetual absence. As she spoke, Tao Nianjin's voice wavered slightly. When she descended the ladder, she failed to notice a fallen branch beneath her feet, nearly stepping on it, only to be alerted by Du Ruo in time to avoid a mishap. A bully incites hatred, while high achievers may evoke jealousy, potentially leading to lethal intentions. Yet, the ordinary individual might also harbor untold stories or have inadvertently crossed someone. However, all of this remains speculation, and when it comes to Sun Fang, uncovering further details proves challenging, leaving them at a standstill regarding who might harbor animosity towards him. Class begins at 2 in the afternoon, allowing ample time for a leisurely exploration of the surroundings at Deshi No. 1 High School. Before departing from the small garden, Gu Shili took a moment to glance at the message wall. She had never anticipated any alterations to the wall, but to her astonishment, she discovered a new wish inscribed, "I wish to escape this realm of the dead." Upon closer inspection, she noted that although it was pinned with the same white chalk and attempted to mimic the handwriting of the wishmaker, this new desire was evidently inscribed by another individual, most likely a visitor. Suddenly, Gu Shili heard a series of piercing screams. Du Ruo strained to identify the source. It seemed to emanate from the direction of the dormitory building. "A ghostly hand nearly grasped my brother Gu. How terrifying." "Oh? What is Gu looking at? Which girl? Is Gu playing tricks? I think someone should keep watch at the message wall to catch the one writing." "Brother, you are oversimplifying things. Do you believe this wishmaker is courting danger or achieving instant success?" Those screams startled me. "During class, the dormitory is locked, but it should be accessible now. I have a feeling an intense wave of energy is about to descend." Shivering in anticipation, does she know? One high school consists of 2 dormitory buildings, one designated for male students and the other for female students, ensuring that no cohabitation occurs. Between the 2 buildings lies a basketball court, creating a considerable distance between them. The sound emanating from the boys' dormitory is unmistakably loud. Not merely the voice of a single individual. Rather, it appears to be a cacophony. Given such a raucous atmosphere, it is astonishing that Gu Shili and the others, positioned at such a distance, can perceive it. One cannot help but wonder under what circumstances those individuals are capable of producing such extraordinary sounds that transcend physiological limits. Indeed, the dormitory is an area that remains unexplored by them, primarily because they previously noted the presence of a locked iron gate at the entrance, rendering it inaccessible. At the entrance of the boys' dormitory, there exists a modest room with windows on all sides, where a short-haired middle-aged woman sits comfortably in an armchair, knitting. Upon noticing the group of 5 approaching, she briefly lifts her gaze and scrutinizes Fang Leilei and Tao Nianjin, who were trailing behind. This is the boys' dormitory, and Gu Shili is acutely aware that Fang Leilei and Tao Nianjin, being women, may not be permitted entry. However, nothing transpires. The female dormitory supervisor exhibits no inclination to engage with them, merely casting a glance before returning to her knitting. Seemingly indifferent to the presence of 2 ladies among the 5, nor does she concern herself with their desire to enter the boys' dormitory. Fang Leilei remarks, "It seems we might be able to enter." Gu Shili shakes his head, signaling for them to follow him outside first. At the entrance of the boys' dormitory, there are several stone benches and tables, along with some flower beds. Gu Shili invites the group to take a seat before inquiring of Fang Leilei. "What do you know about innate abilities?" Fang Leilei replies, "I lack extensive knowledge, but I have encountered a few individuals with innate abilities, so I possess a modicum of understanding. It is said that each individual possesses unique talents, and the more advanced the talent, the more numerous the constraints that accompany it. Often, individuals choose to name their abilities, such as Mr. Du's fortune borrowing and Brother Gu's wisdom. when a woman refers to a girl of similar age or even one older than herself as sister, it is likely to evoke discomfort as she may feel offended. In the eyes of a mature man, however, being addressed as brother by a woman serves as a testament to his abilities, and he would never feel irked by the fact that she might be older. Xiyue's transformation was undeniably successful. She appeared a decade older than her actual age. Thus, an 18-year-old girl calling her uncle seemed entirely appropriate, while Fang Lele addressing her as Brother Gu felt fitting as well. Although there lingered a slight discomfort within her, it was imperceptible to others. Fang Lele continued, stating that using 2 or 3 words, or even a single phrase, to encapsulate a special ability seemed exceedingly inadequate, as it could never truly convey the essence of a talent. Therefore, such terms merely serve as aliases for description. In reality, only those who possess the ability truly comprehend its nuances. This lady possessed remarkable insight. Upon Xiyue's arrival, she instinctively knew the appropriate words to say, paving the way for Xiyue to delve deeper into the conversation. Xiyue smiled and remarked, "My ability is not as advanced as Du Ruo's. What is termed wisdom is, in fact, an analytical skill. What I perceive through my eyes and hear with my ears inevitably transforms into conclusions. Often, I myself am unaware of how these conclusions come to be. Yet they have repeatedly enabled my escape from peril, allowing those around me to evade the clutches of death as well. I share this to foster a deeper understanding among you. As Du Ruo aptly stated, open and honest communication enhances mutual comprehension and prevents misunderstandings, thus enabling us to unite and depart from this realm of the departed." Now, the sun shines brightly, casting its rays upon Xiyue's lenses, obscuring the light that emanates from his eyes. However, one can sense his gaze lingering on each individual present. At this moment, several individuals feel a swell of emotion. They are acutely aware that they have not been of much assistance to Gu Shanan, who has, in fact, been their guardian. Yet, he does not allow this to engender arrogance. He interacts with everyone, regardless of gender, on equal footing. While he firmly instructs each person to heed his words and follow his directives, the only alternative is silent compliance. Nevertheless, he does not adopt such a stance. Instead, he candidly expresses himself, striving to prevent misunderstandings that may arise from actions they might find perplexing later on. What a remarkable and noble gentleman he is. Fang Lele, even if you do not articulate these thoughts, I would never misinterpret your intentions. Brother Gu, you have saved my life. To second-guess you would be utterly foolish of me. Zhang Jing, though I may be the eldest, my experiences do not surpass those of you younger brothers. Whatever you say, I shall comply without question. Du Ruo, my talents are not so grand as to boast about, given the urgency of the situation. I did not inform you in advance when I borrowed luck. I owe you an apology. Tao Yinjin, I place my trust in you. Xiyue gently adjusted her glasses perched on the bridge of her nose, a habitual gesture common among those who wear spectacles for extended periods. She was determined to avoid any discrepancies in her persona. Rising to her feet, Xiyue declared, "I believe it is best for ladies to refrain from entering the boys' dormitory." Tao Yinjin appeared somewhat perplexed. So, should Lei and I stay together? To be candid, Tao Yinjin had not considered the prospect of being alongside Fang Lele. For in times of peril, she knew that Fang Lele would not be able to protect her, and besides, Fang Lele was an inexperienced novice, providing little sense of security. Du Ruo interjected, "Perhaps I should remain to look after them?" However, Fang Lele swiftly countered, "No need. How would you care for them?" Xiyue furrowed her brow and posed a second inquiry. "If they were to go to the girls' dormitory, would you be able to enter?" Du Ruo fell silent, casting an apologetic glance towards Tao Yinjin, yet it went unnoticed. Tao Yinjin remained focused on Gu Shanan. Xiyue instructed, "You two should investigate the girls' dormitory, but do exercise caution." Fang Lele acquiesced, and Tao Yinjin nodded in agreement. Xiyue chose to disregard this statement. The dormitory matron inquired, "Dear student, what are you searching for?" "Madam, you are mistaken," came the reply. "I am a teacher, not a student. I specifically came to inspect the boys' dormitory." Xiyue gestured for her to look at her teacher's certificate, pointing to the wall by the door, saying, "I see there was something originally posted here. There are marks on the wall." The dormitory supervisor's expression immediately turned icy. Her deep-set wrinkles made her appear particularly stern when she frowned. Xiyue exclaimed, "I found it." He discovered a piece of paper in the grass, not knowing who had torn it. Zhang Jing lent a hand, and the two of them unfolded the paper, which turned out to be a set of regulations for the boys' dormitory. 1. The dormitory visiting hours are 12:30 to 13:30, 17:30 to 18:30, and 21 to 6:15. Outside these specified times, Entry requires a certificate issued by the class teacher, otherwise, the door will not be opened. 2. During class hours, students are not permitted to remain in the dormitory unless under special circumstances. Any violations will be handled according to school regulations. Xiyue sternly reprimanded, "Girls are not allowed in the boys' dormitory." "Why didn't you stop them, Annie?" The dormitory supervisor replied. "This is excessive. No one has committed an offense, so what am I supposed to eat? Your attitude toward work is unacceptable." Xiyue shook his head helplessly. "Do you have any glue? I can reattach it." The dormitory supervisor gritted her teeth and replied curtly. "No." Xiyue suggested, "A glue stick will suffice." The supervisor responded, "Thank you very much." With a swift motion, she pulled the curtain shut, unilaterally blocking Xiyue out. For individuals, the dormitory supervisor's eyes were red, presumably from anger. They were utterly certain they had not misjudged the situation. However, Xiyue was pondering who had removed the regulations for male dormitory management. Judging by the supervisor's demeanor, it seemed that someone had attempted to exploit this moment to mislead others into breaking the rules, yet she was certain that it was not her doing. Had she possessed the audacity to act so, she would not have remained constrained by the regulations. Could it be that a visitor was responsible for this act? Xiyue identified as a female, yet she was not merely a student, she was a teacher. Even if a spirit were to uncover her true identity, she would fearlessly enter the male dormitory. The role of a teacher was remarkably advantageous, allowing her to disregard most rules aimed at students. As the trio ascended the staircase, their silhouettes vanished from view, yet Tao Ninjin lingered at the staircase entrance. Fong Lele inquired, "Are you leaving?" Tao Ninjin replied, "I am." Fong Lele scrutinized her for several moments before finally exclaiming, "Do you truly believe Du Rua has your best interests at heart? My dear, this is the realm of spirits. Relying on the mountains is futile, and depending on people is perilous. Losing one's individuality and faith in oneself will ultimately lead to demise in this place. Permit me to remind you, a man's words can be deceiving. Be wary. Romantic entanglements can be detrimental." And Fong Lele was acutely aware that her words might not elicit gratitude, but rather resentment. Nevertheless, she could not restrain herself from speaking, though she instantly regretted meddling in matters that were not her concern. Tao Ninjin was initially taken aback, as if recalling something significant, her expression becoming exceedingly complex. Fong Lele never anticipated that she would absorb the words spoken so lightly. Yet Tao Ninjin truly grasped their essence, and even contemplated further. Tao Ninjin remarked, "Thank you. This is simply who I am. When someone treats me with a hint of distinction, I tend to float away." It seemed that despite being somewhat mollified by the remark, her pride remained unyielding, and she muttered, "Gugu is also a man. Is he merely a deceiver as well?" Fong Lele responded, "In all my years, I have encountered only one individual like Gu Shanan. Allow me to impart some wisdom. When assessing a person, do not solely heed their words. It is paramount to observe their actions to avoid being misled." Meanwhile, Xiyue and the others had reached the 3rd floor. The boys' dormitory lacked an elevator, and upon exiting the stairwell, they beheld a corridor stretching to the end, flanked by a multitude of tightly packed room doors. Many students were present in their dorms at that moment, with laughter and chatter resonating throughout. The dormitory comprised 8 stories, and after surveying the surroundings, nothing appeared amiss. Opening each dormitory door would be an arduous task, and by the time they finished, it might very well be past closing time. Xiyue suggested, "Let us search for Sun Fang's dormitory. Surely among the 3 named Sun Fang, at least one must reside on campus." A bulletin board on the 1st floor clearly indicated which classes were assigned to which dormitories, likely to facilitate the teacher's inspections. Student lists were affixed to the dormitory doors, ensuring that all information regarding the students was meticulously documented. The Sun Fang from the senior year resided on campus, and the trio promptly sought out his dormitory. Sun Fang, an individual of mediocrity and ordinariness, possessed a desk that was remarkably unique, adorned with a plethora of chibi figurines. Upon the surface of the desk lay an art album, which likely contained simplistic sketches, presumably crafted by his own hand. At the conclusion of this notebook, a declaration read, "I am a man destined to become a manga artist." Yet, such aspirations could never materialize, for he had already departed from this world. Through these journals, the trio gleaned insights into their classmate Sun Fang, effectively dismissing the notion that he was the victim of a curse cast by the Wisher. Instead, it became evident that he was an innocent casualty, a fate most tragic. The notorious school bully of the 2nd year, Sun Fang, did not reside on campus. He was a day student. Another Sun Fang, also in his 2nd year, was located, and the trio ventured to his dormitory, only to discover that the door of their 8-person room bore only the names of Sun Fong and Zhao Rui, while the other 6 names had been obliterated. What could this signify? Xiyue pushed the door open, revealing that 6 of the beds in the dormitory were unoccupied, and only 2 of the desks bore belongings. One desk, in particular, captured their attention due to its owner's peculiar decorations, being entirely covered with lottery tickets, all featuring the same sequence of numbers, purchased at various intervals. Additionally, a rectangular box was placed upon the desk, overflowing with bundles of lottery tickets, nearly bursting at the seams. A cursory glance revealed that the lottery participant had consistently chosen the same set of numbers for an astonishing duration of 7 years. Inside a pencil case, several tickets were nestled, and atop the lid lay a note that read, When the jackpot. If I win, I won't attend school anymore. Oh yeah, Zhang Jing remarked. Winning isn't that easy. He also has a habit of purchasing lottery tickets. Yet he has never won even once. In truth, it is not an easy endeavor. This student, Zhao Rui, has been buying lottery tickets for 7 consecutive years without fail, harboring an earnest desire to strike it rich. A glance at his desk reveals the root of his urgency, from his academic performance and study schedule. It is evident that he is a diligent student, yet his results remain far from satisfactory. Perhaps he believes that winning the lottery could liberate him from the burdens of academic obligation. The other desk belongs to Sun Fong, whose ranking within the top 50 is considered commendable. His bedding and clothing suggest that Sun Fong does not come from affluent circumstances, given his family's plight. Compounded by his mother's severe illness, their situation is indeed dire. On Sun Fong's bed lies a note that reads, Zhao Rui, I am poor, but you cannot unjustly accuse me of stealing your lottery ticket. I had no knowledge of your win. If you continue to act irrationally, I will have no choice but to inform the teacher. I will quietly observe your antics, lighting a cigarette. Talent ability 3, Gu is indeed quite clever, as all his fabricated talents are unverifiable. I enjoy your serious yet absurd demeanor. Seeing the energy bar soar, I realize Gu has begun spinning grand tales again. Sun Fong has stolen Zhao Rui's lottery ticket, leading Zhao Rui to curse him. Based on the current clues, it is highly probable that Zhao Rui is the Wish Grantaire. The question arises, could the Wish Grantaire be the Lord of the Undead? In the esteemed institution of Deshurigao, Du Rua inquired, could the Wishmaker possibly be Zhao Rui? Xiyue shook his head, stating that the evidence was insufficient to support such a conclusion. When the topic of innate abilities arose, Du Rua expressed a keen interest, asking, Brother Gu, would you consider your wisdom to be a form of passive innate ability? Xiyue, unperturbed by the disclosure of his talents, responded candidly. The mind is a faculty possessed by all, yet some merely possess it for aesthetic purposes. If I do not actively engage my thoughts, leaving it vacant, conclusions will not materialize out of thin air. Thus, it cannot be deemed a passive innate ability. Zhang Jing discerned the sarcasm in Xuyilin's words and could not suppress a chuckle. Du Rua exclaimed, Brother Gu, do you still remember the incident where I benefited from your favor? Surely, you are not that petty. Inquisitively, he pressed, what incident? Xiyue replied, you encountered Lili at the gambling den. A sense of foreboding washed over Du Rua as Xiyue coolly questioned whether he harbored any improper intentions towards Lili. The silence that ensued spoke volumes. Xiyue enunciated deliberately, you are quite remarkable. Du Rua, feeling a chill run down his spine, let his survival instinct take over, blurting out, I was merely drawn by appearances, but Sister Gu did not pay me any heed. I assure you that I have never so much as touched a single fingertip of Miss Gu. Xiyue observed him for a considerable time, gradually softening her facial expression. It was merely a fleeting misinterpretation on my part. I should place my trust in Li Li's judgment of character. Du Rua, feeling somewhat apprehensive, could not claim to possess an intriguing soul, yet it was indisputable that his striking appearance was truly one of a kind. Brother Gu, I am not lacking either. If I become your brother-in-law, Miss Gu would surely find joy in gazing upon my face daily. Xiyue replied with a smile, trust me, you cannot be my brother-in-law. The peculiar tone of her voice was unmistakable. In that moment, Du Rua recalled the words forever vanished from the message board, as if he grasped the profound meaning concealed beneath Gushanen's smile. Cold sweat began to beat upon his brow, prompting him to take 2 steps back from Gushanen. Murmuring softly, being a sister Khan is not an illness, but it can be deadly. Simultaneously, Du Rua suddenly comprehended why Gushanen exhibited such kindness towards newcomers. On the bus, he had sensed that although this man was, in essence, a good person, there was an underlying aloofness that did not contradict this fact. Previously, He had engaged with the newcomers but had since ignored those arriving afterward. Given that 3 of the newcomers were young women, and that Xiao Fan had just lost all her family, it was only natural for Gu Shannon to be reminded of his own sister, thereby treating them with special consideration. This could well be what is referred to as my sister, as well as the sister of others, though not immediately apparent. Duruo discerned that Gu Shilai exhibited a greater tenderness towards the 3 young ladies, which momentarily perplexed the seasoned wanderer amidst the floral throng. This affection seemed devoid of ulterior motives. He clearly wished to engage in nothing further with any of the trio. Clarity dawned. She was not basking in the glow of Brother Gu, but rather in the light of Sister Gu. Had it not been for a fleeting encounter with Sister Gu, she likely would not have had the chance to form an impromptu alliance with Brother Gu. Whatever fantasies this individual concocted, it undeniably heightened the energy significantly. This was precisely what endeared Gu Shilai to Du Ruo. Zhang Jing nudged Du Ruo's shoulder. What does Sister Khan mean? Does my brother have a sister? Du Ruo quietly recounted the matter of Sister Gu to Zhang Jing. Splendid. Gu Shilai's energy gauge soared once more. While the 3 conversed, they busied themselves rummaging through the surroundings, yet found no useful items. Du Ruo plopped onto a stool and asked Gu Shilai, Brother Gu, what do you think happened to the 6 individuals whose names have been crossed out? The place was entirely stripped bare, with only the belongings of Zhao Rue and Sun Fong remaining, leaving scant traces of others. Gu Shilai replied, the crossed-out names merely signify 2 states, Sun Fong, whose name remains, is deceased, and I suspect Zhao Rue has met a similar fate. Thus, those whose names have been crossed out are more likely to be alive. Du Ruo followed this logic. The absence of all belongings belonging to those 6 indicated they had vacated this dormitory. As everyone reviewed the results of the monthly examination, it was noted that there was not a single mention of Sun Fong this month, despite 3 Sun Fangs having participated in the previous exam. This implies that the 3 tragic deaths occurred within the past month. If a dormitory were to experience a single death, it might be manageable. But the occurrence of 2 deaths in quick succession would undoubtedly instill fear among the remaining residents, prompting many to consider relocating. Du Ruo absent-mindedly touched the nape of his neck and murmured, I feel as if something just brushed against me. What is it? Gu Shilai, seated opposite him, surveyed him thoroughly, finding nothing amiss. Zhang Jing rubbed his arms and remarked, You've got me feeling all prickly. Wait, what is this? He crouched down to inspect beneath the bed, but neither of them paid much attention. As he shifted from a crouch to a prone position, Gu Shilai sensed something was amiss. Zhang Jing accidentally knocked over a nearby stool while trying to squeeze further under the bed. Du Ruo exclaimed, What is wrong with you? He grabbed Zhang Jing's leg, while Gu Shilai seized the other, but upon noticing the prominent veins in Zhang Jing's hands, she realized that pulling him out forcefully might exacerbate the situation, potentially hastening his demise. With decisive action, she grabbed a broom from the side and began to poke beneath the bed. Du Ruo immediately felt the tension lessen as he held onto Zhang Jing. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Shilai also crawled under the bed. Being significantly slimmer than most, she had no trouble maneuvering in the cramped space, while Zhang Jing found himself nearly wedged beneath the bed, struggling to move at all. A face emerged from the ground, and with a sharp angle, Gu Shilai fiercely jabbed the broomstick at it. A piercing scream nearly shattered her eardrum, and her mind buzzed incessantly as comprehension struck her. The cries they had overheard outside the boys' dormitory were not those of a mere visitor. The darkness beneath the bed was unusually profound, prompting Gu Shilai to retrieve her precious mirror, its light faintly illuminating the abyss below. To her horror, she discovered that Zhang Jing's neck was ensnared by a hemp rope, the other end gripped tightly by a pair of hands that seemed to stretch from the wall. It was no wonder he was rendered mute, his tongue protruding grotesquely, preventing any sound from escaping. The face that had materialized from the ground continued to disturb Gu Shilai. She directed the light from her mirror towards those sinister arms, and the illumination scalded them, causing them to blister, followed by yet another shriek. Hurry, pull him out, Gu Shilai urged. Zhang Jing was swiftly dragged from the clutches of darkness, while outside, Du Ruo exerted every ounce of strength without hesitation. Gu Shilai dared not let the mirror's light linger. Fearful that another scream would render her deaf, narrowly escaping the phantom's bite, she scrambled from beneath the bed. Gu, your ear is bleeding, Du Ruo stated. Gu Shilai did not respond, and it dawned upon him that she likely had not heard his voice, considering her ear was injured. Indeed, Gu Shilai had briefly lost her hearing, but it quickly returned. She approached to assess Zhang Jing's condition, even kicking the hemp rope further away. The scene was rather grim. Zhang Jing was still rolling his eyes in distress, and judging by the severity of his throat injury, he would be unable to speak for the foreseeable future. Thankfully, he was still alive. If Xiyue's reaction had been any slower, he might have found himself with a broken neck, his life extinguished. The two individuals moved Zhang Jing outside the dormitory. Xiyue stared out the window for a moment before suddenly saying, "Go fetch a flashlight." This remark was certainly not directed at Zhang Jing, who was still struggling to catch his breath. Xiyue softly uttered, "Reveal your true form." Aside from herself, only those watching the live stream could hear her faint voice. Du Ruo, beside her, heard nothing at all. The flashlight illuminated the beams above, revealing the shadow of a black rope, followed by the dark silhouette of a figure hanging from it. The location of the noose was precisely above the bench where Du Ruo had just been seated, which explained why he felt something brush against the back of his neck. Perhaps it was not a mere figment of his imagination. Goosebumps erupted across Du Ruo's neck while seated. He should not have been close enough to be touched by the feet of the hanged. Yet, if he moved even slightly, or if the wind outside stirred, he dared not entertain such thoughts. The color drained from Du Ruo's face. "Gugu, what is the principle behind the flashlight revealing ghostly figures?" he asked, raising his voice to ensure Xiyue could hear him. "It's the principle of spoken spells," Xiyue replied. "My innate ability informed me that under such circumstances, utilizing a flashlight could be attempted. As for how I derived this conclusion, I truly cannot say." Du Ruo gazed at him with envy. "I was merely asking out of curiosity." "Ah, how invaluable human wisdom is. What a pity mine is insufficient." Xiyue glanced at his watch. It was time to leave, as the dormitory would soon close. Du Ruo helped Zhang Jing to his feet. Just as they stepped out of the dormitory door, Xiyue called to them, saying, "Wait for me over there." Du Ruo asked, "What's the matter, Gugu?" Xiyue replied, "I need to fix this." Du Ruo then noticed that Xiyue was pointing at a tattered piece of paper on the ground inscribed with the regulations for male dormitory management. He retrieved a glue stick from his pocket, deftly removed its cap, and surveyed the smooth wall, seemingly pondering the best and most conspicuous place to affix the paper. This was rather peculiar. When had he even put the glue stick in his pocket? He seemed completely unaware. Moreover, what kind of mindset could allow someone to remain preoccupied with such matters after the series of events that had just unfolded? Oh dear. Gugu must be a bit eccentric. My goodness. Du Ruo lowered his head, unable to muster the courage to face the dormitory supervisor's expression. Du Ruo could never have guessed that Gugu and Gu Mei were, in fact, the same person. This level of split personality deserves full marks. I'm not afraid of inflating the host's ego. As I watch this energy bar soar, I can't help but wonder what Du Ruo has conjured in his mind. Goodness, I nearly lost my composure. I turned the volume down. I simply couldn't bear it any longer. In a state of urgency, why can't Du Ruo help Zhang Jing gain a bit of Gugu's fortune? Such opportunistic behavior is merely a clever trick. Do you think innate abilities come without limitations? It has been mentioned that one can assist others in borrowing fortune. I surmise this must indeed hold some truth, though the current circumstances render it too late. How frightening. I can scarcely bear to look. Gugu remarked. Do not inquire about the principles of manifestation. The energy is still derived from you. Haraha. I was genuinely startled moments ago. Yet Guji's mischievous antics set me off into a fit of laughter that I simply could not contain. In the dormitory management regulations, Xiyue carefully smoothed the last corner of the paper that had curled up, then turned to place the glue stick on the table, advising the dormitory matron. This is for you. Should it come undone again in the future, you can reattach it yourself. The dormitory matron responded with silence. Du Ruo glanced up, only to find two streams of tears flowing from the matron's eyes, sending a shiver down his spine. Thankfully, his companion Zhang Jing was perceptive enough to sense the impending high energy and had not dared to look up. As Xiyue departed, he muttered, "The school really lacks sophistication in its hiring practices. This matron possesses no manners whatsoever. When someone assists her, she fails to express her gratitude." With a voice so loud, how could the matron not hear? Du Ruo felt the weight of gazes upon him, as if they were burning into his being. He wished fervently to shake Gugu, questioning his audacity and whether he truly could not see the matron's tears, which were undeniably chilling. Gugu, why did you provoke her? It was evident that this matron was no ordinary person who would dare to confront a supernatural being. If that dormitory matron were to emerge from the room, he would guarantee that she would undoubtedly tear them apart. Such was the fury that rendered one bloody yet tearless. Xiyue smiled enigmatically. Of course, I have my reasons. Du Ruo pondered deeply, trying in vain to decipher those reasons. Prior to parting, they had agreed to meet in front of the girls' dormitory. Xiyue and his companions waited for a spell until the final 2 minutes before the dormitory's closure. When the two ladies stumbled out in a flurry, Xiyue assisted Feng Lele, being exceedingly mindful of boundaries. Merely brushing against her forearm before releasing her once she regained her balance. Tao Nianjun, however, missed Du Ruo's outstretched hand, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. It was evident that both had just endured a vigorous ordeal, their faces glistening with sweat, even their backs soaked through. Once they had caught their breath, Xiyue resolved to visit the infirmary, hoping to procure some medication, particularly since Zhang Jing's injuries were indeed grave. Losing the ability to speak was a minor concern compared to the fear that swallowing might pose a challenge. If there were any medicine available, it could alleviate his suffering. On their way, Du Ruo recounted the highlights of their experiences in the boys' dormitory to the two ladies, mentioning Zhao Rui. Tao Nianjun interjected, "You went to Zhao Rui's dorm?" Beneath Zhao Rui's bed lay a rope capable of ensnaring a person's head. And Xiyue noticed a beam above in the boys' dormitory that could easily evoke thoughts of hanging, suggesting a potential suicide. Xiyue speculated that the figure who had taken such a form was Zhao Rui. However, one cannot discern the features of a face from a shadowy silhouette, and moreover, they were unaware of what Zhao Rui truly looked like. If the entity that ensnares people with a hemp rope is Zhao Rui, then Xiyue can be certain that he is not the Lord of the Undead. Such a weak Lord of the Undead simply cannot exist. A group of female students gathered together, drying their hair and attending to their appearances, inevitably engaged in conversation. Zhao Rui is a sophomore who suddenly gained notoriety throughout the school for winning the lottery. It is said that he had been purchasing lottery tickets since elementary school, consistently choosing the same set of numbers, and miraculously, he actually won. However, his winning ticket has mysteriously vanished. The ticket, originally kept in his dormitory, has disappeared without a trace, even prompting the police to investigate, yet they uncovered nothing. Zhao Rui began to suspect that someone in the dormitory had stolen his ticket, which represented a significant sum of money. Naturally, the prime suspect was a fellow dormitory resident from a very impoverished family. Coincidentally, this student's mother was gravely ill, providing a clear motive for the theft. The situation escalated dramatically, yet many believe that Zhao Rui was merely mistaken. If this student had indeed acquired such a fortune, would his mother still be unable to afford her hospital bills? Xiyue recognized that this impoverished student referred to his son Feng. This aligns perfectly. The wish granter requires a substantial amount of money, hence Zhao Rui's winning lottery ticket went missing. Du Ruo remarked, "Indeed, it was Sun Feng, the one who ranked in the top 50 of the sophomore class and fell to his death after stepping on a branch." Feng Lele added, "Thus, the likelihood of Zhao Rui being the wish granter diminishes considerably. A wish granter seeks wealth, not loss." As for why Feng Lele and her companion were running away, it was simply because a sheet of paper was pursuing them. The two of them could not quite comprehend how they had found themselves entangled in this situation. Engaged in idle gossip within the bathhouse, they were suddenly confronted by two damp pieces of paper that soared out from the basin, adhering directly to their faces. Feng Lele's shield managed to deflect one, and she hurriedly assisted Tao Nianjun in removing the soggy paper that obstructed her breathing. Subsequently, the two of them fled in a frenzy, pursued by the wet paper. Once they exited the female dormitory, the papers ceased their chase. The damp paper, when pressed against a person's face, could induce suffocation. Feng Lele noted that the paper bore inscriptions, albeit rendered somewhat illegible due to the water's blurring effect. The contents were undoubtedly significant, which was a lamentable loss. Xiyue remarked that merely standing here unscathed was already a considerable fortune. In the infirmary, a young doctor provided Zhang Jing with some pain relief medication and an ointment for the wound on her neck, charging a modest fee that could be settled via card. Most notably, the doctor encouraged Zhang Jing to remain and rest, offering to issue a medical leave note, thus alleviating her from the need to furtively navigate her afternoon. Perhaps due to the sedative properties of the medication, Zhang Jing soon succumbed to slumber upon lying on the bed. From time to time, Xiyue glanced at the message board, noting that no new wishes had been posted, leaving only the original 3. The entire campus had fallen into an unexpected tranquility. Throughout the entire afternoon, she encountered no further incidents. There are numerous hiding places within the school, yet encounters with other visitors are inevitable. During class breaks, it is common to cross paths with other guests in open areas such as the playground or soccer field. The group composition upon entering the domain was 6, 4, 4, 2, comprising a total of 16 individuals. With Xiao Fan deceased, only 5 remain. Among the three who survived the stone rain on the soccer field, only two endure now, as one fell victim to the principal's wrath for violating school regulations. The absurdity lies in the fact that this punishment was meted out for the destruction of public property, merely due to a visitor damaging a few tables and chairs in their flight. Meanwhile, another quartet has managed to retain 3 members thus far. Yet due to a lack of camaraderie, the circumstances surrounding one companion's demise remain a mystery. The elusive lone wolf was encountered by Xiyue during dinner. She had just exited the teacher's dining hall, surrounded by a crowd, when someone collided with her from behind. She steadied herself against a pillar to avoid falling. Xiyue remarked, "Aren't you paying attention while walking?" Turning around, she found herself face-to-face with a male visitor who had also stumbled. This gentleman, previously sporting a beard that exuded masculinity and was uncharacteristic of a student, had shaved it off and inexplicably donned a set of Deceiving school uniform. If not for Xiyue's exceptional memory, she might have failed to recognize him altogether, assuming he was merely an unusually mature-looking student. He had descended from the same bus as the female tourist who tragically fell to her death from the teaching building. The two had formed a temporary alliance. Yet when the unfortunate incident occurred, he was not nearby, and at the moment of her demise, Xiyue did not perceive his presence at all. To be honest, Xiyue had presumed that this individual was deceased, only to be surprised by his continued existence. The male tourist remained silent, rising and walking away with his head bowed. Xiyue sensed something amiss and was about to seize him when she noticed that a shadow behind him had split into 2 heads, its neck elongating to present a mouthful of sharp teeth beside her own shadow. Night had fallen, the school was ablaze with lights, and as long as one was human, a shadow was inevitable. This was an overt threat. Should she take any action, this peculiar shadow would surely bite her. Fong Lele was the first to notice the commotion, hurrying over and also spotting the male tourist who had dashed out of the cafeteria. "Am I seeing things?" Upon observing Xiyue's grave expression, she realized her initial doubts were unfounded, her face gradually paling. "Gu, I saw an extra pair of hands within his shadow." Xiyue replied, "Yes. I just witnessed 2 heads in his shadow. It is improbable that both of us have erred." Fong Lele's shadow appeared normal. Xiyue instructed both of them to stand under the light, and they found no abnormalities in their shadows. Yet, unease lingered. As they occasionally glanced back at their own shadows, fearful of discovering an extra hand or 2 legs that had emerged unnoticed, Tanyanjin exclaimed, "My courage is nearly shattered. Thankfully, in 2 hours, we shall be able to escape this realm." Novices often yearn for the best possibilities, while veterans are acutely aware that adverse events are inevitable. Naive, as if traversing the realm of the undead could be so effortless. After all, the identity of the undead lord remains shrouded in mystery. The situation is still fraught with uncertainty. Most importantly, to refrain from heartlessly abandoning others is not in my character. Chapter 56, Deceiving 13. Xiyue, I shall visit the boys' dormitory. You all should find a place to conceal yourselves. If Zhongjing's actions prove unproblematic, allow him to join you as well. It is best to avoid remaining alone in the infirmary for the remainder of the time. Du Ruo agreed. With class commencing shortly, it would be prudent to hide in advance, lest they attract the attention of teachers roaming about in search of students skipping classes. After evading detection for an entire day, it would be regrettable to falter now. Upon arriving at the boys' dormitory, Xiyue found the dormitory supervisor on the verge of locking the door. The darkness of night rendered her face even more intimidating than in daylight. The supervisor appeared flustered. "What brings you here?" Xiyue replied, "I am here to conduct a room check. Did you not note my name on the list?" The supervisor's composure crumbled, astonished that Xiyue was aware of her clandestine actions. The lock in her hand was deformed from the pressure. What immense strength must one possess to contort a copper lock so? Regardless, Xiyue had no desire to test that strength. She cast a glance at the check-in list affixed to the wall on her left, and indeed, her name appeared on the list for the room checks scheduled for 6:30 in the afternoon. Although she had suspected this early on, by noon, she not only encountered the dormitory supervisor knitting in her chair, but also noticed a room inspection schedule placed on her desk. On the left wall hung a blackboard, where the names of the personnel responsible for inspections were affixed in their respective positions. After students departed their dormitories, the on-duty teachers were required to conduct inspections before classes began, meaning that inspections occurred 3 times daily, with various teachers from the school taking turns to fulfill this duty. This procedure was implemented not only for the safety of students, to check for any obvious violations within the dormitories, but also to apprehend students who lingered in their rooms beyond permissible hours. It was evident that Xiyue, being a teacher, was equally qualified to be assigned to these inspections. However, the schedule for the afternoon inspections had yet to be determined. Xiyue intentionally provoked the dormitory supervisor to assign her the afternoon inspection duty, thereby inciting the supervisor's ire. As she found Xiyue insufferable, yet was momentarily at a loss for how to eliminate her. The emotions of spirits are magnified infinitely. When given the opportunity to eliminate those who offend them, the dormitory supervisor would undoubtedly take action. Had Xiyue not appeared, the supervisor might have succeeded and even sought out Xiyue herself, potentially having the chance to end her life. Such spirits, bound by stringent rules that prevent arbitrary actions, become lethal when the conditions permit them to kill, leading to a mandatory execution that could render the tourist's abilities ineffective. This set of rules is fair to both parties. Unfortunately, it seemed that Xiyue was aware of everything. The dormitory supervisor realized she had been outmaneuvered. This is a hunting ground for the dead, not a playground for humans. Anger surged within her mind. Xiyue shrugged and remarked nonchalantly, "You assigned me this task. Why are you so surprised to see me here?" The dormitory supervisor clutched her chest, exclaiming, You're almost like a pufferfish." Her face swelled dramatically, her skin becoming so thin that it appeared almost translucent. Her chest heaved rapidly, each breath inflating her head further. Xiyue felt that if this continued, she would surely burst. The fear of balloons was almost upon her, just as Xiyue prepared to take the initiative and pop the balloon. A loud bang echoed as the supervisor's head exploded, having expanded beyond its limits. In truth, Xiyue had been quite a distance from the balloon. Yet the explosion inevitably affected her. There was no blood or flesh, only a thin layer of human skin. However, having human skin fall upon her felt even more peculiar than being splattered with blood and guts. Xiyue shook off the weightless human skin, which, having been stretched to its limits, bore a disconcerting resemblance to a plastic bag. This comparison sent a shiver down her spine. Without glancing at the fallen body of the dormitory supervisor, she opened the door and entered the boys' dormitory. They had gathered a wealth of information there earlier that afternoon. But with many students present, they had been unable to thoroughly investigate the dormitory, and time had not permitted such scrutiny. Xiyue was determined to search the boys' dormitory meticulously. Yet opportunity had to be created. Everyone eagerly anticipates that the remaining 2 hours will mark the final moments of their stay at Deceiving, hoping that when the clock strikes 9 and the class bell tolls, they will escape this realm of the dead. Xiyue does not wish to dampen their spirits, yet she is acutely aware of the futility of their hopes. Ruo is equally cognizant. After all, this is merely the beginning. The newcomers believe that the brutality of their current predicament is overwhelming, having witnessed the demise of so many visitors in just a single day, yearning for it to come to an end. Little do they know, among the many who venture into this realm, it is a divine blessing if a mere third manage to return. Neither Xiyue nor Ruo voice this grim reality. To shatter the newcomer's fragile hope might induce a collapse, as human resilience is cultivated gradually, and a sudden onslaught of despair is unbearable. Commencing her search from the top floor, Xiyue inspects the dormitories, illuminated by motion sensor lights in the corridors, while she must manually activate the lights within the rooms. Having traversed 2 realms of the dead, she has become adept at unearthing clues, executing her task with notable efficiency. The dormitories of the first and second-year students are swiftly examined, and she proceeds to investigate the rooms of the third-year students. To be candid, seeking clues within the boys' dormitories is a rather arduous endeavor. Some rooms appear deceptively tidy, yet one might unexpectedly discover a box of unwashed socks lurking beneath a bed, explaining the inexplicable odor that pervades the space upon entry. Even among third-year students, one can find contraband hidden within textbooks. Xiyue uncovers a Risku magazine, flipping through several pages. Having previously engaged in the trade of such items, she recognizes that this particular publication pales in comparison to others in terms of its provocative nature, and thus she feels no embarrassment. So far, she has not discovered anything of significance, yet she remains entirely unperturbed. After all, the dormitory supervisor has already erupted in frustration, and it is unlikely that anyone will hasten her to complete her search and vacate the premises. She possesses ample time to explore at her leisure. This endeavor may seem futile, yet she does not find it tedious in the slightest. The old residence houses several paintings that she can ponder over countless times without feeling wearied. Each dormitory, with its subtle variations, presents an element of novelty that prevents any sense of monotony. Gu Shili is acutely aware of her ambitions. She seeks not merely to escape from Deshino, one high school, but also to obtain the heart of the undead. However, she remains oblivious to the identity of the undead lord of Deshi number 1 high school. Having ruled out the principal as a suspect, she has yet to unearth any concrete clues that might lead her to the undead lord. How could she not strive for progress? Ahead lies the dormitory of class 3-2, and on the door of room 209, the names of 7 individuals are affixed. The boys' dormitories typically accommodate 8 occupants, yet it is not uncommon for them to remain underfilled. Upon entering, Gu Shili discovers that this particular room indeed houses 8 individuals. Each bed is clearly marked with its owner's name, save for the one closest to the balcony. As she rummages through the books on the desk, she finds no names inscribed where one would typically expect to see them. Even the half-used notebook bears no name, or rather, it seems that his name has vanished entirely. The handwriting belongs to the Wishmaker. The Wishmaker has a peculiar penchant for embellishing his letters, resulting in a flamboyant style where each character appears animated and far from exemplary. Yet, such uniquely personal handwriting is difficult to emulate and nearly impossible to mistake. Gu Shili meticulously turned the pages of the books on his desk, yet she found not a single name or symbol that could signify his identity. She rummaged through the drawers, only to discover them utterly vacant. This individual's desk bore no distinction from that of any other high school student. Even the pencil case contained merely 3 pens, and flipping it yielded no further discoveries. The bed, however, was notably tidy. Gu Shili removed the pillow from its case, unfolded the quilt, and meticulously inspected the straw mat beneath, but to no avail. This was perplexing. Gu Shili brushed her fingers against the wall, gently prying at it. After scraping off a layer of plaster, she unearthed a thin piece of wall tile, behind which lay a small silver box. Behind the mirror in the old house was a passage that concealed the corpse of the mirror woman and a precious mirror. When Li Ku crawled into that passage, he took the precious mirror, only to invoke the wrath of the mirror woman. Gu Shili had an inkling that if she were to seize the contents of this box, she too might summon something. Had she been the one to enter the passage, she would undoubtedly have taken the precious mirror as well. Yet, she was not like Li Ku, who acted out of greed, without contemplating the repercussions of attracting malevolent spirits. Gu Shili was acutely aware of her actions and possessed the confidence to confront any unknown dangers. As she opened the dust-laden box, her eyes narrowed slightly as she carefully secured its contents close to her. In the remaining time, she conducted a thorough search of the rest of the dormitory, but found no additional useful clues. She was not overly disheartened. The discovery of the Wish Grantaire was already her greatest triumph. At 9 o'clock, Gu Shili left the boys' dormitory, standing silently under the basketball court lights, gazing in the direction of the school gate. 5 minutes to go. 1 minute. 30 seconds. 1 second. At 9 sharp, the class bell did not ring. Gugu has humorously earned the title of defeater of death spirits. Applause. Clap, clap, clap. Ha ha ha. While it is indeed amusing, the dormitory supervisor was not defeated by Gugu. She exploded due to her intention to flout the rules and target Gugu. The streamer is just flipping back and forth. How tedious. It is rather dull. I advise you to show kindness. We are watching a live broadcast, while they are risking their lives to navigate challenges. If every moment is filled with high energy, will the streamer even survive? Oh dear, this handwriting seems familiar. Indeed it is. It belongs to the Wishmaker. A great discovery. Gugu has humorously earned the title of Home Destroyer Expert. Applause. Oh, what has Gugu obtained? I zoomed in. It appears to be a porcelain ornament, resembling an animal, but it is unclear what exactly it is. Guji's hand is blocking the view. I believe the class bell will not ring. I too think it will not ring. Oh dear. It truly did not ring. As the visitors gradually assembled at the basketball court, Zhang Jing and his companions emerged from the library, hastily making their way to Gu Shili. The school's gates remained locked, the guardroom aglow, casting shadows of the figures within. The prominent chin of the guard hinted at his readiness to admonish anyone daring enough to approach the entrance, poised to reprimand those who attempted to leave the school premises before the designated hour. No one was foolish enough to risk such an endeavor. Tao Yinjin trembled uncontrollably. Zhang Jing's face glistened with sweat, and even Feng Lele, typically the most composed among the newcomers, appeared lifeless, resembling a clay statue devoid of vitality. Du Ruo felt disheartened as well, though not to the extent of the newcomers, her resolve less shaken. Gu Shili remarked, "The school schedule is dictated by the ringing of bells. We must ascertain the source of the sound." Tears welled in Tao Yinjin's eyes, cascading down her cheeks, as a tumult of suppressed emotions threatened to erupt like a volcanic explosion. Regardless of whether the metaphorical lava would sap her last ounce of vitality, at that critical moment, Xiyue's words doused the flames of her turmoil like a bucket of cold water poured over a volcano. This man exuded calmness and composure, as if the bell signaling the end of class had not yet sounded, rendering their long-anticipated escape a trivial matter. It is not merely the fearlessness of a young calf that emboldens him. His calm demeanor belies an acute awareness of the perils lurking within the realm of the dead. He is no novice. He possesses a profound understanding of the dangers that lie ahead. Anyone encountering such a predicament would inevitably feel a sense of disappointment. However, disappointment does not equate to despair. Thus, when faced with a firmly shut door, he does not waver in his conviction, nor does he believe they will meet their end in this place. Instead, he promptly seeks to resolve the issue at hand. Fang Lele mused that although Gu Shan in stature is not imposing, he is the most magnificent man she has ever encountered. Nothing can bring him down. Just moments ago, enveloped in despair, Fang Lele found herself unable to suppress a smile. It was undeniable. Gu Shan provided them with an overwhelming sense of security. He was the pillar of strength, fortifying the newcomers as they bent under the weight of their fates. Zhang Jing pointed to the large loudspeaker affixed to the side of the teaching building, indicating that the school's bell, music, and exercise accompaniment emanated from within. There were several such loudspeakers located beneath each teaching building, as well as at the football and basketball fields. The terrifying realm of the dead had driven many to the brink of collapse. Countless individuals had not been slain by malevolent spirits but had succumbed to the fear of the unknown. Many more had lost their courage here, gradually becoming passive in their wait for death to arrive. The realm of the dead is indeed a place that erodes the human spirit. Therefore, when other visitors gathered and observed the three newcomers maintaining their composure, they couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment, pondering the exceptional caliber of this batch of newcomers. There was no collapse, no screams. It seemed that since entering the realm of the dead, no disturbances had been caused, nor had he brought misfortune upon others. Impressive. This is also a reason why newcomers are often not well received in the realm of the dead. They are not only fragile themselves, but can also inadvertently create chaos that endangers other visitors. However, it cannot be left unchecked. Allowing those ignorant of the realm to roam freely could lead to complications, potentially affecting the progress of seasoned adventurers. The fact that Xiyue was able to take on 4 newcomers at once drew considerable attention from the veterans. Those who take the initiative to manage newcomers are either newcomer killers or individuals of genuine strength who are reliable and trustworthy. Given that his team has only lost 1 member thus far, it is evident that he belongs to the latter category. This time, a total of 16 individuals entered the domain, a number too large for collective action. Consequently, an unspoken agreement led to the formation of smaller groups, all sharing the common objective of escaping the realm of the dead, thus establishing a cooperative dynamic. In light of the current situation, it was only natural for everyone to gather and discuss their plans. Dong Shufei remarked, "I just came out of the classroom." All the students and teachers fell into a deep slumber precisely at 9 o'clock, having experienced the hail of stones alongside Xiyue. It was indeed Xiyue's theory of illusions that saved him, prompting him to approach Xiyue first. As tourists flocked towards this direction, a circle centered around Xiyue quickly formed. "Have you heard of the time circle?" Most appeared puzzled. Xiyue had a different interpretation. Most individuals within the realm of Deceive were merely reenacting the events of May 14th. Why has the bell not rung at the end of class? Because at precisely 9 o'clock, the flow of time within this domain resets. If the cycle is not disrupted, the bell will not sound at 9, and we will remain eternally ensnared in this spectral realm. How can I ascertain the veracity of your statements? The speaker is the solitary player acting independently. Xiyue cast a subtle glance at his shadow, which had returned to normal, observing his demeanor and movements. He appeared markedly different from the somewhat neurotic disposition exhibited when they encountered one another in the cafeteria. Throughout, Xiyue remained distracted, scrutinizing him intently while discreetly monitoring the shadows of other visitors. She feared that the shadowy specter might detach from this individual's shadow and seek new prey. Du Rua asserted, "My brother Gu possesses the talent of wisdom, an extraordinary analytical ability. Can your conclusions possibly surpass those of Brother Gu?" Dong Shufei expressed his support. "In any case, I trust Brother Gu." The visitors ceased their doubts. Among the 11 survivors, 6 held firm belief in Xiyue's assertions. What more could the others say? The astute individuals recalled Xiyue's earlier words. The majority within Deceive were trapped in a temporal loop, unconsciously repeating the actions of May 14th. Yet a small fraction had eluded this cycle, consciously hunting other visitors. They were the specters of this ghostly domain. Currently, the known spirits identified by Xiyue include the gatekeeper, the dormitory supervisor of the boys' dormitory, the principal, the director of education, the homeroom teacher of the senior class 2, a high school student named Xiyue, an unidentified beautiful female student, the shadow ghost, and the short ghost who pushed a female tourist off the rooftop. Upon exchanging information among the tourists, she realized that 4 additional individuals needed to be added to the list, all of whom were senior teachers, each with distinct names. During classes, they patrolled the premises, and some tourists had suffered misfortunes due to their presence. There was little to communicate among the tourists, and the vital information gleaned from near-fatal experiences would not be divulged lightly. Xiyue's persona is that of a virtuous individual. Yet he is no fool and would not engage in such thankless endeavors. He possesses a commendable integrity, but is particularly adept at discerning the boundaries between right and wrong, not extending kindness indiscriminately. Xiyue also noted, according to the schedule, Deshire No. 1 High School would extinguish its lights at 9:30. It is now 9:20. Even if one were to seek clues, it would be a matter for the following morning. After enduring a long day, everyone requires a respite. The tourists gradually dispersed, while Xiyue and her companions ascended to the 3rd floor of the library, where there were long tables spacious enough for individuals to lie down and rest. A few held the list of school teachers, and upon examination, they discovered a commonality among the 4 deceased educators. All had taught in senior class 2. Duruo remarked. The situation in senior class 2 is rather intricate. Xiyue possessed the student roster for class 2 of the 3rd year. Once the lights were extinguished, the entire campus succumbed to darkness, forcing her to rely on a flashlight. Regrettably, the list did not indicate whether each student was a day scholar or a boarder, rendering the process of elimination futile in identifying the wish granter. As soon as the lights went out, Deshire Gao seemed to drift into slumber, enveloped in silence, as if even the buildings had succumbed to sleep. The night carried a slight chill, prompting Xiyue to close the windows on either side. Fang Lele cradled her clothing and felt a warmth enveloping her heart. Tao Nianjin quietly marveled. The clothes are truly warm. It feels as though I am embracing a hot water bottle. Even lying on the cold steel table, she felt no chill. Her exposed arms and calves radiated warmth. Xiyue had gone to discuss the night watch with Du Ruo, while Zhang Jing was advised against keeping vigil due to his injury, urging him to take his medication and rest. Fang Lele anticipated a restless night, as she had long suffered from insomnia. Every bout of anxiety robbed her of sleep, and since enrolling in the plan, she had not experienced a single restful night. Uncertain whether it was the comforting warmth of the clothing or the low murmurs from the corner that instilled tranquility, she felt her thoughts scatter just as she closed her eyes. Before succumbing to a sweet slumber, she sensed that this night would surely bring her peace. Minutes later, only Du Ruo and Xiyue remained awake. Du Ruo noticed that the other 3 had indeed fallen asleep, with Zhang Jing even emitting soft snores. Unable to contain her amusement, the newcomers this year are simply remarkable. They are so carefree. In truth, there lies a tinge of envy within him. When he was a novice, he never encountered a reliable veteran like Xiyue. He endured considerable hardship to survive and could not help but frown at the unpleasant experiences he faced in that realm. Du Ruo remarked, "The most formidable elements lie ahead. Brother Gu, shall I assist you in borrowing some luck first?" Du Ruo possessed the ability to borrow luck for herself as well as on behalf of others. Xiyue replied, "You can borrow luck beforehand and utilize it when needed?" Du Ruo affirmed, "Indeed, for when the moment arises, it may be too late to borrow." It was akin to the unforeseen accident that befell Zhang Jing. At that juncture, it was already too late to seek luck. Borrowing luck occurs in an instant. Yet the actual process of doing so is rather intricate. Xiyue inquired, "Do enlighten me." Du Ruo explained, "I can borrow luck from others, from myself, or even from the heavens. Borrowing from others necessitates repayment. I have borrowed from individuals before, and the repayment was quite painful. When I find myself unable to borrow luck from anyone, I resort to borrowing from myself, which means utilizing my future fortune in the present. A person's fortune throughout their life is finite, and without knowledge of my own fate, the act of borrowing incites trepidation. For I fear that excessive borrowing could lead to my untimely demise. However, abstaining from borrowing is not an option, while it may sow seeds of peril for the future. Refusing to borrow now could lead to immediate death. Faced with such circumstances, Du Ruo had no choice but to borrow. Xiyue then asked, "And what of borrowing from the heavens?" Du Ruo replied, "That is a rather vague notion. Borrowing from the heavens essentially means praying to deities. For instance, one may beseech the god of wealth for riches or seek safety at a city god temple. Making wishes before the divine is, in essence, a form of borrowing luck from the gods. When one makes a wish, should it not be fulfilled, is there not a debt of gratitude to be repaid? Indeed, there is. In the neighborhood where Xiyue grew up, there existed a temple dedicated to the god of wealth, renowned for its mystical efficacy. In times of desperation, she had found solace within its walls, overhearing visitors beseeching the deity for prosperity, promising to offer the thickest incense should their ventures flourish. Xiyue nodded in acknowledgement. With a hint of amusement, Xiyue remarked, "Then you must assist me in borrowing luck. Are you certain you are not leading me astray? How could that be?" Duruo quickly retorted, "I merely aim to elucidate the potential perils of borrowing luck. Despite such warnings, it remains perilously challenging for anyone to resist the allure of fortune. If one must borrow luck, the safest approach is to rely on one's own. Can borrowing luck enable me to escape the realm of the departed?" Xiyue inquired. "Not directly," Duruo replied. "Yet borrowed luck could allow you to uncover vital clues with just a few steps, and when fortune favors you, it can protect you from the deadly traps laid by spirits. While it may not guarantee an immediate exit from the realm of the departed, ultimately, a smooth departure is assured. However, one must remember that borrowed fortune comes with its own liabilities. The temptation is significant, and so too is the danger." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiyue firmly declined. "Thank you, but I shall forego borrowing luck. Gugu, you can place your complete trust in me." "It is not a question of trust," Xiyue gently reassured, patting his shoulder. "I am someone who has grown accustomed to relying on myself. The forces of fate are too enigmatic to instill confidence. I shall not borrow luck. I have faith in my ability to leave Deceiving, and I am equally determined to ensure your safe passage from this place." Duruo remained silent for a long while before saying, "You are the first person to refuse me. In the past, companions would opt to borrow luck even if they believed it would be unnecessary, as one need not repay what is not utilized. Simply having it serves as a form of reassurance. Only those endowed with absolute confidence possess the audacity to issue a refusal." The rejection of Duruo, however, was not rooted in Xiyue's unwavering self-assurance, but rather in the constraints of her character. A principled individual with boundaries would naturally harbor reservations towards the enigmatic concept of borrowing luck. Even someone as resilient as Gushan and does not resort to exploiting glitches. He navigates life with steadfastness, eschewing shortcuts. Xiyue remarked, "You should rest now." Duruo commented on how carefree others seemed, yet as soon as she laid her head on the table, she succumbed to slumber within mere minutes. In truth, everyone was quite fatigued. It was then that Xiyue retrieved a small, warming trinket from her pocket, a ceramic fox no larger than the palm of her hand. Crouched like a dog, this fox, a vivid red, sported a ring of white fur around its belly. Its eyes were closed, and as its temperature rose, Xiyue suspected they might soon flutter open. After several minutes of warmth, the fox's eyes remained shut, and it no longer felt warm to the touch. Appearing no different from an ordinary decorative piece, Xiyue gently inhaled the scent of the ceramic fox. She had detected this aroma upon acquiring it, finding it oddly familiar, though she could not immediately place it. During her conversation with Duruo, the mention of offering incense and praying suddenly sparked her memory. The porcelain figure emanates a faint scent reminiscent of fragrant candles. Each night, spent within the temple of the god of wealth, she is enveloped by this lingering aroma. In the quiet of the night, when Duruo arises to take her place, Xiyue feels the warmth of the little porcelain fox, yet she chooses to ignore it. Upon morning's light, Xiyue is the last to awaken, her companions wisely refraining from disturbing her slumber. The first thing she does upon rising is to check the message board in front of the small garden. As anticipated, the wishes have transformed. The previous 3 desires have vanished, replaced by a new aspiration. I wish for the campus belle Jiang Dongling to be my girlfriend. The moment she glimpses the name Jiang Dongling, an image flashes in her mind of a classmate adorned in a red checkered skirt at the entrance of the convenience store. She undoubtedly embodies the title of campus belle, radiating purity and beauty. Could she truly be Jiang Dongling? If I were to encounter a similar situation, I might find myself falling for Gugu at this very moment. To meet such a person upon entering the realm of the deceased surely makes the journey ahead considerably easier. Surviving in such places requires not only strength but also resilience. Regardless of the persona, I can always discern the brilliance within Lualu's character. Perhaps I have indeed succumbed to her allure. Is the red fox an artifact akin to the treasure mirror? It does not appear so. Why does the wish refresh when repeating the same day's dialogue? If you possessed a wish board where any wish you wrote would come true, would you restrict yourself to only 3 wishes? Certainly not. I understand. Although it is the same day, the wishes made by previous wishers manifest randomly, resulting in new terrifying events occurring daily for the visitors. Is it truly that intense? The name Jiang Dongling is rather uncommon. Xiyue flipped through the student roster and swiftly located her name, confirming there were no duplicates within the school. This young lady is a student in Class 1 of the senior year, ranking among the top 30 academically. In addition to being the school beauty, she is also an undeniable scholar. However, there is no photograph, leaving one to wonder if Jiang Dongling is the girl in the plaid dress. Tao Nianjun trembled as she gazed at the words on the message board. After enduring a day that felt like a nightmare, each word now seemed steeped in malice. Although these wishes aren't particularly bizarre, the methods of their fulfillment transcend the limits of human imagination, leaving visitors with profound psychological shadows. Xiyue placed the roster on the table and exclaimed, "Oh dear, we must hurry to the cafeteria." Du Ruo glanced at the clock and replied, "It's still early." Xiyue countered, "Not early at all. I shall depart first, you can follow behind." With that, Xiyue began to jog away, leaving the others in a daze. Unable to catch a glimpse of her retreating figure, Du Ruo and the others? His eyes were shaped like crescent moons, and the curve of his smile was particularly pronounced, allowing those waiting for him outside to discern a hint of beauty. Although the term is seldom used to describe a man, yet, as he approached, such thoughts vanished without a trace. Fong Lele inquired, "Have you encountered some good fortune?" To be candid, she truly did not expect any pleasant occurrences within the realm of the deceased. However, witnessing a smile was certainly preferable to the sight of lifeless expressions, which eased her own tension somewhat. Xiyue sighed, "Indeed, the meals at Deceiving are quite delightful." This was an unembellished truth, devoid of any exaggeration. Fong Lele responded with a puzzled expression. Isn't Gushanan actually rather reckless rather than composed? He might simply be carefree. It was not only Fong Lele who felt this way. Even the seasoned Du Ruo found dining to be a bland experience. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining sufficient energy, he would have little appetite, often unaware of what he had consumed. Yet, Gushanan appeared to relish the experience. For a moment, the 4 of them pondered the nature of such a spirit. Truly, dining is of paramount importance. In summary, their emotions were quite complex. Du Ruo speculated, could it be that Gu is deliberately jesting to help you relax? His words were laced with uncertainty. Tao Ninja nodded vigorously, it must be so. Gu is indeed a kind person. Ah, has our subtly ambiguous relationship capsized? At this moment, Tao Ninja could barely perceive him. It is often difficult to discern whether one truly harbors affection for another in mundane circumstances, yet within the realm of the deceased, where high energy is ever present, one's reactions to events reveal truths that cannot be concealed from oneself or others. When Du Ruo teased Tao Ninja, they had only just entered Deceiving, and at that time, their interactions were filled with subtle glances that sparked an undeniable chemistry. However, the subsequent series of intense events left him bereft of even a moment to exchange a look. The fleeting nature of their budding romance was evident. It surged forth rapidly but dissipated just as swiftly. Once the fragile vessel of their flirtation capsized, it was submerged, and with the water still unveiled. How could it continue to sail? Du Ruo was acutely aware of this truth, recognizing the futility of further attempts at flirtation. He ceased casting glances that would go unnoticed and promptly adjusted his demeanor. The shift in their relationship was imperceptible to those lacking keen insight, such as Zhang Jing, who remained oblivious to the change. Although he could now speak, his voice was hoarse. "I wish to study the loudspeaker," he remarked. Xiyue had, in fact, never encountered such a sound amplification device. Only Zhang Jing had utilized it due to his work, which made him relatively familiar with such equipment. The group discreetly dismantled the concealed loudspeaker for inspection, culminating in Zhang Jing's conclusion. The school must possess a frequency transmitter to regulate the sound emitted by these speakers. If we could locate this device, we could ring the class bell ourselves. The machine might not be particularly large, yet the school was quite expansive. How would they find it? Zhang Jing recalled that after completing the eye exercises in the afternoon, there had been a reading of beautiful prose by a second-year student, suggesting that the machine could not be too far from that location. If they followed him, they should be able to locate it. Furthermore, the school likely housed a broadcasting room or similar facility, which would significantly increase the chances of finding the machine there. This aligns perfectly with Xiyue's thoughts. A few individuals were gathered beneath the teaching building, deliberating while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Xiyue became aware that someone had fallen from the rooftop. She instinctively pulled Tao Ninjin aside, enveloping her in an embrace to prevent her from falling. Just as she intended to withdraw, she felt a tug on her garment. Ah! Tao Ninjin belatedly let out a shriek. Her gaze fixated on the bloodied man sprawled beside her, one of his arms resting perilously close to her shoe. Goodness! He had nearly crashed into her moments before. And now he lay so close, contorted in a grotesque manner, resembling a puddle of blood. It was utterly tragic. Her entire body trembled. Witnessing someone fall to their death from a distance is vastly different from having one land at your feet without any psychological preparation. Xiyue gently covered her eyes, turning her face toward her own, soothingly patting her back. Do not be afraid. It is all right. With each tender pat, Tao Ninjin's rigid form gradually softened, releasing a low whimper before she could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears in Xiyue's embrace. Xiyue contemplated whether to wipe away her tears with a handkerchief but ultimately refrained, entrusting her to Fong Lele, softly stating, "She is terrified. It is good that she cries." With the class about to commence, she urged them to hide while she ascended to the rooftop. In truth, once Xiyue was away, Tao Ninjin's sobs ceased. Even in the moment when the entire world seemed on the verge of collapse, she was acutely aware that Gugu would embrace her. Unlike other companions who might not, those who appeared excessively ineffectual held no value within the team. Fong Lele gently patted her, acknowledging that was indeed quite terrifying. Tao Ninjin and Gu Shanan were closest to the unfortunate individual who had fallen. The victim was a solitary tourist they recognized, and the gruesome nature of his demise was understandably shocking. At that moment, none had noticed his descent, had it not been for Gu Shanan's swift actions. The fall could have resulted in severe injuries for both him and Tao Ninjin. Durua offered them solace, stating, "I have a premonition that we shall escape the school tonight, so you need not worry." Tao Ninjin wiped her eyes, yet her demeanor remained dazed, as if she had been rendered senseless by fear. Fong Lele supported her. After several minutes, Tao Ninjin suddenly murmured, "Lele, yeah, I regret participating in the plan." Fong Lele's eyes immediately welled with tears. Given the option, she would have chosen not to enroll in the plan. However, she had no choice, no alternatives, and could not afford to allow herself to feel regret. Yet, the reality here was far worse than she could have ever imagined. The realm of the undead was truly terrifying. Durua reassured them. Gugu will undoubtedly lead you to safety, even if he does not take us. He will ensure your escape. Fong Lele furrowed her brows at this remark. What do you mean by that? Durua clarified. Do not misunderstand. That is not my intention. Gugu is not that kind of despicable person. You are females, and Gugu has a younger sister whom he treats well. It is likely that you have sensed this kindness. His behavior might have a transference effect, as he seems to regard you as his own sisters. Interestingly, Xiao Tao's nose and mouth resemble those of his sister, Li Li. It turns out that she is aware of the special attention she receives from Gu Shanan. Yet she does not perceive any ambiguous signals from him. This kindness, in her eyes, is inexplicably pleasant rather than bothersome. After all, Gu Shanan does not strike one as a warm-hearted man. No wonder she does not feel repulsed by his proximity, nor does she harbor any wariness. She harbors a disdain for men, yet who would resent a man who treats them like a sister? This marks the second tourist to fall to their death from the rooftop of the first teaching building. As Gu Shilai ascended the stairs, she held little hope of uncovering any clues, fully aware that the likelihood of encountering the murderer was slim, especially after having lingered below for some time. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to visit, primarily due to the unsettling aura emanating from the elusive killer, whose identity might be that of a malevolent spirit. The rooftop was a stark expanse of concrete, marred by traces of drag marks and bloodstains, while a few cigarette butts lay scattered in the corners. Who are you? Gu Shilai squinted, surveying her surroundings. The delicate, childlike voice seemed to emanate from nearby, yet she could see no one. Who are you? She repeated, the tone more melodious this time. Gu Shilai produced a slightly warm red fox porcelain figurine, raising it to her eyes. Suspecting that the voice might belong to this small fox, she then poked at the figurine's eyes. Last night, its eyes remained tightly shut, yet today, a narrow slit has opened. Upon gazing into the treasured mirror, Gu Shilai understood its nature. However, this porcelain fox appeared exceedingly mundane, leaving her unable to discern its origin. And consequently, she was at a loss regarding its purpose. A soft voice echoed, prompting Gu Shilai to continue prodding. How ticklish. Despite exerting such effort, it did not hurt, merely eliciting a sensation of itchiness. Deciding against further poking, she speculated that this ceramic fox served as a medium, akin to the deities enshrined in temples. If divine beings truly existed, would shattering their effigies cause them to vanish? Certainly not. The same principle applied here, even if she were to break this porcelain fox. The other party might merely experience a slight tingling sensation. Moreover, destroying the fox would sever her connection to whatever lay beyond it. There was a door leading to the rooftop. Xiyue pushed it open and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, her mind lingered on the peculiar door. Sensing something amiss, the light filtering in from outside cast shadows in a manner that felt incorrect. Something was concealed within the shadows of the door. Once the assessment was complete, the unadorned Xiyue, savoring a bond, epitomized authenticity, devoid of pretense, and remained impervious to contradiction. I am aware of this. I have heard that prior to the apocalypse, there existed a saying, a bun cures all ailments, claiming that nothing could not be resolved with a single bun. And if it could not, then one should simply purchase two. Nonsense. My Xiyue would never be disheartened by a bun. I must clarify that this package is not the same as that one. I adore this character. From the sound emitted by the fox, it seems a little girl is speaking, doesn't it? The voice is delicate and tender, imbued with a naivety that hints at innocence and a touch of curiosity. Xiyue decided against ascending the stairs. She had yet to devise a strategy to confront the shadow ghost. Furthermore, if the shadow ghost possessed a normal level of intelligence, it would not simply wait idly for her. She suspected that the shadow ghost had been seeking an opportunity to eliminate her. To be fair, the shadow's efficiency was rather lacking. It had been following her since last night. It only succeeded in its endeavor this morning, while guarding against it proved challenging. Its capabilities may not be particularly formidable. I feel so lonely. Here it comes again. Xiyue pretended not to hear as someone approached. A fellow student. Xiyue recognized that it was the principal. Having never encountered the principal before, she took the initiative to greet. Good day, principal. I am a newly arrived teacher. This school is more concerned with credentials than with recognizing faces. The documentation includes a photograph. Yet no one bothers to verify if the image matches the actual person. As long as one possesses such a credential, that suffices. The likeness on her teacher's certificate bore little resemblance to Xiyue, but no one would pay heed to such details. The principal's subtle smile abruptly froze, likely realizing that a prize was slipping away, and shot Xiyue a fierce glare before turning to leave. This is expressed quite plainly. There is little to discuss regarding that which cannot be consumed. The undead are predatory. For many of these consciousness-bereft entities, humans equate to nourishment. To consume humans augments the power of the undead. Before class concluded, Xiyue searched through various buildings, but found no place resembling a broadcasting room. As the dismissal bell rang, she arrived at the message board, where Dong Xufei and another individual were present. Together, they witnessed the emergence of a new wish. The fresh inscription appeared as if conjured from thin air. I wish to be the top of my grade. This substantiated Xiyue's theory. The wisher had previously made numerous wishes, and the Dasher Gao was eternally trapped in a cycle of the same day, with wishes being the sole aspect subject to random renewal, manifesting upon the message board. Essentially, the message board functions as a display. Writing upon it does not influence the mainframe, does it? Certainly not. Dong Xufei remarked. Thus, wishing on the message board will not result in fulfillment. It is no wonder that Zhang Xingping could not escape. Xiyue inquired, Zhang Xingping? Dong Xufei replied, I forgot that you were unaware of his name. He is the man who wore a school uniform last night. Behold, this wish was inscribed by him. Ha! I have been observing him as well. And I initially believed that wishes inscribed could indeed come true. I was rather disappointed to see him appear yesterday. The mystery is unraveled. It turns out that the individual who emulated the wisher by inscribing a desire to leave the realm of the undead is Zhang Xingping, precisely as they had speculated, indeed. The one writing was merely a visitor. Dong Xufei, hesitant to make any rash wishes himself, observed Zhang Xingping's actions, treating him as a mere guinea pig while he remained a silent spectator. Xiyue said, he is already dead. The two glanced at the message board, not intimidated by Xiyue's words, but rather frightened by their own associations. Was there a connection between Zhang Xingping's demise and his wish here? Fortunately, neither of them had made a wish. In truth, Dong Xufei's and his companions' thoughts were not entirely reliable. In this realm of the deceased, the corpses of the departed soon vanished. Once class commenced, everyone had to find a hiding place. It was impossible to keep other visitors constantly within one's line of sight. Xiyue and the others learned of Zhang Xingping's death purely by coincidence. Even if Zhang Xingping had not appeared the previous night, How could one ascertain whether he had perished or merely exited the realm of the deceased? Xiyue was typically aloof towards individuals outside her temporary team, engaging in minimal communication beyond what was necessary, a fact Dong Shufei and his companion had grown accustomed to. After all, she was a formidable figure, known for her temperament. They made no further attempts to converse with Xiyue as they watched her depart. The Red Fox had remained silent since her arrival at the message board. Just as Xiyue rejoined Du Ruo and the others, the Red Fox inquired, "Is this your friend?" Xiyue replied, "Did you hear any sounds?" Du Ruo, already shadowed by fear, responded, "Don't scare me, I haven't heard anything." Was it only she who could perceive it? The experience was uniquely terrifying. Xiyue caressed the porcelain figure of the little fox, hearing its soft, gleeful giggles. This individual indeed possesses a childlike innocence. Xiyue's silence led to misunderstandings among his teammates. Fong Lele rubbed her arms and inquired, "Is something amiss?" Xiyue replied, "No. Perhaps I misheard earlier. I was contemplating which places we have yet to explore." Given Xiyue's meticulous nature, it was certain that any location previously visited would have undergone a thorough search. Thus, the broadcasting room must be situated in an area they had never ventured into. Zhang Jing remarked, "We could not unlock the iron door with the password on the first floor of the library, and we are unaware of what lies within. Additionally, we have not inspected the several residential buildings at the end of the soccer field." Tao Nianjin added, "Speaking of which, we have never entered the library either. The library building comprises several floors, and during class, a few of them would conceal themselves in the adjoining rooms, using the corridor to play hide-and-seek with the spirits, ensuring a potential escape if discovered. Access to the library requires a card swipe, and indeed, none of them had entered. They could not damage the password lock, as that would constitute vandalism of public property, a violation of school regulations. Xiyue suggested, "Let us first visit the library." The library of Deshino. One high school is unstaffed, allowing direct access with a card swipe. Despite being merely a secondary institution, its collection is remarkably extensive. On the road, Xiyue shared his newfound discovery with them. The list of students was placed by Du Ruo, and without even glancing, Xiyue already knew who topped the recent monthly examination. Each grade had its own top student, but Xiyue set his sights on the third year, as that was where Su Yuanren resided. The top student of the third year, specifically in Class 2, was Pan Jie. The identity of Su Yuanren had become clear. Notably, Pan Jie had previously ranked among the lower echelons of the grade, yet in the last 2 monthly assessments, he had astonishingly surged to first place. Such a marked improvement seemed rather extraordinary. Du Ruo remarked, "I should have noticed something amiss with him earlier, but how could one have noticed?" To be candid, none present were students and were thus not particularly attuned to academic standings. The student list was merely a means to locate Sun Fong. It would be impractical to cross-reference it with the top 50 in the grade. Upon entering the library, Tao Nianjin walked slowly, and Xiyue perceived that she had something to discuss with him, prompting him to match her pace. Xiyue inquired, "What is the matter?" Tao Nianjin replied, "You saved me once again just now, and I wanted to express my gratitude." Xiyue responded, "Surviving in the erosion zone is challenging for everyone. Standing beside you to lend a hand is only natural. There is no need for such formality. I won't always be around, so you must learn to protect yourself swiftly." "I will," she assured him. Xiyue continued, "Is this what you wish to discuss? If you wish to express your thanks, you could easily do so openly in front of everyone, rather than in a furtive manner." Tao Nianjin clarified, "That is not it. Zhang Jing had Du Ruo assist him in borrowing something, and I witnessed it with my own eyes." Xiyue, "What they do in private is of no concern to me as long as it does not jeopardize our safety. They need not disclose every detail. Regarding borrowing luck, if you feel apprehensive and seek my counsel, I would unequivocally advise against it." Just as Xiyue believed their conversation had come to a close, Tao Nianjin suddenly inquired, "Brother Gu, do I resemble your sister?" "Surely, Du Ruo is speaking nonsense. Pay no heed to him. You bear no resemblance to that girl. However, I ask for your understanding, as I have only recently lost her, and it is inevitable that I think of her upon seeing other girls. This is also why I say no thanks are necessary." Xiyue's demeanor softened, exuding warmth. "My intentions are to ensure that should she find herself in peril, there will be someone nearby to lend a helping hand." When he spoke of his sister, his gentleness was akin to flowing water, and his gaze could easily drown a person. Gushannan's exterior may not suggest a gentle disposition at times when one gazes at him inadvertently. They might notice a chilling indifference reflected in his eyes as he observes other tourists. For such a person, tenderness has an exponentially greater impact. In any case, Tao Yinjin found herself envious, deeply admiring Gu's sister for having such a wonderful brother. Tao Yinjin then asked, "How did you become separated?" Gu Shili's expression froze, and after a brief cough, he replied, "At the previous service area, she felt I was being overly protective and nagging, so she slipped away." Tao Yinjin was taken aback. According to her observations, Brother Gu was not a loquacious person but rather quite reticent. Perhaps before his sister, he transformed into a doting caretaker? The scene was so enchanting that she found it difficult to fathom. To be candid, she perceived Gu's younger sister as somewhat willful. The realm of the undead was fraught with peril. Could one truly frolic in such danger? Surely, remaining in the company of her brother would ensure a higher degree of safety. Yet, she dared not voice such sentiments, for she was, after all, benefiting from the presence of the younger sister, and it would be wise to refrain from harboring such disparaging thoughts. Gu Shili continued, "However, Lili possesses the ability to protect herself, thus I harbor little concern." Tao Yinjin interjected, "Nonsense. Your entire countenance is inscribed with the word worry." The red fox retorted, "Are you deceiving us? You have no sister, nor any kin by blood." Gu Shili's expression shifted dramatically as she feigned interest in the volumes on the shelf, concealing the involuntary reaction that had betrayed her. The red fox, with a hint of playful fierceness, exclaimed, "Indeed, humans are capable of deceit. It appears that the entity behind the porcelain figure is not of human origin." With a sudden thud, Gu Shili and Du Ruo instinctively formed a defensive stance. Back to back, Du Ruo called out, "Zhongjing, Zhongjing, Zhongjing." She continued, "The excessive papers have toppled the bookshelf. I cannot ascertain if Zhongjing is trapped beneath it." Zhongjing remained silent, but Feng Leilei's voice echoed from downstairs. "What is happening?" Gu Shili warned, "Both of you, do not ascend. Hurry, run." Some papers surged toward the second floor, targeting their faces. Tao Yinjin had fallen victim to their trickery before. Once one's mouth and nose were covered, one would be rendered powerless, and prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to asphyxiation. The two women did not hesitate. Understanding that their presence only hindered progress, leaving would divert a portion of the papers away. Gu Shili discovered that this paper was not merely capable of adhering to a person's face. It was also remarkably sharp. With a mere brush, it could inflict a significant wound upon a body. In her haste, she tore off a piece and observed several indistinct photographs upon it, yet discernibly depicting a girl in a red checkered skirt outside a convenience store. A line of text caught Gu Shili's attention. "Jiang Dongling and Panjie are together. The campus belle Jiang Dongling is Panjie's girlfriend." Beneath the text lay an image of Jiang Dongling embraced by a boy, presumably Panjie. The girl in the red checkered skirt. No, it was Jiang Dongling, who was inexplicably present at the library entrance, glaring resentfully at the flurrying pieces of paper. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Gu Shili. For instance, there was the student Sun Fong. It would be entirely feasible to orchestrate their demise, rather than complicating matters into an accident. The medium for fulfilling wishes could not manipulate the human heart. Panjie wished for the campus belle to be his girlfriend. Yet therein lay the dilemma. This medium could not compel the belle to love Panjie or develop any affection for him. What to do? The old method, render it a predetermined fact. If everyone believes the belle is Panjie's girlfriend, then she becomes his girlfriend. This line of reasoning, fraught with pitfalls from a human perspective, could not be dismissed as inconsistent with the ultimate outcome of his wish. How did Jiang Dongling meet her end? Gu Shili was uncertain, but judging by Jiang Dongling's current state, her death was undoubtedly linked to the fluttering papers. Reflecting on it, it was indeed an undeserved calamity. Upon consideration, many had perished due to the wishes of those who wished. In the school, events from the past began to intertwine gradually, yet one final piece remained elusive. Gu Shili tightly clutched the little fox nestled in her pocket. Papers were strewn everywhere, and the two found a brief moment to flee with all their might. The sounds around them could potentially attract the patrolling spectral teachers. If that were to happen, it would be disastrous. With the library in such disarray, if she were a ghost, she would certainly hold the visitors accountable for the chaos. They were the only ones present. If captured, they would have no one to blame but themselves. During her frantic escape, Gu Shili became separated from Du Ruo, the reason for which eluded her. Most of the papers seemed to pursue her relentlessly, and even Gu Shili's stamina began to wane. Fortunately, being alone allowed her to utilize her innate abilities, leading the papers to a concealed location before she set fire to the majority of them. Once finished, she leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, her expression grave. The little fox inquired, "Aren't you happy?" Xiyue thought to herself, how could she possibly feel joy when she was being chased like a dog? "You should be happy. I'll give you flowers," it continued. At her feet, a cluster of newly sprouted grass quivered slightly, visibly growing a plump bud at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, a pink flower blossomed. "Hey, pay attention to me," the little fox exclaimed. Such a strong desire for control and a protective older brother persona. It's hard to imagine Xiyue nagging her sister with this expression. Isn't this contrast adorable? Judging by Xiyue's expression, the little fox might just have hit the nail on the head, proving that Xiyue has no blood relatives. I suspect the little fox is the lord of the dead. This action is somewhat heartwarming. In the school, there exists a solitary flower, the only bloom amidst the surroundings. Such a beautiful blossom can elevate one's spirits. Xiyue could perceive the fragrance in the air, the sweet scent of the flower. However, she did not linger her gaze upon it, nor did she attempt to draw nearer to inhale its aroma, nor did she pluck it. "Are you feeling a bit happier?" The little fox inquired affirmatively. "You are feeling a bit happier." Xiyue narrowed her eyes slightly, realizing that even while tucked away in her pocket, it could observe the external world and overhear her conversations with others. Now, it was even more astonishing. It could sense her emotions. She could assure that, at least at this moment, no one could discern her feelings from her expression, thus it could only be explained through its perception. Moreover, this entity seemed capable of glimpsing into the past, or rather, it possessed a divinatory ability. Xiyue was an orphan. She was born during the onset of the dark matter invasion in her locality, a time when the dark matter had just begun to encroach upon the earth, and societal order had yet to descend into true chaos. She was rescued from the invaded area by a relief team, and very few survived at that time. If she had any blood relatives, they likely perished beneath the overwhelming dark matter that enveloped the entire city. Xiyue's survival was indeed a testament to her resilience. At that time, an orphanage still existed. The headmistress was kind and took good care of her, allowing her to grow up healthily until the age of 5. Uncertain about how many generations to trace her blood relatives, she herself is unclear about her kinship. However, the little fox asserts that she is none, which at least aligns with her true circumstances. One cannot dismiss it as mere fabrication, leading one to concede that it possesses some form of mystical insight. Xiyue ascended to the 3rd floor in search of Zhang Jing, yet returned empty-handed. Should Zhang Jing have perished, the body would have long since vanished. If he were alive, he ought to have departed from the library. The earlier presence of Jiang Dongling at the exit had also dissipated, suggesting they had escaped the library without her intervention. Throughout, she remained fixated on the fluttering sheets of paper, her expression unchanged, her attention evidently not on the visitors. Xiyue attempted to stand in the very spot where Jiang Dongling had appeared, and suddenly noticed the greenery on the table, primarily due to the singular flower. Upon reflection, one would realize that this realm of the deceased harbors scant green plants. The football field is adorned with plastic turf, and the office lacks any floral life. The flower pot appeared a bit parched, prompting Xiyue to lift it, revealing a hidden note beneath. "Brother," the voice emanated from the document room. A large head pressed against the glass window, and she recognized it to be Zhang Jing's face. "Are you all right?" Zhang Jing opened the door to allow her entry and whispered, "I was knocked unconscious by a falling bookshelf, buried beneath a pile of books without injury. But when I awoke, you all had vanished. Everything had returned to normal." He rose from the ground, unable to find his companions, realizing that they had hurriedly concealed themselves due to the class schedule. Xiyue, fortunate, indeed. Zhang Jing, not merely luck. I had Duruo assist me in borrowing some fortune. He fished out a handful of ash from his pocket to show Xiyue. What I borrowed from Duruo was my future fortune. He crafted a triangular talisman for me, and by the time I awoke, the talisman had already turned to ash. The power of talent is truly remarkable. Zhang Jing believed that the fortune he had borrowed had spared him from a dire fate. The capabilities of talent are indeed astonishing. Xiyue remarked, for instance, "My talent constantly warns me against borrowing fortune." A grimace replaced the smile on Zhang Jing's face. "Had I not borrowed fortune, I might have perished. I am not as formidable as you. I am merely a novice." Xiyue inquired. "So you will still have Duruo help you borrow fortune again, correct?" Zhang Jing replied. "Indeed, upon encountering Duruo, the first thing I shall do is request his assistance to borrow fortune once more." Xiyue stated, "I have discovered the password for the iron door. You wait here for the others to regroup while I venture inside to investigate." Zhang Jing acquiesced, committing the password Xiyue had shared to memory. Had Zhang Jing just entered the realm of the undead, he would have insisted on accompanying Xiyue. he was a man unafraid of any challenge. Yet now he believes that having the ability to borrow fortune provides him with greater confidence. In truth, his current thoughts are more rational, however. Xiyue perceives a trend of compromise in him. The capabilities of Du Ruo are rather formidable when one reflects upon them. His eagerness to assist others in borrowing fortune suggests that he incurs little to no cost, or perhaps merely a negligible price. Once someone becomes reliant on his borrowed fortune, they will be beholden to him. Every time the topic of borrowing fortune arises, Xiyue feels a shiver of apprehension, and rightly so, for even Du Ruo, who possesses this extraordinary talent, remains unclear about the true nature of fortune, which is shrouded in mystery. Such enigmatic elements easily evoke fear. Xiyue is acutely aware of her own gifted abilities. She believes her mastery over them surpasses that of Du Ruo, and her talent was only triggered a mere fortnight before she enrolled in the program. Her time with this gift has been brief. Anyone who learns that she has managed to comprehend her abilities so swiftly and can wield them with proficiency would undoubtedly be astonished. The limitations of her gift, lies, are numerous. It takes several days merely to grasp the framework. It can be understood as lies becoming reality. First, a falsehood must be uttered, followed by the accumulation of energy to construct truth, thus transforming one thing into another. Everything in this world is perceived as energy. A spoon and a house are merely different scales of the same substance. To acquire something, one must expend an equivalent amount of energy. Regardless, this is undoubtedly a formidable gift. Upon entering the first realm of the old mansion, Xiyue did not even accumulate enough energy to exchange for a protective shield. This was due to the same falsehood being believed by different individuals, resulting in varying energies provided to Xiyue, which is one of the established rules. Initially, when she acquired her innate abilities, the constraints of these rules rendered all her aggressive incantations ineffective. Thus, when she sought to harm Su Hong, the energy did not manifest a knife or a sword, but rather gifted her with a comb. Fortunately, after shattering Su Hong's heart, she was able to bypass a similar rule that prohibited incantations from directly affecting the undead. Xiyue could not merely point at a specter and command it to vanish. Even if she possessed sufficient energy, she was still bound by the restrictions of the rules. Removing this particular limitation offered numerous advantages. Within the amusement park, Xiyue could effectively immobilize the undead. The ability to create illusions within the old mansion stemmed from her recent experience of being ensnared by the diamond's phantasm. Just as Ma Liang's magical brush could bring illustrations to life, Xiyue too could not simply utter words to manifest reality. She required a mental visualization process. Anything that eluded her imagination remained unrealized, which is yet another rule. Upon obtaining Duanmu's heart, two significant restrictions that had hindered Xiyue's potential were lifted. The energy acquired could now be directed towards herself, and she could manipulate the elemental forces of nature. Consequently, Xiyue was able to summon the fire element to incinerate paper. Regarding her innate abilities, Xiyue was eager to contemplate each rule countless times. She perpetually pondered how to harness energy and creatively envisioned its application. In contrast, Du Ruo, despite having possessed his talents far longer than Xiyue, remained oblivious to their intricacies. This was undoubtedly linked to the peculiar nature of his powers, yet it was primarily due to inertia. This innate ability fostered a sense of lethargy in its bearer, compounded by the inherent inertia within humanity itself. The greater the power, the more perilous the consequences. If one cannot even master their own gifts, how could they dare to share them? The risks associated with borrowing power do not solely stem from the act itself, but also from the individual wielding such abilities. Du Ruo articulated the concept of borrowed fortune with clarity, having conveyed his understanding to himself and undoubtedly to Zhang Jing as well. Should Zhang Jing choose to borrow, that remains his decision. Furthermore, abstaining from borrowing might indeed lead to perilous outcomes, potentially resulting in death when faced with danger. At least borrowing grants a chance for survival, leaving little room for future considerations. The little fox remarked, "How peculiar. You would choose not to borrow fortune. Are you not among the foolish of humanity?" Xiyue was certain that the little fox's tone was one of admiration rather than derision when referring to foolishness. The little fox continued, "Pangaea once told me that if wishes were guaranteed to come true, no one could resist making a wish, especially when there is no cost involved. He has countless wishes. Do you not have any? Ah, Pangaea. He is indeed the master of wishes. What enables the realization of his wishes is likely the entity behind the little fox. Yet, this presence, which should evoke a sense of dread, speaks with such sincerity. Even if merely attuned to the voice, Xiyue could discern the truthfulness of the words spoken. At this moment, She sensed that this entity was simply naive to the ways of the world. Xiyue's brows furrowed slightly as she approached the iron gate. Bending down to input the password, the little fox exclaimed, "You have wishes," with an air of triumph and pride. It continued, "I detest when others make wishes upon me, but I am willing to grant you one." Xiyue remained unfazed, as if she could not hear its words. The little fox's tone grew even more cheerful. "I could make the person you have been searching for appear before you instantly." Startled, Xiyue's hand trembled, causing her to press an incorrect key. A fox-shaped lie detector? I don't understand why Gu is so averse to borrowing luck. Blind guess. The broadcasting room lies behind the iron gate. Xiyue's refusal to borrow luck seems to have inadvertently increased the little fox's favorability. Shocking revelation. Who is Gu searching for? Could it be my Gu saw? Please, no. Input error. The lock sparked with arcs of electricity, causing Xiyue to shudder from the shock. A protective shield, a rarity for newcomers, shielded her from the electric jolt, but it shattered in the process. A sacrifice of energy for her safety. She wore a solemn expression. The energy expended was unnecessary, a waste resulting from her own error, all due to that red fox. Xiyue re-entered the code 738-0382, this time holding her breath and concentrating. To her surprise, the little fox refrained from further interruption, uttering not a single word. With a click, the lock disengaged, and she pulled open the iron door, stepping inside. Behind the iron door lay a corridor, culminating in another door. Xiyue stood at the window, peering inside, and was astonished to discover that the room housed two individuals seated with their backs to her. Tentatively, she tapped on the window. The pair turned simultaneously, both possessing a pallid complexion, their skin an eerie shade of ashen blue, with deep, dark circles under their eyes. Their gazes chilling. Xiyue remained motionless, locking eyes with them. This tense standoff persisted for several minutes. After all, it appeared they could not escape. So what was there to fear? Gradually, the two specters succumbed to the impulse to blink. Xiyue mused, "I've never lost a staring contest." The two ghosts responded with a resigned silence. "Forget it, there's too much to say." They vanished into thin air. Just moments ago, the little fox had claimed it could fulfill her wish, and to say she was unmoved would be a falsehood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pressed the wrong key. However, considering the means by which Panjie had his wishes granted, her heart remained unperturbed. She could not afford to experiment with such matters lightly. Xiyue set her mind at ease, turning her attention to scrutinizing the room's furnishings from the window. This should indeed be the broadcasting room mentioned by Zhang Jing. A microphone rests upon the desk, while a disc player is tucked away in a cabinet, accompanied by scattered tapes and USB drives. The room is quite spacious, containing 7 or 8 stools that, even when occupied, do not create a sense of crowding. Her gaze quickly fixated on a machine situated on the far left of the table. If her conjecture were accurate, it would indeed be a frequency transmitter. Just as she was about to push the door open, she felt a warmth emanating from the small fox in her pocket. Upon retrieving the porcelain figurine, she was astonished to find the fox's eyes wide open, their pupils gleaming with a golden hue, strikingly beautiful. She found herself captivated. Unable to look away for an extended period, the small fox spoke. "Panjie is within your shadow." At that moment, Xiyue awakened with a jolt. Her physical reflexes outpaced her cognitive response. She stepped onto her own shadow, yet nothing transpired. It appeared her shadow was completely untroubled. In her mind, Panjie and the shadow ghost were now synonymous. It was known that both tourists had met their demise by being pushed down the stairs by the shadow ghost, leading to the conclusion that Panjie was hunting tourists. The small fox continued, "I did not deceive you." Xiyue did not doubt the fox's honesty, rather. She pondered why, among so many tourists, Panjie had chosen to follow her. Aside from their chance encounter on the rooftop, could it be possible that it was due to her possession of the small fox? Xiyue had initially intended to employ a word spirit against the shadow ghost. But upon hearing the school bell ring, she resolved to delay her action, contemplating that the creature might still prove useful. The machine in the broadcast room emitted a faint hissing sound, which ceased with the ringing of the class dismissal bell. Merely 2 minutes had passed when Du Rua and the others arrived. The iron door would close automatically, necessitating another input of the password. As they entered, the scene of 2 ghostly classmates leaving bloody handprints replayed before them, akin to a looping slideshow. However, this time, their appearance was fleeting. Upon spotting Xiyue, the apparitions momentarily stiffened, as if to question, "Why do you linger here?" Zhang Jing remarked, "These 2 ghosts are rather peculiar. Not frightening at all." The door was opened by Du Rua, while the 2 girls waited outside, and the three men ventured in to investigate. Fortunately, nothing untoward transpired, nor did any supernatural incidents occur. After inspecting the machine, Zhang Jing confirmed that it was indeed what they sought. He cautiously manipulated the device, indicating that he had comprehended its operation. However, he encountered a dilemma when attempting to preset the bell for 9 o'clock in the evening. Strangely enough, he noted, the bell for 9 cannot be programmed in advance. Look, this prompt indicates that manual operation is required. It seemed that someone must be present in the broadcast room at 9 o'clock, leaving them uncertain about what awaited them at that hour. With the timing askew, waiting here proved futile. Gu Shili suggested, let us go have lunch. I am quite famished. Despite the excitement and tension swirling within them, the group felt no genuine hunger. After spending 2 days together, they all recognized that Gu Shili was a person who adhered strictly to mealtimes, even bringing concentrated food into the realm of the dead. As lunchtime approached, it was no surprise that he suggested this, yet they couldn't help but admire his calm demeanor. At such a moment, still preoccupied with thoughts of food, one must wonder about the magnitude of his heart. At this juncture, waiting seemed to be the only course of action. Unfazed by their appetites, Gu Shili ventured into the staff canteen and ordered a bowl of sauerkraut rice noodles, along with several side dishes. Apart from the large buns, the food in the canteen was rather mediocre. However, it was plentiful and generously portioned. She had observed the student canteen outside, noting that the offerings were even less appealing, with the servers serving sloppily, resulting in scant vegetables and even less meat in the students' bowls, leaving them with little more than plain rice to satiate their hunger. It was quite possible they might go without dinner that night. Who could foretell what lay ahead? Thus, it was prudent to fill their stomachs now, to remain unflustered when challenges arose. This meal saw Gu Shili finish every last bit of his rice noodles and side dishes, and upon exiting, he found the other 3 already done, waiting for him at the door. Gu Shili inquired, "Are you full?" Fang Lele replied, "I am full, though I lacked appetite. I still managed to eat 2 bowls of rice." Gu Shili, having observed Fang Lele during the meal, understood that she had once endured hunger, and such individuals would not allow themselves to go hungry. Tao Nianjin had eaten little. She genuinely could not consume more. Gu Shili divided the remaining concentrated food in half and offered it to her, encouraging her to keep it for later. The item in question was not inexpensive at the service area. To bring it aboard the vehicle, Gu Shili had to part with an additional sum of money. Nevertheless, she paid without hesitation, as if it were merely a trifle. While the food may not serve a significant purpose, the gesture of care was unmistakably evident. In the realm of the departed, there exists a concern for one's well-being against hunger and cold. If there are no ulterior motives, it is a genuine kindness. Du Rua remarked sourly, "Why didn't my mother give birth to me as a girl? Girls have it so much easier." Gu Shili did not even lift her eyelids in response. "Your esteemed mother did not create you as a girl, yet you still have the opportunity for self-transformation. It merely requires the relinquishment of a part. You wouldn't even need to change your face to ensure you are as beautiful as a blooming flower." Du Rua. "Seriously, must you defend every sarcastic remark? You are truly envious." The little fox chimed in, "Do you like girls? When you meet me, you will surely come to like me." It was indeed a girl. Gu Shili mused that her interest was not in girls per se, but rather in maintaining this persona. However, upon seeing Fang Lele, she occasionally recalled the kind-hearted Xiao Yuanbin from her old residence. They shared certain similarities, and for that reason alone, she did not mind taking a moment to assist. The little fox urged, "Come, talk to me." But it was impossible to engage in conversation. As they passed by the small shop, Gu Shili once again laid eyes on Jiang Dongling. This marked the 3rd encounter with her. This time, it was not merely Gu Shili who noticed Jiang Dongling, but also Du Rua and the other 2 companions. Beauty is indeed captivating. Du Ruashi mused that Gugu had not deceived her. Yet, this specter exuded an aura so foreboding that she felt no courage to provoke him, preferring instead to fix her gaze upon the ground, scarcely daring to lift her head. Only Gu Shili understood the transformation in Jiang Dongling's gaze, which had sharpened to a knife-like intensity. Jiang Dongling had never shown interest in visitors. Her scrutiny was not truly of them, but rather a reflection of the shadowed presence of Pangaea, her sworn enemy. Gu Shili made another visit to the message board, a place she monitored with unwavering vigilance. The closer hope drew, the more she felt the need for diligence, wishing fervently for no changes on the board. Alas, her hopes were dashed as a new wish materialized. "I wish to become the #1 dragon-slaying warrior in the entire server, donning orange gear and wielding orange weaponry, inciting envy and jealousy among my classmates." Gu Shili tapped her foot against her shadow and pondered, This dragon-slaying warrior must be a character from a game. If, after the fulfillment of a single wish, Xiyue remained oblivious to the consequences it wrought upon others, it was inconceivable that he would remain ignorant after multiple wishes came to fruition. Yet, he seemed undeterred in his desire to make wishes. Perhaps this classmate had succumbed to madness. Eliminating the possibility of Xiyue being the undead lord was essential. The notion of a wall comprised of the undead lord was indeed far-fetched. Xiyue had entertained such speculation. But the reality proved that the wishing wall was merely a display. Thus, she dismissed the idea of the wishing wall, as she eliminated every possibility. One question lingered: who else could it be? Although it felt somewhat implausible, the truth remained undeniable. The little fox, who had been her constant companion, was indeed the undead lord of Deceiving. Xiyue indeed appeared to be somewhat flustered by the remarks made. Yet she still chose to ignore the little fox. I cannot fathom why, but I find a peculiar satisfaction in Xiyue's dismissive demeanor. As if I have developed a strange proclivity. I too. Xiyue, a heartfelt refusal. The method of fulfilling wishes is fraught with pitfalls. I fail to understand what the little fox finds so prideful about her canine visage. It is evident that Xiyue intentionally left Xiyue behind. What could her intentions be? By employing the process of elimination, the enigmatic veil surrounding the Lord of the Undead can be lifted. Earlier, someone suggested that the Lord belonged to the little fox, and they were correct. Little fox, it's merely a matter of extracting hearts. Speak a word to me, and they shall readily offer their hearts. I find it hard to dismiss the possibility of that being true. In this moment, Xiyue resolved to explore the final unexplored area, intending to visit the family building. Her peculiar fascination with delving into the realm of the undead has become customary for her temporary companions. Little fox, are you here to seek me? Upon hearing this from the little fox, Xiyue declined Tao Nianzhun's request to accompany her, opting instead to venture alone to the family building. This structure is situated at the very edge of the football field, beyond which lies a dense fog. Several ping-pong tables were set up in the open area, where a few teachers were engaged in a spirited game. Among them was a teacher from the second year, who greeted Xiyue, providing her an opportunity to glean some information from them. She noticed some scraps of fish scattered near the courtyard wall, alongside a bag of cat food tucked away in a corner. One of the teachers remarked, "Wild cats often come here seeking food. These are brought by the students. Some of those wild cats are quite beautiful, I must say." The little fox spoke again, urging Xiyue to proceed forward. Pointing ahead, she inquired of the teacher, "Where does this path lead?" In truth, it was not much of a path at all, merely a narrow alley nestled between two buildings, appearing quite grimy. For an unfamiliar person, even turning in circles for hours would not reveal what lay behind. After a moment of contemplation, the teacher replied, "This leads to an underground chamber. No one goes down there. You should avoid it as well, for fear of asphyxiation." The sign indicating it was old and tattered. Xiyue cautiously lifted a corner of the plastic sheeting and bent down to slip inside. The little fox, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "I am right below." Inside was shrouded in darkness, obscuring all sight. Xiyue retrieved her precious mirror, which emitted a faint glow to illuminate the surroundings. Where there was light, there were shadows. As Xiyue stepped onto a shadow that suddenly elongated, her calf twitched slightly. The sensation felt akin to stepping on her own leg, causing a sharp pain that rendered her hesitant to move. The little fox quickly reassured her, "Harming it will only harm you too. I will handle it. Do not be afraid, just stay still." The shadow continued to quiver, yet made no aggressive move. Ahead, a crimson light approached gradually. As it drew near, Xiyue realized it was a luminous red fox, approximately the length of her forearm. Its fur was vibrant and appeared exceedingly soft, while its golden eyes sparkled with beauty. This fox, seemingly a porcelain figure, had another fox on its back. Xiyue was already aware of the existence of non-human lords. Yet this was the first such encounter she had experienced. To her astonishment, the fox spoke with human words, exclaiming joyfully, "At last, I have found you." How peculiar it was that she could discern a smile upon the fox's visage. From the shadows, a dark figure materialized, letting out a howl. Xiyue. The name Xiyue, another fox, inevitably evoked the renowned tale from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, which bore the same title. It narrates the story of the fox maiden Xiyue assisting the impoverished scholar Feng Xiangru in marrying a beautiful and virtuous wife, and later, after misfortunes befell the Feng family, aiding him in raising children and restoring his fortunes. The fox maiden Xiyue was not only stunning but also possessed extraordinary abilities, treating Feng Xiangru with great kindness. This fox, too, bore the name Xiyue. Gu Shili regarded it with a calm gaze, while it looked upon her with ardent interest, ignoring the shadow entirely. It tilted its head and inquired, "Are you still unwilling to speak with me?" This demeanor increasingly led Gu Shili to feel that uttering a word would ensnare her in the clutches of the specter. Perhaps the little fox required verbal communication with visitors to ensnare them? The fox stated, "Speak with me, and I shall grant you all your wishes. Xiyue, do not forget who rescued you and nurtured you." The shadow roared, "You can only fulfill my desires, disregarding everyone else." Gu Shili felt an unsettling sense of being ensnared in a peculiar narrative. She was vexed, for the little fox did not appear to be a lord. Compared to Su Hang and Duanmu, the two formidable lords, the little fox seemed far too feeble. A lord capable of sustaining an entire domain could hardly be weak. Could they? If the little fox were not the one, then who could it be? Unless there had been a fundamental misdirection from the outset, it could only be this creature. Pan Jia was labeled a shadow, for he was enveloped in darkness from head to toe, as if clad in a tight-fitting black suit. His mouth a void of blackness, explaining his ability to conceal himself within other shadows. At this moment, he was ensnared by a crimson tail, which constricted around him, causing him to howl in pain. The fox huffed in irritation, "Do you dare to approach me again?" With a flick of its tail, several strands of fox fur transformed into a tiny cage, imprisoning Pan Jia, who had shrunk into a small, black mass. At that moment, Pan Jia was still cursing the fox. "Xiyue, you ungrateful wretch." The fox retorted, "You were the one who burned me alive. Have you forgotten entirely?" Pan Jia fell silent, colliding within the confines of the cage, and upon realizing there was no escape, he trembled, a quivering bundle of blackness, providing a comical sight. Just moments ago, as the fox had flicked its tail, it had exuded an imposing aura reminiscent of a death lord. However, in comparison to other undead lords, the fox is undeniably feeble. The air is thick with the scent of incense. Gu Shili used a precious mirror to illuminate the surroundings and discovered several scattered incense sticks upon the ground. When confronted by Gu Shili, the fox's earlier bravado dissipated entirely, its golden eyes filled with a sense of grievance. "I have gone to such lengths to please you. Why do you refuse to utter a word to me?" Gu Shili exchanged for an instrument capable of harming undead lords, only to receive a pipe. She had grown numb to the tools meant for extracting hearts. With an impassive expression, she grasped the pipe and approached the fox in silence. The foolish creature was pressed against the cold ground, only reacting when the pipe pierced its flesh. It let out a series of startled yelps, sprang up from the ground, and with a swift motion, darted behind a large stone, daring only to peek its head out. "What do you intend to do?" The fox, terrified, added with an air of indignation, "You favor girls. And I am also a girl. Why would you wish to harm me?" Pan Jia, locked in a cage, burst into laughter. "Even if a beast becomes immortal, it remains a beast. You dote on her, mistakenly believing she reciprocates your affections, oblivious to the fact that she merely covets your heart." Gu Shili found this perplexing and kicked the cage, exclaiming, "When did I ever profess to like it?" Pan Jia retorted, "Who wouldn't adore a fox spirit? It can grant all your wishes." Gu Shili rolled her eyes dramatically, asserting, "I do not like it." Pan Jia, unable to contain himself, finally suggested, "Burn it with fire." The tale begins with the encounter between Pan Jia and the little fox at a time when the fox was truly small. Initially, this was a story of a benevolent student rescuing an injured little fox. While wild cats were a common sight in the school, foxes were a rarity. He bandaged the little fox's wounds and brought it back to his dormitory. His family disapproved of him keeping a pet, so after the fox healed, he placed it in an abandoned underground compartment to care for it. At that time, he had just entered his first year of high school, transitioning from middle school, and there was not a familiar face in his entire class or school. Pan Jia, being rather introverted, found solace in the company of the little fox, confiding in it about his thoughts and feelings. This red fox exhibited a certain intelligence, as if it understood human speech. It seemed that Pan Jia regarded the fox, whom he named Xiyue, as a true friend, yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that their relationship was inherently unbalanced. Pan Jia was an ordinary boy, remarkable only for having a red fox as a pet, which he affectionately named Xiyue. Initially, his wishes directed towards Xiyue stemmed from the tales of the fox spirit, Xiyue. This behavior was somewhat juvenile. For instance, he wished for more pocket money on certain days or hoped to encounter good fortune, with perhaps one or two of these wishes coming true. Whether these events were manifestations of Xiyue's influence remained a mystery to Pan Jia. although he felt the little fox possessed an air of the extraordinary. Eventually, after reading a post about how to worship the fox spirit, he, unlike any sensible adult, was drawn into believing it. He began to treat Xiyue as a deity, offering not only meat but also incense and candles in devotion. In a state of bewilderment, Xiyue realized that Xiyue had inadvertently conjured a true immortal. She surmised that this process must have been fraught with difficulties, possibly even some gruesome elements, especially considering Xiyue had uttered a term akin to living sacrifice to her. This immortal seemed rather sinister. Xiyue, increasingly animated, knew that such endeavors were shrouded in secrecy, not to be disclosed lightly. A triumphant feat that cannot be shared inevitably carries a hint of regret. Now that he had the opportunity to boast, he was unreserved. This was a reckless endeavor to create a deity. At times, Xiyue felt certain methods proved effective, while at other times, he deemed them futile. Yet, he could perceive the transformation of the little fox, and some of his modest aspirations had indeed come to fruition. Throughout this protracted journey, the little fox gradually matured, reaching the size of a full-grown shepherd dog. One day in the latter half of their senior year, Xiyue slaughtered a few stray cats and dogs for Xiyue's sustenance, and upon finishing, Xiyue suddenly found her voice. From that moment onwards, whenever he expressed a wish to Xiyue, regardless of its nature, it would ultimately manifest into reality. Xiyue, you can't be unaware of how many lives were lost in the pursuit of your wishes, can you? Xiyue, that was due to operational errors. I have since learned to articulate my wishes with clarity. The path to success is often paved with the bones of the fallen. It is only natural for a protagonist to face the demise of several supporting characters. Such a quintessentially dramatic sentiment. Xiyue, does Sun Fang harbor animosity towards you? Xiyue, that worthless being dares to pursue a romance with Jiang Dongling. He deserves to vanish. Which Sun Fang and Jiang Dongling are in love? Xiyue no longer wishes to inquire, for it becomes evident from Xiyue's words that he harbors no significant grievances against Sun Fang aside from this matter, which is quite distasteful. It is individuals like Xiyue who ought to vanish from existence. However, Xiyue's curiosity extends beyond this, prompting him to encourage Xiyue to continue. With great effort, Xiyue uttered, Xiyue causes Xiyue to weaken. Merely a few months have passed, and it is on the brink of death, diminishing in size until it can no longer articulate human speech. Naturally, it can no longer fulfill my wishes either, and I have been tirelessly seeking a means to restore its strength. The insatiable desires of the human heart are unfathomable, having tasted the sweetness of wishes granted. Who can endure a return to mediocrity? Xiyue relentlessly sought a method to enhance Xiyue's abilities. Eventually, he stumbled upon a notion that suggested when a living being's grievances are insufficient, one could eliminate it, transforming it into a ghostly immortal. At that time, Xiyue had already shrunk from a grand fox to a diminutive creature, incapable of granting any wishes. Thus, Xiyue thought it worth a try. He proceeded to burn Xiyue alive. The agony of Xiyue's demise was profound. Xiyue could surmise what followed. The vengeful spirit of Xiyue morphed into a wraith, undeniably a lord of the undead, albeit in an aberrant state. Xiyue kicked the cage in frustration. A lord of the undead, and yet it spares you. Having committed such an atrocity, would a lord of the undead truly let Xiyue, who enslaved and cruelly slaughtered it, go unpunished? Yet, Xiyue roams freely, hunting down unsuspecting tourists. The fire still blazed, and Xiyue was on the verge of fainting from the pain. I do not know why, he lamented. The moment I opened the domain of the undead, it simply fell into slumber. Of course, there is no way for it to seek retribution against me. I have said everything. I implore you, spare me. In truth, he believed that even if it were to awaken, Xiyue would not genuinely harm him, for her mental state had evidently regressed. It remained a mystery what had transpired. Nonetheless, the lord of this realm appeared rather adorable and pitiful. It could be attributed to the inherent nature of the fox, or perhaps the domain of the undead was still in its infancy. Even though Xiyue was an exceptionally unique undead, there were still many secrets that he ought not to know, secrets that belonged to the undead lord itself. Were it not for Xiyue's assistance, dealing with a shadow creature like Xiyue, who could reflect damage, would have proven exceedingly arduous. Even if he were not so perilous, the deeds he had committed in the past could have warranted his demise several hundred times over. With a swift motion, Xiyue extinguished him as one would a cigarette. But you just mentioned that you could fulfill all my wishes, did you not? An innocent and naive lord of the undead, utterly oblivious. This was perhaps the easiest heart of the undead she could acquire. The little fox appeared utterly petrified by the heart-excising fiend. Oh my, There is a certain cuteness to it. Who could have imagined? This was the tale of a manufactured fox spirit. Whatever happened to the promised youthful campus life? Ah, at long last, the timeline has been unraveled. Xiyue is truly despicable. Yet, upon reflection, his frenzied actions are simply astounding, and the fact that he succeeded is terrifying. I too wish. No, you do not wish. I believe it is precisely because the little fox is still in its juvenile form that it exudes such innocent charm. Let us not forget that the Lord of the Undead is a meticulous fanatic. It is a pity for the little fox. The heart-carving fiend is devoid of any emotion.